detected that you in front of the screen urgently need an awakening system. Currently, dozens of systems are descending, including the Urban God of Wealth system, the 10,000X cashback system, the Invincible Cultivation system, the Super Technology system, the Goddess Conquest system, the Future Prediction system, and more. The host only needs to complete a like and free legendary dog heads to randomly bind a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding the Divine Eye Future Prediction system. After binding this system, the host can see the future and possess special abilities related to objects. More unknown functions await the host's exploration. Hearing this, you vigorously rub your eyes as the holographic projection resembling Iron Man's JARVIS gradually dissipates. This isn't an illusion, you can now see through all the information of this ninth-hand Toyota Land Cruiser in front of you. The most astonishing part is that you can even clearly spot the 100,000 yuan cash hidden under the driver's seat. Holy crap, the system bro has arrived. As a decade-long veteran bookworm who's read countless novels, no one understands the tropes of system-based stories better than you. With System Bro in hand, the world is yours. Immediately, your Adam's apple bobs as you swallow hard. Although this car's inspection report seems a bit outrageous, hundreds of people drove it violently, and the headlights are sagging. But does that matter? A car priced at 50,000, bargained down to 30,000 or 40,000, can be flipped for a six-figure profit. That's way better than being a corporate slave. After over a decade of grueling study, you only realize after graduation what graduation means unemployment truly means. Every year, tens of millions of fresh graduates scramble for jobs, and experts even suggest you become a housekeeper. Chow Wang put it even more bluntly, high salaries for young people hinder their motivation to strive. Now, young people earning over 10,000 a month are fewer than retirees raking in pensions. And you're just another 996 blessed workhorse, a music major. You thought you could be a star, or at least live off someone else's wealth, but reality taught you a lesson. Now, you're a piano tuner serving the rich, hoping one day to meet a blind sugar mommy. Though tuning a piano pays $500 per visit, with overtime doubling the rate, gigs are irregular, leaving you bored most of the time. Over the years, you've scrimped and saved, indulging only once a month, just to scrape together a meager nest egg. Today, you came to the used car market looking for a ride, but fate handed you a cheat code. Others get ice-guyed, reborn, or cuckolded in one go. But you just stood there and got a system. Calming your pounding heart, you take another look at this used car lot. The bald boss slouches in his chair, barely lifting an eyelid since you walked in. No wonder you've only been eyeing cars under 100,000. Hardly a big spender. You smirk and point at the beat-up Land Cruiser in front of you. Alright, boss, I'm a student. Can you give this car to me for free? But before you even finish, the boss cuts you off. No, even if you were a beast, I wouldn't give it away for free. If you really want it, I can give you a discount. Free? How do you even have the nerve to ask? You pause, realizing this boss has clearly spent too much time on Douyin. I meant free floor mats or a dash cam or something. The boss's expression instantly changed, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum as he approached. This piece of junk that's been sitting in inventory for half a year finally has a buyer. No wonder he's so enthusiastic. So you shook your head nonchalantly and asked, "You mentioned a discount earlier. How much can you knock off?" "A student discount of 2,000, plus a full set of accessories." Hearing this, you furrowed your brows and pretended to hesitate. "Can you go any lower?" "Then, young man, name your price." 35,000. Deal. Hearing this, your mouth twitches. This deal seems like a massive loss. But then you think, this junker is practically scrap, with a condition comparable to a battle-damaged relic. So the price makes sense. The worst part is this piece of junk requires premium 95-octane gas, while you usually only splurge on 92-octane even at foot massage parlors. In no time, you sign the contract, grab the car keys, and bolt outside. Though it's your first car, you don't feel the slightest bit sentimental. The suburban road is so empty you could race a plane on it. So you floor the gas pedal. After speeding 2 kilometers, you finally pull over. Trembling, you reach under the driver's seat. A duct-taped file bag plops out. Opening it, sure enough, you find 10 stacks of pink bills inside. Holy shit, System Bro didn't lie. Just as you're about to count the cash, a deafening thunderclap booms from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Panicking, you scramble back into the car. Staring at the storm outside, you fall deep into thought. You wonder if System Bro can see more than just object info, like living things, people, or maybe even other functions? Suddenly, bang bang bang, just as you were thinking, knocking sounds came from outside the car window. Following the noise, your eyes widened instantly, almost thinking you were seeing things. Upon closer inspection, wow, the scene was absolutely unreal. The beautiful mechanic in the rain was like a perfect recreation of a scene from the Five Lucky Stars movie. Seeing this, you couldn't help but exclaim in your heart, damn, so movie scenes really can come to life. Then the window was knocked even louder, the urgent sound perfectly syncing with your racing heart. You snapped back to reality, fumbling to press the unlock button. As the door opened, the dampness of the rain rushed in. The beauty outside shook her wet long hair, droplets falling from her locks onto her collarbone. Blinking her rain-soaked eyelashes, she asked, handsome, can I hitch a ride? Hearing this, you nodded eagerly and quickly scooted aside. Watching her bend down to get into the car, you unconsciously swallowed hard. The scene felt more and more familiar, like a classic movie clip on loop. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and a transparent panel flashed before your eyes. Name, by Jia. Age, 30. Occupation, internet celebrity. Appearance rating, 86. Hidden skill, horseback riding, convertible. Current crisis, after being abandoned by the agent, she caught a severe cold, lost her voice, and ultimately committed suicide due to depression. You stared wide-eyed at the last line of red text, almost jumping out of your seat. This system is way too overpowered. It can even spoil someone's life script. Just as you were studying that shiny convert button, the system notification blared in your mind. Post altered fate trajectory. Reward +1 conversion point. Use immediately? At this, you jolted and quickly declined. Who even converts horseback riding skills these days? It's not like we're filming a period drama. Still, discovering this absurd system feature left you secretly thrilled. Handsome guy, thank you. You can call me Xiaobai. What's your name? The beauty tilted her head to look at you and asked softly, though inwardly she was amazed. As an internet celebrity, she'd seen countless handsome men and beautiful women online. But Bai Jia never expected you to be this good-looking in person. Ji Shangnan, you answered instinctively, then suddenly froze. Wait, Xiaobai? Could she be the girl from the movie who grew up on horseback? Staring at the beauty before you, you couldn't help but think how unbelievable this was. Her face, her figure, she was practically the real-life version of Xiaobai from the film. Ji Shangnan? At that moment, Bai Jia also froze, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Why does that name sound so familiar? Where are you headed? You cleared your throat, forcing yourself to tear your gaze away from her. Downtown, the rain grew heavier. Bai Jia tugged at the seatbelt, but the damn thing was stuck tight. No matter how hard she pulled, it wouldn't budge. She sighed helplessly and turned to you. Hey, handsome, could you help me with this? I really can't get it loose. Hearing this, your head snapped up, your heart rate instantly spiking to 180. Holy shit, a ninth-hand car is perfect. If you're buying, get a ninth-hand car. Then you leaned in closer, your nose nearly brushing against her hair. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. And this scene should veer straight into rom-com territory. Achoo! Bai Jia suddenly sneezed, flinging droplets from her hair onto your face. Sorry, her face flushed with embarrassment. No worries. Sitting upright again, you realized there were no tissues in the car. At that moment, you finally understood why seasoned drivers always insisted on keeping tissues handy. This was a legit necessity. Trying to play it cool, you said, seems like the seatbelt's broken. Maybe you should sit in the back? Hearing this, Bai Jia's eyes dimmed, but she nodded nonetheless. Meanwhile, you secretly gloated. Women won't cherish what comes too easily. The pace must stay in your control. Once she settled into the back seat, you floored the accelerator, sending the car roaring toward downtown. But only one question filled your mind. Where's the system reward? Meanwhile, Bai Jia in the back seat was beginning to doubt herself. Am I not beautiful? Is my figure not good enough? Why is this handsome guy acting like a block of wood? Biting her lip, she decided to take the initiative. The colder a man acts, the more a woman persists. Ji Shangnan, are you still a student? She asked, tossing her hair before kicking off her high heels and curling her legs onto the seat. Ji Shangnan looked through the rearview mirror. If this was in Song Dynasty, why would Wu Sung beat up Simon Qing? In the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao would have to be numb. Put in the Shang Dynasty, King Zhou couldn't even look at Daji. I've graduated. Ji Shangnan returned as he drove. So what do you do for a living? You're so handsome. Surely many girls like you, right? I don't believe I can't take you. Kid, this car is beat up but has lots of room. Tune the piano. Flirting? Is there such a thing as a career? It goes well with his name. Though, first time I've ever heard someone talk about cowboys in such a refreshing way. It's not that flirting, it's piano tuning. Which flirt is that flirt? Paige knowingly pretended not to understand. Qi Shangnan, that's a real coincidence. I just happen to have a broken piano at my house. Why don't you come up to my house later and tune it with me? Seeing that Ji Shangnan didn't say anything, Bai Jia asked again. Okay, Nice guy, not even pretending? Straight to explicit? If the car breaks down at this time of year, will anything interesting happen? As a nine-hander, it seems reasonable to break down halfway through the day, doesn't it? When a car breaks down, does it have to be fixed? It's the suburbs, and it's pouring rain, and it's sparsely populated, so it seems reasonable to fix the car in person, right? LOL. The nine-handed bully stuttered for a moment, then slowed to a stop. 1 hour later, Ji Shangnan, who was back driving on the road, only felt an overwhelming sense of relief. No wonder they say that young people don't know how good a young woman is, and mistakenly think of a young girl as a treasure. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at Baijie's house. Make yourself comfortable. I'm going to take a shower and change. Ji Shangnan nodded and surveyed Baijie's house. It's a large flat, with a large living room, and against the balcony, it does have a piano. Looks like a really rich woman. In the center of the living room was a coffee table with a stack of miscellaneous books. Ji Shangnan swept in. How a rich woman becomes. Plus shelf points to hypnotize 5-star reviews are righteous. The 9 Styles of Wudong's Exhalation of the Heart. That book, Wudong 9 Styles of Exhalation and Mindfulness, was a bit conspicuous inside this pile of books. Subconsciously curious, Ji Shangnan picked it up and looked at it. Around now, there was nothing to do. Ji Shangnan simply moved his mind and tried to read this Wudong 9 Styles of Vomiting Heart technique. As a result, without looking, Ji Shangnan instantly shivered. Item name, the Wudong 9 Styles of Exhalation Mind Technique. Item source, spelling Yuletide $3.80 shipped to your home. Item date, printed last month. Special information about the item, pirated counterfeit. But the second page as well as the 7th page can be used in conjunction with the exercise and the content is genuine. Item special attribute, become stronger by reading silently. Item special effects, increase chi and blood, increase endurance, increase durability, increase stamina, increase strength, prolong life. Looking at the information in front of him about this Wudong 9 Styles of Vomiting Heart technique, Ji Shangnan froze. That's okay? Aren't all pieces of yum fakes? I can't believe there are 2 pages of real ones hidden inside. Although the book in hand, how it must be 200 or 300 pages. 1% of the real thing is a bit of a bummer, but even if only 1% of it is true, that's true, too. Well, at least it's learnable. As the saying goes, more skill is better than less. Who would have known that only 2 of those 200 pages were real if he hadn't been carrying a tutelary brother? A dog would have to shake his head to see that. I don't know if the person who wrote this actually knows how to do it, or if a blind cat ran into a dead rat and copied 2 pages of the real thing in somewhere. Ji Shangnan calmed down while instantly getting excited. It was even more exciting than when I was halfway through fixing the car with Paige. After all, Wudong, that's the birthplace of Taoism. Back then, inside the martial arts novels, Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong, that was simply the existence of the ceiling level of force value. What man doesn't have a dream of martial arts in his heart? Now that a Wudong heart technique had suddenly come out, Ji Shangnan had already begun to fantasize about it. The BGM in my head, it's all playing on autoplay. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, but then I had no money in my pocket and had to stop. With this thought, Ji Shangnan directly put away the information interface in front of him first. Sitting down on his butt on the couch, he started flipping through it. But Ji Shangnan was only flipping through those 2 pages of it really. When he saw the second page, Ji Shangnan's brows furrowed. Because the contents of this are extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Just like reading a ING heavenly book. Ji Shangnan tried to flip back and found the fake content, which was basically some yoga content. Then flip straight to the 7th page of real content and read it. This time, Ji Shangnan's frown finally stretched. It was only when the 2 pages were actually read together that Ji Shangnan was finally able to barely read them. Translated, it's not too difficult. It's nothing more than a way for people to breathe in a certain rhythm and make a certain sound in conjunction with it. With a little practice, you'll learn. Ji Shangnan looked up. Baijie was still in the bathroom and hadn't come out. He was tempted to just rip out the pages, but on second thought, it seemed a bit unqualified to do so. The big deal was to ask Baijie for it after helping her tune the piano later. While Baijie was still out, Ji Shangnan directly began to read silently. Anyway, just read silently to get stronger. Well, let's try it first. Chapter 4, Getting Stronger. Audit Master, I'm wrong, please release me. I've deleted more than 10,000 words. I don't dare to drive anymore. Ji Shangnan already had a good memory. Plus there were only 2 pages in total. Not much content. So it only took Ji Shangnan a few dozen seconds to read through it. Ji Shangnan stopped and stood up to move around a bit. Didn't they say that reading silently makes you stronger? What's so strong about it? You don't feel anything? Where's my John? When are you coming? Does that mean it needs to be read silently a few more times before it works? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath and sat down again, resuming his silent reading. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Ji Shangnan read faster and faster. By the end of the day, Ji Shangnan simply put the book right back. The content has been completely memorized. Eyes slightly closed, he read silently in his head from memory. So much for speed, and I don't know how many times I've read it. Finally, Ji Shangnan shuddered. It was as if he had violently entered an extremely subtle state. Those that had long been memorized were now actively coming to mind. Ji Shangnan's breathing began to calm down as well. Subsequently, there seemed to be a hidden warmth in the small of the back. From the dantian, it traveled up the limbs and bones along the 8 odd meridians. At this time, Ji Shangnan could already vaguely feel his body changing. Stronger, strong is coming. Opening his eyes, Ji Shangnan was shocked. Everything in front of me seemed to become extremely clear. Even the flies became slow motion in his eyes as they flew. What's going on here? Now I feel like I have all the strength in the world. The exhaustion from fixing the car halfway through the day earlier was now long gone. So those internal powers they talk about in martial arts novels are real? Ji Shangnan waved his arms. Feel the bursting sense of power. Even more shocked. It's only been about 10 minutes of reading, right? How much stronger I would have become if I had read this a few more times. I can't even imagine myself. With his prediction of his current physical qualities, if he were to make a prediction, there would be no problem at all even if he was over 18 years old. Over the years, Ji Shangnan had basically never worked out. Aside from a good-looking skin, it could be said that Ji Shangnan was completely golden outside, but not inside. Plus he's an extremely irregular worker. Eating was also never on time. Never when I was hungry. When you're young you don't care at all. After all, if you don't build it when you're young, you can't build it when you're old and want to. And all the negative situations from earlier are all gone at this moment. Ji Shangnan didn't know that it was because he was too weak earlier, though, so it leads to getting a little stronger and it's clearly felt. Or has it really gotten stronger? With this thought, Ji Shangnan once again looked at the rest of the books on the coffee table to come. Wanted to take another look and see if there was any use for it. A martial arts training genius like himself with exquisite bones, which could rarely be encountered once in 1,000 years, would simply be in vain if he didn't practice martial arts. Even now, there was no need for Ji Shangnan to deliberately control it. It was already possible to do what was recorded inside the Wudong 9 forms of vomiting heart technique. That kind of rhythm. It can be said to be getting stronger with every breath. The only regret is that spelling Yuki is a bit too unreliable. There is only a 1% authenticity rate. If only there were more of them. After only a quick glance, there were no other books left on the table that could be studied. Ji Shangnan simply walked to the front of the piano and looked at it. Item name, Steinway Walnut Classic Grand Piano. Item source, imported piano. Privately customized. Item special information, none. Item special attributes, none. Item special effect, none. Ji Shangnan looked at the flurry of nothing and tugged at the corner of his mouth somewhat breathlessly, sitting down and trying to play it. I quickly realized that one note really wasn't quite right, so Ki took a moment to get the tone right. Tried again to talk about it. This time Nori Shangnan talked about unspeakable secrets. Wow, you play that well? That's really good at tuning the piano. Have a drink. It's my specialty. The song was talked about just as Bai Jie walked out. Just looking at the Bai Jie in front of him, Ji Shangnan froze. A beautiful newly composed piano march floats up from the large flat. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, is a matter of whisking away his clothes and hiding his achievements and fame. He had practiced, and he had indeed gotten stronger. Overall, more than twice as strong. Only now there's no point in staying here any longer. The system's functions hadn't been figured out yet. Couldn't afford to waste too much time on women. Gotta get out and about and see if I can come across anything else good. See what other features the system has that you don't know about. Chapter 5. The world is a big world. Ji Shangnan drove his car to the outside of the neighborhood and simply looked for a parking space and parked the car directly in the parking space. Stepped out of the car and started walking up and down the street. After a toss and turn with Bai Jie, it was already evening when Ji Shangnan came out. On both sides of the street, neon signs are colorful. Crowds of people streamed through the streets, one after the other. At this point in time, there should be a lot of cattle and horses just getting off work. For Ji Shangnan, it didn't matter what time of the day of the week or month or day of the week. After all, he had his own tutelary brother, and could already get rid of his cowhorse status. Casually finding a streetlight on the corner, Ji Shangnan lethargically leaned against the streetlight pole. The poles are plastered with advertisements for heavy money. Ji Shangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth. These days I'm afraid the only place you'll see sci-fi scenarios of women spending money for men is on a telephone pole. And for that matter, it's a ING scam. His eyes swept over the passing crowd. Ji Shangnan's mind moved, and brother Tuan Zi immediately appeared. Ji Shangnan then landed his gaze on a woman who was dressed in a very cool outfit. Name, Ma Xiaorong. Age, 20. Occupation, junior. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 79 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, unmarried. With 2 feet. Personal specialties, none. Special case, disfigurement due to discovery after 1 month. Ji Shangnan froze. That's okay? Ji Shangnan read a random woman's message and it exploded. It's a society that's just unreadable. It's crazy, but then again, from the looks of it, it's not at all obvious that there's so much behind her that isn't known to the public. Ji Shangnan is no guardian. Don't say she was disfigured a month later. Even if she was disfigured right now, Ji Shangnan wouldn't step in to save her. Some people just have it coming to them and deserve it. If you make your own sins, you have to bear them. Besides, even if he wanted to save her, he guessed she wouldn't believe him. Ji Shangnan was 100% sure. Even if you do, people won't believe you. Even he is guaranteed to get annoyed and point her nose at him. After all, lies don't hurt people. The truth is the quick sword. That delivery boy on Shake Shady a while back only said 4 words. Fat head. That stormed right off and is living proof. It's still the city people who play with flowers. Ji Shangnan sighed. Looking at Junior, who had already disappeared from sight, Ji Shangnan became even more certain. The second of my own code of conduct in life, which is, to have no women in your mind, but women around you. Nowadays, in this society, if you don't have money and have a face, it's called a pushing man. If you have money but no face, it's called being a bachelor. No money, no face. Are you a human being? Ji Shangnan is about to become a rich and handsome man. Shrugging it off, Ji Shangnan began to look at the others. After reading a few consecutive messages from passers-by, Ji Shangnan realized, it's basically the same. The information shown by Unicorn is just those kinds of things. Age, occupation, height, weight, face value, etc., etc., etc. The only difference is that some people don't have special circumstances. There are even some that don't even have a personal specialty. Ji Shangnan turned off the Unicorn with a lack of interest, lifting his feet toward the less crowded area. As the people on the road became less and less, Ji Shangnan's speed became faster and faster. At first it was just walking pace, and then later the speed of the sprint, and then later at a trotting pace. By the time they reached the isolated road where there was already basically no one in sight, Ji Shangnan had run up in a hurry. At this run, Ji Shangnan was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This speedbolt would have to worship even if he came here. Running thousands of meters in one breath without even taking a breath? Just the explosiveness, just the staying power. That's the stamina. After running a long distance, Ji Shangnan probably knew the strength of his body now. That's when it slowly stopped. You know, it's only been 10 minutes or so of reading 2 pages of Wudong's mindset. Surprisingly, he had already terrorized the strength of his body as it was. That's if you get yourself some more real stuff to learn. What's wrong with that? Any Marvel superhero has to step aside. What Captain Rice is just a line on the side of the road. With that thought, Ji Shangnan surveyed where he was now. I didn't realize that I had come to a commercial plaza, a not too wide river in front of the square. Being a beach town, don't have too many rivers in town, and that's when the mall is buzzing with activity. Ji Shangnan just casually glanced at it and continued walking along the riverbank. By the way, it activated Unicorn again. As you walk, you look up everything on the road. As long as it was in sight, Ji Shangnan looked at it. At this look, Ji Shangnan only felt that his 3 views had been repeatedly crushed. Stomp on the ground and trample hard. For these wayfarers, it can be said, are all skilled in their own way. It wasn't even just adults anymore. Even small children made Ji Shangnan's jaw nearly drop in shock. Humans are so damn scary too. For example, Ji Shangnan saw a small child, just 8 years old. Surprisingly, because his mom had a baby brother, he added laundry detergent to his brother's formula every day. Then there's that roadside beggar, which is worth over $5 million. Not only do you have a house and a car, you even have a wife and kids. It's really a big world out there. Ji Shangnan was sighing when suddenly a bright landscape came into sight. Chapter 6. I'll carry you there. A young girl walked past Ji Shangnan's eyes, wearing a knee-length pleated skirt, a white shirt, a double ponytail, and a headset. Look at your cell phone as you walk. Ji Shangnan's gaze couldn't help but be drawn to this young girl, because she's so beautiful. It's like something out of a comic book. That's proper white moon level. Only at this time, Ji Shangnan's understanding of white moonlight was different from when he was 18. The so-called white moonshine is the one you want to sleep with but haven't gotten yet. The so-called vermilion moles are the ones that almost slept with but ran away. The so-called intention is the one that hasn't slept enough. Ji Shangnan's mind moved, and information about the young girl instantly surfaced. Name, Zhang Xiangxiang. Age, 18. Occupation, school student. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, painting, convertible, singing, convertible. Special case, 2 minutes later. Because his attention was on his cell phone, when he crossed the street, he met a massive collapse in the road, fell into the hole, and died tragically on the spot. Ji Shangnan looked at the young girl's message and froze instantly. It won't work. The flowers of the motherland, everyone should cherish awe. How can we watch the flowers of our country die before our eyes? The information given by the system had long been verified several times by this point, so Ji Shangnan pressed on without questioning. The system said she would die a horrible death in 2 minutes by falling into a hole in the collapsed pavement, so she would definitely die. As a modern youth with ideals, aspirations, responsibilities and values, he is a modern youth with ideals, aspirations, responsibilities and values. It is incumbent upon us to protect the flowers of our country. As for Zhang Yixiang at this moment, her attention was indeed on her cell phone, so she did not notice Ji Shangnan's gaze, because she is good at painting as well as singing. Zhang Yixiang will occasionally broadcast live when she is on vacation to earn some living expenses. At this very moment, Zhang Yixiang is singing live. It's not a big network, though, and it doesn't make live streaming a serious business. However, because her looks are so outstanding and her talent is okay, Zhang Yixiang's popularity in the live broadcast room is quite okay. But soon, Zhang Yixiang noticed Ji Shangnan. Because her cell phone camera wasn't pointed at herself, Ji Shangnan's figure appeared right in the middle of her live broadcast. The moment they saw Ji Shangnan, the LSPs in the live broadcast room instantly couldn't sit still. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's so handsome, even in the shower I could only come close. Don't look at it. Anchor, I'm afraid you'll be moved. Anchor, hang in there. Mom says the better looking you are, the more scum you are. Anchor, you're mine. You're not allowed to look at another man. It's over. My wife is so beautiful. Her enemies are all over the world. Ji Shangnan had originally walked extremely slowly. Zhang Yixiang wasn't fast either. The two were facing each other again, so it was a quick run-in. Those who watched Zhang Qianxiang's live broadcast were not all buddies. There were quite a few girls too. I couldn't see much just now because of the light. It was about to come face to face at this point, so Ji Shangnan's entire side face appeared on the air. Not to mention Ji Shangnan, whose entire aura was like a different person now because he had learned the Wudong heart technique. Even if it was the previous Ji Shangnan, that was indeed a school bully level. So looking at all the pop-ups, almost all of them were discussing Ji Shangnan. Zhang Yixiang also couldn't help but curiously survey Ji Shangnan, which expected that in the next second, Ji Shangnan suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Yixiang. Looking at Zhang Yixiang, he slowly smiled. Pretty girl, are you crossing the street alone? Zhang Yixiang nodded, out of politeness and the fact that Ji Shangnan was indeed too handsome. So Zhang Yixiang froze for a moment, but still returned. Yeah, what a coincidence. I crossed the street alone too. Zhang Yixiang, how dangerous it is to cross the street alone. Why don't I carry you across? Zhang Yixiang, that's the default. Without saying a word, Ji Shangnan directly picked up Zhang Yixiang by the waist and crossed the sidewalk before the red light came on. This scene came out, and the audience in the live broadcast room instantly became taut. That's how I got H. Pylori, upstairs. I believed you. I'm just now getting out of the detention center. I tried it and got violently beaten up by her boyfriend. If he doesn't know them, I'll eat 10 hockeys alive. You two stand still. Where's my Italian gun? You two come down to State Route 318 and I'll give you both some gifts. Is there something wrong with these two? I was so focused on practicing love, I forgot to fix you two. On the side of the road, Ji Shangnan put Zhang Yixiang down as if nothing had happened. Zhang Qianxiang was dumbfounded, looking at Ji Shangnan in front of her. The brain went blank and completely lost the ability to think. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Being a crunchy college student at school, she has been courted by countless people because she is pretty, though, but Zhang Yixiang, who didn't have any relationship experience, when had she ever been so close to a strange man? A pretty face directly reddened to the ears. If Ji Shangnan was ugly he could still call the police, but Ji Shangnan was just too handsome. It's almost like your fantasy Prince Charming. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Zhang Qianxiang, who was still in a state of confusion, was pulled back to reality by Ji Shangnan's inexplicable countdown, was about to ask what he meant, but as one came out of Ji Shangnan's mouth, in the next second, a loud bang came. Zhang Yixiang subconsciously followed the direction Ji Shangnan was looking, and the direction from which the loud noise came looked over. Bang! The loud noise came at the same time. The two just passed by on the sidewalk. The road suddenly collapsed on a massive scale. The image was like a doomsday sci-fi movie. Dozens of cars, and a dozen pedestrians. In an instant, he was swallowed up by the large hole that had caved out of the road. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, and the road is still collapsing, until a giant hole the size of a basketball court appeared in front of the crowd. The rumbling inside the cave continued unabated. Faintly it seemed that screams could still be heard coming from it, and the sound of an explosion coming from the car that fell in after it spontaneously combusted. Fires fluttered from time to time in the darkness of the huge cave. It was as if it were a sheet of alien creatures that chose to be eaten. Ji Shangnan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Qianxiang, on the other hand, had her pupils shrink violently. A sudden realization hit. If it wasn't for this handsome guy who just hugged himself and came over quickly, at your own speed, attention is still completely focused on the phone. No need to think. 100% of yourself will fall into this giant hole that collapsed out. It doesn't take much to figure out what happens then. It's a certain death. Originally, Zhang Yishan was preparing to cross the street. Count the time. If it wasn't for the speed of this handsome man, at the rate he was going, then, he should, by now, still be on the sidewalk. A great afterthought struck instantly. So he's counting down to a road collapse? But how is that possible? Chapter 7. Disasters are always one step behind me. Zhang Qianxiang took a deep breath, still in shock. And this scene was also watched by the viewers of the live broadcast. Asterisk. Is this a disaster movie set? Is this real or am I just seeing things? Asterisk. This even saves money on a trip to the funeral home for cremation. No, did any of you notice that the wife said something about crossing the street earlier? Asterisk. I remembered when you said that. There is such a thing. So that handsome guy wasn't molesting our wives, but saving them? No, molestation doesn't contradict saving. He saved our wives, but he did molest our wives too. The hatred of wife-taking is not to be shared, even though Ji Shangnan had known about the natural disaster in advance. But look at the scene in front of you like the scene of a big production disaster movie. It was also staggering. As for Zhang Yishan, she was now scared silly. All I could think about was, did I just get my life back? This handsome guy saved my life? Though the way I was saved was a bit unbelievable. At this point, except for the two parties involved and the viewers of the live broadcast, even the pedestrians passing by looked at this scene with shocked faces. It's a good thing I didn't cross the street earlier. It's a good thing I just walked fast. Luckily, I was so focused on the unique way of crossing the street with this handsome man and beautiful woman that I forgot to cross the street. Luckily, but where this wasn't okay, now I'm afraid I won't even be able to find the body. So much so that a number of people who survived. At this moment, the gaze that looked toward Ji Shangnan unexpectedly carried an endless stream of grateful tears. Ji Shangnan was the first to come back to his senses, because he realized that after he protected the flowers of his country, it's kind of changing the fate of the flowers of our country. That's why Brother Unity sent warmth in time. He has another conversion point. In other words, the current Ji Shangnan already had 2 transformation points. Looking at the stunned Zhang Yishang in front of him, Ji Shangnan once again made a movement of his mind. Name, Zhang Xiangxiang. Age, 18. Occupation, school student. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, painting, convertible, singing, convertible. Favorability, 65 out of 100. Already passed. Can be added as a friend. Special circumstances, none. Zhang Yishang's personal information has, indeed, changed. There's one more piece of information besides that special circumstance that's gone. That's the good feeling message. This was because when Ji Shangnan first checked Zhang Yishang's personal information, this favorability did not appear. I didn't realize I had this extra item after carrying her across the street. No, it should be after she saved her life herself. But soon, Ji Shangnan was puzzled. So what does this addable as a friend mean? Brother Unicorn has only been here for a day. Many of the features were not clear to Ji Shangnan. I don't know if this so-called buddy refers to reality, or if it's just archived in the system like the game. Unable to figure it out, Ji Shangnan simply didn't bother thinking about it. Then focus on the 2 specialties that Zhang Yishan could transform. One is painting, one is singing. These 2 specialties aren't much of a spawn though, but one has 2 conversion points now. Haven't tried what happens after conversion. Ji Shangnan decided to try it first. The thing doesn't seem too difficult to acquire for the time being anyway. Pretty much the same as giving it away for free. Solely and no more ink. With a thought, he directly transformed Zhang Yishan's painting skill. Soon, Ji Shangnan shuddered. A huge sea of information instantly surged towards the mind. From the ancient times and then the Renaissance. From abstraction to impressionism. From ink landscapes to realistic oil paintings. All about painting. It was mastered in a flash. That feeling, It's like men don't have to learn. They're just born with hemming and hawing, along with instantly mastering the skill of painting after. Ji Shangnan also instantly came to his senses. He dared to be certain. His own painting skills were transformed from Zhang Shifuka's though, but it definitely far exceeds Zhang Yishang. Zhang Yishang guessed that at best, he could only do a sketch or something. Brother Tuzi is awesome. Just transform one of the specialties of others. Brother Unicorn add you directly to the ceiling level but it seems like dead things don't work so well. For example, the crippled Wodong heart technique that he had previously learned at Bai Jie's house. Tuzco just didn't make up the whole thing, though it may seem like Ji Shangnan has done a lot of things, but it was really just a minute or two. With the arrival of the traffic police, Zhang Yishang also finally snapped out of her state of hindsight. He just couldn't help but look at Ji Shangnan in front of him again. The eyes were extremely complicated. Zhang Yishang, who had escaped from death, frowned slightly. A deep breath was taken before he finally spoke again. Thank you. Whatever way Ji Shangnan had saved her, but it saved her in the end. Then life. Let's just get hugged a little bit. Anyway, he's so handsome he doesn't lose out himself. You're welcome. Ji Shangnan shrugged. A bemused face returned. Only these words fell on Zhang Yishang's ears. Zhang Yishang however instantly froze again, because Ji Shangnan's answer came out of his mouth completely without thinking. What does that mean? Meaning Ji Shangnan would have known about the road collapse, and even knew he would die for it. Zhang Xiesheng snapped to attention. Before the disaster, after being carried across the road by Ji Shangnan himself, Ji Shangnan then stood on the curb and started the countdown. When he counted to 1, disaster struck instantly. But, does that make sense? Is this scientific? Is the end of science really metaphysics? Is it true that disaster is always one step behind me? Zhang Qianxian's eyes widened. How could I not believe what I was thinking? How could anyone in this world really be able to predict the future? But what if he can't see the future? Then how did he know there would be a disaster here? How did he know I was going to cross the street? Thinking of this, Zhang Yishan felt that her small brain was completely inadequate. It's like it's harder to understand than calculus. Shaking his little brain vigorously, Zhang Qianxiang raised her head to look at Ji Shangnan once again. You know what I thank you for? Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth. I know, but I just hugged you, so let's call it even. Zhang Yishan, don't look at me like that. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. It's my duty to protect the flowers of the motherland. Besides, if I really told you that there's a disaster here later and you're going to die here, could you believe me? While I could have delayed you a bit to save you as well, I felt the need to impress you. Next time you cross the street, remember to stop playing with your cell phone and watch the road. Chapter 8 Worship. Don't you think so, Zhang Shixiang? The beautiful maiden Zhang Yixiang, who had already been frozen in time, when he heard Ji Shangnan's last words, uncontrollably and violently shocked. The pupils were instantly dilated. First, because she suddenly felt that what Ji Shangnan said made sense. A random person is crossing the street when suddenly a man stops you and tells you that a disaster is coming and you will die in the midst of this disaster. I guess no one would even believe it, right? Meet the not-so-tempered ones, like the kawaii Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm afraid I'm just going to have to break into a rage. Of course, there are milder ways, like pretending to ask for directions or something. Doing so does also save you from missing that green light and avoiding disaster, but it really doesn't leave much of an impression doing so. Next time you cross the street, odds are that you should be on your cell phone or you will be on your cell phone. Although such a disaster is a small probability event, being carried across the street by a handsome stranger is humiliating though. But it does stick with you for the rest of your life, doesn't it? Not to mention the untouched Zhang Yishan. Change it to any woman. Being carried across the street by such a handsome Ji Shangnan, it'll all be remembered for the rest of your life, right? What's more, it looks like it now. This handsome man was really only doing this to save himself. He could have just acted like he didn't know anything about it. Of course, Zhang Qianxiang wasn't shocked by this. The only thing she was truly shocked by was Ji Shangnan's last sentence. That is, one does not know this handsome man. Self-contemplation has never even been seen. Definitely met for the first time today. He had never told him his name himself. He actually knew his name? How did he know? Zhang Qianxiang's good-looking eyes were filled with question marks inside. It was a long time before he finally came back to his senses. How about adding a green bubble? I'll buy you dinner as a thank you for saving my life? Ji Shangnan nodded. Adding a green bubble is fine. Buying dinner is even better. The two then added green bubbles. Ji Shangnan once again glanced at the personal information about Zhang Yixiang. We found that Zhang Yixiang's personal information has changed again. The friendable one in there has disappeared. But it does make it clear that this refers to adding real-life social software. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, only he has Tuzco. It's not like everyone has a unicorn. On top of that, the good feelings have spiked again. From 65 out of 100 in the beginning, it's gone to 85 out of 100. Seeing this, Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. It was only a few minutes before and after. How did the favorability level go up by 20 points all of a sudden? It's true that you can't guess what's in a girl's mind. You can't understand even if you guess. After adding the green bubbles, Ji Shangnan wasn't going to delay much longer here. Anyway, with the contact information, there's no worry about seeing each other in the future. Seeing Ji Shangnan turn around and leave, Zhang Yishan suddenly froze. Subconsciously, she went after him and pulled on Ji Shangnan's coat. Wait. Ji Shangnan's footsteps slowed down, and without looking back, he asked, "What's wrong? Something else?" Zhang Yishan once again froze and simply went straight off the air. "You're at least a school beauty queen." Usually, there were not 100, but 80 people around who pursued them. It's the first time I've seen such a cold man. It's true that men are all big piggies. I'd like to ask, how did you know my name is Zhang Shifted Fragrance? Ji Shangnan turned back to him and asked rhetorically with a snarky look on his face. Why don't you guess? Zhang Yishan's small mouth deflated and pulled Ji Shangnan's arm and shook it. I'm not a child. Let me guess. Just tell me. Qi Shangnan. Done. No wonder they say pampered women are the best. Faced with this level of beauty spilling her guts, even the gods can't carry it. Just tell me, how did you know people were going to cross the street? How did you know there was going to be a disaster on the road? How do you know people's names? How do you know? Stop. It's true that this little ninny is good looking. If only she were a mute. I figured it out. Ji Shangnan made up an excuse off the top of his head. Couldn't just tell him he was a wall hanging anyway. I didn't think the little ninny would believe it, which I didn't expect the little ninny to be skeptical for just a second. The next second, the question continued. Wow, you're awesome. You can tell fortunes, and you can do the math so well? I've been learning tarot cards from my roommate for a month and I haven't learned. Will you teach me? If you can't, then can you count something else for me? Stop. Ji Shangnan surrendered. Count. I count. I'll count it for you now. Sure enough, the emotional value given by young girls is just unbeatable. If this were an old lady, let's not even talk about believing it or not. I'm afraid I'll just throw a blank stare. Zhang Qianxiang, 18 years old, college student, 1.73 meters in height, weight 51 kilograms. Hobbies include painting and singing. I haven't had a boyfriend since I was a kid, but I'm about to start. With Ji Shangnan's flurry, he told all the personal information he saw about Zhang Yishan. Zhang Qianxiang's mouth directly closed. An oily feeling of terror instantly struck. Why is he so sick? Is this something that can be calculated? It definitely took a long time of stalking and even spying on yourself to realize that, right? But he has never had a boyfriend, so secretive things cannot know. It's even more unlikely that anyone would know their own weight. Well, no one knows how much you weigh but yourself. Don't you know that a girl's weight is the most private thing? At the thought of this, Zhang Yishan was even more shocked, because it shows that Ji Shangnan is not a pervert. He didn't follow himself, nor did they investigate themselves, much less spying on myself. Did he really do the math? Wow, is he really that good? At this very moment, Zhang Qianxiang's eyes were already full of little stars. That's a lot cooler than knowing any tarot cards or horoscopes or whatever. Without realizing it, the simple Zhang Yishan had already begun to worship Ji Shangnan. Along with that, his favorability towards Ji Shangnan soared once again. Actually getting to 85 is enough to qualify as a fangirl. With the good feeling spiking again, the Ji Shangnan in Zhang Yishan's eyes was simply the embodiment of the perfect male god. Not only can you save your life in a pinch, and so handsome, the most crucial thing was even remembering the scene just now when he turned around without hesitation after adding the green bubbles. In Zhang Yishan's heart, her turned into this man cannot even move for my beauty. It's definitely something you can commit to for life. So secure, boyfriendly. Chapter 9, One Blood. Looking at Zhang Yishan staring at herself with her eyes full of little stars, Ji Shangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth. He did not check Zhang Yishan's personal information again, so it was also unknown that Zhang Yishan's favorability towards him had soared once again. Believe it? Always believed, never questioned. Zhang Yishan nodded fiercely, tilted her head, and returned toward Ji Shangnan. You're really, 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 really super awesome. So you were counting on me crossing the street at that point in time? So you also calculated that there would be a disaster at that point in time? You stopped me on purpose and then carried me across the street to actually save me, didn't you? Aren't I smart? Hey! By this time, Zhang Qianxiang had complete faith in Ji Shangnan. Smart? If you're so smart, then shouldn't you know that your mom and dad should be worried about you if you don't go back at this hour? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Facing this kind of innocent girl who was not deeply involved in the world, Ji Shangnan did not dare to treat her like Baijia. After all, The third rule of Ji Shangnan's life is, don't miss the good girls, don't let the bad girls go. Reaching out, he stroked Zhang Yixiang's small brain in a doting manner. Although Zhang Yixiang was over 5 feet 7 inches, not to mention putting it in a girl, even if it was in a boy, it wasn't too short. However, Ji Shangnan was 6 foot 3, so Zhang Yixiang was still a head shorter than him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yixiang, who had never had intimate contact with any member of the opposite sex, in the face of Ji Shangnan reaching out to touch his head, surprisingly, he didn't dodge at all, just blinked as if he were a somewhat flattered cat. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment as well. Gritting his teeth, he decided to leave anyway. What do you expect? Just half a step out. Ji Shangnan then stopped. It's not because he doesn't want to go anymore and regrets it. Rather, it was because it was tugged by Zhang Shixiang behind him. Looking behind him, Zhang Yixiang, who had her head lowered, her face red, just silent, tugging at her arm. Ji Shangnan was about to speak. Suddenly, Zhang Yixiang was heard muttering in a small voice, "I'm an orphan, Qi Shangnan." "What the, Tatsuko? Why didn't you give me such crucial information?" Sighing helplessly, a human being is not a grass or a tree. Not to mention Ji Shangnan, who is a great lover, who is in love everywhere, and who is a professional piano tuner. Stopping in his tracks, he returned to Zhang Shixiang's side. "So what do you mean? I'll give you a ride back to school?" Zhang Qianxiang shook her head and didn't say anything. Only the little head was lower, the pretty face redder. "You want to come home with me?" Zhang Yixiang nodded and remained silent. Only the little head was lower, the pretty face redder. Qi Shangnan. How the hell does that work? But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, school seemed to be closed at this hour. She couldn't go back to school even if she wanted to. As for going to a hotel, people are orphans. Where did you get the money to open a hotel? Even if you had the money, you wouldn't be able to afford it. It's true, it's just not the same when you've opened up a wall-hanging life. Hungry? This time, Zhang Yixiang raised her head and nodded fiercely once again. "So what do you want to eat?" Ji Shangnan looked around. Most of the restaurants were already closed at this hour. "Hot and spicy. I know a hot and spicy place that's great." Qi Shangnan. "You didn't just say you'd take me to dinner just now. Did you mean you're going to treat me to spicy hot pot?" "Sure enough, it's better for a girl to be 18. An 18-year-old girl, you treat her to a bowl of spicy hot pot and she'll be satisfied. She could be happy as a clam if you put another chicken leg on her." The older woman. "You just buy her a bag and you don't even see her dying for you." No one is ever 18. Though, but there's always someone 18. The big deal is not to keep changing the 18. It's like discovering the point of life. "What's wrong? You don't like spicy hot food?" Seeing Ji Shangnan silent and in deep thought, Zhang Yixiang asked cautiously and tentatively. "No, come on then, it just so happens that my car is parked right next to it." Ji Shangnan took Zhang Qianxiang, picked up the car, followed the location she pointed out, and took her to eat spicy hot pot. After eating, sure enough, Zhang Yixiang happily danced around like a little kid. It's good to be young. Ji Shangnan sighed, took Zhang Yixiang back home. Day 2. The living room of Ji Shangnan's house. Table. Zhang Yixiang sat across from Ji Shangnan with a blushing face, her head lowered, and ate her breakfast. Only a pair of eyes that were as bright as a starry sky was sneaking glances at Ji Shangnan from time to time. It's already the next day though, but last night was still like a dream. Zhang Yixiang, who woke up at this time, was still in a bit of a trance. She felt as if she didn't even recognize herself anymore. "I never thought I would have such a crazy moment, but if we let her do it again, odds are you'd still make the same choice yourself without hesitation, right?" At this moment, Ji Shangnan was pretending to eat, but in reality, he was once again looking at Zhang Yixiang and opened Zhang Yixiang's personal information interface. Qi tried it last night. There is no way for one to view someone else's information if it is not in one's line of sight. As Ji Shangnan's mind moved, Zhang Yixiang's personal message instantly surfaced. Name, Zhang Xiangxiang. Age, 18. Occupation, school student. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, already in love. Personal specialties, painting, converted. Singing, convertible. Favorability, 99 out of 100. Special circumstances, none. Basically nothing has changed from yesterday. Only 2 pieces of information changed. The first is a change in relationship status. The second one is a change in favor. Looking at this just shy of full favorability, Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Where is that bit buttoned up? Ji Shangnan didn't understand. Ji Shangnan couldn't figure it out. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yixiang's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yixiang was in front of Ji Shangnan, put the phone directly on the table, then pressed the outside voice. "Pick up the phone." Ji glanced at Nan. The name on the phone memo is BFF. "Zhang Yixiang, are you alive? How come the phone hasn't been working all night? I'm going to call the police if I can't reach you again." Zhang Yixiang hurriedly swallowed the bun in her mouth. "That's before returning. I'm fine. I'll talk to you at school later. Can't explain it in a few words. Okay, you should hurry back to school. There's a class with a demonist today. Well, I'm going back to school soon. Do. Hanging up the phone. Only then did Zhang Yishang raise her head and look at Ji Shangnan. I'm done eating. I'm going back to school. I think. When Ji Shangnan saw Zhang Yishang swallowing, he couldn't help but raise his hand and rub her little brain. Okay, I know what you're going to say. Casually pulling out a napkin, he helped Zhang Shishan wipe the remaining grease stains at the corners of her mouth. That stuff taken. Let's go. I'll take you back to school. For the Zhang Yishang in front of him, who had taken one blood by himself, Ji Shangnan that the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Zhang Qinxiang saw that Ji Shangnan didn't even need to finish his own words to guess what he wanted to say. Unable to help but look at Ji Shangnan again with eyes full of little stars of adoration, then nodded heavily. The two men picked up their backpacks one by one. One picked up the car keys, and out the door together. Ji Shangnan sent Zhang Qianxiang to the school gate, but he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they say there are a lot of beautiful women in this conservatory. Anyone who sees one at random is considered to be high quality. Even if you can't see the beauty, look at the cars in front of the school. The next best thing is the BBA series. There's even no shortage of those limited edition global super luxury cars. Those who don't know think this is some kind of car show site. Ji Shangnan's car was, in turn, extremely conspicuous within these cars. Don't say it's a 9-hander, even if it is a new car. Ji Shangnan's this car here that is the bottom of the list, though so. But when Zhang Qianxiang got down from Ji Shangnan's car, it still draws countless attention. After all, Zhang Yishang, even if he was placed in this school of beautiful women, that face is definitely considered to be top-notch as well. Within these glances, even many of them were hostile. Chapter 10, Buying Books. Zhang Qianxiang got out of the car and walked a few steps before suddenly stopping. Then he turned around again and ran back to the window of Ji Shangnan's car. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yishang knocked on the car window. Ji Shangnan slowly lowered the window. Uncle, I only have one class this morning. Can you pick me up from school later? Good. Ji Shangnan nodded. Zhang Yishang suddenly came over and kissed Ji Shangnan on the face like a dragonfly. Then with a pretty red face she turned and ran into the school. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. He really didn't want to be too high profile. There were not a few people around who hated their guts at this point. Others don't know this, but this group of people who specialize in finding college girls know it all too well. Zhang Yishang is the school beauty of this music academy, or the notoriously high-strung schoolgirl. Iceberg beauty. How many people go through all this trouble only to have people not even look at them in the eye? How could I have expected to be taken down by this kid now? And Gao Lingxiao even kissed him so actively? Am I hallucinating? Ji Shangnan touched the cheek that was still warm. Feeling the murderous stares from all directions, he pulled at the corners of his mouth. Not afraid of it, but I don't want to make trouble. After all, he is now a hanging wall. How can time be wasted on ordinary people? So one foot on the gas and away from this place of wrongdoing. About a few minutes later, Ji Shangnan stopped the car. The School of Music is just one of the faculties of this university, so there are a lot of stores near the school. Of course, the most common thing near a university is a hotel. All price points are available. In addition to the hotel, there are a number of places to eat and drink. Ji Shangnan's attention was not on these things. Instead, they stopped in front of a bookstore. Getting out of the car, Ji Shangnan walked inside. The bookstore was cold and largely empty. It's true, college students have a wide range of interests, except for not being bookworms. Ever since I saw the mutilated Wudong heart technique hit by Jia's place yesterday, Ji Shangnan has just been dying to get his hands on the book again. For by Jia, Ji Shangnan only treats it as a casual encounter. After all, the two people do not even have contact information, a rare tacit understanding between adults. It's only needed when it's needed. Hello sir, what can I get you? The front desk eyeglasses girl was civilized and asked with a smile. Ji Shangnan looked back. I'll just take a look around. You go about your business. Yes, sir. Ji Shangnan resisted the urge to check the glasses girl's personal information and walked towards the inside of the bookstore. After all, it's a bookstore that opened near a university, so there's not much in there in the way of 3-year simulations and 5-year high school exams and books like that. The most common are some social science books, and some novels. There was also some stationery, such as some kind of drawing paper, drawing boards, brushes, various musical instruments for music students, and so on. After turning around, Ji Shangnan stopped in front of the sports bookshelf. Looking at the books on sports in front of him, Ji Shangnan's eyes lit up. Beginner to master high jump, beginner to master long jump, beginner to master cartwheel, detailed explanation of 108 poses in gymnastics. I wonder if any of this will show anything useful. If it's possible, is it possible for me to learn lightness? Even if you can't do flying over water, it's not bad to be as light as a swallow. Unfortunately, this is a bookstore, so it's really not convenient to practice. Never mind, let's buy it back first. Ji Shangnan thought about it for a while and simply decided to buy them all and bring them home to look at them again. The cheapest things these days are books. A large number of bookstores have gone out of business and books are sold by the pound. Even ebooks, because of the byte entry, are given a straight dry run for free, so that's a dead end for writing a book these days. Writing a book that's not even for dogs. Look at how extremely similar the titles of the books are obtained even for such specialized books. It's all about what it takes to go from beginner to master. Ji Shangnan sighed while starting to take books from the shelf. In one fell swoop, I picked up all the action-related books. There are probably as many as 1 or 2 dozen books. Ji Shangnan even found some martial arts-related books from it. It's just not easy to practice right now and I don't know if it's true or not. Carrying a stack of books straight to the front desk, he set them on the bar. The glasses girl at the bar looked on in awe. This dude is so handsome. I didn't realize he was studying physical education. What a waste. Hello sir, our bookstore is having an event right now. You can get 20% off for over 1,000. After the bar glasses girl scanned the books, she once again looked at Ji Shangnan. You are now spending a total of $897.60. Just a little bit more. Oh. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Suddenly I remembered a very popular short video. A woman goes to a barbershop for a perm and charges $165. Asked the barbershop owner to take $5 less, and after much persuasion the owner just wouldn't agree. Say something about small businesses not making money and that you can't get 20% off until you're 200 or more. So the woman picked up a bottle of shampoo and asked him how much it cost. The owner said $35. The woman said okay, now just $200. 20% discount is $106. The woman gave $106, took the shampoo and left, leaving the boss in the wind. Though Ji Shangnan, being a hanging wall, didn't care about this small amount of money, but wouldn't it be idiotic not to eat what's served to you? So Ji Shangnan once again returned to the bookshelf. Unfortunately, I really didn't find any more books to buy this time around. Finally, out of the corner of my eye I saw those drawing boards, paper and brushes. Why don't you just buy some back? After all, you're considered a painter yourself now. Even if you don't want to paint it yourself, you can give it to Zhang Yixiang. With that thought in mind, Ji Shangnan directly took a bunch of painting stuff, finally got enough for $1,000 and the final payment was $800, with a whole bunch of stuff thrown right into the back seat of the nine-handed bully. Jussie, I'm out of class. See you at the school gate. Just after sitting in the car, his cell phone received a message from Zhang Yixiang. Good. Ji Shangnan returned a good word. Start the car and drive towards the school entrance. The entrance to the school at noon seemed quite cold, probably only lively at night. Zhang Qianxiang got into the car and quickly saw what was in the back. Wow, uncle, are these for me? Qi Shangnan. Well, although it was to make up for the full price, though it wasn't bought specifically for you either. But you said so. Wow, uncle, how can you be so nice to me? I'm going to sketch you when I get back later. Qi Shangnan. Good. Is there a possibility that your drawing is not as good as mine? Only Ji Shangnan didn't say it out loud. That kind of emotional value isn't something anyone can give. Maybe when Zhang Yixiang grows up a bit more, she won't be able to enjoy it. Along the way Zhang Yixiang continued to be like a lark, even if Ji Shangnan many times simply nodded without even speaking. But Zhang Yixiang continued to talk happily. Chapter 11 is great. Home at last. Zhang Yixiang immediately set up the drawing board with gusto and took out the brushes, then let Ji Shangnan sit in the front. Uncle, I want to start a live broadcast. Is that okay? It's okay. Ji Shangnan shrugged indifferently. Only what Ji Shangnan didn't know was, Zhang Yixiang just wants to earn more money to live on. Although he was an orphan, he had supported himself for so many years. She was with Ji Shangnan, and she wasn't trying to get Ji Shangnan's money. After all, Ji Shangnan looked nothing but handsome. Doesn't look like a rich man either. The car is an old car from I don't know how many hands. The place to live is also just a one-bedroom rental, at least compared to the rich kids who pursue them. Ji Shangnan is already considered poor, but it's because Ji Shangnan is so handsome. So Zhang Yixiang didn't want to miss this opportunity. As the live broadcast opened, Zhang Yixiang also officially started sketching for Ji Shangnan. Guys, shake the man. The wife's on. Wow, isn't that the handsome guy from yesterday? I remember that too. That's the handsome guy who carried my wife across the street yesterday. Ha, that's not right. Why doesn't my wife seem to be at school? Where is she? Asterisk. This isn't going to be at the dude's house. The sky is falling. Guys, my wife's living with a hot guy. As Zhang Yixiang's live broadcast opened, many old viewers instantly came online. Just seeing Zhang Yixiang in the same room with Ji Shangnan, they have said that they want to knife Ji Shangnan. Only the two parties involved. Neither of them paid any attention to the pop-ups. The clock is ticking. Finally, Zhang Yixiang had finished painting. Ji Shangnan walked over and took a look at it, and it could only be considered moderate. And this is taking too long, at least half an hour. Is the drawing good? Zhang Yixiang asked with her hands propped up on her little head, looking at Ji Shangnan with an expectant face. It's okay, do you want to improve your drawing? Ji Shangnan rubbed Zhang Yishang's small brain, and a ghostly cry once again came from the live broadcast water friends. Wow, Jussie, can you draw too? How come you're so multi-talented? Slightly, Ji Shangnan smiled faintly while signaling Zhang Yishang to sit next to him. Then he took a sheet of drawing paper and placed it on the drawing board without further ado. Ji Shangnan wasn't actually trying to show off his skills, just wanted to try out how the painting skills converted from Zhang Yishang were. Speaking of which, this was Ji Shangnan's first time drawing. With the moment the brushes picked up, the knowledge of sketching came to mind. Instantly, the writing is as good as it gets. The 2B pencil flew across the drawing paper like a snake. It was less than 3 minutes before and after. Zhang Yishang just instantly jumped off the page. Lifelike. Painted. Ji Shangnan put down his brush. Zhang Qianxiang was instantly stunned. Painted. How long has it been? Painted in less than a tenth of my time? It must be a sketch. Zhang Yishang cocked her head with a look of disbelief. The look froze instantly. I can't believe you can draw so well. 2 or 3 minutes. Just finish sketching people, and draw better than me? Not only Zhang Yishang. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room have also been stunned. Zhang Yishang reversed the camera when Ji Shangnan picked up the brush, for not sitting at a distance, but sitting next to Ji Shangnan. So the camera on the live feed was aimed directly at them as well as the drawing board. So it wasn't just Zhang Qianxiang who was stunned. Everyone in the live broadcast was stunned at this point. Less than 3 minutes? That's faster than what I had. Even if it's short. How can you draw so much? How can we live with such a handsome and talented man? How can we live? I'd love to say something, but I'm uneducated, so I'll just have to walk around with As Ji Shangnan finished drawing, the number of people in the live broadcast room at this time also increased. And what Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yishang didn't know, it was not far from their rental house at this point, a street-side diner. There was a middle-aged man who looked about 40 or so, eating noodles with a haggard face and a lowered head. The man was only about 40, but he was so dusty and gray-haired that he looked very old and haggard. But just as he lowered his head to eat his noodles, he suddenly looked up. A glimmer of hope suddenly erupted from the otherwise lifeless eyes, staring up at a young man next to himself. And that young man was holding his cell phone at the moment, watching Zhang Yishang's live broadcast. It was so shocking that it resulted in shoving the noodle right up my nose. But because of this, the young man realized that the older man next to him was staring at him, not without a frown. What are you looking at? The middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and explained. Boy, I'm sorry, it's like this. My son was abducted by traffickers when he was 3 years old. I've been looking for him for over 20 years. He's about your age now. That's why I didn't hold back from seeing more young guys your age. I'm so sorry. The boy froze as he wiped the noodles from his nostrils. There are a lot of stories about family searching these days. I didn't think I'd meet one for a noodle dinner. Seeing this, the sentence "try looking at it again" was swallowed hard. I see. Then I hope Uncle finds it sooner. The boy was going to eat and leave, but suddenly something came to mind. The other day I was watching a CCTV program called something like Strongest Brain. There's a very good detective who draws accurate portraits of people with just a few words. Even childhood photos can be restored to look decades later. At that thought, the lad suddenly looked up at the older man. Uncle, I assume you have a picture of your son when he was little? The older man sighed and nodded. There's only one very blurry picture from when he was 100 days old. The young man sniffed, before continuing. Jussie, I just saw an anchor drawing at a high level. I've heard that some great painters can draw portraits of people by simply describing them. Why don't you go find the anchor? Maybe that picture you're holding. He can look at it and draw the appearance of your son in 20 years? The older man couldn't help but light up when the young man's words hit the floor. Though it is also known that there is little hope, but any hint of a chance, that's a huge hope for him. If you could really draw your son's current appearance, the chances of finding it would be 1,000,000 times greater. His son has been his only spiritual support to live. Over these 20 years, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, he wouldn't miss it. Thank you. Where is that anchor live? What's the name? He's shaking the live. Come on, I'll share it with you. Chapter 12, Twists and Turns. Ji Shangnan put down his brush and glanced at Zhang Qianxiang, then at the sketch he had drawn. It's finally confirmed. The specialties that one transforms from others can be used not only, and more than others. Brother Tuzi is awesome. It's just this random show of hands, but it made the whole live broadcast skyrocket in popularity. All the water boys were stunned. Anchor, you're so good at drawing. Can you draw my ex-girlfriend for me? She's been dead for years. I miss her so much. It's sad to be your ex-girlfriend. You're either dead or disabled, right? As the crowd grew, so did the pop-ups. Ji Shangnan looked at the screen full of pop-ups and pulled the corner of his mouth. He was thinking of returning the live room to Zhang Yishang. Suddenly, a special effects gift that took up most of the screen popped up. Ji Shangnan didn't watch the live broadcast much though, but also know that this gift is a very expensive gift. Jitterbug Carnival. $3,000 a pop. Thanks to this, with the appearance of the gift, Zhang Yisheng also finally came back to her senses. While looking at the gift, the giver's ID subconsciously starts thanking, searching for family for 23 years. It was just that Zhang Yisheng hadn't even finished her sentence when the gift givers started sending out pop-ups. Anchor, I hear you're great at drawing. That's why I came over here specifically to ask for your help. My son was abducted at the age of 3, and I only have a picture of him at 100 days old. I've been looking for it for over 20 years and I haven't found it yet. Anchor, can you draw me a picture of my son right now? My son would be 25 now. Ji Shangnan was sitting in front of Zhang Yisheng's live cell phone, so the first thing I saw was a pop-up from the giver. When he saw these pop-ups, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It never occurred to me before that Unicorn could do something nice to help others. Now it seems as if it really could be. Although this person is not in front of him or her and he or she cannot see his or her personal information, I also wonder if helping him find his son will reward conversion points. But Ji Shangnan was also eager to try. Can you do it or not at your current level of drawing? Okay, I'll send me the picture in the background and I'll try it out. Okay, I'm sending it to you. The gift giver quickly sent the photo in the background. Only with this scene, the pop-ups in the broadcast room once again boiled over. Asterisk. Started working on the script? While I won't deny that this handsome guy is a great drawer, this is definitely a script. If they don't recognize it, I'll eat 20 Cantonese alive. We Cantonese are not good. We suggest you eat Hu Jianren. You guys knock it off. I'll give you 200. Honey, let me do one episode, okay? Zhang Yisheng frowned and was about to retort. Ji Shangnan, however, shrugged his shoulders, signaling that there was no need to take care of it, then opened a private message in the background. Sure enough, I saw the picture, only the photo looks blurry. The old yellowed photos are covered with the mottled traces of years left behind. A little chubby doll in the photo, wearing a flowery cotton jacket, with a rattle in his hand, sitting in a GA chair. Ji Shangnan swept a glance before looking at the live broadcast once again. Can you throw a picture of your son on the screen? Yes, I'm supposed to be looking for my family. Of course, although Ji Shangnan also knew that for the people who were looking for their relatives, they couldn't wait for the photos to get more exposure, but asked out of courtesy. After receiving an affirmative answer, Ji Shangnan also did not directly cast the photo screen in the live broadcast. As for those blacks and strings in the live broadcast, Ji Shangnan directly treated it as if he didn't see it. And next to him, Zhang Yisheng was already sitting upright now, looking at Ji Shangnan with a face full of adoration. Though Nori Shangnan hadn't started yet, but Zhang Yisheng had decided that he could. He must be able to. Zhang Yisheng even felt at this time that there was nothing in this world that Ji Shangnan couldn't do. Asterisk. You guys really don't say. This props team is kind of awesome. Such realistic old photos have been made? You're afraid you don't know the power of AI. All quiet. I'll just quietly watch this handsome man pretend to be a man. Stop cursing everyone. I'm really not a trustee. Just look at my homepage. It's been more than 20 years, and I wouldn't have believed that I could find my son through this method if I hadn't really had no other choice. I came to him as nothing more than a dead horse. With the person in question vocalizing, the pop-ups sure looked a little less black and stringy. Many people were curious and clicked on his avatar and went into his homepage to check it out. Fruity. His homepage has even been posting videos since the advent of shakeology, and the locations are almost all over the country. The theme of all the videos is finding family. At this point, there were already a number of blacks and strings converted to whites. After all, a script can't be laid out so many years in advance, but this is online. That's why there's never a shortage of keyboard warriors. But as Ji Shangnan began to paint, the figures on the drawing board are becoming more and more concrete. Another carnival dumped out of nowhere on the live feed. The pop-ups can only be colored because of a large gift. The first time it was seen by the anchor. So when this carnival dumped out, the gift givers are also rushing to start posting pop-ups. Asterisk. Anchor, why are you drawing me? As soon as the gift giver's pop-up appeared, the group of people who had just guessed the switch to white instantly turned pink to black again. Awesome. I've seen scripts before. I've never seen one with such twists and turns. Isn't this a million times better than those crooked-lipped Dragon King shorts? Are all anchors starting to roll like that now? For once, I'm 100% sure it's a ing too. If he's not a trustee, I'll eat 30 Cantonese alive. If you keep on eating, the Cantonese will all go extinct on your back. That's right. Can't you eat somewhere else? Can't you eat in Sichuan or Chongqing? How dare you eat that ing Southwest Tyrannosaurus Rex? And just as the pop-ups filled the sky, Ji Shangnan finally stopped. With Ji Shangnan stop, the second waterbender, who had given the gift earlier, couldn't sit still any longer. Asterisk. Isn't that me? Why did you draw me? Chapter 13. What's with the outfit? With the second gift-giving water user speaking, the live broadcast instantly exploded again. Asterisk. Have you guys noticed? Our love rival drew the same portrait as this avatar. show your ass. Next time you do a script, remember not to show Tor. That's right, at least don't show up so soon. With pop-ups flying all over the place, Zhang Yishuang's live broadcast is getting hotter and hotter. And even Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yishuang couldn't help but freeze after this highly dramatic scene. Don't say that the viewers of the live broadcast didn't believe it. Ji Shangnan couldn't believe it himself. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? It's not scripted. I know you don't believe me, but hold your horses. It wouldn't be hard to prove that it wasn't scripted. Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth and said as he looked at the live broadcast, "The friend who was looking for his family. Can you tell me where you are? I'm local to the area, specifically at the intersection of Changhua Avenue and Longzhui Road." Ji Shangnan nodded when he saw it. "Just wait for me. Just stand still for a second. The dude who said I drew you. Where are you?" "I'm on Changhua Avenue, too." He said, "It's close to me. What do you want?" As Ji Shangnan's two lines of questioning came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again exploded. With acting skills like that, why don't you go to Hollywood and stay here and be a little anchor? If I'm right, going by the script, it's a paternity test. It just so happens that I work at a paternity testing facility. So come over here and I'll see if you dare. Yeah, don't you say it's not a script? So go ahead. The results will be out soon anyway. If it's not scripted, I'll be your biggest fan from now on. More and more people are entering the live stream. ID that one is more talented than the other. But amongst all these assorted IDs, one extremely conspicuous ID appeared. Shanghai Public Security Bureau. The first time he saw the ID, Ji Shangnan thought it was a high-fashion imitation. Even many people thought the same way as Ji Shangnan. But when they clicked on the avatar of this ID to enter the homepage, they were instantly confused. This is surprisingly really official account. This is going to be a good one. I'm criminalizing this kid at first sight. Let you steal our wives. Arrest him. Watching this scene, Zhang Yishuang was a bit worried as she tightly held Ji Shangnan's hand. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, patted Zhang Yishuang's hand with a calm face, signaling that there was no need to worry. Ji Shangnan was about to open his mouth when Seeking Loved Ones was the one who hit the pop-up again. "I was the one who called the police because I thought it was a coincidence too. I was afraid that the chap who was drawn just now wouldn't believe me. So that's why I asked the police to go along for a paternity test." With this pop-up, the broadcast room was quite quiet. At first, I suspected that it was fine, but now that the police are here, I'm afraid that if I suspect it again, I'm going to be in trouble. So the water friends in the live broadcast room were all confused. Surprisingly, it's true. Not a trustee, not a script either, because there's no way the police are going to go along with the act. The identification has not yet begun. But at this point most people are already convinced. It's not just the people watching the live stream. At this moment, even Zhang Yishuang was stunned. Is this even true? In the face of countless questions, Ji Shangnan never said a word in his own defense. No one else knows, but Zhang Yishuang was very clear. This is her live feed. She's always been with Ji Shangnan. That's why she always trusted Ji Shangnan. It was just such a bizarre scene that it actually happened. It was just a moment of disbelief. Don't say it's not scripted, even if it really is staged. Who the hell could write a script like that? What's the point of having Marvel when you have this? Watching things seem to get bigger and bigger. If we keep this up, I'm afraid I'm going to be famous, even if they're not famous on the hot seat for sure. Ji Shangnan didn't want to waste too much time on this matter anymore. Since the police are here, let's leave this to the professionals and see you all later. Ji Shangnan's words landed on the ground, and he directly chose to close the live broadcast. As for whether or not the man was a true son, it was no longer within his power to manipulate. After all, there was only so much one could do. After closing the live broadcast, Ji Shangnan also very thoughtfully took a picture of his painted portrait. It was sent via a private message in the background to the man who had been searching for his family for over 20 years. Only then did he return the cell phone to Zhang Yishuang. "Uncle, that's off the air?" Zhang Yishuang received the cell phone in a daze and looked at Ji Shangnan with a look of disbelief. Ji Shangnan reached out and rubbed Zhang Yishuang's head. "Sometimes doing good isn't about fame and fortune. I've done what I can and the rest is up to them. Alright, clean up. I'll take you to a good meal. You haven't eaten yet." At this moment, Ji Shangnan's figure was instantly elevated countless times in Zhang Yishuang's heart. When she heard that she was going out to eat something delicious, Neisan's eyes instantly lit up. A little hungry indeed. After taking Zhang Yishuang to eat, Ji Shangnan sent Zhang Yishuang back to class. At noon, the entrance to the school was a little chilly. Maybe it's because there's not a lot of people. This time, after Zhang Yishuang got out of the car, she directly turned to the driver's side window, lightly kissed Ji Shangnan on the cheek. That's when he smiled and said, "Remember to pick me up from school at night." Without waiting for Ji Shangnan to reply, he turned around and ran towards the inside of the school. Ji Shangnan touched his cheek. Ji Shangnan was about to drive back to look at the books he had bought in the morning, but not before starting the car. Just saw a young man dressed like Big Bang, stepped out of a Ferrari, straight towards himself. Ji Shangnan frowned. thinking that this kid was here to pick a fight. Looking at this kid's outfit, Ji Xiangnan couldn't even find an adjective to describe it. You say people are punks, they drive Ferraris. You say he's rich, but he's dressed like a non-mainstream person. There's no air of rich people at all. Although Ji Xiangnan didn't know what model of Ferrari it was. But wouldn't that be a couple million, conservatively? Watching the man get closer and closer, Ji Xiangnan's frown was also getting tighter and tighter, because Qi Xiangnan snapped to attention. I think I saw that Ferrari when I sent Zhang Shuangxiang over to class in the morning. After all, it's a supercar, so it's still a bit impressive, especially since the supercar was ing pink. It's hard not to remember. It's just that I don't know this kid myself. What does he mean by that? Chapter 14, The Rich Kids. Finally, the oddball walked over to his car. Ji Xiangnan frowned as he surveyed the situation. You were waiting for me? It's fine if you have to say that. Something? Although Ji Xiangnan acted coldly, the other party had a warm smile on his face and extended his hand. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Zishuai. I want to make friends with you. As the saying goes, you can't reach for a smiley face, especially a smiley face in a Ferrari. Although Ji Xiangnan was not interested in money, the other party was so polite after all. So with only a slight hesitation, Ji Xiangnan also extended his hand to shake it. Ji Xiangnan, great name. Ji Xiangnan was eager to check his personal information though, but what Ji Xiangnan wanted more than anything else right now was to hurry back and see if those books he had bought were useful. Furthermore, Ji Xiangnan was now no longer afraid to check out a person when he saw one. After all, many people have personal experiences that are enough to upend normal people's views. Ji Xiangnan believed that if he saw anyone he checked, sooner or later one will go crazy. In the future, except for the important ones, there will be absolutely no messing around with checking if not necessary. Ji, let me get right to the point. I saw you drive the schoolgirl to school this morning. I just saw you drive the schoolgirl to school again. But don't get me wrong, I'm not a schoolgirl suitor. I just saw that noon broadcast you guys had. That's why I came here specifically to wait for you. My grandfather died very young. I never met my grandfather. He didn't even leave a picture. So I'd like to ask you to draw a portrait of my grandfather for me. Don't worry, I won't let you paint for nothing. Just name your price. Su Zishuai said while continuing to smile with a very sincere expression. Seeing that the person doesn't mean any harm, especially at that price you just name, Ji Xiangnan thought this kid was not bad, just like making friends with generous people. With this in mind, Ji Xiangnan finally checked the kid's personal information. Name, Su Zishuai. Age, 26. Occupation, rich kid. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 66 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, single. Personal assets, liquidity of $138,073.56. Fixed assets of 3 large flat floors and 1 villa and 3 luxury cars over $5 million. Personal specialties, driving a Ferrari with one hand, convertible, and wielding gold, convertible. Special case, an hour later, rushing to a party with friends, causing a car accident because of returning a friend's message. Seriously injured and in a coma. Waking up sterile. Ji Xiangnan looked at Su Zishuai's personal information in front of him. Couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. Since when is being a rich kid a profession? Can such a good career come to me in my next life? But when looking at the extra personal assets item, Ji Xiangnan, however, could not help but freeze. Not that I'm shocked the bastard has a lot of money. Rather, this one didn't seem to come out earlier. Is there a condition to trigger this item? For example, Bai Jie and Zhang Yisheng do not have this item in their personal information. Could this trigger condition be based on a small goal? Zhang Yisheng had no money so he didn't trigger. Paige is rich, but less than a small goal, so it doesn't trigger? Guess I'll have to try to see if that's the case sometime in the future. But anyway, this Su Zishuai in front of him couldn't even be described as a rich man anymore. Being worth over $100 million also depends on how it's done. Fixed assets are nothing. There aren't many in the country that have liquidity that can exceed $100 million. I'm afraid, even the famous entrepreneurs who are often on the hot seat, worth billions and billions of dollars. You really asked him to come up with $100 million in cash at once. They can't even always get it. This Su Zishuai don't look like he's dressed like a stick, but he's even rich to such an extent? Just now he himself suspected this one. It still seems like I've seen too little. It's true that you can't fathom the tastes of the rich. Speaking of which, this was by far the richest person Ji Xiangnan had ever met. Look at the 2 specialties that can be transformed. Ji Xiangnan became even more speechless. Driving a Ferrari with one hand is a ing specialty? Does that count as a specialty if I drive a 500 one-handed? Spending money is a specialty? Who doesn't know how to spend money? These 2 specialties are still convertible? What's even weirder is that this guy is so rich and he's still single, but it also proved that he wasn't the suitor of the school's flower Zhang Yisheng. Think of another famous rich kid. Netflix around you change as much as you walk around. The same are all second-generation rich. How can there be such a big difference in being a human being? The Su Zixuai in front of him was quite filial. Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan nodded. Okay, but I'm not free for a while. Add a contact. When I'm free I'll draw it for you. Hearing Ji Shangnan's promise, Su Zixuai hurriedly smiled and took out his cell phone. The two added down green bubbles. But helping your grandfather with his portrait can be done without any rush. There is one thing I should remind you of. Are you going to a party with your friends later? Ji Shangnan thought about it and decided to remind the kid. After all, the promise hasn't been made, has it? Yeah, a couple. How did you know? Su Zixuai froze for a moment and subconsciously asked. It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that you drive later and remember not to play with your cell phone or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. That's not exactly alarmist, is it? Can you lose your ing fertility and not regret it for the rest of your life? Ha! Su Zixuai was even more confused. Only without waiting for him to figure it out, Ji Shangnan had already disappeared from his sight with a kick of the gas. Ji Shangnan, who drove all the way towards his home, was preoccupied with the books he had bought back. But it's only been a few minutes since we drove out. The cell phone, however, suddenly rang. Since he was driving, Ji Shangnan directly answered the call with his intelligent voice. Hello, I'm from the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Ji Shangnan rolled his eyes and cursed, hanging up the phone directly. Can't crooks change their lines these days? Come up to the Public Security Bureau. Can't you just tax it? Couldn't the Commerce and Industry Bureau? Can't the Transportation Department? However, the phone had just hung up, and a few seconds later it rang again. Hello, I'm from the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Ji Shangnan cursed again and hung up the phone decisively. This crook is quite patient, and he even called a second time? Without waiting for Ji Xiangnan to think more, the phone rang again a few seconds later. Hello, I'm from the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Sick. Hang up again. This is going to be available for me to wool gather alone? Do I look like a retard? Is it easy to cheat? Only this time, the phone hung up and didn't call back. Ji Shangnan was relieved. Wait for the parking, and make sure you black out that phone number. However, Ji Shangnan quickly stopped the car, not to pull the plug on scam calls. Instead, they were forced to stop. Chapter 15. Ji Shangnan looked at the car in front of him that forced him to stop. He was tempted to curse, but hold back, because the car that forced him to stop was a police car. Watching this police car just pull up in front of his car, Ji Shangnan was confused. What the hell is going on here? He himself is a good citizen who abides by the law. What's the point of a police car pulling you over? Thinking about it suddenly came to mind. It seemed like I had just hung up several times in a row. Every time the other party said they were from the Public Security Bureau, they were immediately hung up on themselves. Not only did he hang up, but he cursed. Still haven't brought a duplicate every time. Ji Shangnan was thinking about it when the door of the police car opened. Then a pretty cop who looked to be about in her early 20s stepped out of the car. Just the expression looked a little weird. Didn't wait for Ji Shangnan to figure it out. The pretty cop had walked up to his car window. Raise your hands. Snap. Tapping on the car window. Ji Shangnan frowned and slowly opened the window. Hello, is this Key, Mr. Ji Shangnan? Ji Shangnan nodded. Sorry, excuse me. The beautiful police officer pointed at Ji Shangnan's co-pilot and continued to ask. The situation is a bit urgent. Can I get in the car and tell you more about it? Ji Shangnan nodded. The pretty cop walked around the front of the car to the passenger seat, pulled the door open, and got in. Then the police car in front of him that had forced him to stop slowly pulled away. Hello, Mr. Key. Here's the thing. I'm the guy who came into your live room at noon with an official number. The portrait you helped draw of the man who had been searching for his family for over 20 years was very accurate. After they had a paternity test, it was confirmed that they were indeed biological father and son. Hearing this, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but immediately after, he realized something was wrong. Excuse me, comrade policeman, I interrupt. Didn't you say the situation was urgent? If you've come to thank me, there's no need. I'm doing this just to feel a little bit of significance, not as a thank you. Besides, there's no need to make such a big deal out of thanking me and forcing me to stop. Is this the emergency you're talking about? Something's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Of course it's not about that, though we do appreciate the good work you're doing out there. But for calling you just now, when the beautiful policewoman said this, she couldn't help but give Ji Shangnan a sly glance. Only then did he continue. There was no way around it, which is why he chose to force you to stop. because we've got a case and we'd like to ask you a favor. Qi Shangnan. Every word was heard. It's all heard and understood. 2. But what does that mean? What do I care what you police do? How can I help? Only the beautiful police officer refused to say any more when she said this, just pointing in the direction. He told Ji Shangnan to hurry up and drive over there. We'll see when we get to the place. Ji Shangnan had wanted to refuse. This himself just wants to go home and read a book in peace. Why is there so much going on? It never ends? First, there was the odd rich kid, Su Zishui, and now a pretty cop? Can I refuse? With this thought, Ji Shangnan simply looked directly at the beautiful police officer on the passenger side, checked out her personal information. Name, Zhang Jingyu. Age, 24. Occupation, police officer. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, mixed martial arts grappling, convertible. Firearms expertise, convertible. Special case, according to the clue, will go to Shanghai City Paper Drunk Bar tonight, disguised as a customer to investigate and collect evidence. The result was targeted, resulting in a coma. Woke up and went on a killing spree, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Look at the personal information of the beautiful policewoman next to you. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. This face value, this body, is no less than the school flower Zhang Yishang. Earlier it had only gone in doubt. I can't believe I didn't notice. Now that I look at it, this Zhang Jinyu was on par with Zhang Yishang in terms of face value, but the temperament is very different. If Zhang Yishang is the sweet schoolgirl, then this Zhang Yongyu is the most beautiful flower in the world. Both have the last name of Zhang. You're bound to Mr. Zhang? Ji Shangnan's attention soon fell on Zhang Jingyu's personal specialty, MMA grappling? This stuff is good. Isn't that what one lacks the most right now? Been anxious to get back to the book. Isn't that what this is all about? For the safety of people's lives and property, cooperate with the police to solve the case. It is my generation obliged to responsibility. This is going to help. Must help. Not only do you have to help, you have to help to the end. Watch where you're going. But didn't wait for Ji Shangnan to think further. The beautiful policewoman beside her, Zhang Jinyu, then couldn't help but frown and remind up. Yes, madam. The two didn't say much more along the way, each with his own heart, until, according to Zhang Jingyu's guidance, Ji Shangnan stopped the car, got out of the car and was instantly confused. What did you do to me? At a glance, that's no modernization at all. It's so far out of the way that there's not even a road. It's getting to the point where you have to stop without stopping. Ji Shangnan's heart thumped. It's completely deserted. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ji Shangnan felt insecure. Extremely insecure. So the next second, Ji Shangnan looked directly at Zhang Jinyu. With a thought, he directly transformed Zhang Jinyu's mixed martial arts grappling specialization. In an instant, all sorts of information about mixed martial arts and grappling techniques came frantically into his mind. This feeling really, Brother Unicorn will fill himself right up to ceiling level. That is to say, although this mixed martial arts grappling technique was transformed from inside Zhang Jinyu's body, but the current Zhang Jinyu was bound to be no match for himself. Unfortunately, one has now spent all of one's conversion points. I wonder if Su Zishui will avoid that car accident because he had to remind him. If that kid grows a pair, he can get himself another conversion point. But at the same time, Ji Shangnan also determined another point. That is, to get conversion points, you have to be in person, like the guy who was looking for his family, though he helped him himself, but the system didn't give any rewards. It seems that if you want to continue to convert someone's specialty, then you have to do something about it. At this thought, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but raise his head to resurvey his immediate surroundings. Chapter 16, The Body. The place where Ji Shangnan and Zhang Jingyu were currently standing was overgrown with weeds. Those weeds are half a man tall. If this is hiding and they're doing something, I'm afraid no one out there can see, but it seems unlikely that any outsiders would come here. Follow a large patch of weeds towards the front. There was a small hill not far away. There's probably 100 or so meters of height. There is a goat path that has been almost completely covered with weeds and is still faintly visible. It was enough to see how long it had been since anyone had visited this little hillock. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. The whole room except for him and Zhang Jingyu. Surprisingly, I couldn't see a single living thing, but Ji Shangnan was just puzzled, not scared. After all, he had just now extracted Zhang Jinyu's specialty. Plus, Zhang Jingyu is a cop, but Ji Shangnan couldn't figure out how. What did the beautiful policewoman want by bringing herself here? Was thinking. Zhang Jinyu pointed to the road that was almost out of sight. Follow that road and follow me up the hill. Actually, Ji Shangnan had already thought of Zhang Jingyu's purpose for bringing himself here. That trail is all but invisible though, but there were clearly signs of recent trampling. That means someone has been here recently. Plus there's a putrid smell if anything in the air. What else is there to do in the middle of nowhere? That's murder and dumping. Of course, fruity. As Ji Shangnan withdrew his hand and frowned as he surveyed his surroundings, Zhang Jinyu finally began to explain. This area was already bought by a realtor 20 years ago. Originally it was going to be a Disney-comparable playground here, but because the realtor then had an incident and was arrested, so over the past 20 years, the land has been gradually deserted into what it is today. I brought you here. It's because the paternity test was just done at noon. Just got a 911 call. The caller said that at the top of the hill, a body was found that had decomposed beyond recognition. It just so happens that the paternity test proved that you're nothing short of a genius at recovering your looks. That's why our leader asked me to ask you to come over and help with the investigation. The rest of our co-workers are on their way. They should be there soon too. As Zhang Jingyu's words landed, Ji Shangnan nodded. So should we go up now, or wait until they arrive and go up together? Let's both go up and check it out. After all, the alarmist is still waiting there. Qi Shangnan. It's the people who called the police who are good citizens. I've seen rotting corpses. I can't believe you've been waiting on the spot all this time? What kind of flavor is that? While thinking about it, the two of them followed that path towards the top of the mountain. It was only after about 10 minutes or so that the two finally made it to the top of the hill. Ji Shangnan shot a glance. The top of the mountain was not at all what one would expect. Probably because that real estate developer had done some preparation work before, so there's quite a bit of rusted building material on the top of the hill. There's also a big pile of cement that hardened long ago, but maybe it's because of these things. The top of the hill is not overgrown, and it looks somewhat flat. Only, as Ji Shangnan looked on, he suddenly froze, because there was nothing on the mountaintop except for him and Zhang Jingyu. Surprisingly, there are two others. Both men's faces were white as a sheet. It wasn't just Ji Shangnan who froze. Zhang Jingyu also froze at this time. Wasn't the one who called the police? Why are there two of them here? What are they doing out here in the middle of nowhere? I didn't wait for Ji Shangnan and Zhang Jingyu to figure it out. The two men instantly lit up when they saw Zhang Jingyu in her police uniform. Standing up directly, he walked quickly to them. Comrade policeman, you're finally here. If you don't come, the two of us will be scared to death here. Qi Shangnan, Zhang Jingyu, tell me, what are you doing here? Zhang Jingyu's words landed on the ground, and the two instantly blushed. The man stammered back. We came here. Come here. Come here. Picnic camping, the man said as he thought. Finally came up with a reason that seemed okay. Comrade police, we too came here to have a picnic and camping, but who knows that there are. Here, Ji Shangnan didn't check the bastard's personal information though, but also at a glance. The bastard's lying. Although he could see it, Ji Shangnan didn't open his mouth. After all, one is neither a police officer nor is it illegal to lie. Zhang Jingyu naturally saw it too, but didn't break it down. And just then, a cloudy wind came. The putrid odor hit his nose instantly. Zhang Jingyu frowned and interrupted the man. Where's the carrion? There it is. The woman ducked behind the man and pointed toward the other side. Ji Shangnan and Zhang Jingyu coincidentally looked over in the direction the woman was pointing. This look was instantly frowned upon, because just a short distance away, a mound of about half a meter or so, inside was lying a body that had completely rotted away. Vomit. Zhang Jingyu only looked at it. The moment he did, he squatted right down, covered his chest and vomited violently. Ji Shangnan also involuntarily reached out and covered his nose. After all, the smell is really a bit unpleasant. I don't know how these two have managed to stay here for so long. Just as Ji Shangnan withdrew his gaze, but it was with a jolt that he saw just a short distance away from the rotting corpse. Surprisingly, Chapter 17. It's not far from that mound of rotting corpses. Surprisingly, a blanket was spread out. You call this a picnic? Ji Shangnan once again sized up the two men with a somewhat strange expression. The two men seemed to have unseen things on their minds and bowed their heads, especially that woman. Surprisingly, he didn't feel scared at this point. Instead, he walked over to Zhang Jingyu, started to care about Zhang Jingyu. The paper towel that I didn't use earlier, it's coming in handy now. After sighing for a moment that city people nowadays really know how to have fun, Ji Shangnan simply walked towards the rotting corpse. After all, sooner you get it done, sooner you get back. There's no point in wasting too much time in a place like this, either. Plus I'd love to try it myself. Your own current level of painting, whether or not it is possible to restore the deceased's appearance and life through a decomposing corpse. I watched a CCTV interview earlier and there was indeed a very good old criminal cop who could do it. While thinking about it, he covered his mouth and nose and walked over to the rotting corpse, went around that mound, took a good look around. The mound is not very large. It's not a very deep dig. It's possible that not many people are dumping bodies, and it's a little bit of a jerry-rigged job. I didn't realize that this tradition has not even forgotten to kill and throw away the body. It's really a traditional culture. There was a lot of new soil next to the mound that you could tell at a glance hadn't been turned out very long. These clays are dry, and there were a number of scattered footprints of wild animals around the mound. So Qi Shangnan's initial judgment, the odds are that this rotting corpse was buried here by the killer. But over time, the body began to decay. as well as the fact that such places are really off the beaten path. That's why the rotting carcasses make the neighborhood wildlife smell. Ended up digging out the body by accident. It ended up being accidentally discovered by 2 more people who came here for a picnic. Then they called the police. It just so happened that the police saw him after he had painted a portrait of himself. The police just stopped by and asked themselves to come over and do a favor. One thought in this. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards that man and woman. Awesome. Dude, it's all here. It's not a good idea to disobey. And with Ji Shangnan checking out the scene, Zhang Jingyu, who had just squatted on the ground and vomited, also finally eased up, finished puking. Ask your coworker how long it will take to get there. Remember to bring a pen and paper if it's not too late. Seeing that Zhang Jingyu had finished vomiting, Ji Shangnan faintly reminded him, Zhang Jingyu, weren't you a good talker at the bottom of the hill? Why are you so serious now? Do you know what it means to be compassionate? I'm bilious. You're just gonna start rushing me to work? Would it kill you to shush me, even if it's pretend? And again, which one of us is the cop? You're teaching me things? Let's get you to help us solve the case. You're directing us to solve the case? Zhang Jingyu wiped her mouth and glared at Ji Shangnan with a grudging face. Still, he took out his phone and dialed his coworker. The phone didn't even connect before a booming voice came through. We're here. No need to fight. Zhang Jingyu put down the phone. Several people at the scene looked over at the sound of the voice in unison. That's what I saw. That path. One of the first men beckoned toward them. There were a dozen police officers behind him. Wait until everyone has reached the top of the mountain. Look at the scene. Couldn't help but all start to look strange. This is the scene of the crime? What's the deal with that blanket? A rotting corpse? 2 men and 2 women? But not before they opened their mouths to inquire. As the rotting corpse came into view, and so, vomit, vomit, vomit. Many young policemen with little experience or like Zhang Jingyu, instantly crouched, started vomiting. The scene was that of vomiting. The leader, who looked like he was probably in his 40s, couldn't help but frown at the situation. What does one look like? Isn't it just a rotting corpse? As for vomit, the leader chortled as he slowly looked at the rotting corpse. Then, halfway through the sentence, he also started to vomit. Ji Shangnan frowned. It would have been kind of gross to see a rotting corpse or something, though, but not enough to make him vomit. But there were a dozen people on the scene. Spit together here. That spit out with the flavor. It made Ji Shangnan feel simply more disgusting than that rotting corpse. The smell is so damn smoky. Finally, wait until everyone has pretty much thrown up. It was only then that the leader stood up with an embarrassed look on his face and wiped his mouth. So who, may I ask, why hasn't the coroner arrived yet? I'll ask. Taking advantage of the fact that the coroner hadn't arrived yet, the leader then smiled and greeted towards Ji Shangnan with a red old face. Mr. Key, right? Ji Shangnan nodded. Thank you for being willing to do us this favor. Ji Shangnan nodded again. The leader also knew this was no place for pleasantries, so he turned his head to the alarmist. You 2 called the police? Who found the body? How did you find out? What happened then? We need you to tell us everything. The leader's words have just fallen. The 2 men instantly looked sad. Subconsciously, he looked at the scene of 1 or 2 dozen people. Everything? Everything? The leader frowned and froze. Of course, this is a big case of human life. Any detail could be a key clue for us to solve the case. The woman lowered her head and hid directly behind the man again. The man, on the other hand, sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Finally, the teeth clicked. It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Here's what happened. I called the police. This is my wife behind me. We both thought we'd come out and blow off some steam today on our day off. And then it was here. And then the 2 of us are blowing in the wind and singing. Suddenly a large herd of wild boars burst out of the bushes. Scared pants off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The woman blushed instantly when the man said this, and pinched the flesh of the man's waist to give it a hard twist. Woman, are you sick? You're sick, aren't you? Just said picnic. Now you're talking about blowing wind? Who needs to take off their pants to blow? Is that wind blowing there? And it rhymes so well. You're going to graduate school. You're going to die. No, no, no. It's us. The wind doesn't even get to finish blowing. Just hurry up and hide. That's why boars are to be fought at all times. Not to be fought. Ahem. Get to the point. The leader frowned and coughed lightly as a reminder. Oh, focus, focus, focus. The man nodded and continued. Oh, it was just when my wife and I were having a good time that the boars came charging out. We were wondering, can this boar read what people are doing? Even if you're not afraid of people. I can't believe I'm rushing specifically to where my wife and I are. Then again, they started arching the soil right there. And then, Chapter 18, Shock. We thought we'd wait until the boars were gone before we packed up. It's so hard to wait until they're gone. But just as we were about to go pack up and leave, a stench so foul it was sickening came out. And then we saw the body that was plowed up. Everyone in the audience listened to the man with bated breath. It seemed as if they were afraid of missing any details. This plot is a bit bizarre. The leader nodded, then picked up a branch on the ground, walked over to Ji Shangnan. Cover your mouth and nose just like Ji Shangnan. Using the branch in his hand, he turned the dirt in the mound slightly. This was followed by a wave towards the subordinates. Several gloved police officers have come forward. Start cleaning the dirt off the rotting corpse. Ji Shangnan had only looked at it with his eyes since the beginning. After all, one is just an ordinary citizen. Who's going to be able to afford to be labeled a crime scene tamperer? So when the leaders started cleaning up, only then did Ji Shangnan look at it again, with the dirt in the mound cleared. Finally, I can probably see the basics of the carrion, probably because it was buried in the dirt, though the body is starting to rot, but not the whole body is rotten. Just part of it is starting to rot, but the exposed upper body. But it was covered with signs of having been chewed on, so much so that it just looks a bit unforgiving, not to mention the original physical features. There was no way to tell the gender of the rotting corpse in front of me at a glance. Ji Shangnan tried checking it out with Unicorn, finding Tadako unresponsive. Does it mean that Unicorn can't view information about dead people? Originally, Ji Shangnan had wanted to check the dead man's identity information directly through Brother Unity. That would be a lot less work then. Unfortunately, Tuzco doesn't seem to have this feature, so it had to stop. Frowning again, he looked up. Judging by the degree of decomposition of the body in front of me, and the average temperature in Hohai City at this time of year to extrapolate, the time of death of the deceased was probably only about 15 days. Finally, with the police cleaning up pretty much, it was only then that the leader couldn't help but frown and sigh. Looking at Ji Shangnan once again, Mr. Key, the body is already like this. Are you sure you can restore the deceased's lifelike appearance? Ji Shangnan nodded. Shouldn't be a problem, but it requires you to clean the head. I need to look at the characteristics of the deceased's head bones. Cranial restoration can actually be done by modern scientific means, only the accuracy is less certain. That's why they asked Ji Shangnan to come over and help. When the time comes to make a comparison between the two, you will have a clearer idea of what the deceased looked like in life. Seeing Ji Shangnan nod his head, the leader then once again had the men begin to carefully clean the head of the body. Soon the head was cleaned up. Mr. Key, is that okay now? That's fine. Did you guys bring a pen and paper? Leader. The rest of the police officers heard Ji Shangnan's question at this time, but they also looked at each other and shook their heads. Who doesn't think to prepare these things ahead of time? Ji Shangnan sighed. It's okay, I've got it covered. Ji Shangnan was struck by an idea and turned his head to look at Zhang Jingyu, who was not far away. Chang, lend me your lipstick. Zhang Jingyu froze. What? Did I hear you wrong? What did you call me? Why do you call me that? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Today is for the sake of the leader. It's for the sake of solving the case. I won't bother with you in general for now. You wait. Zhang Jingyu blared at Ji Shangnan with a sly glance while she did so, while pulling out his lipstick and handing it over. It was just that some people were looking at Ji Shangnan in confusion. I wonder what he meant by asking for lipstick at the crime scene. But soon, they then saw Ji Shangnan walking directly towards the white blanket next to him. Borrow your blankets. The picnic men and women nodded subconsciously, but in his heart, instantly, 10,000 grass horses ran wild. It's not enough for the community to die once. Do I have to be socialized to death? The two of us can't breathe a word. Just don't want to be noticed by you guys. You're talking about us again? It was a good thing that no one on the scene was really paying attention to them at this point. Everyone's attention was drawn to Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan stepped on the uneven ground slightly with his foot, of course, and didn't spare the little umbrella that was half torn open. Straight to the side with a kick from him, then pointed to the little pink motorized toy on the blanket. Will you two take this one? Picnic men and women. Please, you're my real dad. Let us go like an ass. Don't talk about us anymore. That. Don't. Ji Shangnan nodded. A handsome leg kick, finally, leveled the blanket. Only then did Ji Shangnan crouch down between the mound and the blanket. Frowning, he scrutinized the rotting corpse in the mound. Watch for a while. Opened the lipstick straight away. Brush up. Started drawing on the blanket. And at that moment, the people on the scene finally understood. Ji Shangnan is going to do something. Just about everyone was dumbfounded and unbelieving at this scene. I know you're a dandy at drawing, but it can still be drawn like this? Not to mention the fact that the corpse's head still had quite a bit of rotting flesh that pressed the entire cranium out of sight. Just say this lipstick with the blanket. Are you serious? And again, that's no ordinary character sketch. It's about being precise enough to do that. Only if you can give us a clue. This if you can draw it. Sensei is accurate or not. You'll be my idol from now on. All present, at this very moment, all of them were staring daggers at Ji Shangnan. Everyone had the same thought in mind. None of them even thought that Ji Shangnan could really draw it. Only, at this time, Ji Shangnan was completely immersed in his own world. Those gazes behind him, Ji Shangnan directly chose to turn a blind eye. Just a moment to look at the rotting corpse in the mound. A moment later, I buried my head in a few brushstrokes. This time Ji Shangnan drew very carefully. Strictly speaking, this is the third time Ji Shangnan has painted, but it was the first day he learned to draw. The first time was sketching for Zhang Yixiang. It took less than 3 minutes to paint before and after. The second time was to help paint a sun. It also took less than 10 minutes to draw. This time there were no brushes and no paper. Plus again, it's rotting corpses that you can't even tell the gender of. So Ji Shangnan drew very slowly. The look on everyone's face. It also gradually became more and more tangible as Ji Shangnan drew it out, and began to change along with it. From the beginning of the amazement, and then to disbelief, and then to shock, and then to be dumbfounded. Finally, I'm almost out of lipstick in my hand. It was only then that Ji Shangnan finally stopped. Chapter 19, Speculation. With that white blanket, the portrait of a figure was fully revealed to the crowd. Everyone looked over with bated breath, though no one can confirm that Ji Shangnan's portrait is accurate or not. But the painting on the blanket done in lipstick is so much more lifelike. Those who have had a basic sketch can even see it at a glance. It's more evocative than drawing with a pencil. Ji Shangnan stood up. Like the rest of the group, he was also surveying the picture he had drawn, just but didn't say a word. At this time, Ji Shangnan's own heart was quite shocked. For one thing, I finally know how good I am at drawing. Secondly, as he practiced his knowledge of painting, Ji Shangnan realized that he surprisingly possessed more than just knowledge about painting. There is also a lot of connected knowledge, like the cranium of the rotting corpse in front of us. Ji Shangnan could tell at a glance that there had been signs of knifing in life, though this trace is almost imperceptible. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji Shangnan's painting level had reached the limits of carbon-based organisms, I'm afraid I won't even notice it either. The reason why Ji Shangnan hadn't said anything when he finished drawing, it's because of this. He wasn't quite sure what this sign of a moving knife was from. Plastic surgery? Or sick? Or have you been hurt before? But whatever the reason, both prove that Ji Shangnan drew it out though. But yet it doesn't resemble what the body likely looked like when it was alive. Seeing Ji Shangnan frowning in silence, the leader finally relented. Mr. Qi, is the painting ready? Ji Shangnan nodded, but was pondering what to say. Painted, I'll venture a guess. This is supposed to be a murder case. Murderer hides body here but doesn't expect anyone to come here. Came here for a picnic and then by coincidence the body was exposed. The leader nodded his head as Ji Shangnan spoke. After all, you can use lipstick with a blanket. Paintings of this level of fineness. Never mind the resemblance. That's all out of the ordinary. Only people don't expect it. Ji Shangnan even speculated on the case. Although this speculation is something everyone can think of. Your speculation coincides with my thoughts, but it still requires a forensic on-site identification. Get more clues to draw conclusions. Murder is highly probable. Ji Shangnan saw that the leader also recognized it. It was only then that he nodded and continued. Indeed, though the body is rotting, but from the clothing left on the body, it can be tentatively identified as a female body. These are relatively superficial clues. Ji Shangnan, even if he didn't say anything, the police were able to deduce that as well. But this calm and coolness of Ji Shangnan, and yet, it's not something that the average person can have. A lot of people on the scene were puking before they could catch their breath. And Xiang Nan saw that the padding was finished. Now that's ready to show some real skill. I just stopped by while I was painting. In my estimation, the deceased would have been about 23 years of age. Female, the time of death should be about 15 days. The fatal wound was in the throat, and it was the loss of blood as well as suffocation that caused death. The reason I didn't say anything when I finished painting just now, it's because there were signs of a knife being moved on the deceased's skull. I can't pinpoint what it is, that's why I can't be sure of the resemblance. As Ji Shangnan's words landed, everyone on the scene froze. Let's get you to assist in solving the case. You just solved the case? At first it was thought that Ji Shangnan could only say information that was obvious to everyone. But I didn't expect Ji Shangnan to be able to say information that no one could see. Let's not talk about accuracy. Just ask you if you have more. Even if the coroner comes, I'm afraid it's not a small half-day. Without the aid of modern instruments, it's impossible to tell so much about it. Either, Ji Shangnan hasn't even touched a corpse yet. Not only does it say so much, and in such detail, from gender to age to time of death, you call this a painter? The leader took a deep breath. Mr. Qi, how are you sure she's female? After all, it's either a woman or a dress in this world. It's easy. Ji Shangnan pointed to the head of the corpse. Craniums can be distinguished. Males have larger craniums and females have smaller craniums. Ji Shangnan's words landed. The scene was instantly dead silent. It wasn't that he was shocked that Ji Shangnan was observing so closely. Surprisingly, what Ji Shangnan said was true. The expressions on everyone's faces began to look strange. Being a police officer, even on paper, most of them know it too. There are many ways to try to determine the age of a body. For example, a portion of the tissue is extracted and tested with specialized instruments to get an approximate age, but even so, the most accurate is within 5 years of error. But Ji Shangnan said a straight-up 23? It's not above criminal investigation. No one is going to give that kind of precise number. Ji Shangnan shrugged lightly, but continued talking. I'm just speculating personally, and it's not always accurate. Anyway, the coroner isn't here yet, so it wouldn't hurt for you guys to hear it. After all, my speculations are based on my personal experience. Leader, what the hell? Personal experience? What did you do before? What else have you done besides painting? What experience? It's easy. Ji Shangnan pointed at the body. The victim's skull showed signs of a knife. I'm not sure, but it's probably a plastic surgery remnant, because the one that can leave a knife mark in this position, unless it's a cranial tumor, which is a 1 in a million condition, it's basically negligible, or injured, but injured in this position is a hair's breadth away from death. Also, though the death was a bit long leading to decay, but the bones are still tough, so it must be a young man. Shanghai City hasn't been too cold lately, so the time of death can be approximated. Also, you guys look at the mouth of the body. You can also draw some clues from the state of the teeth, like cigarette stains, like eating habits. So my speculation is based on all of that. The reason for showing your hand, only to prepare for the night. Earning the transformation point on Zhang Jinyu was the main objective. If you don't show your hand, I'm afraid you won't be very approachable when the time comes. Chapter 20. Do rich people spend money like this? Just as Ji Shangnan was about to speak, the belated coroner arrived. A group of men, carrying a variety of specialized instruments. Immediately upon arrival, preliminary autopsy work began, just with the coroner's side of the autopsy. After having the field crew write it down, the more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Because the coroner's deduction was the same as Ji Shangnan's, it wasn't even as precise as Ji Shangnan had deduced. If I had to say there is a difference, nothing more or less than forensics using more specialized terminology, being watched adoringly by so many people. Rao Ji Shangnan was a little less accustomed to it at this point. Well, after the coroner had done the initial autopsy, he had begun scanning the head of the body for a 3D-like restoration. As the reduction ended, everyone froze. It was surprisingly almost indistinguishable from what Ji Shangnan had drawn, except for the fact that one is portrait and one is 3D. Everyone at the crime scene was shocked. However, what Ji Shangnan didn't know at this time was, beyond the scene of the crime, one man was also shocked. This person was the rich kid Su Zishui that he had warned about in front of the school. At this time, Su Zishui was sitting in his car with a face of fear, cell phone in hand, sit in the car, and the front because of a major traffic accident. It has caused no small amount of panic. Su Zishui thought furiously. On his own way out, Ji Shangnan had reminded himself not to play with his cell phone while driving. So it seems, did he know ahead of time that there would be a car accident at this location? No wonder the high-strung schoolgirl that so many people couldn't get after could be chased by him. Awesome indeed. If it wasn't for Ji Shangnan's reminder, he had advance warning in his mind. It was a consequence he couldn't even imagine. So big a dump truck hauling sand. It's a hell of a thing to get hit by. That must be an instant puddle. And by now, Ji Shangnan had already left the scene of the crime with a random excuse. Just returned home to Ji Shangnan. Look at that extra conversion point you have. Unable to help himself, he froze. Looks like the rich kid didn't have a car accident. 2 short days. Ji Shangnan had already acquired 2 specialties that originally belonged to others through Tuan Zigua. The first one is the drawing skill of schoolgirl Zhang Yixiong. At first, I thought it was just ordinary drawing. I didn't realize that I wouldn't know until I had practiced. This is no ordinary painting. That's just god-awful. The second one is naturally the mixed martial arts grappling technique of the beautiful police officer Zhang Jingyu, though this hasn't been practiced yet. But according to the drawing skills of the first conversion, it should bring surprises as well. As you get to know Tusco, Ji Shangnan was already enthusiastic and excited about transforming someone else's specialty. At least it's a lot more powerful than looking at someone's personal information. There is now one remaining conversion point. It was just that at the moment, Ji Shangnan had not come across any suitable specialties that interested him. Otherwise, Ji Shangnan really wanted to add one more specialty to himself right away. After all, Nori Shangnan was here before Unicorn. It's nothing special. The biggest specialty is probably that it's exceptionally lone. I guess those readers who like to read fiction have to look at it from the point of inferiority. Never mind. Let's wait for the next time we come across an awesome specialty. This stuff doesn't have a shelf life anyway. Any time. Once he thought about this, Ji Shangnan no longer dwelled on it. Trying a heartbeat, he checked his personal information. Didn't realize. The next second his own personal information really came out. Ji Shangnan was delighted and hurriedly checked it out. Name, Ji Shangnan. Age, 25. Occupation, hanging. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Face value, 100 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Emotional status, schoolgirl girlfriend. Numerous admirers. Numerous suitors. Personal specialties, drawing. Mixed martial arts grappling. Remaining number of specialty conversions, 1 point. Ji Shangnan looked at his personal information. It doesn't seem any different than watching someone else's. Ji Shangnan looked at it and suddenly frowned, because he suddenly realized something seems to be missing from your own personal information, except for his own original one, which was particularly long. Shouldn't there still be that Wu-Tang mind trick that we swept out of Bai Jie's house? Why isn't Wudong mindset showing up? Is it because I'm not practicing? Or is it because the thing is crippled? Ji Shangnan thought carefully. It was found that there was no answer to be found at all. In the end it had to be abandoned. Forget it, this Tusco brother is just like the domestic AI. The more they boast of being far ahead of the game, the more they boast of being intelligent, the more retarded they are instead. It looks like it's going to take some time to figure it out. Ji Shangnan sighed. The cell phone suddenly rang. Curious, Ji Shangnan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. I found out that it was actually a message sent by that rich second-generation Su Zixuai. Key, you're just about the greatest person I know. I can't believe you really said that. I was singing along in my Ratha when suddenly there was an accident in front of me. If I hadn't been warned beforehand, I wouldn't have dared to think what the outcome would have been. Either way, you kind of saved my life. Keep this money for now. Almost a minute of voice. While Ji Shangnan listened, his eyes fell on the transfer of money behind the voice. Ji Shangnan counted carefully. That transfer actually had 5 zeros. Is this how rich kids spend their money? Everyone else is a 200 bonus. This one's a straight 200. 000 transfer? Though Ji Shangnan was already a hangover. Basically not interested in money anymore. But honestly, grow up. It's the first time I've seen a single transfer of such a large amount. Rich people with unlimited bank cards? The old man usually spends a couple $1,000s. All ING come to a limit. Is this a ING bank trying to figure out how to save money for poor people? Telling you not to spend money? Banks are really good at what they do. While thinking about it, Ji Shangnan tapped on the transfer to receive it directly. After all, for Su Zixuai, that's about as much money as a poor bastard spending 20 cents. In reality, what Ji Shangnan cared more about wasn't this amount of money. Instead, it's a system reward. Transform other people's specialties into your own through systematic rewards. That's not something money can measure. The old Ji Shangnan felt that all things in this world were clearly priced. Until he became a good hangman, he just realized there are still some things that money can't buy. After Ji Shangnan collected the money, just send a message back to Su Zixuai. A hand up is not enough. Be safe in the future. Roger that. Thank you, Key. Su Zixuai seemed as if he was waiting for Ji Shangnan with his cell phone. Ji Shangnan's message had just been sent, and Su Zixuai instantly replied in seconds. In the meantime, another transfer followed along. Chapter 21, Stronger Again. Ji Shangnan froze. Watch the second transfer. He was thoroughly a little less than calm, because this one is the same amount as the first. If anything, the first time Ji Shangnan said he could understand. After all, people have money. It's a little bit of money that doesn't matter at all. But doesn't the second time somehow seem like the other guy is a bit of a loser? Is that what you're testing the old man with? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath, eventually chose to return the second transfer. It's not so much about putting a long line in. You're all hung up on yourself. Where can't you make that kind of money? It's just that Ji Shangnan didn't think he was reminding him for the money in the first place. And again, just mean it. Always mean that's no fun. Which expected the opposite side of Su Zixuai to see Ji Shangnan directly retreat back. There was a moment of displeasure. Key, is that too little for you? You can't blame me for that. That's a ING cap on green bubbles. Surely my ceiling isn't this low. Why don't you give me a card number? I'll transfer it directly to your card. Ji Shangnan. No, man, I know you have money, but is that how you spend your ING money? I'm not missing out. It wouldn't have been much of a big deal. That's it for now. I've got things to do. Ji Shangnan directly put away his cell phone after replying to the message, only because of Su Zixuai's profligate spending. It made Ji Shangnan involuntarily start thinking about a question. That is, do you have to get some money to spend yourself sometime? Now own 2 specialties, technically 3. None of them seem to be very good at messing with money, or not fit to mess with big money, at least not for now. Although there aren't many people like Su Zixuai in this society, but any random rich person, if they can really mention a thing or two, give them a chance that is enough to change their destiny. I'm afraid they'll give more than Su Zixuai, and definitely willingly. Look at all the big stars and rich people. Who isn't superstitious? Not worshipping this dragon king, it's the worship of that guru. Those godfathers certainly weren't as good as themselves. He himself is 100% capable of predicting the future. Not all of it, though, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Shrugged it off. Ji Shangnan temporarily threw the idea of getting money behind him. After all, screwing with money can be done anytime, but practicing can require persistence. So Ji Shangnan sat down directly on his knees in the living room. In his mind, he began to silently read the Wudong heart technique that Bai Jia had swept up there. Only what Ji Shangnan didn't realize was this. Su Zishui, who was sitting in Ratha at this time, already a shocking wave had risen in his heart. He's rich, but he's definitely not. A casual reminder is all anyone can do. So at first Su Zishui only thought it was a coincidence. It's coincidence, but after all, it was a saving grace. So transferring money and stuff is also because you don't care about that little bit of money. More friends, more ways, but after so many years out there, so many people come and go around. It was the first time Su Zishui had encountered someone like Ji Shangnan. You don't even want money in your mouth? This made Su Zishui start to wonder, is it possible that Ji Shangnan wasn't just casually reminded? Rather, did you actually calculate ahead of time that the crash was going to happen? Is he really a tall man? Only this. That's what explains why he's backing out. Though that little bit of money is nothing for myself. But for Ji Shangnan, who drove a broken car that he didn't know how many hands, definitely not a small amount. Besides, he is also a famous rich second generation in Shanghai City. But most of the younger generation with a bit of money, not to say all of them, he knew. I've never seen the likes of Ji Shangnan before. At this very moment, in Su Zishui's mind, Ji Shangnan has been equated with a tall man. As soon as Su Zishui thought of this, he directly put his cell phone to one side and concentrated on driving the car. Half an hour later, finally, I arrived at the location I had agreed to with my friends. There were 4 people in total this time plus Su Zishui. The 4 basically kind of grew up together. All rich kids, and one is richer than the other. After Su Zishui sat down, he began to explain why he was late. After hearing Su Zishui's praise for Ji Shangnan, his 3 friends agreed. Su Zishui has met a liar. A few people argued under. The leading big sister, by Fu Mei, directly stated that she would let Su Zishui return Ji Shangnan green bubbles to herself. Instead, she would know if it was true or not. And at this time, Ji Shangnan, who had already read the Wudong heart technique silently for an unknown number of times, the cell phone rang again, interrupting Ji Shangnan's silent reading. Ji Shangnan picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It's someone who wants to add their own green bubble. The avatar looks like a beautiful woman, but Ji Shangnan didn't recognize it, so straight away I rejected it without even thinking about it. Though nowadays beautiful people don't have a grandfather who grows tea. No more tea sales either, but scammers can be everywhere these days. The sets are even more varied. After putting down the phone, Ji Shangnan then prepared to continue reading the Wudong heart technique silently, but at the same time, Ji Shangnan also realized a problem. That was when it was at Paige's house. Read it casually and silently a few times. One can feel the obvious getting stronger. But now it's been so long in silent reading. Surprisingly, there's not much of a response. And the other side. Look at the rejected green bubble interface. The rich white girl was dumbfounded. He rejected me? Who is he to reject me? No one has ever turned me down in my entire life. Handsome, is this the tall man you were talking about? Can't he see my avatar? Doesn't he like men? It's not that rich white is blindly confident. Honestly, she does look beautiful. It's even considered superb. Add to that a pampered upbringing. It's even more temperamental. So much so that from childhood to adulthood, the licking dog never missed a seat. True to form, it was the first time she had added a strange man. It's just how it's not expected. Her first time was this clock ending. To say women, that's really weird. If you send her goodnight 365 days a year, non-stop, and she'll be all over you. But you stop suddenly, she'll send you a good morning the next morning. Women are devoid of love and loyalty. They are selfish and egoistic. If I had a choice, all women want to marry the emperor. Even if the emperor's harem has countless beauties, even if he is an old Chu woman for life, the goddess in your heart is just a plaything for the rich. Looking at the somewhat exasperated rich white woman, Su Zishui fell back as if it was expected. Doesn't that say more about him being high? Money he can return. Not to mention women? Besides, he's so handsome and capable. What kind of woman haven't you seen? I saw it with my own eyes. You all know that famously high-flying schoolgirl from the conservatory. So many people couldn't catch up. G took care of it straight away. You and my sweet sister, though, are both beautiful. But you guys don't think you can beat the conservatory schoolgirl, do you? Besides, people just turned 18 this year. Chapter 22, Epiphany. And the other side, Ji Shangnan, who had just put down his cell phone and was preparing to continue reading the Wudong heart technique silently. The cell phone suddenly rang again. Ji Shangnan frowned, took a look. It was found that it was again the beautiful woman who had just been rejected by herself. Does this ing have to catch me wool gathering? You know I just received a transfer? While secretly spitting out a few words, he once again refused without hesitation. The rich white woman looked shocked that she had been rejected again. Don't you even say a word. And don't you tell him I asked you for your contact info. I don't believe it. So, Rich White applied again. Ji Shangnan refused again. Rich White applied again. Ji Shangnan still refused. The last two seemed as if they were gambling. And I don't know how many times I've applied. And I don't know how many times I've turned it down. Ji Shangnan was tired. Simply chose to ignore it. Rich White was confused. If you admit defeat, you admit defeat. Can you get through it before you admit defeat? Even a few curses after passing? What does that mean? I don't want to lose face. Rich White was going crazy, and yet there was nothing to be done about it, because at this time, Ji Shangnan did not want to waste any time at all, and once again began to silently read the Wudong Heart technique. It's a good thing that the Wudong Heart Dharma is crippled, and there are only a couple hundred words in total, so it doesn't take long to read through it. Over time, and I don't know how many times I've read it silently, Ji Shangnan finally felt that thrill of getting stronger again. A very noticeable warmth in the dantian. It began to spread towards the limbs. This soothing feeling made him forget all about what had just happened a long time ago. As the warmth spreads, and I don't know how long it was, Ji Shangnan shuddered violently, spinning awake, tasteless, beginning to enter sage mode. Asterisk. Brother Tuzi is awesome, although this time it took longer to read it, more times, but compared to before, I can feel myself getting a lot stronger again. Ji Shangnan carefully felt the changes within his body as he did so. One couldn't help but marvel at it. Earlier though there was this experience of waking up after a shiver, but aside from the spirited power burst, there's nothing else special to feel. But this time, when Ji Shangnan's mind moved, he could feel a warm current if nothing else, swimming around inside himself, and with more spirit, the power is stronger too. If persistent, keep reading silently. How strong will I become? Can we reach the limits of carbon-based organisms? Ji Shangnan was ecstatic. Now I'm afraid that even if I go to Wudong Mountain to kick the bucket, it feels like you can't even find an opponent. Think about it. Ji Shangnan was instantly energized. Once again, he began to read up silently. This time, however, Ji Shangnan realized, it doesn't seem to be as easy as I thought it would be. It's been a long time. Ji Shangnan still couldn't feel any changes. In the end, I had to give up. It seems as you get stronger and stronger, the next time you want to get into one of those states that can give you a shiver, it takes much longer. 10 times might be enough the first time. By the second time I'm afraid it'll be 1,000 times. It's increased 100-fold straight away. The third time it might take 10,000 times to say it. Of course, this could also be due to the fact that the Wudong Heart technique he had obtained was crippled. If it's the full version, maybe it wouldn't have taken so long. Looks like we need to make a trip to Wudong Mountain sometime. It's not just Wudong Mountain, the birthplace of all traditional martial arts. It's best to go to all of them. Think about it. Ji Shangnan also stopped thinking about enhancing again in a short time. After all, even if he utilized the Wudong Mind technique, he had only enhanced himself twice. It's also absolutely capable of shrugging off the average person by several blocks now. And again, even if you go to Wudong Mountain by yourself now, let's not talk about whether they give you the real thing or not. Do people still have the real thing? Even if they do manage to get some kind of internal power out of a martial arts novel, you won't be able to apply it yourself. Duan Yu's inner strength is powerful enough. If you don't know how to use it, you're still a weakling. So Ji Shangnan was in no hurry. Then going to some Wudong Mountain or other martial arts birthplace, Ji Shangnan thought it would be better to look closer to home. Are there any books on inner strength? Asterisk. Almost forgot. Didn't I come back with a bunch of books? Always said to check it out. Not until now. One thought and this. Ji Shangnan stood straight up, rushing to hold the huge pile of books that I had bought back from the bookstore earlier. Ji Shangnan even bought a bunch more books when he passed by the bookstore after leaving the crime scene. The book in front of you now, like a small mountain. There aren't 100 books. That's got to be 80 books. 2. Only Ji Shangnan wasn't sure how many of these books are actually useful. So when I saw it was relevant, I simply bought it all. Looking at the large pile of books in front of him, Ji Shangnan became excited once again. Since the Wudong Heart technique can, and are other Taoist books okay? After all, the reality is that you can access other people's specialties though, but it stops at martial arts at best. But Taoism isn't a martial art. That stuff could even be called immortal cultivation. The excited Ji Shangnan couldn't help but curse himself. I can't believe I hadn't thought of this earlier. Being hung up, How dare you think about getting money? What the hell's the point? No, gotta calm down. The function of the tutelary brother has not yet been touched. It's just a guess at this point. Whether it works or not remains to be seen later. Ji Shangnan tried to calm himself down. It was a good thing that inside this huge pile of books in front of Ji Shangnan, there are just a lot of books about Taoism. I originally bought it with the idea that I would be able to fill out the Wudong mindset. All of this suddenly came to mind at this point. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but feel that he was really prescient. Took a deep breath. Ji Shangnan didn't nag, just so there's no confusion about what's been seen and what hasn't. Ji Shangnan also made it a point to take this large pile of books in front of him and make a simple categorization, like what sports-related put aside, like what martial arts and such on the other side. After doing a simple categorization, only then did Ji Shangnan pick up one of the books on Taoism. As Ji Shangnan's mind moved, the information from this book in his hand surfaced instantly. Item name, The Great Law of Zhang Jiao. Source of item, Small Workshop Bootleg. Item time, printed last week. Item special information, none. Item special attributes, none. Item special effect, none. Chapter 23. After the information about the first book appeared, Ji Shangnan then couldn't help but sigh. This is a trifle doggone bootleggers, damn all those who do piracy. But it was to be expected from Ji Shangnan. After all, he had already tried it once earlier when he was at Page's house. It would be nice to look up something useful in just any book. Ji Shangnan was worried that he didn't have that much time to learn. Casually, he tossed aside the book in his hand. Ji Shangnan picked up a copy of the book again. Item name, The Great Law of the White Lotus Sect. Source of item, Small Workshop Pirate Printing. Item time, printed out of the factory last week. Item special information, none. Item special attributes, none. Item special effect, none. Another ing trifle. Ji Shangnan threw it straight to the side, then picked up the third book. Throw away, pick up book 4. Throw away, pick up book 5. Throw away, pick up book 10. Until the books related to Taoism on the table were all read by Ji Shangnan. The result is invariably that all of them are ing pirated, and all of them are ing trivial products. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but start doubting himself. Is it possible to overthink yourself? Earth is a low martial world, pressing the existence of any ability that defies science? But that's just a guess. After all, how much of what you buy on the side of the road can be real? Thousands of years of ancient civilization. Perhaps there really are metaphysics that are strong enough to subvert modern perceptions? Don't they say that the end of science is metaphysics? It's just that I didn't get the real thing. Forget it. Let's try our luck at the ghost market some other day. Even if you can't buy the real book, maybe you can buy real antiques too. With the total loss of books related to Taoism, Ji Shangnan's eyes fell on other books as well. Better check out modern martial arts first. I did buy quite a few martial arts books this time. Bought it back anyway. Gotta read them all first. Spells seem to be out of the question for now, but martial arts Ji Shangnan but already had. So Ji Shangnan quickly rekindled his fighting spirit. One thought in this. Ji Shangnan directly picked up a martial arts book to check it out. This time Ji Shangnan didn't have much hope. After all, it's already come to nothing once. Ji Shangnan knew it well. The probability of trying to buy the real thing is not high. I'm afraid. Don't say buy this kind of book. You are the one who worships in person. People don't always pour into it. As the saying goes, teach the disciple and starve the master. Thousands of years down the line, everyone keeps their hand in. This has led to a break in a lot of awesome traditional stuff. It is because of this idea. So this time Ji Shangnan basically didn't buy any of that stuff that seemed to say so much. Like what Ip Man detailed For example, what Shaolin Luohan Quan book For example, what Shaolin stick technique book For one thing, the odds are that this thing is fake. Secondly, even if it were true, it would be largely useless in this day and age. It's a ing hot weapon. Who's going to fight you with a stick? You can't be more powerful than the truth. So what Ji Shangnan bought back instead of the martial arts category? How about sports? And it's basically a majority of track and field. Because Ji Shangnan wanted to learn light kung fu. After all, this is something that ordinary people can't practice though. But over time, speed or bouncing ability can be improved tremendously. Put it on Ji Shangnan, and it's a completely different story. He probably didn't even have to practice. Reading silently makes you stronger, even if it takes practice. That effect is no ordinary one either. With this in mind, Ji Shangnan immediately examined the book in his hand. Item name, Essentials of Fancy Flip Moves. Item source, Sports Press. Item date, March 2020. Item special message, practice flips to get stronger. Item special attribute, practice makes perfect, a fly in the ointment. Item special effect, it increases reflexes, becomes faster, bounces higher, and has a lighter body. Look at the information that appears in front of you. Ji Shangnan froze. Worry today. The first book is the real thing? Looks like we still have to buy the original. Does this mean that if I just practice my flips, I'll become stronger straight away? Just like when I read the Wudon heart technique silently? No need to scrap like a normal person? This is something I would have ing known. I've heard before that this stuff builds back strength. I don't have a lot of ing practice. Ji Shangnan's eyes lit up. Don't say it's just now in your early 20s. It's the right age to be strong and healthy. Plus, Ji Shangnan wasn't just plain strong now. That's ridiculously strong. Strong and scary. Haven't tried it yet though, but such pedantry. Ji Shangnan doesn't even bring a change of air. I'm afraid I could turn him over 100 or so times in one breath. Ji Shangnan put down the book in his hand. Just want to try it. It turned out to be deflating the next second, because he suddenly realized he himself is still living in a ing rental house. The living room is only a dozen square meters. A coffee table was placed in the center. A sofa was placed in front of the coffee table. A couple more chairs. Don't say cartwheel. I can't even turn around for fear of bumping into something. It wasn't that Ji Shangnan didn't want to buy a house either, but family has been farmers for generations. Recent college graduate. Buying a house? You don't eat or drink for the rest of your life. Can ing buy a toilet in a big city for fear of not having enough money? Just this small area for rent. Before it all took a small half a month's salary a month. Those shameless things are still talking about how wages are too high for young people to struggle. I bought a watch last year. Ji Shangnan sighed helplessly. It was supposed to feel all hungover. Screwing with money is too low. But I didn't realize that even as a hangman, it also has to be defeated by reality. How the hell do you live without being a douchebag? Looks like had to find a way to get some money. Preferably one of those single-family homes. In the future, when you are practicing and stuff, you won't have to worry about affecting others. But the good thing is that you can't afford a house right now though, but is to consider renting a larger home. After all, that rich second-generation Su Zishui had just transferred a large sum of money to himself. That's enough money for him to rent a bigger house, before becoming hungover. Ji Shangnan, that's a part-time job on top of 996. That's all you have to do to save some money down. Otherwise that nine-handed bully couldn't afford it. These part-time jobs even include writing novels at Tomato. They say that Tomato writing a novel is picking up money in a sack, but Ji Shangnan didn't realize it until he actually went to write it. Who to trust? Not one in a million can make money. That novel written by Ji Shangnan has the reader called his righteous father hanging in the synopsis. Turns out you don't make enough money to pay your utility bills. Occasionally come across kind authors. See the last chapter of the last chapter to point a rush to send a little for the love of power. Or rich readers reward a little, but also can mix a few dozens of dollars a day. But want to get rich? No different than buying a lottery ticket. In this era, 99% of the wealth is in the hands of 2% of the people, and if you want to cross the class, then you can only look at how well you cast your vote. Chapter 24, Picking Up the Schoolgirl. Ji Shangnan shrugged it off. Being hung up. Sooner or later the richest man in the world will be me. Put the book in your hand back on the other side of the coffee table. Ji Shangnan looked back. It's naturally impossible to practice here, so Ji Shangnan could only choose to continue checking out the remaining books. Just after checking out all the remaining books, surprisingly, none of them are useful. Put away the only useful book. The rest of the books Ji Shangnan was directly ready to take out and throw away. This stuff is too hard to wipe your ass with. Putting it in the house is really taking up the already small space. How about going out and practicing? There's only one useful one though. Trying to make substantial gains on this alone is obviously unlikely. Ji Shangnan didn't have much hope now. After all, if it were that simple, it'll be able to do whatever it is that makes light work on the water. Flying through the air and all that would be metaphysical. Of course, Ji Shangnan hadn't completely lost hope. If this doesn't work, then we'll just have to see if there's a chance later. Just as he was thinking, Ji Shangnan's cell phone suddenly rang. Froze, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Found out that the caller was one of his hairdressers. Only this hairdresser is not quite like himself. He became a backward son-in-law right out of college. All these years of getting married and having children, everything was living by the book. The two have basically no contact with each other now. After all, it's not the same world anymore. There's nothing in common anymore either. Can't talk about it. In doubt, Ji Shangnan picked up the phone. Old Wang, why did you remember to call me? Brother Ji, you're a busy man. I'm not disturbing you at this hour, right? Hey, it's been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm free today. Come out for a drink? Old King laughed cheaply on the other end of the phone. Now, Ji Shangnan frowned and looked at the time. After all, he promised Zhang Xianxian that he had to pick her up from the conservatory. It wasn't much longer now until she got out of school. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? The old king asked rhetorically. Not really. The usual place? Ji Shangnan thought about it. It had indeed been a while, so he didn't refuse. Well, I'll meet you there. Seeing Ji Shangnan agree, Lao Wang hurriedly returned. Wait, I'm not alone. Is everything okay? Of course it's fine. I'm happy for you as a brother. My kid has been clinging to me for a long time, but you're still clinging to your kid, so you need to work harder. Okay, we'll meet up later. Okay, Ji, waiting for you. No, see you there. Do. Put down the cell phone that was coming in with a blind tone. Ji Shangnan suddenly got a little emotional. The vast majority of ordinary people in this world are just like Old King. Go to school for a decade or two, graduate and enter society to enjoy the blessings of 996 and become a certified cowhorse. Stay in the big city. Find an object, a loan to buy a house, and a loan to buy a Millet Head 7 domestic remote new energy car. The hand if there is still a little bit of money. Then by the way to speculate on the stock market. 20 or 30 years of age. Get married. Give birth to his 2 children. Empty the savings of 2 generations. Stay within the 3 loans, and live within the 5 lines. Anyone who quits their job has to weigh whether the loan can be paid back on time. Over time you also have to wonder if your wife is at home waiting for you to come back. Old Wang is fine, after all. He's backwards, but his wife is not shrewish, and he has more or less a voice at home. No great wealth, though, but his wife is an only child and a local. The house is not a worry. It's just that the kid has his wife's last name. As I get older, many old friends from the past are beginning to fade away. Even if it's still in the same city, can't actually see much of it. So that's why Ji Shangnan agreed to meet. If it had been before, Ji Shangnan would have been unavailable. 3 meals a day alone are enough to give a person a headache. Where's the time to catch up? Now become an honorable hangman. The money thing is just not there for a while. You don't have to worry about getting it anymore. Not to mention the fact that you don't have to work your ass off to be a cow or a horse anymore. Also Ji Shangnan felt like not seeing it now. Then there'll be even less time later. After all, one has a lot of things to do. It's only going to get busier from here on out. Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan sighed, wrapped up, straight out the door. Now go out to the conservatory. It just so happened that almost Zhang Qinshan was also released from school. Ji Shangnan rented the house in the first place. It was specifically chosen to be in a college town. The rent here is not high and there are many college students, so it's very close. I didn't meet any traffic jams along the way. When he arrived at the school gate, he happened to receive a call from Zhang Yishan. As soon as Zhang Yishan saw Ji Shangnan, her face overflowed with an unstoppable smile. Very well behaved. He sat on the passenger side and looked at Ji Shangnan with his little brain sideways. Zhang Yishan, let's go. Go to the food market. I'll let you taste this fairy's handiwork tonight. Ji Shangnan, fairies are never on earth. Zhang Yishan, where is that? Ji Shangnan, in the private room. Zhang Yishan. Ji Shangnan looked at Zhang Yishan's dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but reach out in amusement to rub her little brain. Okay, no kidding. Someone's treating us today. Zhang Qinshan laughed again. Wow. So you're taking me with you on a date to meet your friend? Right. Hey. Zhang Yishan didn't know what she was thinking and giggled at her words. As the car started, Zhang Yishan leaped along the way, like a lark. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? I don't want to live in a dorm anymore. Can I stay with you? Ji Shangnan. Although Ji Shangnan was nodding in his mind, he thought that there were too many things going on lately. Plus the rental house is just too small. It's completely uncastable. If only there was one more schoolgirl. TSK. Isn't that the spring night is short and the day is high, and from now on the king doesn't have an early morning? A short silence followed. Only then did Ji Shangnan glance at Zhang Shifted Xiang, who had an expectant face. Reaching out again, he rubbed her little brain. Softly, he returned, not now. So when's the line? The loss was instantly visible on Zhang Qinshan's face. That's the beauty of being 18. No city, no heart. Happy and unhappy are on your face. If you're a 38-year-old, you can be made to die, and you have to guess whether your poop is dry or diluted. As you can see, my place is too small. When I buy a villa, I'll pick you up and bring you over to live with me. Good. You said oh. No backing out. Zhang Qinshan instantly became happy again. While smiling anew, he reached out his little finger to force a hook with Ji Shangnan. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, don't you suspect that I can't afford a villa? Zhang Yishan, right-o. You did it on purpose. Right, humph, bullying people, ignoring you. Ji Shangnan, within a month, I'll be able to buy a villa, believe it or not. Faith. Zhang Yishan laughed once again with a look of certainty. It was as if Ji Shangnan was not talking about buying a villa, but buying cabbages. Chapter 25, Too Many Bridesmaids. Nope. I seem to have overlooked a very important point. Zhang Shishang suddenly snapped to mind a question. It seemed like he and Ji Shangnan had somehow gotten to know each other, inexplicably together. I don't even know if he's single or not. Zhang Yishang, who had just been looking forward to it, was still looking forward to it. The very thought of it instantly made a pretty face unhappy once again. How does it look like he's been adopted by Ji Shangnan? The key is still the kind that doesn't pay. Though there was no sign of anyone else staying at Ji Shangnan's house, looking at Zhang Yixiang just now, she was still laughing. In the blink of an eye the little mouth deflated. Ji Shangnan also froze for a moment. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yixiang looked at Ji Shangnan accusingly. Do you have a girlfriend? Qi Shangnan. What's this all about? It's been a couple days of sleep. You're asking that question now? So that's what the unhappiness was thinking about. But the fourth of Qi Shangnan's life rules is that it's okay to swear, but not to send a friend. It broke up a long time ago. I've been single for almost a year. Rubbing Zhang Yixiang's little brain, still smiling, Ji Shangnan softly replied back. Oh, broke up ah, good breakup ah, it's time to break up ah. Just as Ji Shangnan finished speaking, Zhang Yixiang laughed once again. Qi Shangnan, it's true, the younger you are, the better you are. No one can be 18 forever, but I can always just look for 18. Zhang Yixiang tilted her head and scowled sideways at Ji Shangnan. Suddenly he asked, so do you want a girlfriend? Although Zhang Yixiang had already acquiesced that she was Ji Shangnan's girlfriend, but after all, there was no formal confession. It's more or less unclear. It doesn't really matter how old the woman is. Getting into her body will always be much easier than getting into her heart. Only just after the words were said, Zhang Yixiang lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Ji Shangnan anymore. A pretty face that was red to the ears. The heartbeat was more like a deer in headlights. It was as if it was going to pop out of his throat. The heart was in a state of sevenfold apprehension. Would like an affirmative answer. And she was afraid that Ji Shangnan would give her a negative answer. Already a college student though. All these years surrounded by suitors or lickspittles. Zhang Yixiang that was never in short supply. Don't say in love. She didn't even give those people a proper look. Unsolicited confessions that's more like a dream come true. Ji Shangnan was her only closest male friend left. Zhang Yixiang didn't expect it. I can't believe I was so forthcoming one day. Thankfully it was still in the car at this point, so the only person around was Ji Shangnan. It's if there were more people around. Zhang Yixiang was afraid that she would die of shame. You? Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth and deliberately didn't answer the question. Zhang Qinxiang froze for a moment, then he jerked his head up, arms crossed, cheeks puffed out, exasperated. She asked, can't I? That's fine, but it's up to you later. Performance? Zhang Yixiang's good-looking brows frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. That, I actually have a hobby. What hobby? I love cosplay. Qi Shangnan, you call that a performance? Ji Shangnan had been teasing her. I didn't think she'd think of that, but to be honest, Ji Shangnan was kinda looking forward to it. Although Zhang Yixiang was only 18 years old, but extremely well built, the two men talked and laughed the whole way. I don't know where I'm going. The old place they were talking about was something they used to find when they were in school. The location is in the suburbs. An agriturismo, because the stuff is basically grown or raised by the owner himself. That's why Ji Shangnan comes here every time he gets together with old Wang. It's healthy, after all. It can be hard to eat something healthy these days. Ji Shangnan parked the car and led Zhang Yixiang out of the car. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw old Wang's car already parked in front of the door. Looks like old King has arrived. Ji Shangnan took Zhang Yixiang's hand and led her towards the inside. As soon as I entered the hall I saw old Wang at once, sit by the window. It was just that Ji Shangnan froze for a moment, because old King wasn't the only one there. Surprisingly, there were 4 others. The old king had his wife sitting on his left and his daughter on his right. Across the room sat his sister. There was a man sitting next to his sister. That man Ji Shangnan didn't recognize. It was dressed like a man, but Ji Shangnan didn't like it much at first glance. Men's intuition is sometimes spot on. Qi saw Ji Shangnan coming. Old Wang hurriedly stood up and waved towards Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan nodded and led Zhang Yixiang straight over. Brother Ji, this is your sister-in-law, right? With a smiling face, old Wang politely surveyed Zhang Yixiang beside Ji Shangnan. Only a strong look of shock was revealed in his eyes. Zhang Qinxiang's appearance even in the entertainment industry that is absolutely rare posture. With the internet so advanced these days, beautiful women seem to be everywhere. But in reality, without filters and beauty, how many of them can really be considered beautiful? Old Wang and Ji Shangnan were childhood friends, so over the years, Ji Shangnan because of his good looks. I don't know how many women have changed around me. Each one is beautiful though, but compared to the one beside Ji Shangnan at this moment, it was still not on the same level, because it was the first time he had seen it. Old Wang stiffly swallowed back the words old cow eating young grass, only with the old king asking. Ji Shangnan hadn't had a chance to speak. Zhang Yixiang was very proactive and introduced herself with a smile. Hello guys, my name is Zhang Shifted Fragrance. I'm still in school and I'm his girlfriend. It's nice to meet you guys, old king. The rest. I admit that Ji Shangnan is handsome, but not to this extent, right? This girl looks like she doesn't need to think about it to know that she's a schoolgirl. What kind of magic has Ji Shangnan put in his head? Hello. Old Wang came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted them with a smile and sat down first. Ji Shangnan smiled and rubbed Zhang shifted Xiang's small brain. Then he pulled Zhang Yisheng to sit down on one side. It was only then that he smiled and said, "Not really, it's in the dating stage." Ji Shangnan's words fell. Old Wang just couldn't help but roll his eyes. This pussy doesn't have to be a pussy. Old Wang and him were hairy kids, so naturally he didn't need to be more polite in his speech. Ji Shangnan shrugged. Is telling the truth called pretending these days? Isn't it time to serve the food? Kinda hungry. It was a busy day for Ji Shangnan. First, he bought books from the bookstore, and then he picked up Zhang Xuanxiang from school. I can't even sit on my ass before I get pulled over again by a pretty cop. Then they're taken off into the wilderness to help solve crimes. The small plates are ordered, not the hard plates yet. As usual, let's make a run for it. The old man asked Ji Shangnan. Good. Ji Shangnan nodded and stood up, seeming a bit uneasy. He looked at Old King's wife again. That. Old Wang's wife nodded without waiting for Ji Shangnan to finish. Don't worry, I'm here. The day the two got married was a busy one for Ji Shangnan. Because there were so many bridesmaids, Ji Shangnan was busy all day and night. I'm an old acquaintance with Old Wang's wife, so they all knew what was going on in Ji Shangnan's mind. The best thing about this agritourismo that is to get what you eat yourself. Chicken, duck, fish and meat are all available, but you have to catch it yourself. Seeing that Old Wang's wife opened her mouth, Ji Shangnan then followed Old Wang towards the outside. Just outside the door, Ji Shangnan finally couldn't help himself. I asked directly, "No, I haven't heard that you've brought anyone with you. Why is there another one you don't know? What's the story?" Chapter 26, This Specialty? Seeing Ji Shangnan ask about it, Old Wang couldn't help but frown. A long breath came out, which answered, "It's okay if you don't ask, but when you do I'm ing pissed off. My sister heard me calling you then and had to follow me here. I don't know that guy well. My sister's suitor didn't even ask me and had the cheek to come over. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to tell you ahead of time. You know my sister. She's been like this since she was a kid, and I don't know what kind of trouble she'd cause if I didn't bring her along." Listening to Old Wang's explanation, Ji Shangnan shrugged indifferently. "Okay, let's see who catches more." Ji Shangnan digressed and pointed to the fence in front of him. "There are even pigs in there." "Okay." The old king nodded and leapt to his feet. The two men changed their clothes and rushed right in. Ji Shangnan really didn't take it seriously. It's just that with an extra unfamiliar person present, it's not quite as convenient to talk. If it was just their own people, with Ji Shangnan's friendship with Old Wang, then they could say whatever they wanted. The only reason for the digression was that he didn't want to make Old King feel guilty. Old Wang's sister, Ji Shangnan, is also well acquainted. Looks like a sweet girl, but in reality that's a typical Chuan Yu Tyrannosaurus Rex. Truly speaking, Old Wang had even set up Ji Shangnan and his sister, wanting Ji Shangnan to be his brother-in-law, but Qi Shangnan said outright that he was not blessed. "Are you kidding me?" The two men had a heart-to-heart. After grabbing some to eat, he changed back into his clothes and returned to his seat. Just as I entered the lobby, I could hear the dude talking up a storm, while talking about his experience of studying abroad as well as his insights, all the while talking about what financial securities they are involved in and how money can go into their pockets just by sitting still. It also stated that the BMW on the doorstep was a birthday present to himself when he turned 18. That was the first pot of money he ever made on his own. Seeing Ji Shangnan come back with Old Wang, not only did the dude not relent, but he got even more aggressive, waving directly toward the two men. "Say you've been working on a new project lately, trying to give Ji Shangnan and Old Wang a chance to get rich." Ji Shangnan's face was expressionless. No hitch. Old Wang, on the other hand, pinched his daughter's face and teased her on the side, pretending not to hear. Men know men best. You can tell at a glance if you've blown it or not. It's just that this guy doesn't seem to have any self-awareness at all. Seeing that Ji Shangnan and Old Wang didn't give a damn about him. Instead, it got louder. There's also a look on his face that says, "Are you guys getting low self-esteem?" Ji Shangnan couldn't help himself. A direct movement of the mind. Checked out the guy's personal info. Name, Wu Chi Lu Ha. Age, 29. Occupation, habitual thief. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 51 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, unmarried. Scumbag, Sick. Personal specialties, lockpicking, convertible, stealing, convertible. Special circumstances. On the way here, I saw a Wuling Hongguang new energy car with the windows open. Out of professional instinct, directly stole the wallet in the car by hand. But that car is the town mayor's wife's car, and it's still under the surveillance video. In 5 minutes, the town mayor will come over with the police and arrest him on the spot. You don't know until you see it. One look at it was a shock. Nice guy. No wonder it's so capable of blowing awesome. So he's a habitual thief. Is habitual thievery even a profession anymore? And the name, achieving that, is called being a maverick. It seems one's guess was right. This guy was talking a lot just now, and all he did was blow his brains out. I just didn't realize that this kind of person had 2 specialties, and it's all transformable? Not much of a bird, though. Ji Shangnan frowned a little in disgust, but it wasn't this information that shocked Ji Shangnan the most. Instead, it's the last one. This guy has 5 minutes to blow awesome. In 5 minutes this guy is going to be under civilian arrest. Although Ji Shangnan could have stepped in to help him and still gained the transformation points rewarded by the system. But Ji Shangnan pressed on. That conversion point is not wanted. It's better to go in with this kind of scum. Besides, this guy's specialty, Ji Shangnan couldn't see it at all. Himself is awesome now. This crap specialization is a complete waste of conversion points. Meet the door that won't open. With what he has now, a kick. All it takes is a kick. Dropping. Ji Shangnan was thinking. The cell phone suddenly rang. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment, picking up his cell phone and glancing at it. It was discovered that it was actually a message sent by Zhang Yishang, who was sitting beside him. Do you know him? Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth. Obviously so close. Had to send a message to chat. But it's true. It's not great that people are sitting right across from each other. So Ji Shangnan returned the message. My friend's sister's suitor. First time I've seen him. He's so good at blowing. Let him blow. He won't be able to in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Just wait for the good stuff. Ji Shangnan put away his cell phone and reached out to rub Zhang Yishang's brain. The two men had a heart-to-heart. Although Zhang Yishang did not know what Ji Shangnan meant by 5 minutes, but was convinced of Ji Shangnan's words. Love is that great. Only this guy's awesome is blowing up in his face. Suddenly, he saw Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yishang actually playing with their cell phones, and there's laughing and joking. Old King and his wife are entertaining their daughter. Didn't even look at him. Old Wang's sister's gaze, on the other hand, looked at Ji Shangnan for a while and Zhang Yishang for a while, with a complicated expression. Not one person in the room was listening to him blow awesome. The guy got a little pissed off at once. Respect. What do you know about respect? Ostensibly though the guy is courting the old king's sister, but really just don't look like a watermelon melon sister. This guy goes after it all. Anyway, the main idea is to cast a wide net. That's what he's been thinking all these years. The reason he's blowing crazy awesome, that's because of the appearance of Zhang Yishang. Zhang Yishang of this caliber. He's never been exposed to it. I've only seen it in online movies and TV shows before. One now appeared violently before his eyes. That's why they purposely blow awesome all the time. This is the kind of opportunity that being a scumbag naturally doesn't let go of. Chapter 27, Apologizing. Don't say this, but any normal man, who wouldn't be tempted by Zhang Yishang? Therefore when Ji Shangnan appeared with Zhang Yishang for the first time, the guy just couldn't take his eyes off of it. It just so happened that Ji Shangnan went out with old Wang again. So this guy was instantly moved to evil. There's no shortage of women in this life, but even if they were added up, they would not be as good as a single hair of Zhang Qianxiang in front of him. So the awesome blew bigger and bigger. It was nothing more than trying to get Zhang Qianxiang's attention. As long as Zhang Yishang is interested in him, he thought he'd be able to find a chance to pry Ji Shangnan's corner a bit. Inside his perception, there would be no corner that couldn't be dug. It's not that the wall can't be dug down. It's that the hoe isn't swung properly. If Zhang Yishang is willing, don't say anything about the old king's sister, or anyone's sister. He's a habitual thief himself anyhow. Stealing counts as stealing. Stealing hearts counts as stealing. That's a professional match. Your own specialty. Only Zhang Qianxiang had never taken a proper look at him since the beginning. Even after Ji Shangnan returned, Zhang Yishang directly took Ji Shangnan's arm. In a bird-like manner, he cocked his head and leaned against Ji Shangnan. Facing Ji Shangnan favorably, rubbing his brain, still had a look of enjoyment on his face. Now it turns out that no one listens to him blow awesome. How can you not be angry? This ING doesn't give a about me. Only the bastard didn't realize it. He was the only outsider in the room. Ji Shangnan and Lao Wan were childhood friends. The rest are old king's family. Zhang Yishang is again Ji Shangnan's girlfriend. Not exactly an outsider. The host today is old Wang. Old Wang doesn't know him well at all, much less invited him over. He was the one who had the cheek to come alone. Even just because of his existence, old king found it inconvenient to chat. I didn't think you'd come. Also put aside to start blowing awesome. Don't you want to hear about your greatness? Lousy but with a near temper. The quality is almost there. Straight up told you to off. You're sitting here thanks to 9 years of compulsory education. Let the old man have more or less cultivated qualities. Because of you, I even apologized to G. I'm even thinking of turning around after eating later and treating G once more. You don't have a ing clue. Key, right? What kind of work do you do? Seeing that no one gives a. This guy does know that awesome can't be blown. Turning to the initiative without words. It was just that this little Nori made the people in the room almost tense up. Do you know Brother Rinji well? You're talking about keys? Lousy's last name is Wang. You don't still want to call me Little King, do you? No work. Ji Shangnan frowned, a bit displeased. Only his face remained expressionless. He didn't even raise his head, and faintly replied back, no job? Hearing Ji Shangnan's reply, the guy instantly lit up. An overwhelming sense of superiority hit him instantly. It's good to be out of work. Without a job, wouldn't I have a better chance? So is there no money either? Is the rent still affordable? Ji Shangnan. If it were not for the fact that in a few minutes the mayor would be coming to catch this, Ji Shangnan couldn't even resist slapping him. This guy that's not self-conscious at all. Still talking to himself, he continued, why don't I give you a chance to make a lot of money by hanging out with me? At this time, old Wang and the others also finally couldn't help themselves. They all looked up and stared at the man with an unkind look on their faces, seeing that the old king was about to get angry. Instead, Ji Shangnan shook his head at him. Only then did he open his mouth and said faintly, thanks a lot. I'm just afraid that you have the life to earn but not the life to spend, and how unprofitable it is to die in prison. Ji Shangnan's words landed. This instantly changed his face dramatically. Die in prison? Had his true identity been revealed? Shouldn't I? You don't even know this little white boy yourself. Definitely a first for today. After all, so handsome. It's impossible to be unimpressed by someone more handsome than my old man. One has been stealing for many years. Haven't been in there much before, but one is smart enough not to usually steal anything of great value. It's like before coming here. Saw a car on the road with the windows down. Smoothly, he took the wallet inside. Although that purse looks like a name brand, but it's definitely a fake. Who the hell spends tens of thousands of dollars on a bag? Instead, he drove a new energy Wuling Hongguang that cost $20,000 to $30,000. The car isn't as expensive as the bag yet. You don't have to think about it to know it's fake. Only in his own line of work that is indeed a criminal offense. Once you're found out, naturally, you'll go to jail. It was suddenly said by Ji Shangnan. This instantly alerted. You man, why are you cursing me when I'm kind enough to promote you? Curse? Ji Shangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Had to tell me you were okay with stealing people's bags, didn't you? Stealing bags? Ji Shangnan's words landed on the ground, and everyone present instantly froze. In fact, not to mention old Wang and the others, even old Wang's sister was a bit disgusted with this bastard at this time. It's just that it's not a good idea to snap out of it for the sake of saving face. In private, Lao Wang has repeatedly cautioned his sister. Follow guys as far away as you can in the future. Less frequent with him. At this moment, he suddenly heard Ji Shangnan's words. Everyone got up with a puzzled look on their faces. Although this guy likes to blow awesome, but the way he was dressed, he looked like a normal person. What's wrong with stealing a bag? Don't get it though. But Lao Wang is just like Zhang Yisheng. All of them were convinced by Ji Shangnan's words. Feeling sure that Ji Shangnan wouldn't be talking nonsense, the old king even snapped to mind something. That's when the guy drove by himself on the way over. Then it was supposed to go together, but as we walked, the bastard suddenly fell behind. Didn't see him for about a couple minutes. A few minutes later this cargo dish caught up with his car. Hadn't thought much of it, but now he heard Ji Shangnan say he stole the bag. Old Wang was the one who had to make the connection. Did he disappear for a few minutes? That's where the bag was stolen? Gee, that's a joke. Even though the old king's sister was beginning to loathe the guy, he hadn't averted his gaze from the moment Zhang Yisheng appeared, and it was really disgusting. But after all, it's because you dish over, and driving a BMW again. It doesn't look like a thief in any way. That's right, Key, even if you don't appreciate it, there's no need to make this kind of joke, right? This kind of joke isn't funny at all. When this bastard saw old Wang's sister open her mouth, he immediately followed her words and began to find a remedy for himself. It's been less than a minute. Ji Shangnan didn't reply, but looked at the time and said slowly, talking to him about this is a pure waste of breath. Soon everyone will know the truth anyway. Only the old king's sister's brows couldn't help but tighten at this moment. To be honest, she had always been in love with Ji Shangnan. She even thought for a moment that she and Ji Shangnan were considered childhood friends, growing up together. Ji Shangnan is so handsome, but who knows? As we get older, she realized that it was just her own wishful thinking. falling flowers have a heart, but running water has no heart. Ji Xiangnan treated her exactly like a sister. There's nothing else on my mind. At this moment, seeing Ji Xiangnan joking didn't have any degree at all. It's been debunked and no apology. In an instant, the aggression that had built up over so many years instantly exploded. She then stood up violently and pointed at Ji Xiangnan. Just try to get Qi to apologize. Chapter 28, Crazy Face Punch. Only just the moment she stood up, a shrill siren sounded from far away. It was quickly passed on. And right at that moment, the guy beside her instantly changed his face drastically. A great sense of trepidation struck, so much so that he was trembling uncontrollably. The sound of that siren came and went quickly. It disappeared in the doorway in the blink of an eye, but then a large group of civilian police rushed in. One of the first men was wearing an executive jacket and looked to be in his late 40s, a balding man. The bald man was followed by about 5 or 6 police officers. Entering, his eyes scanned the room. There weren't many customers in the store at this time, so the balding man's eyes instantly fell on the thief, and the police behind the bald man's back. Their eyes fell on the thief in the same way. The thief instantly sweated profusely when he was targeted by the police. Without saying a word, several people walked straight towards the thief. Wookie Rakai, right? How dare you? How dare you steal from the mayor's wife? What? We'll do it or you'll do it yourself? One of the police officers frowned and took a pair of silver handcuffs directly from his waist, waved it in front of the thief. The rest of the police officers were extremely taciturn and directly surrounded Ji Xiangnan's table. Thieves are not supposed to be very popular, so the police didn't let him say much and just put the handcuffs on him first. And at this point, the thief had been completely confused. Shunned a bag with it. I didn't realize it was still the mayor's wife's. This damn people unlucky up to drink cold water are stuffed teeth ah. But soon the thief was relieved. Stealing is against the law, but it won't kill you. Besides, that fake bag with its contents together wasn't worth $2,000. At best, it's just a few days in a detention center. You've got quite a case. Repeat offender. Know the law. How dare you even steal tens of thousands of dollars of bags this time? Don't think that a few days in the detention center like before will be fine. Only with the words of the police, the thief froze momentarily. Isn't it fake? How did it become real? Tens of thousands of dollars? That's enough jail time. Done. Done. These are really finished. The police officers pulled the handcuffs directly and escorted him toward the police car outside. The rest of them were not about to leave. Instead, he began to survey Ji Xiangnan and the others. Comrade policeman, we don't know him well, Old Wang hurriedly explained. It's like this. I was supposed to meet my friend here for dinner today. He had to be cheeky and come along himself. We didn't invite him. That mayor saw that the thief had been caught, and it's true that no one else was seen when investigating the security footage. So with a smile, he returned, don't be nervous, it's just a routine matter of registering your identity information. Several police officers, one in charge of each, quickly registered their identifying information. Actually follow the process then. They are required to follow along back to the police station to take statements, but after all, the security camera only saw the thief doing it alone. That thief is another repeat offender. Plus Ji Xiangnan and the others were very cooperative, so the mayor didn't give them a hard time. A brief registration of identifying information. It also left with the civilian police, until all civilian police disappeared from sight. Only then did Old Wang and the others let out a long breath, but it soon froze. Qi, you're a god. I didn't realize this one was really a thief. The old king sighed as he was shocked. It was hard to get the right time to meet up with Ji Xiangnan. A good meal turned out to be such a mess. It's bad luck. As the old king's words landed, the rest of them were looking at Ji Xiangnan with disbelieving faces. Can you even tell? Eyes of fire? Except, of course, for the old king's sister. At this point she was a ghastly sight. She was the first one to stand up, yet neither had time to speak. Then he was hit hard in the face by the police who rushed in. I didn't expect what Ji Xiangnan said to be true. Even that guy's an old pickpocket with quite a rap sheet, if it wasn't for the fact that the mayor is quite a good talker. Now they're afraid they'll have to go to the police station too. Still want to eat? It would be nice to catch a late-night snack. Just think of all that. She was literally worse than eating a fly. I'm not feeling well. Let's go. You guys have fun. At the thought, she took a long breath. A greeting was exchanged, and no one waited for the others to speak. Turning on his heel, he headed outside. If she stayed any longer, she felt like losing her face. The old king was indifferent. Instead, he laughed a little happily. Although as a blood brother, he should protect his sister. But that rotten man's true colors were revealed. There's no need to waste words trying to persuade her to stay away from crappy people in the future. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Definitely could use a little more discipline in the future. Alright, G, I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Old Wang apologized while pulling Ji Shangnan about to sit down and continue. There's no need for us to be outgoing in this relationship. Let's change seats. Ji Shangnan shrugged indifferently, but offered to change seats. After all, that thief is sick. Who knows if he's up to something? Buckle up everywhere. Ji Shangnan's proposal was naturally fine with everyone else. A few people switched seats a little farther away. Take your seat again. It was only then that old Wang couldn't help but ask, Qi, how did you get so good? I didn't realize you had such poisonous eyes before. Did you? How did you tell he was a thief? Even look to know what he stole? It's reasonably impossible. We're almost half an hour ahead of you. You couldn't have seen it halfway. The old king's words landed. The remaining few people were also looking at Jinan with a puzzled and curious expression. Even Zhang Yishan couldn't help but prop up her little brain with both hands, looking sideways at Ji Shangnan with unblinking eyes, a look of scrubbed ears. No one else knows, but she knew better. Just now, I was chatting with Ji Shangnan on his cell phone. Ji Shangnan, but he even said the time when the police arrived. One thought and this. Zhang Xianxiang couldn't help but violently remember the scene when they first met again. Ji Shangnan carried her across the street. It's what prevented that crash from involving myself. At first it was thought that Ji Shangnan was just trying to eat his tofu. The car accident just happened to be there. At that time, Zhang Yishan also asked, but Nori Shangnan dismissed it with fortune-telling. But the matter at hand. But it made Zhang Yishan involuntarily associated together. Once may be a coincidence, but twice? It couldn't be that so many coincidences were met by Ji Shangnan. Old King was right. Zhang Yishan had come with Ji Shangnan. Never even saw the thief along the way. But how did Ji Shangnan know in such detail? Zhang Qianxian's eyes were already filled with incredulity. The more I think about it, the more shocked I am. Chapter 29. Payment in advance doesn't care about payment later. Ji Shangnan swept a glance at the shocked and surprised looks of the crowd. It was only then that he pretended to be mysterious and returned. Calculated. Calculated? Old King, however, remained skeptical of this claim. Being a hairdresser, I haven't seen you in a while since graduation though, but I never knew that Ji Shangnan could do such a thing. When did you learn that? Why don't I know? Old Wang subconsciously blurted out. It's normal that you don't know. It's only in the past 2 years that you've learned a little bit. Ji Shangnan shrugged. There doesn't seem to be a better way to say it than that. You can't just tell them that you're a hungman. Brother Ji, are you that rare genius? Even a 60 or 70-year-old gentleman isn't as accurate as you are. Do you call this a skill? You really can't help but be impressed by this. Old King gave a thumbs up. Fortune tellers are everywhere on the street these days anyway. Sensei, true or false? This stuff has been around for thousands of years. It exists whether you believe it or not. It's just rare to see young people know this or go for it. Young people are more likely to play some kind of tarot cards or horoscopes or some other Western stuff. Inherited thousands of years of Taoism includes the mountain doctor life divination, which in addition to medical, the remaining 4 are more or less stained with a bit of metaphysics. Plus the Zhoi has been passed down. Only these things about metaphysics that are really metaphysical. The average person, let alone learn it, will put the book in front of you. It's not even easy for you to read it in its entirety, not to mention melting down to understand the meaning within. Several people instantly looked at Ji Shangnan with eyes full of adoration, even those who don't believe this, seeing the really awesome ones that would be beyond worshipful too. It was only with the waiter starting to serve the food that the topic finally jumped over. Brother Ji, come on, I'll drink to you. To apologize, let's go somewhere else to play after eating. Ji Shangnan replaced the wine with tea because he had to drive, clinking glasses before returning. Forget the change, I have things to do tonight. Old Wang sighed, but did not force himself. Good, then let's get together again when we're free. The meal was much more relaxed and enjoyable without the habitual thief. Halfway through the meal, Ji Shangnan tried to check out, only to be discovered by Lao Wang. The two men had a bit of a tug. Old Wang, do you think this is okay? I'll settle for half first, and then you'll settle for the remaining half when we're done eating. I don't care if there are additional dishes or anything else. You spend more. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Ji Shangnan, Old Wang could only nod his head and agree. I just didn't realize that when I came out after eating. Lao Wang realized that Ji Shangnan had not tied half of the knot, he had tied all of them. Looking at Old Wang's grimace, Ji Shangnan smiled and explained, and you don't have to look at me like that. I'm just here to tell you the truth. Old Wang froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, what sense? Paying up front doesn't care about paying later. Ji Shangnan laughed meaningfully. A brief goodbye. A few people then went their separate ways. Car, are you guys good friends? Zhang Qianxiang couldn't help but ask with a sideways glance. Yeah, we grew up together. It's just that since we're all grown up and everyone's on the line with life, and he's got a family, it's rare that we get together. Ji Shangnan drove the car and casually returned. So where are we going? When Ji Shangnan's words landed, Zhang Yishan, however, Her pretty face reddened and suddenly lowered her head, asking in a small voice, just inside the eyes. There was some anticipation and some uneasiness. "I'll take you back to my place first. I'm going out to run some errands. I'll stay with you when I'm done." "Good." Although the answer was different from what she had imagined, Zhang Yishan still nodded heavily. The two returned home. Ji Shangnan told Zhang Qianxiang to stay by herself. Instead, he turned to his computer to see if he could find something useful to learn online. It all turned out to be useless. Ji Shangnan had no choice but to stop, which expected to come out, but did not see Zhang Qianxiang people. Instead, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Ji Shangnan knocked on the bathroom door. "I'm in the shower. Just in time. I'm going to take a shower too, so why don't you stop by and give me a back rub?" Not waiting for Zhang Qianxiang to reply, Ji Shangnan took off his clothes while walking towards the bathroom. Looking at Zhang Yishan, who was tired and directly fell asleep, Ji Shangnan reached over and put the blanket over her. Looking at the time, it's about time. Ji Shangnan got up and got dressed. Driving a 9-handed bully, he left the rental house. Although he had tossed and turned all day, and just now he had fought with Zhang Yishan for 300 rounds, but Ji Shangnan surprisingly didn't feel tired at all. "Even now I still feel energized." While driving, he navigated directly to the bar where Zhang Jinyu appeared. A quick glance at the navigation's route plan showed that the distance wasn't too far. It's probably only a minute or 20. Ji Shangnan parked his car across the street from the bar. Instead, there was no rush to get out of the car, because it's early. The odds are that Zhang Jinyu has gone into the bar by now. It's just that there's still some time before Zhang Jinyu's accident, because it's late at night, so there's basically no one to be seen on the road. There was only the faint sound of restless music coming from inside the bar. Ji Shangnan sat in the car seat and couldn't help but start thinking. With the advent of the extras, he already has several specialties, but he remained ignorant of his true strength. Think about it. Ji Shangnan simply got out of the car, looked around for a moment. Right next to it is a small park along the river. Find a clearing. I didn't find anything useful in the pile of books I bought earlier. Just one flip. 2. But because of the limited space in the rental house, Ji Shangnan never had the chance to practice. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of this free time to practice. What exactly can one get out of this thing when practiced? It's late at night though. Can't see anyone either. But after all, it's next to a bar. There's quite a bit of greenery in this little park. If you've never seen a pig run, you've always eaten pork. Quite a few of the homemade videos that have been circulating on the internet are sneak peeks at the park, so Ji Shangnan still took a careful turn first. Make sure there's nothing in here that's looking for that kind of excitement. Ji Shangnan was relieved. Being a child of rural upbringing, at a very young age, he learned to climb trees to catch birds and go down to the river to catch fish. The flip thing isn't a difficult maneuver, so Ji Shangnan hasn't done much in the last few years though, but the basics are still there. A little bit of mobilization. Ji Shangnan didn't ink either. Straight away, he started flipping out in the clearing. After about a couple minutes of continuous flipping, only then did Ji Shangnan stop. Started to carefully feel if there were any noticeable changes in his body. Chapter 30, Stronger. Where's the promise of getting stronger? After noticing no noticeable changes in his body, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but frown. Does it also take more doing to get stronger? But reading silently is no effort. This thing is laborious. Though one's current physical strength should not take much effort to do 1,000 or so in one breath, Ji Shangnan thought as he looked up at the bar not far away. Another look at the clock and there was still a little time left. Solely shrugged it off and thought no more about it. Keep doing it up. Fruity. The maneuver is physically demanding, though, but Ji Shangnan did hundreds of them in a row and surprisingly didn't feel tired at all. Only doing so, Qi Shangnan felt it violently. That familiar feeling came back. The warmth at the dantian seemed to have started traveling down the limbs again. Then again, not sure exactly how much I did, just felt a violent shudder run through his body. It was this tremor. Here we go. But Ji Shangnan didn't stop. Instead, they continue to do it. It's even getting faster. At first it was about half a dozen a minute. It got to the point where you could do hundreds a minute. It's a good thing there's no one there right now. That's if someone, from a distance, sees Ji Shangnan. He's like a spinning windmill. All that could be seen was a residual shadow, with that pleasure inside his body fading away into nothingness. It's about time. It was only then that Ji Shangnan finally stopped. This time, Ji Shangnan finally noticed the changes in his body. Than before, it's gotten a little lighter. It's like having two 1 or 20-pound sandbags strapped to your feet originally, live tied up for a decade or two straight, but all of a sudden it gives you that feeling of having it removed. Ji Shangnan felt like jumping in place even now. All of them can jump 3 or 5 meters high. If he or she were to go to the Olympics now, what with the high jump and the long jump and all that, the pack could win the world championship. Not only that, even after doing it for so long, Ji Shangnan didn't even feel tired. Get Newton over here. Where's the promised gravity? How come you can barely feel it? And I don't know how many I just did, but the change is so obvious. Sure enough, it's gotten stronger again. That's if you spend an hour a day practicing. That's even if you can't do any flying yourself. Shouldn't be too far off from being a lightweight, either, should it? It's only a matter of time, even if you're flying off the walls. Ji Shangnan thought about it and suddenly became a bit expectant. It seems that what one lacks most right now is time instead. It took over 100 books to get such a useful one out though. Yet it tops decades of practice for an ordinary person, right? How long have I been here? Not even 10 minutes. And that's just the changes this one brings. I still have the Wudong heart technique. I just don't know how to use that thing yet. One belongs to external power and the other to internal power. Inside and out. If you can use inside and out together, and how strong should I become? Don't dare think. It's unthinkable. Ji Shangnan tried to move his body again with a slightly greater amplitude. This time the changes in the body were much more pronounced. Before it was just a burst of power, but now the whole body coordination is extremely silky smooth. Compare it to the Wudong mind technique. This change made Ji Shangnan even more delighted. After all, Wudong heart method Ji Shangnan did not know how it should be applied until now. But the change at the moment, that is a real stronger a lot of difficult moves within the 108th style. Ji Shangnan couldn't even make it before, but now Nori Shangnan felt like doing it casually. Not a year, not 10 years, not 30 years, just 10 minutes. 10 minutes and he's already gotten this strong. That's if you give it time. How ridiculously strong would that be? But Ji Shangnan did know that. Trying to be like the lightness described inside martial arts novels in a short period of time was obviously impossible. But it's worth looking forward to a handful. After all, inside all sports, there's a lot more to it than flips. Ji Shangnan can try them all. Took a deep breath. Once again, he looked up at the bar across the street and checked the time. Almost there. We can't wait for Zhang Jingyu to really drink the drugged wine before making an appearance. It's tempting to keep adding to the practice though, but there's no rush on this stuff. Besides, Ji Shangnan guessed, there was a good chance that everything Unicorn found was of the same tone. It gets stronger with casual practice at first, but over time, from 100 times in the beginning, it would take 1,000, 10,000 or even more to be effective. And it came out today. For one thing, to practice. The purpose has now been achieved. Another reason, that was to save the beautiful policewoman Zhang Jingyu. After all, he had gotten one more specialty from her. Save now and get another conversion point. It's better than trying to find something you can use and learn on your own. Obviously, it's simpler to translate directly from inside someone else's specialty to your own. There are just advantages and disadvantages to both. Finding it yourself can be targeted to what you want. Getting access to someone else's specialty would be pure luck. It's fine if you come across useful ones, but it should be mostly useless. Like the thief I met at dinner this afternoon. He also has specialties, but they are useless. Ji Shangnan thought as he did so, while walking towards the bar. It wasn't supposed to be very far away. It's also a matter of crossing a street, so Ji Shangnan quickly walked to the entrance of the bar. Speaking of which, Ji Shangnan had grown up so much, haven't been to the bar much to play. As he thought, he lifted his foot and walked in. Once inside Ji Shangnan's side, it's too damn loud in here. That music sounded like a ing earthquake, and the light is still dim. Those people are all as good as possessed. There it was, writhing wildly. Ji Shangnan pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. Find a spot on higher ground. Only then did he raise his eyes to survey the inside of the bar. The area is not so big. A quick glance. The light was dim though, but Ji Shangnan soon saw Zhang Jingyu. Only for a moment when I saw Zhang Jingyu. Ji Shangnan, however, couldn't help but freeze, wide-eyed, a face of disbelief. Chapter 31, Heartache. Ji Shangnan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Thought I was seeing things. Is this still the Zhang Jingyu that he saw in the daytime? That's two ing people altogether. During the day, Zhang Jingyu wears a police uniform. It looks like it gives a sense of distance. But now Zhang Jingyu, the bottom half of the body was super short jeans that were all but showing half of his ass cheeks. The top half of the body is a small white camisole. Even the hair turned colorful, rolled into a big wave. Her face was even painted with smoky makeup. Eyes closed, both hands were up. In one hand, he carried a beer bottle with half a bottle of wine left in it. A freshly lit cigarette in one hand, as if enjoying it immensely, is swaying along with the music. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Is this contrast so great? Actually, it's not just Ji Shangnan. At this moment, the gazes of most of the men in the bar basically fell on Zhang Jingyu. No way. Zhang Yongyu is so pretty, plus the body is extremely well built again. It's hard not to be the center of attention at this point, and she's dressed like this nowadays. It does make any sane man looking at it have to come up with a reaction to show respect. Ji Shangnan was in no hurry to find her. Now found her. Well, it's good to wait and see what happens. It's just a matter of stepping in when necessary. That's why Ji Shangnan looked at the judge Zhang Jingyu while looking at him. While walking over to the bar, he casually found an empty seat and sat down. It's not your own woman anyway. Ji Shangnan's purpose of coming here was just to get one more system reward. As for saving lives, that's just a passing thing. How Zhang Jingyu dresses up, that's her business. But with her outfit, Ji Shangnan could only comment 2 words about it. That is dedication. In order to find clues to solve the case, it's really going out on a limb. I wonder how many clues the police have found in that rotting corpse case now. I can't believe they all found their way inside this bar. I just don't know the bar except for Zhang Jinyu. Are there any other cops out there? Ji Shangnan was too lazy to care that much. Anyway, one has helped what one can. Shrugged it off. Ji Shangnan casually ordered a drink. The name is Heartache. 181 cups. The waiter brought it over. Ji Shangnan then couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. This, heartbreaking indeed, because it's a ING glass of tap water. You're selling me 118 cups of tap water? Who wouldn't be heartbroken to buy this? Probably because of the 181 cups. Ji Shangnan tasted it and it was a bit sweet. So this bar doesn't produce water. They're just nature's movers, right? But it was just right, because I had to drive and couldn't drink. So I was fine with water. Frowning, Ji Shangnan once again looked at Zhang Jingyu. The minutes ticked by. The point in time when Tuncher said something would happen was almost upon us. Ji Shangnan shot to his feet. Just put down this cup of heartache in my hand. Ji Shangnan then saw that Zhang Jingyu seemed to be tired of twisting toward the bar. Just didn't notice Ji Shangnan's presence. Instead, he sat down about 7 or 8 meters away from Ji Shangnan. That seat seemed to be the one Zhang Jingyu had sat in before, because there's a cocktail in front of you, and after Zhang Jingyu sat down, he put down the half bottle of beer in his hand. Casually, he picked up the glass of wine. If the guess is right, the problem is that drink, isn't it? Ji Shangnan frowned. I saw that Zhang Jingyu was about to drink it. Ji Shangnan hurriedly carried the cup of heart-wrenching sensation towards Zhang Jingyu, and just as Zhang Jingyu's mouth was on the verge of touching the mouth of the cup, but it came to a sudden stop, because she finally saw Ji Shangnan. Zhang Jinyu frowned, subconsciously sizing up Ji Shangnan. The expression wore a dubious look of disbelief, obviously not expecting to meet Ji Shangnan here. Hello again? Ji Shangnan raised the cup of heartache in his hand, and without waiting for Zhang Jingyu to speak, he sat down next to her. Zhang Jingyu subconsciously lowered her head a little. Her pretty face didn't know whether it was because of the wine she drank or because she was met by Ji Shangnan in her current state, but it was actually a scarlet red, because the bar was just too noisy. That's why Ji Shangnan came close when he greeted her, almost face to face. What are you doing here? Zhang Jingyu's good-looking eyes were filled with questions. At this time also could not care about shyness, subconsciously blurted out the question. Ji Shangnan did not explain. Instead, he pointed to the glass of wine in Zhang Jingyu's hand. I wouldn't drink out of my sight in a bar if I were you. Ji Shangnan's words landed. Zhang Jingyu instantly froze, snapped a look at the glass of wine in his hand. It was supposed to come in disguise for a clue. So naturally, Zhang Jinyu wouldn't really be drunk. Always keep a vigilant mind. Only because the attention was on the suspect. So it's true that I hadn't really noticed the glass of wine I had placed on the bar. At this moment, being reminded by Ji Shangnan like this, Zhang Jingyu quickly thought of something. Not quite sure, but he put down the drink in his hand. What do you know? Ji Shangnan's ability is too outstanding. This is too big. So Zhang Jinyu subconsciously felt that Ji Shangnan must know something about the clues that the police had not yet grasped. After all, Ji Shangnan was involved in the rotting corpse case, which expected Ji Shangnan to just shake his head. With a bemused face, he returned, I don't know anything. I'm just kindly reminding. As for what to do, that's your business. While saying that, Ji Shangnan placed the cup of heartache in his hand in front of Zhang Jingyu. This cup of heartache is for you. 118 a cup. Don't waste it. Zhang Jinyu was once again stunned. It was heartbreaking to look at the glass of wine and then at the glass of heartache that Ji Shangnan had given her. Does someone that's smart come to a bar and turn into a big bully? You're heartbroken. If I drink it, then you're not even more heartbroken, Zhang Jinyu said while pushing the cup of heartache back again. Thank you. Putting away the snickering expression on her face, Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but solemnly say thank you, obviously, though I don't know how Ji Shangnan suddenly appeared here. Another sudden reminder not to drink the glass of wine that had left his sight. But given what he knew about Ji Shangnan, Zhang Jingyu still chose to trust Ji Shangnan. No more going for that drink. You're welcome. Ji Shangnan shrugged. Seeing that Zhang Jingyu believed in himself, he said no more. He picked up the cup of heartache on the table and drank it down, then stood up, turned and headed outside. As for what Zhang Jinyu will do next and what will happen, Ji Shangnan wasn't interested, and don't want to know. One has now accomplished one's purpose. The system rewards arrived as well. Even if Zhang Jinyu ended up drinking the wine, that's okay. At least at the original point in time, nothing happened to Zhang Jinyu. Ji Shangnan was also considered a success. Looking at the system rewards that had arrived, Ji Shangnan left the bar without a care in the world. It's just too noisy in here. It's just that Ji Xiangnan didn't notice, as he got up and headed outside. Inside the corner of the bar, a few of the burly men, however, frowned. A few burly men then looked at each other and nodded. He also stood up and chased after Ji Xiangnan in the direction he had left. Chapter 32, Not a Single Capable Fighter. 5 burly men led by a bald man, getting up from the card table, a fierce glint in his eyes, in the direction Ji Xiangnan left. He quickly followed. This scene was naturally seen by Zhang Jinyu, who was still in the bar, because Ji Xiangnan's appearance was unexpected by Zhang Jinyu. At this point the words were not even finished, Ji Xiangnan turned around and left, so much so that Zhang Jinyu never took her eyes off Ji Xiangnan. With those men following Ji Xiangnan, what Ji Xiangnan had just said, Zhang Jinyu had basically believed it all. It seems that the ones who tampered with their wine glasses would be these guys. Zhang Jinyu thought of this, unable to help. He also stood up and followed towards the outside. Except what none of them know is this: Ji Xiangnan had long since spotted the men. Seeing the other side follow, Ji Xiangnan, however, showed a look of anticipation. It would have been hard to know how good you really are now. Never got a chance to put it into practice. These guys are right on the doorstep. Ji Xiangnan is just like Zhang Jinyu. They all guessed that these people were probably the ones who had tampered with Zhang Jinyu's wine. It only occurred to Zhang Jinyu that they might have something to do with the rotting corpse case. Ji Xiangnan wasn't a cop, so he didn't think about it that much. Anyway, whatever. These guys aren't any good. If you hurt them later, at the very least, it's self-defense, and you might even get a little banner or something. Scared? The word fear was not in Ji Xiangnan's dictionary, because Ji Xiangnan pressed the dictionary, so Ji Xiangnan just pretended not to notice. As he continued to walk forward, he began to look around. A dozen meters ahead, an alleyway was just in sight. Ji Xiangnan couldn't help but feel happy, and without even thinking about it, he directly walked in towards a hutong. There was even anticipation in the mind. This better be a dead end. Walked in and it turned out to be a real dead end. And at this point, the men who were close behind him, as soon as he saw Ji Xiangnan walk into the alley, nor could he help but be instantly pleased. They're all too familiar with the terrain in this neighborhood, knew it was a dead end, and because it's a dead end, so not to mention people within a 100-meter radius, you can't even see a single surveillance. At that moment the bald man beckoned. Taking a couple of his minions with him, he chased after them towards the dead end. A few breaths later, a few people were in a dead end, directly stopping Ji Xiangnan, who had just walked in. Inside the cul-de-sac, Ji Xiangnan raised an eyebrow. Brothers this? The bald man sized up Ji Xiangnan unkindly while returning with a menacing voice. The one who came to take your life. You want to walk away after you've spoiled the grandpas? There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you break in. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you. Die, boy. Ji Xiangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth. Why does this guy have so many lines? It's also all jingles. You're going to ING graduate school. Just didn't wait for Ji Xiangnan to speak again. That bald guy just gave a direct order, leading the charge towards Ji Xiangnan. After all, no matter how you look at Ji Xiangnan, he's just a young white boy in his early 20s. Not to mention the 6 of them. Baldhead thought he could handle Ji Xiangnan all by himself, easily crushed. So to the front of Ji Xiangnan, he directly kicked towards Ji Xiangnan's abdomen. Ji Xiangnan was a little disappointed after seeing that kick. This is not someone who knows martial arts. At best, it's at the level of a street punk, though it was quite bluffing to look like a tiger with a ferocious look on his face. But in reality, after years of indulging in alcohol and sex, his body has long been emptied. Not to mention that this kick is not much of a deterrent, even if you don't dodge and don't avoid it. If you really kick it, it's just painless. Ji Xiangnan sighed at the same time. Just a slight sideways turn. The kick just fell straight through. If it wasn't for the fact that the remaining few who rushed up were still smart, the first time he held him up, probably had to fall to the ground himself. After getting back up and stabilizing himself, this one went straight into a rage. Kid, do you know who the hell I am? I've been crisscrossing this area for more than a decade. No one has ever dared to hide. You've got guts. Beat me to death. Ji Xiangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth again. This guy is really into blowing awesome hard words. Fighting with your mouth? A few of the minions behind him sniffed. All of a sudden, they rushed towards Ji Xiangnan once again. Same as this one. Also lifted his foot and kicked it. Ji Xiangnan sighed again in disappointment, because he realized that the group was indeed at the level of street punks. Don't say anything about three-legged kung fu. I guess it's hard to do radio gymnastics. The cul-de-sac is narrow. It was probably about the width of 2 people walking side by side. So although there are a lot of people across the street, but there was really only one person Ji Xiangnan was facing. Watching the punk's foot kick up in front of him, Ji Xiangnan flew up by stepping directly on the wall of the cul-de-sac. A 180-degree turn in the air. A whiplash straight to the kid's face. Bang! Ah! A muffled sound and a scream rang out almost simultaneously. The kick jerked the punk right out of the air. Then it slammed heavily into the remaining few punks behind him. Just one look. A few punks were instantly ed over by Ji Shangnan's kick. The punk who received a kick directly lay on the ground and convulsed, obviously completely out of the fight. And Ji Shangnan didn't stop. Once again, he stepped on the wall of the cul-de-sac and ran to the mouth of the cul-de-sac in a few steps, blocked the group's path, though they were all at the level of punks who couldn't even block a single move of their own. But one hasn't gotten over it yet. Free human sandbags. That's sandbagging, too. Only after seeing this scene, the punks who were still standing were outright confused. Oops, this time it's a kick in the teeth. How come this kid can fight so well? Just about to open his mouth and beg for mercy. What to expect was that Ji Shangnan didn't even give them a chance to open their mouths. The figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the group. Snap! A few more muffled thuds came. Ji Shangnan gave one of them a slap in the face, pressing their heads again, crash hard into each other. Exactly 7. One photo was put down by Ji Shangnan. The remaining 6 collided 2 by 2. Inside the narrow cul-de-sac, instant screams of misery. Less than a minute before and after, they were all ed over by Ji Shangnan. Brain buzzing, slap marks all over his face. Can't even crawl. That fierce look in his eyes earlier, it was long ago replaced by trepidation. Ji Shangnan clapped his hands, looking at the punks lying all over the place in front of him. Again, he sighed. It's so unresistant. That's all you've got. And you're out learning how to drug people? And 7 people drugged one person? That's quite a fancy way to play. And it turns out none of them can fight? Chapter 33, Length and Shorthand in Depth. Ji Shangnan sighed as he did so, while starting to think back. Would have thought even if they couldn't fight. But at least there are 7 of them. More or less try your strength. I didn't realize that in less than a minute, they'd all been ed over by themselves. What a bunch of little party poopers. Just this, that's still the strength that Ji Shangnan left behind. Only 1 or 2% of the force was used. Still don't know exactly how strong I am now though, but judging by the situation at hand, if he or she were to go all out, 100 or so ordinary people shouldn't be a match for themselves. Ji Shangnan, who hadn't enjoyed himself, could only look at the group of rookies he had ed over with contempt, turning toward the outside of the cul-de-sac, and the group of punks inside the cul-de-sac who were ed up and left defenseless. Seeing Ji Shangnan turn around and get ready to leave, unable to help themselves, they all let out a huge sigh of relief. Where the hell is this plague coming from? How come you can fight so well? It's almost scary as hell. 7 people who don't even have the slightest chance to fight? Didn't even carry it for a minute? Though it's true that he doesn't know much martial arts, but all those years of fighting and brawling that didn't go unnoticed. For the first time, I felt so weak. Actually, it's not just them. Even Zhang Jingyu, who had been standing outside the cul-de-sac, after witnessing the whole thing, there was also a look of shock. She thought Ji Shangnan was just a weak and handsome guy who could draw. But who would have thought that Ji Shangnan would be so good at fighting? What exactly is Ji Shangnan's status? How does he know so much? And every single one of them is so awesome? Zhang Jingyu was raised on all aspects of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, sparring and fighting. She's no match for those rookie pussies in there. She knew better about Ji Shangnan's terror. Though that bunch of rookies in there, Zhang Jingyu, can fight through them, but it shouldn't be as easy to write as Ji Shangnan. Who the hell is this guy? How come he's so powerful? It's really worrying for nothing. Seeing Ji Shangnan walk out from inside the dead end, Zhang Jingyu's eyes, however, flashed with a flash of fighting spirit. 4 women, good-looking, talented, ceiling-level drawing ability, excellent logic for case analysis, and so well-built, and so young. This is a ING template for Prince Charming. Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but become even more curious. What exactly did Ji Shangnan still not understand about himself? Zhang Jingyu was thinking while Ji Shangnan had already walked out, only to see Zhang Jingyu standing outside. Ji Shangnan, however, was extremely calm, had expected her to show up. After all, the other side is the police. The reason for coming here itself is for the rotting corpse case. Even he noticed a few people following behind him. There's no reason why she, a cop, shouldn't have noticed. Chang, done drinking? Ji Shangnan looked at Zhang Jinyu with a snarky face. That's true. Zhang Jinyu's outfit is really eye-catching. Just now, in the bar, the light wasn't very good, plus it was crowded and noisy. Again, Qi Shangnan had come to remind her, so it wasn't much to look at. Come out outside at this time. Look again by the light of the street lamp. This figure, that's nice. Seeing Ji Shangnan so recklessly surveying her figure, Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. No looking, Ji Shangnan withdrew his gaze. Turning, he pointed inside the cul-de-sac. I'll leave the rest to you. Zhang Jingyu took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Seeing Zhang Jingyu nod his head, for his part, Ji Shangnan turned around and headed in the direction he had parked his car, which expected the feet to just move. Zhang Jingyu then suddenly spoke again. Wait, Ji Shangnan's footsteps stalled. Anything else? Zhang Jingyu, however, smiled and also pointed to the dead end. If I'm not mistaken, those little party dishes didn't keep you entertained. Just as well. I didn't have a good time drinking in there earlier. How about? Ji Shangnan froze for a moment and deliberately shook his head. I have to drive, so I won't drink. Ji Shangnan's words landed. Once again, Zhang Jingyu's pretty face reddened. Blah blah blah. Who wants to drink with you? I'm going to fight you. Qi Shangnan. This time, it was completely unexpected. Although Ji Shangnan knew that Zhang Jingyu knew mixed martial arts grappling, but have no idea what her level is. The group of rookies just now, however, could not even be considered a warm-up. So in the face of Zhang Jingyu's proposal, Ji Shangnan would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Only the other party was a petite beauty anyhow. It's inevitably less convenient when you really do it, for fear of injuring her herself. Assaulting a police officer is a big charge. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Look at Ji Shangnan frowning in deep thought. Zhang Jingyu, however, had a fearless face, and with provocation in general, he took a few steps closer towards Ji Shangnan. It's a bit, I'm afraid I'll hurt you, and then you'll convict me of assaulting a police officer. Who am I going to talk to? Ji Shangnan shrugged his shoulders and returned lightly. Don't worry, it was my own skill that injured me. I'm not as small-minded as you think I am. Seeing that Zhang Jingyu was not going to fight, Ji Shangnan also stopped inking. A straight nod. Here, right here. Come on then. Ji Shangnan's words landed. Zhang Jingyu struck instantly. A punch came towards the left side of Ji Shangnan's face, who was already in close proximity. Be careful, it's not certain who will hurt who. Zhang Jinyu's voice arrived almost simultaneously with his fist. Just this one action. Ji Shangnan could see that. Zhang Jinyu was not like those vegetable s in there. She was really practicing. All of these punches carried a sound of breaking wind. Ji Shangnan ducked under a slight head kick to avoid it. However, the punch was just a feint. Zhang Jinyu jerked his body into a half crouch. A sweeping strike was directed towards Ji Shangnan's lower third. Ji Shangnan once again sidestepped and raised his leg. Dodged. Hey, are you looking down on me? You make a move. Zhang Jingyu stood up, watching Ji Shangnan just dodge and not fight back. He couldn't help but frown. Okay, then be careful. Ji Shangnan struck instantly. At this moment, all the information about the moves of mixed martial arts grappling came instantly inside the brain. The action is flowing like water. Straight toward the opposite Zhang Jingyu attacked. Zhang Jingyu was directly confused. How does he know MMA grappling too? And how does it look better than me? I've got a famous teacher to guide me. How is that possible? Plus this MMA grappling is a close quarters tactic in itself. The two were inside the narrow cul-de-sac again. So much so that it gets intimate every now and then. A couple of rounds. Zhang Jingyu was completely confused. Surprisingly, she could only parry and had no power to fight back. That's all it took for Ji Shangnan to show mercy. Beat me with my best? Zhang Jinyu, the daughter of heaven. The heart of the Tao was nearly shattered. Chapter 34, Killing Aura. The more Zhang Jingyu fought, the more anxious he became. The more you fight, the more shocked you become. It was hard to find an opening. Zhang Jingyu directly raised his leg and swept it up towards Ji Shangnan. Unperturbed, Ji Shangnan dodged the kick by simply lowering his head slightly. Zhang Jingyu's fist, in turn, attacked towards Ji Shangnan at almost the same time. Ji Shangnan sensed that Zhang Jinyu had been beaten out of his own fire. He watched Zhang Jinyu's fist attack, but he did not dodge or avoid it. Both arms spread out and easily gripped Zhang Jinyu's fist. This action caused Zhang Jingyu to instantly lose all means of attack. It looked like Zhang Jingyu was about to storm out. Only then did Ji Shangnan let go of Zhang Jingyu. It stops here, Qi Shangnan said as he looked back, spreading his hands. Zhang Jingyu also understood at this time that he was no match for Ji Shangnan. If Ji Shangnan hadn't been merciful, I am afraid that I have long been beaten down by Ji Shangnan just like the group of small lying vegetables inside. At this time, Ji Shangnan was good at straightening his clothes, winning on their own though. But it has to be said, Zhang Jinyu is great. At least out of all the people he's met so far, Zhang Jinyu should be the most capable fighter besides himself. It's still not as fun as it could be, though. However, this battle had allowed Ji Shangnan to gain a lot. At this point the little group of partying vegetables inside finally slowed down a bit, helping each other up from the ground, back against the wall, though it was tempting to escape while the two were fighting. But what to think but to venture out. Just another slap came up hard, and I don't know whose slap. Wait until the two are done fighting. A couple of the little plonkers in there have long since had their heads swollen like pigs' heads. I don't think my own mother would recognize it. After finally giving up the idea of escaping. Big brother, big sister, grandpa, auntie, what do you take us for? We just can't beat you guys. We just got ate over by you guys. But we're not dead people. We're still alive. We've become part of your PA? A few big piggybacks that were dumbfounded on one side, all the while feeling secretly grateful. It's a good thing Ji Shangnan didn't go all out. This is if they are dealt with the same vigor as they are dealt with a beautiful woman. Now it is estimated that they are even if they don't die. That's gonna take a lot of skin off the bones. Thinking about thinking, couldn't help but be more fearful. Although pretty girls can't beat handsome guys, but the beauty is not covered. This beauty they can't beat. Luckily Ji Shangnan's appearance prevented them from getting their way. That's if you really get your way. Wait for the pretty girl to wake up. So are they still good? Thinking about thinking. A few people were even beginning to be grateful to Ji Shangnan. Next time you run into this handsome guy, you must go around him. Is it that scary? What the hell is this guy's deal? That's not an ordinary person at first glance. At this time, Zhang Jingyu was full of fire, but he could not beat Ji Shangnan, and there was nothing he could do to Ji Shangnan. Okay, you need to practice more. Ji Shangnan shrugged. It wasn't a deliberate pretense. Instead, really practice. It's just not possible to catch up with yourself with any more practice. The more Ji Shangnan said, the more Zhang Jingyu felt stifled. Beat yourself with what you do best, and now let yourself practice again. Excessive. It's too much. It's getting late, and you still have to take care of those punks. So I'll be off, Ji Shangnan said as he lifted his foot towards the parking place. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped again. Turn your head. By the way, while you look pretty good in that outfit, it doesn't really suit your style, especially the fit of the cut would be inconvenient. At this time, they didn't wait for Zhang Jingyu to open his mouth again. Ji Shangnan took it in stride and went straight to the 36th plan. Although he was not afraid, but a beautiful woman is unreasonable when she starts a fire. It wouldn't be a good idea to actually get yourself an assault charge. Zhang Jingyu puffed out her cheeks in exasperation, watching Ji Shangnan's back disappear from sight. Couldn't help but stomp his foot hard, but the stomping instantly involved an injury. I couldn't help but grimace in pain. Good for you, Ji Shangnan. Do you know how to be compassionate? Ji Shangnan is leaving. Naturally, Zhang Jingyu couldn't leave Ji Shangnan behind. After all, it really counts. The reason why Ji Shangnan was here this time. That's still to save yourself. And again, to cut or to mention it of your own accord. Now the technology is not as good as it should be. Can't beat people. Can't really mess around. But the more so, the anger in Zhang Jingyu's heart grew. Though it's not like something like grappling takedowns is an unspoken secret. It's not hard to learn if you want to, but there is no perseverance, and training day in and day out. It's impossible to practice. Zhang Jingyu has been taught by a master since he was a child, so it's always been a lookout that she's proud of. After all these years, and she's never met her match. I didn't expect to lose to Ji Shangnan today. The opponent still beat himself with the same trick, and he himself was defeated extremely thoroughly. It's been a rough night. The clue was not found, and met a couple of little yakuza. These little yakuza really have the guts of a dog. How dare you tamper with your own wine? Think about it. Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then turn your head. Snapped his eyes to the little yakuza inside the cul-de-sac whose faces were swollen like pig heads. A few little yakuza in the cul-de-sac instantly shuddered. Not good. There's killing. Chapter 35, Warmth. Ji Shangnan was almost to his car. Clear screams could still be heard in his ears. A couple of little yakuza screamed their asses off. Ji Shangnan wondered if they had been directly made to break their children's legs by Zhang Jinyu. But Ji Shangnan naturally wouldn't care much. Those little yakuza might actually have something to do with the rotting corpse case. While thinking about it, he opened the door and sat in the car. To this point, Ji Shangnan was sort of sure of it. His own body is now definitely considered top-notch. Pure physical combat without the use of truth then. Ji Shangnan could basically walk sideways inside a carbon-based creature. Even if you encounter one you can't beat. But no one should be able to keep themselves if they want to leave. Just now in addition to the Wudong mind techniques that I don't know how to apply yet. There was also just one mixed martial arts grappling technique that I got from Zhang Jingyu, which was a bit less than that. Looks like we need to find a way to get some martial arts going. What Wing Chun? Foshan no Shadow Kick, Shaolin 5 Fists, Lohan Fist, Tai 5 Elements Fist, Hung Gar Fist, Choi Liefo Fist, Misty Palm, Praying Mantis Fist, Tom Arms Fist, etc., 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 etc. The old ancestors left behind a lot of things, though not all of them, but now Ji Shangnan was surprised. It's only been 2 or 3 days since it became a hanging wall. It's become so strong already. If this didn't have a plug-in, I'm afraid I'd be rubbed on the ground by Zhang Jinyu. In addition to some traditional martial arts, Ji Shangnan had a very tricky problem to solve. That's the Wudong mind technique. This thing is crippled though, but it's true that you can practice things. That warmth inside himself wasn't fake. It's just that now it's used in addition to strengthening the body. Ji Shangnan doesn't know how to use it yet. Just now, I was able to defeat Zhang Jinyu though, but if I know how to utilize the internal force practiced by the Wudong mind technique, I'm afraid it would be even easier, right? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath and rose with immense anticipation. By the time Ji Shangnan returned home, it's getting late. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Only to Ji Shangnan's surprise, the lights were still on in the house. Ji glanced at Nan. It was found that Zhang Yishan was actually lying on the sofa and fell asleep, and the cell phone in front of him was still on live. Probably got bored waiting for my own so it was on. I ended up falling asleep while waiting. Ji Shangnan walked towards Zhang Shishang. Soon the live stream was buzzing with pop-ups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Shangnan, I'm going to duel you. Let go of my wife. Actually live together? My sky is falling. The end of love is a refrigerator freezer, a big iron pot, a suitcase, it's a sewer, a septic tank, a barren mountain, a river, a lake, a fire and smoke. It's a piece of the east, a piece of the west, a corpse and a faraway place. Ji Shangnan scanned the pop-up. He didn't say anything afterward, and just helped Zhang Shifted Xiang turn off the live broadcast. Only then did he gently sit next to Zhang Yishang. Reaching out, he dotingly rubbed Zhang Yishang's small head. Zhang Yishang seems to be a light sleeper. Woke up in an instant, opened his sleepy eyes for a moment, discovered that Ji Shangnan had returned. A smile instantly bloomed on her pretty face, directly headfirst into Ji Shangnan's arms. Reaching out, he stopped and hugged Ji Shangnan. You're finally back. No sleeping on the couch next time. What if you catch a cold? Ji Shangnan smiled and patted Zhang Yishang's shoulder. He then picked up Zhang Yishang in a princess hug. Day 2. Zhang Qianxiang got up early and made breakfast. Ji Shangnan complimented as he ate. Zhang Yishang, who was about to cook and eat for Ji Shangnan, didn't make it because old Wang invited him yesterday. I got up early this morning and sat down to wait for Ji Shangnan to get up for dinner, but since Ji Shangnan usually barely cooks by himself, so the ingredients in the fridge at home are really limited. Zhang Yishang made a simple omelette, then beat 2 cups of soy milk, cooked a little more pasta. The ingredients are simple though, but Ji Shangnan, who was sitting at the dining table at this time, was born with a cozy feeling. Watching Ji Shangnan eat with gusto, Zhang Yishang looked at Ji Shangnan with an expectant face. Somewhat nervously, he asked, "How does it taste? Did you like it?" Ji Shangnan laughed as he ate. "It's delicious. You can be a chef." Hearing Ji Shangnan's affirmative reply, Zhang Yishang smiled at this. "Didn't lie to you. Humph. I told you long ago that I'm a good cook. If you like it, then I'll cook for you for the rest of your life from now on." Right, there aren't even many ingredients at home. Why don't we go buy some ingredients when I get out of school this afternoon and go to the supermarket together? Zhang Yishang spoke while secretly observing Ji Shangnan's reaction once again. The eyes were full of anticipation, because only Ji Shangnan nodded. That meant that Ji Shangnan would still pick her up from school today. Okay. Ji Shangnan nodded in agreement as he sipped his soy milk. Though it's true that there's a lot going on, there seems to be a shortage of time, but facing Zhang Yishiang's expectant face, Ji Shangnan really couldn't bear to refuse. Even Ji Shangnan could tell at a glance. What's that little nugget in this little girl's heart? 18-year-old little girl, even if it's deliberately hidden, couldn't hide it either. The heart was hanging in the air. The morning light, through the window, poured in. It made Ji Shangnan can't help but look mesmerized. It's so pretty. The key is also so sweet, and so gentle, not much of a city or a mind yet, and so capable. No wonder they say older women are the least of her problems. Get an old over here instead. She's willing to live with you in this rental? She's willing to give you her heart for nothing? No way. This rental house is still inconvenient. Too damn small. Buying a villa is imperative now. Ji Shangnan reached out to rub Zhang Yishiang's small head in a doting manner while secretly thinking in his heart. It was only that the current Ji Shangnan had the hang-ups on him though. But really, still a poor bastard. The whole body is poor with only 200,000 or so. The last few days have just been spent utilizing plugins to boost their strength. There's absolutely no time to screw around with money. Earlier it felt like it was all becoming a hanging wall. It's a bit of a waste of time to also specialize in getting money, but now it seems. Still have to get some money before I can do that. You may not, but I can't live without it. The 5th rule of Ji Shangnan's life is money is for women to see, not for women to spend. But this presupposes that you have to be rich to do it. Why else would I show it to people? Look at what you have to spend. The Ferrari comes with onboard heating, as well as beauty absorption. His 9-handed Baja with modifications doesn't have any of those features, though Ji Shangnan didn't need these features either. But it's still the same thing. Gotta have it. This money on me today. Let's not talk about buying a villa. I'm afraid I can't even afford a bathroom, only being a wall hanging. It shouldn't be too hard to get money. Thinking about thinking, Ji Shangnan made up his mind. Better take a trip to the ghost market. One to see if you can use the system to pick up a leak or something, and came by to see if I could get some martial arts books. It's hard to find martial arts books in bookstores these days. Those things have a legacy. Trying to learn the real thing. It's basically all about worship. Ji Shangnan doesn't have that kind of time. Chapter 36, Money at the Door. Ji Shangnan thought as he did so. Over there, Zhang Yishang had already very diligently cleaned up the dining table. Even the dishes were washed. That's before I picked up my backpack. A happy face looked at Ji Shangnan. Take me to school. Ji Shangnan looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh once again. It's nice to be 18. 18 is a good number. While thinking about it, Ji Shangnan picked up the car keys. Zhang Yisheng, on the other hand, took Ji Shangnan's arm very lightly. Then the two walked out of the house together. All the way, Zhang Yisheng was still happy like a child who had eaten a candy cane. There are two men's meccas in this city. One is a conservatory and the other is still a conservatory. That young girl is a real piece of work, and all of them are beautiful, mostly as long as you have money. Just soak it up. Very few. You have to be very rich to pick up. As usual, when Ji Shangnan arrived, the entrance to the conservatory has long been filled with all sorts of luxury cars. Countless college girls stepped off the bus. Ji Shangnan parked his car. Zhang Yisheng also walked down Ji Shangnan's nine-handed bully. He also didn't forget to lie down on the car window and kissed Ji Shangnan. Smiling again, he waved to Qi Shangnan. Remember to pick me up from school on time. Then with a flushed face, she ran towards the inside of the school. For the strange looks all around, both Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yisheng were already used to it, but more than anything else, Kishinan felt it was time to get some money. It's a little unseemly to always drive this piece of car, although Zhang Yisheng didn't say or care, but own woman, then you can't be looked down upon. Watching Zhang Yisheng's figure slowly disappear in the morning sunlight, the corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth couldn't help but rise as well, just getting ready to drive to get money. As a result, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Su Zishui is here. Seeing Su Zishui, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Brother Ji, I really envy you. I'm not envious of lovebirds, I'm envious of Ji every day. Ji, look at this. How many hostile glances are there around you? If eyes could kill, Brother Ji, you'd be afraid that your corpse would be gone by now. Su Zishui pointed around while lying on Ji Shangnan's car window. A snarky grin said, have a fart. Ji Shangnan rolled his eyes. It was obvious that this one had come here specifically to wait for himself. After all, this one doesn't have a girlfriend. Ji Shangnan was also curious. With this guy's worth, it's not a stretch to find a pretty young girl from the conservatory. This one didn't look even if it came. What are you doing here all the time? Don't be angry. Ji, I was up early today and came here specifically to wait for you. If it wasn't for your warning yesterday, I might have gotten into an accident. That's why I specifically thanked you in person today. Ji Shangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth, apparently not even believing the punctuation. I've taken all the transfers, so it's a two-way street. Let's get down to business. Less cozying up and pulling this useless crap. If you're okay, I'm leaving. Still waiting to make some money. Su Zishui that was not angry at all, still smiling. Don't be so hasty. Ji, Brother Ji is really fiery-eyed. Can I get down to business? I was supposed to meet some friends of mine yesterday, and then told them about meeting you. Turns out they were interested too. Just let me convey that they want to meet with you. Ji, didn't you say you could tell fortunes? Ji, they just want to ask you. Ji, to help them with their math. Ji, do you have a minute? Just as well. Don't you want to make money? Those friends of mine are much more generous than I am. How much you can make is up to you. Ji, when Su Zi Brush's words landed, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but light up. That's quite a sleepy head. Su Zishui was already considered an extremely generous person. A casual reminder is paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. Being his friend, the natural probability is that he is also rich. More generous than him? That shot must have been less. I didn't expect the Su Zishuang. It's still really your own have-meta man. Okay, where do I meet you? Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan nodded directly. The biggest task of the day for myself anyway. That's screwing with money. Now that the money is on the doorstep, then naturally we'll see how it goes first. If you can't, you can just go to the ghost market again. Seeing Ji Shangnan agree, Su Zishui was instantly delighted. Okay, Ji, I'll contact my friends and the girls, and then we'll make a date? Is there anywhere Ji wants to go? Ji Shangnan frowned and thought. That's what came back. There's a forest park near this school. It's less crowded, so I'll see you there. Okay. Ji Shangnan set the location. Su Zishui didn't make a fuss and nodded his head immediately. I'll tell my friend about the location. Key, wait a moment. After Su Zishui finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and started calling his friends. Handsome, has he agreed to meet? As soon as the call went through, the person on the other end asked. The one who asked Su Zishui was no one else but the beautiful woman who had applied to add Ji Shangnan's friend yesterday, only to be backhandedly rejected dozens of times by Ji Shangnan. Promised. You guys come over now. It's in that forest park near the conservatory. But he only promised to meet, not to do the math for you. See for yourselves when the time comes. After saying that, Su Zishui hung up the phone. Key, okay, let's go over there first. Turning around, Su Zishui looked at Ji Shangnan and asked with a smile. Ji Shangnan nodded. Ji Shangnan was still interested in the money that was delivered to his door. Let's not talk about the fact that you are very short of money right now. Even if there's no money, Feel free to mention a few things when the time comes. You also get system rewards, don't you? The two men each drove their own cars toward Forest Park. Su Zixuai followed closely behind Ji Shangnan's car. It wasn't supposed to be very far away, so it was only a few minutes back and forth before the two arrived. Found a place to park the car. The two men walked forward and backward, toward the inside. It's still morning, so there weren't many people on the road. Inside the park there were only a few old men and women to be seen. Either he was playing Tai Chi there, or smoking a gyroscope, or taking his elbow and slamming it hard towards a big tree. The reason why Ji Shangnan chose this place. For one thing, you don't want to break the bank on the first meeting. Secondly, places like this are really good for exercise. Su Zixuai didn't know what Ji Shangnan had in mind though, but seeing that Ji Shangnan didn't say anything, he didn't dare to speak out of turn, but just followed Ji Shangnan towards the inside. After walking for about a few minutes, it was only then that Ji Shangnan finally stopped. Su Zixuai looked away. Next to it is a man-made river. The place where the two stood was an open space of a decent size, and there's basically no one around. The old men and women are basically on the periphery. Ji Shangnan stopped in his tracks. Satisfied, he looked at his immediate surroundings. Only then did he turn his head to look at Su Zixuang. This is it. You send your friends them a location. I'm going to take my morning walk. Feel free. Your friends and the girls are here. Just bring them to me. Chapter 37, Off the Beaten Track. Su Zixuai was a bit confused. Aren't all the morning exercises old men and women? Why does Ji Shangnan still need to practice in the morning? Could this be the higher power? But Ji Shangnan had said so Su Zixuai naturally couldn't refute it. Nodded at the moment. Then you practice. I'll go around. After Ji Shangnan finished speaking, he didn't care what Su Zixuai was doing. Straight into practice. When I went to Jiang Jinyu last night, I only flipped for about 10 minutes. It turned out to be quite rewarding. At this time, Ji Shangnan naturally refused to waste any time. Taking a break from waiting for Su Zixuai's friend directly flipped up again. It was just that Su Zixuai had only taken 2 steps out, hearing movement coming from behind him. Subconsciously, I looked back. This look was instantly more confusing. Flip? Not even warmed up? You call this morning exercise? Who's a nice guy doing such difficult maneuvers in the morning? There are a lot of people who know how to do this stuff though, but there are more people who won't. Doing 1 or 2 is okay. But like Ji Shangnan, he directly flipped up continuously at the drop of a hat. This Su Zixuai thinks he can't do it. You know that Xiao Jishuai is a taekwondo master. I wouldn't say the body is very flexible. At least it's a lot better than an ordinary person. Just the way Ji Shangnan flipped it. Not to say he doesn't think he can do it. It's just that no one within the people he knows can do it. I'm afraid, because Ji Shangnan had now become like a windmill in a gale. It looked like all you could see was a ring of stubble. Don't talk about him. I'm afraid that acrobats who specialize in this have to be bowed down to this speed. I'm afraid I could turn over 100 a minute. Su Zixuai directly stared with wide eyes, open mouth, a look of disbelief. He was tempted to count them, but realized that he couldn't even report the number as fast as Ji Shangnan could turn it over. I had thought that Ji Shangnan would get tired after only a little while of flipping. It'll stop. Ended up watching it for a couple minutes now. Not only did Ji Shangnan not have the slightest intention of stopping, it even performs a fancy job. A little front flip, a little back flip, a little side flip. This Monkey King has to worship when he comes, right? Not only did Ji Shangnan show no signs of stopping, instead, it's getting faster, so much so that Su Zixuai, who was standing a few meters away, felt that it was called a strong wind coming from his face. Su Zixuai was dumbfounded. Originally, I thought Ji Shangnan was just a fortune teller. I didn't realize Ji Shangnan's physical fitness was so impressive. It's possible to do that, whether it's physical coordination, or the flexibility of the body, as well as stamina too. So much for staying power. That's not even normal. Su Zixuai admitted that he adored this moment. The brain had gone straight down due to this beyond normal ability of Ji Shangnan. Time passed for an unknown amount of time. Su Zixuai also didn't know how much Ji Shangnan had turned over. Finally, Ji Shangnan's speed slowed down. Finally it slowed to a stop. Seeing Ji Shangnan stop, only then did Su Zixuai subconsciously swallow back. Ji Shangnan's behavior just now had already overturned Su Zixuai's perception. Is this humanly possible? Not to mention humans. Carbon-based organisms are afraid that none of them can do it, right? Does that make sense? Is this scientific? Ji Shangnan didn't pay any attention to Su Zixuai's change in expression at all. As a hanging wall, you're telling me to be reasonable? You're telling me about science? Ji Shangnan stopped not because he couldn't flip anymore. Rather, he had finally entered that extremely soothing state once again. At this moment, he was feeling the warm current in his body that made him extremely cozy, and was slowly traveling down his limbs and bones. Watching Ji Shangnan's eyes close slightly, into some kind of contemplation, Su Zixuai, however, once again involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Subconsciously, he looked at the time. No more, No less, exactly 30 minutes. If we estimated according to Ji Shangnan's speed just now, he's flipped at least 2,000. That's really not a lot of time, much less a long time. But what Ji Shangnan had just done was a flip that was extremely physically demanding. 30 minutes, 2,000. Scary as hell. Even with Ji Shangnan's physical strength today, though it barely lasted a little longer. But it shouldn't last long. In that case, if I spend a little time practicing every day, even if the Wodong heart technique won't work now, but I'm afraid that in less than half a year's time, I'll be able to do that kind of what flying over the walls inside a martial arts novel. Ji Shangnan felt that warmth inside his body as he did so, while thinking slowly. No practice though, but now the bouncing ability of one's own body. I'm afraid that if one jumps flat on the ground, one can break the record of the world's high jump champion. Finally, Ji Shangnan shivered, sobriety from that soothing feeling, then slowly opened his eyes, and on the side, Su Zishui finally swallowed his saliva once again. I'm convinced. It's so hanging. Is this still human? How did that happen? Looking at Su Zishui's shocked expression, Ji Shangnan just slightly shrugged his shoulders. Nothing else, only familiarity. Su Zishui, you can't even convince yourself of this pussy. Where are your friends and the girls? Slowly retrieving his thoughts, Ji Shangnan whirled around and asked. It's practiced now. If you want to get into that kind of soothing dare again, I'm afraid you'll have to do it for a longer period of time. Just now the light went off to see how awesome you are. I'll check my phone and ask them. Su Zishui came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Didn't see the message. Su Zishui directly called the other party over. Hello, Arashur? Have you arrived yet? Here we are. Just got off. Okay, we're waiting for you by the river. Come straight over. Su Zishui hung up the phone. Gee, they just arrived and will be right over. Good. Ji Shangnan nodded. Fruity. It didn't take long for Ji Shangnan to see three people walking in his direction. The first person was a woman, wearing a very designer lady's short sleeve and a pair of small shorts underneath. She had short hair with floppy ears, exquisite makeup, a delicate figure and a good face. There were two men following behind. The one on the left was also a woman, only in a completely different style than the one who was first, wearing a white floral dress, tied with two small ponytails, only a light makeup, a good and lovely look, also white skin. The remaining one is a man, about 5'7" or so, very fat, weight is afraid of almost 200 pounds, wearing a pair of round-rimmed glasses. Before the three people could walk over, Su Zishui greeted them. Arashur, Sister Willow, Fatty, here. Su Zishui waved his hand towards them. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, was the first to check the personal information of the three people. The first thing to check out was the beautiful woman at the front of the line. Name, Li Linglan. Age, 22. Occupation, chairman of a listed real estate company. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, black belt in Taekwondo, available for pickup at any time. Blowjob, available for pickup at any time. Special case, at 22:33 Capital Time on April 9, 2025. The newly purchased rice brand had 7 model new energy tram spontaneously combusted, resulting in a fire and death. Basically, after seeing Li Linglan's personal information, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, but he held back from speaking, and then looked at the personal information of another beautiful woman. Name, Cheng Walking Willow. Age, 21. Occupation, chairman of Cheng's Fitness and Entertainment. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, black belt in Taekwondo, available for pickup at any time. Blowjob, available for pickup at any time. Special situation, 22:35 Capital City Time, April 9, 2025. 22:33 Capital City Time, April 9, 2025. The newly purchased rice brand had 7 model new energy tram spontaneously combusted, resulting in a fire and death. Seeing this, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth once again. Sure is a good BFF. The specialties are all the same. They're all blowjobs. But what happened to this Chung Walking Willow? This damn is worse than death. Shaking off his head, Ji Shangnan continued to look at the last fat man's personal information. Name, Yu Yun Shed. Age, 21. Occupation, chairman of Yu's restaurant chain. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Face value, 59 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, 4 mistresses. 3 of whom are from the conservatory and 1 of whom is a mechanic from the good old days. Personal specialty, big appetite. Special case, at 22:33 Capital Time on April 9, 2025. The newly purchased rice brand had 7 model new energy tram spontaneously combusted, resulting in a fire and death. Read the messages from all 3. Ji Shangnan was completely and somewhat speechless. I don't know if these 3 are lucky or not. Call them ill-fated. They just happened to come to themselves at this time. Say they have a good life. This death is also too suffocating and outrageous, right? And at that moment, Ji Shangnan had just finished looking at it, and the 3 people also happened to walk in front of him. Chapter 38, I'm not a dog licker. After Ji Shangnan organized the personal information of the 3 people he saw, all that was left was speechless. If it hadn't been a few days since he became a wall hanging, Ji Shangnan was about to wonder if there was something wrong with Unicorn. How can something so outrageous happen? Not only that, 4 people in front of me. That's one awesome identity over another. One is richer than the other. So much so that Ji Shangnan looked at the few people who walked up to him, unable to resist. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Ji Shangnan thought while suddenly brightening up, let's not talk about how much they will pay themselves, but the situation, the fates of all 3 are closely intertwined. If you change the fate of 3 people at once, does Unico give 3 conversion points or just 1? After all, it was the first time Ji Shangnan had encountered such a thing, so there's no answer as to how exactly Unicorn rewards himself. Also, none of these guys have great specialties though, but is something that can also be directly translated into your specialty. Ji Shangnan was thinking. The 3 men were led by Su Zishui. It had already reached Ji Shangnan. It's just that they're not like Keeb. The moment you see each other, it froze instantly. Is this the so-called high-ranking person Su Zishui was talking about? How can you be so young and so handsome? Li Linglan's good-looking eyes were filled with surprise. Xingwalk's Willow almost as well. The first moment the 2 beauties saw Ji Shangnan, the mind carries a bias. Can someone so young and handsome be a senior? So at this moment they felt even more that Ji Shangnan was a liar. I just didn't expect Su Zishui to be that stupid. I can't believe I actually fell for it. As for the fat guy, men think completely differently than women. He did trust Su Zishui, but it's just a matter of trusting your best buddy. For Ji Shangnan, Fatty was also more or less skeptical in his mind. Key, introducing you. Su Zishui smiled as he introduced himself, while pointing at Li Linglan beside him. Her name is Li Linglan, my big sister. Her name is Chung Walking Willow, my second sister. Her name is Yu Yun Shed. You can also call him Fatty. Just as Su Zishui finished speaking, Yu Yunpeng directly kicked towards Su Zishui's butt. I have a name, and besides, I've lost weight. I'm losing weight. The 2 jostled around a bit, but you could tell they were on good terms. Only after Li Linglan glared at him, he instantly put away his playful expression. It seemed that this Li Linglan was indeed the big sister within their group. In fact, they had all discussed it before they arrived, because basically no one believes that Ji Shangnan is really some kind of high-level person, so it's just a thought to start off with a bang. For example, see if Ji Shangnan can figure out their personal information. The result was before they could speak. Yu Yonshed made a direct peace with it. It caused their original plan to fall apart instantly. It was no wonder that Li Linglan glared hard at Su Zishui. Look at the looks on these guys' faces. Ji Shangnan also probably guessed what they had in mind. Stereotypes in the minds of men are like a great mountain. These 2 beauties would have had 2 mountains. Even that fat guy has 2 big hills. So 3 big mountains. It's understandable that the mind remains skeptical. Hi Ji, it was nice meeting you. Li Linglan was the first to come back to her senses and hurriedly greeted Ji Xiangnan with a smile. It was as if the person who rejected her was not Ji Shangnan. Then you are supposed to be happy. Ji Shangnan shrugged his shoulders as if he meant it. Ji Shangnan's words landed. The 4 remaining people couldn't help but look at each other. Li Linglan, Xing Lu, Yu Yunpeng, Su Zishui. Is that how all the high rollers talk? Madness. It's crazy. It's crazy. It would have been a common polite remark, but no one expected Ji Shangnan to answer this way. Happy. Li Linglan's good-looking brows frowned slightly, and quickly returned to normal. We heard Zishui say that you are a high-ranking person, so we came over to meet you. Can you help us take a look as well? Li Linglan said while finally unable to hold back. She still asked, there's something else I can't figure out. I requested to add you as a friend dozens of times yesterday and you wouldn't go through. What's the reason? Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Thought it was a scam? I didn't realize it was her? But Ji Shangnan wasn't prepared to explain. It's fine to help you guys out, but buddy up is a no-brainer. I'm busy. Li Linglan, this mouth of mine, dead mouth. Why do you have to ask this one more time? It's still possible to explain across the screen that the other person doesn't know who they are. Now it's been rejected again in person. Li Linglan just wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. More than 20 years. It's never about rejecting people on your own. When has anyone ever been rejected? Ji Shangnan didn't care at all about the surprised looks on the faces of these few people. Don't want to waste time at all. Straight to the point and pulled the conversation back. A few of you have ended up a bit miserable. I think Marshal Suzy has told you, right? I only help people with yuan. So, several people looked at each other again. That's a start, though it's not very obvious to say. But that's no longer implied. It's explicit, right? Do you really think you can be reckless just because you're handsome? At this very moment, they see more determination. This Ji Shangnan is a liar. Su Zishui must have been tricked. It doesn't say anything. Just start being alarmist. Just start creating a sense of crisis. Just isn't this tactic a little too clumsy? Do you really think you're a bunch of fat fish? It wasn't just Li Linglan, Chang Walking Lu and Yu Yunshed who were confused. Even Su Zishui was confused at this point. No script though. But is the plot right? I haven't even finished introducing myself. All four of them still have two people left to talk to. And you started circling the drain? So how much are you going to charge? Finally, Li Linglan took a deep breath. Money she has, but that's not picking it up. Ji Shangnan didn't take their reactions to heart at all. That's if you believe in yourself straight away. That's what's weird. Whether we can talk about it now or not, none of the problems are too big. The big deal is that you go directly to the site yourself at a critical point in time. Then they won't be able to believe it, even if the money is a little less. But 3 conversion points. Only after thinking of this did Ji Shangnan faintly ask, it doesn't matter how much I want to charge. What matters is how much you are willing to pay for your lives. The body is a hanging wall. Although you guys are rich, though 2 of them are still big beauties. But does Ji Shangnan care? Don't care at all. It wasn't like Ji Shangnan was the type to go up and kneel at the sight of a beautiful woman. Chapter 39, Where to? Besides, the one he knew best in this was Su Zishui. But Ji Shangnan didn't have any friendship with Su Zishui either. Nothing more than the first time I sent Zhang Yishun to school. Just a passing reminder. Then Su Zishui transferred a sum of money to himself as a thank you. That's all. This bureau was formed by Su Zishui. Ji Shangnan can help, but the charges don't seem excessive. What does it matter if they don't trust themselves? Instead of wasting time on them, as a wall, what can't you do with this time to make money on your own? So Ji Shangnan was very straightforward. It's okay if they're generous. If it's petty then forget it. Isn't that a bit alarmist? Ji Shangnan's words landed. Li Linglan frowned again and asked, until now, the label of liar has become more and more obvious on Qi Shangnan. Only this crook is a bit good-looking. Again, not a fan of sets, even wildly out of bounds. You come up here and ask for money without saying anything? Li Linglan took another deep breath. The 2 large mountains followed suit and trembled slightly. Even Su Zishui's brows were locked up at this moment. At first, Su Zishui believed Ji Shangnan. Otherwise they wouldn't have been introduced to each other. But by now, and yet, I'm also starting to wonder if I'm looking at it all wrong. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ji Shangnan remained calm. Cheng Walking Willow also took a deep breath and asked, according to you, it means that we have a bloodbath? Cheng Qilu's words landed on the ground as Ji Xiangnan slowly shook his head. Then he pointed at Li Linglan and Yu Yunshed. Right. Ji Shangnan's words landed on the ground, and several people once again looked at each other. Li Linglan frowned and thought for a moment before speaking again. Qi, please understand. After all, it's the first time we've met and we don't know each other. We can't believe your side of the story, can we? Why don't you wait for us to discuss it and I'll give you an answer later? How about that? Ji Shangnan shrugged his shoulders and faintly returned. You guys feel free to do as you please. Just let Su Zishui find me when you've decided. A few people's reactions were to be expected from Ji Shangnan. Drop a line. Ji Shangnan said nothing more. Instead, he turned and marched toward the outside. What would happen to them? Qi Shangnan already knew. Instead of staying here and wasting time, might as well hurry up and get some money somewhere else before you do. They believe in themselves, and they step in to help. If you don't believe in yourself, if your own money-making goes well today, it would be nice to take some time to help out. As for what the end result will be, that's their business. Nothing to do with myself. Anyway, it's time. Contact yourself and strike out yourself. Not contacting themselves, that's what they're destined to do. Ji Shangnan walked towards his car as he did so. One thought. It does seem like the acting is a bit shoddy. The high style is down. It's just that people don't believe it at all. I blame it on my good looks. That aspect of acting still needs to be improved. I'll have a chance to hang out in the entertainment industry later. Look for something like Power, Lu Tianxian, Da Zenba, or something like that, and transform your acting skills. And the 4 who stayed put, face to face, they watched Ji Shangnan's figure disappear from sight. It ended up in a heated discussion. After all, don't care if you believe it or not. And never mind whether what Ji Shangnan said was true or not. No one dares to gamble with their little lives, especially the rich ones. Sure, Ji Shangnan didn't care at all what they were discussing, much less care if they end up contacting themselves. By now, Ji Shangnan had already returned to his car. The thought in Ji Shangnan's mind was nothing more than that they were willing to give $1 million or so. Just step in and do a favor yourself. It's just a matter of meaning. It's not that I really want to Leoneize them and rip them off. It's just that Ji Shangnan didn't expect it in any way. The chips the other side is willing to give. Much more than he thought. More than enough to the point where Qi Shangnan, who was a wall hanger, found it a bit unbelievable. Ji Shangnan fastened his seatbelt. Instead, he began to think, where to next? As intended, one should take a trip to the ghost market. Ji Shangnan is getting ready to leave. I didn't expect the cell phone to suddenly ring. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. I found out that it was the beautiful policewoman Zhang Jingyu who called. So early. Why'd she call her? Didn't you get enough last night? You want to ask yourself to fight another 300 rounds today? Ji Shangnan picked up the phone suspiciously. Ji Shangnan? Where are you? As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Jingyu over there instantly opened his mouth to ask. Mori Ridge Park. Why? Just stand there and don't move. I'll be right over to you. Without waiting for Ji Shangnan to speak again, Zhang Jingyu hung up the phone directly. Qi Shangnan. It always felt like she was taking advantage of me, but I had no proof. She still has that fetish? Like to be called mom? I don't know if I care about breastfeeding. Ji Shangnan looked at the cell phone screen that was gradually going off, somewhat breathless up. You can't go to the ghost market, can you? But why did Zhang Jingyu come to see her at this hour? Is it true that he got himself ed up last night? Come to settle a score with yourself? It shouldn't. Last night, I was very measured in my own hands. At best, it's just a bit of tofu. But consider the status of the other person. Ji Shangnan frowned. Better to decide to wait a while. There's no rush to get money. If you can get on good terms with the officials, maybe there's a chance to take a look at those ancient books through the officials. Although the Forbidden City One Piece I One Piece, the Forbidden City did not cover I have covered. But the official ones are always much more likely to turn out to be authentic than the private ones, right? It's a good thing Zhang Jingyu rushed over so quickly. Ji Shangnan probably waited for less than 10 minutes. Zhang Jingyu then stepped out of the taxi, running directly towards Ji Shangnan's car. Nor did he wait for Ji Shangnan to speak. Pulling open the passenger door, he got in. I also wonder if it's a common problem with beautiful women. Zhang Jingyu's posture in the car was surprisingly identical to Bai Jie's. The hips on these two are nothing short of perfect. It was also normal for Zhang Yisheng to ride in the car with his head first. Ji Shangnan didn't dare to look at it more. After all, this Zhang Jingyu is not Bai Jie. That's a real bully. When you get angry, it's a real you. Not to mention that she now has bruises from her own carelessness yesterday. As soon as she got into the car, Zhang Jingyu directly fastened her seatbelt. What are you waiting for? Drive. Qi Shangnan. Beauty, do I know you well? How come you're so familiar with me after a night's absence? You have to tell me where you're going first even if you're driving, right? You came to me this early in the morning. I don't suppose it's so I can take you for a ride? Besides, this car of mine is leaking, and you'd change someone else for a ride. Chapter 40, Departure. Ji Shangnan frowned slightly. The only shame is that this piece of car doesn't come with heated seats. Seems like nothing but screwing around with money to buy a big house. Still need to get a nice car. It's every man's dream to drive a nice car. Ji Shangnan was no exception. Yesterday's crime scene. Zhang Jingyu turned his head, showing a rare hint of an apologetic expression. It just occurred to me that I really didn't seem to have said where I was going. Ji Shangnan, wait. Zhang Jingyu, waiting for what? I have to declare two things to you. First, I'm just a painter, and all I can do was done yesterday. Secondly, I am a good and law-abiding citizen, not your full-time driver. Although Ji Shangnan was also willing to help people and cooperate with the police to solve the case, but willing is willing. You can't be a bully. While speaking, Ji Shangnan directly checked Zhang Jingyu's personal information. Name, Zhang Jingyu. Age, 24. Occupation, police officer. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternally single to date. No relationship history. Personal specialties, mixed martial arts grappling, converted. Firearms expertise, convertible. Blowjob, convertible. Favorability, 75 out of 100. Friend, special circumstance, due to the large number of corpses found again in the abandoned playground. Zhang Jingyu went to the crime scene, and as a result, due to the infestation of wild boars, Zhang Jingyu fell into the pile of rotting corpses after being frightened. One of the corpses was infected with cholera and anthrax, a virulent infectious disease, and Zhang Jingyu was infected and hospitalized, but died as a result. Looking at this personal information, Ji Shangnan directly froze. Domestic security is so good now. How come cops are still a high-risk profession? Does that make sense? Is this scientific? Most of whatever necrotic poison is in movies and TV shows is due to the addition of mercury as a preservative. The reality is that rotting corpses are indeed toxic as well though. For example, it emits hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, methane, cadaver amines, etc., etc. However, it usually only causes cancer risk or redness, swelling and ulceration of the skin. It was also horrible, but not deadly, plus that crime scene would have been the wilderness, again at the top of the hill. Ventilation is good. Those toxic gases are basically negligible. Look at that herd of wild boars. All gnawed up carrion isn't fine. Blame it on the big boys. Nothing has to promote any love of the environment. Protected animals. Wild boars aren't even allowed to shoot anymore. At least not letting ordinary civilians fight. The result has been a feral hog infestation. This ing Shanghai is considered a first-tier city, although the crime scene is already considered a suburban area on the edge of the city. But it was also a bit unbelievable to Ji Shangnan. Nice guy. The slogan on it is quite loud. No sale, no harm. What with subway and bus stops everywhere? Why don't you think on your feet? Can the common man ing afford it? What with shark fins, bear paws, ivory and rhinoceros horns? Don't say bye. Most ordinary people don't see it once in their lives. You ing put it there at the subway, at the bus stop. Who's rich enough to take public transportation? Who's rich enough to ride the subway? And talk about how strong people never complain about their circumstances. Isn't that ing bull? Isn't the environment something you destroy? Just take the simplest example. Turn off the faucet as you go and cherish every drop of water. An average person doesn't use as much water in a lifetime as you guys use on a golf course for one wash. But whenever something happens, the first one to go down that doesn't even have to think about it. It must be Uncle Farmer. Nope. Used to be called Uncle Farmer. Now it's ing migrant worker. First, no straw burning is allowed. Then later no coal was allowed to be burned. And then later on they wouldn't even let you burn the ing firewood. It's less than 100 ing years. The farmers are letting the grip go bald. The more Ji Shangnan thought about it, the tighter his frown became. Zhang Jingyu noticed Ji Shangnan's change in demeanor. He couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Don't be angry. Our leaders are already making a banner for you. Ha! Ji Shangnan sneered. What a banner. It's too damn hard to wipe your ass. As long as you're willing to help us. Whatever demands and conditions you have. As long as they're reasonable, feel free to put them forward. Seeing that Ji Shangnan still refused to drive, Zhang Jingyu could only say softly again, what do you mean by that? Am I that much of a snob to you? Serving the people is not just for you. Being a modernized four-hued youth with ideals, aspirations, pursuits and values, it would be an honor to do my part for my country. I have only one request. Zhang Jingyu, what demands? Ji Shangnan, when we arrive later, you're not allowed to go near the pile of rotting corpses. Stay as far away as you can. It's dangerous. Zhang Jingyu, wait a minute. I didn't say what's going on over there. How did he know there were rotting corpses? And you know there's a lot more? Also, is this his concern for me? He's not in love with me. Also, it doesn't seem unusual for him to fall in love with me when I'm so pretty. Only not waiting for Zhang Jingyu to finish his inner drama. Ji Shangnan's voice then rang out again. Sit tight. Depart. Zhang Jingyu, what's wrong with him? You didn't want to do it just now? How did you suddenly figure it out in the blink of an eye? Also, are these the four modernized youths? Why do I remember it like it's not right? Ji Shangnan had agreed to it because, for one thing, he didn't want to get into too much trouble with the officials. After all, you will need to rely on the officials later to see if there is anything to be gained from those ancient books. The second is that this time, something is going to happen to Zhang Jingyu again. He went over there himself, and as long as he saved Zhang Jingyu, he would be able to get a system-rewarded transformation point again. So far, one has 2 unused system transformation points. With this incident of Zhang Jingyu, that's 3. If Su Zishuai's friend figured it out and came to himself, that's 5 conversion points for yourself. Of course, in addition to the above reasons, Ji Shangnan had another most important reason. That's the land. Ji Shangnan always felt that there was something special about that piece of land. Why else would the killer keep burying the body wherever he wanted? One thought. Ji Shangnan was driving the car at the same time, taking Zhang Jingyu towards the crime scene yesterday, because been there once, so this one was a breeze. It was probably only 30 minutes or so. The 2 men then rushed to the scene of the crime. It's not the same as last time. This time the police and the coroner were ahead of them. Ji Shangnan rushed to the scene with Zhang Jingyu, a little survey of the scene, but he couldn't help but freeze again, because he saw 2 familiar figures. Chapter 41, you guys again? These 2 are no one else. It was the picnic camping brother and picnic camping sister who called the police yesterday. Ji Shangnan sized up the 2 men with a surprised look on his face. Only now the 2 of them were looking as if they had eaten a fly. Ji Shangnan forced a smile, waved at brother picnic camping and sister picnic camping. what a coincidence, running into each other here again. Are you here for a picnic camping trip today too? The corner of the picnic camping brother's mouth twitched as he looked at Ji Shangnan with a grimace. Picnic camping brother, would you believe me if I said I was here for a picnic camping trip today too? Picnic camping sister, we really came for a picnic camping trip, and who understands the results? Bodies were found again. More this time. This was something Ji Shangnan already knew when he checked Zhang Jinyu's personal information before he arrived, so it's not much of a surprise. The only thing that surprised me was that this picnic camping brother and picnic camping sister showed up again. Another bore interrupting your pleasure? Ji Shangnan asked with a snarky face. Picnic camping brother, that's not true. This time the wild boar has not come out. That is, we get half. Not. It was when we were halfway through eating it that a gust of wind blew over and then we smelled something really, really bad. Picnic camping sis. Yeah, there's no way to describe the stench. It was like someone was cooking. We had thought it was a leftover smell from yesterday. Picnic camping bro. Yep, I can't get that smell out of my head for the rest of my life. And then we had to interrupt and follow the smell to see what happened. The more the two men spoke, the harder the expressions on their faces became, especially the picnic camping sister, who was on the verge of tears. The picnic camping brother said as he pointed to a blanket not far away. Only now the blanket had long since been crumpled and lifted and tossed aside. The soil underneath shows signs of having been turned. Obviously, it should have been moved by the police, and with the overturned earth looking over, in the middle of a huge mound, densely packed with rotting corpses, dozens of police officers. At this point there is still a constant turning over of the mound. This time there were several times more police officers coming than last time, so it's all about working in shifts. As a result, the cops who happened to be on break, finally couldn't resist. Several are not professionally trained, laughed outright, probably because there were a lot of people. So while there are a lot of rotting corpses in front of you, but the scene is not only not scary at all, surprisingly humorous. Until the leader coughed a few times, the group of police officers who were laughing maniacally only reluctantly stopped. Only though it stopped laughing. And yet, they still couldn't help but exchange small whispers. After all, it was so damn odd. That's two talented people. Come yesterday even, but the carrion was found all yesterday. Still coming today? That's a lot of heavy lifting. And just then, Ji Shangnan's gaze, however, snapped to the southwest corner of the mound. That's exactly where the overturned mounds of dirt were stored, the fringe of the mound. There was something that looked like a rusty iron hook. At first Ji Shangnan didn't take it to heart, but it always felt like that thing was there out of nowhere. So Ji Shangnan simply made a direct movement of his mind and checked the information of that thing. This look, Ji Shangnan was instantly shocked. Item name, Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Source of item, dug up in the wild mountains. Date of item, 500 years ago in the Red Mountain culture. Item special information, the first dragon of China. Proof of the earliest appearance of the dragon totem in China. This is authentic. Special properties of the item, none. Item special effect, none. Something that powerful? And these people didn't notice? But it's normal, because that thing is right on the edge of the mound. It looks like a rusty rock, no different than any other gravel. Hard to say what's different. At best, it's a bit of a unique shape. It looks like an iron hooker. If it wasn't for Ji Shangnan's ability to see the true information of the item, nor would Ji Shangnan have known that this thing was so powerful. This is something that has only ever been heard of. I haven't seen it yet. The first time it appeared was back in the 70s and 80s. A guy in Mongolia dug it up while farming. Then his brother took it and played with it. Playing with it took the top layer of dirt rust off. The dark green jade inside was revealed. The local cultural center knew about it, bought it away for the outrageous price of $30. It was only finally confirmed by archaeologists that it was a dragon totem jade vessel from the late Hanshan culture. And then later this was placed in a museum, and it is a non-circulatable national treasure, as one of the top batch of artifacts banned from leaving the country. Keep in mind that the one in the museum is also about 5,000 years old. It's not even 5,000 years old, but the one in front of me is more than 6,000 years old. It's even better. Ji Shangnan held back the excitement in his heart. Not bad for a hangman. That's enough to find out for yourself? At this very moment, part of the group was busy digging and cleaning up the crime scene. A portion of the group was whispering. No one paid any attention at all to the piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon wrapped in earth embroidery. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. After an intense mental struggle that lasted several seconds, finally made up my mind. Don't you happen to be short of money? This thing should be worth a lot of money, right? So it was that Ji Shangnan walked towards the leader. Hello, leader, do you still need help with your figure drawing today? That leader saw Ji Shangnan asking about it and immediately smiled and nodded. Yeah, but it's a bit much today, so maybe you'll have to be lucky. The leader paused for a moment and then continued. By the way, the scene you analyzed yesterday has since been confirmed to be basically correct. So if there's anything else you find out in a little while, let us know that too. The leader's words landed. Ji Shangnan instantly lit up. I was worried that I couldn't find any excuse to get my hands on that red mountain jade dragon without realizing it. I didn't realize that a leader is a leader. What a unique opportunity you've created directly for yourself. Ji Shangnan smiled at his words and hurriedly returned with a smile. No problem. Then while they're still cleaning up the scene, I'll go over there myself to see if there's anything to be found. Yesterday, Ji Shangnan was only using his naked eyes. Just analyze a whole bunch of clues. The key thing is that those clues are even more accurate than those analyzed by forensic doctors with professional instruments. And in the end, none of them verified that what Ji Shangnan said was true. So faced with Ji Shangnan's words, the leaders naturally had no opinion at all. Okay, feel free to look around. I've already sent someone to prepare the brushes and drawing paper. Ji Shangnan nodded again. That's when he turned toward the midden in the middle of the cleanup. Chapter 42, Finished Painting. Ji Shangnan walked towards the pile of dirt as if nothing had happened. No one on the scene was supposed to be paying attention to him. Everyone is busy with the task at hand. Those who were resting were discussing the picnic camping brother with the picnic camping sister. The only one who is somewhat familiar with Ji Shangnan is Zhang Jingyu. And because he was instructed by Ji Shangnan before he came, keep her away from the body. Though I don't know why Ji Shangnan said that, but given Ji Shangnan's superior skills, Zhang Jingyu did as he was told. So now stand far away, blocked by the crowd. It was impossible to see what Ji Shangnan was doing, just like everyone else. All thought that Ji Shangnan was observing the corpse, so that the portrait can be drawn a little faster in a little while. Ji Shangnan, that was no mental burden at all, even if you don't take it away yourself anyway, and no one found out about this stuff. It will end up being buried again as well. As it is, then we should make the most of it. It's like a seal of passage or something. Ji Shangnan might have turned it in, but such a palm-sized little jade dragon. It's not necessary. It's not like there's a shortage of banners yourself. It might not even be $30 these days, Ji Shangnan thought as he walked over to the mound, then squatted, pretend to be there to look at the bodies in the mound. However, he had already put that red mountain jade dragon into his pocket without God's knowledge. Sweep, seeing that no one noticed. It was only then that Ji Shangnan really began to observe the body in the mound. Last time just a body was found, but I didn't expect to find more this time. Not only are their corpses rotting beyond recognition, others had finished rotting, leaving only the ghastly white bones. Ji Shangnan looked at them one by one, and the approximate appearance of these dead people in life had gradually emerged in his mind. The only regret is, Unico can't view the personal information of a dead person. Otherwise it wouldn't even have to be this much work. It could also be that Tuzco can check, but Ji Shangnan is too low in rank now. That feature isn't active yet, as the police continue to dig. Soon, a dozen dead bodies or white bones had appeared on this deserted hill to come. Some of the police officers had probably just joined the force. Seeing this scene has been a little scary, and brother picnic camping and sister picnic camping. At this time, it was even more pale. The leader sees that the digging is done. Make sure you haven't missed anything. That's when they started issuing orders up on the spot. The coroner began his practical work immediately. The rest of the crew was responsible for cleaning the dirt off the surface of the body. Lee, bring the drawing paper and brushes over to Mr. G. The leader paused as he spoke. Only then did he turn his head to look at Ji Shangnan. Tough luck. I'm counting on you for the rest. Ji Shangnan nodded. The scene was once again well organized and busy. Ji Shangnan took the drawing paper and brush from the police, and no ink, immediately started painting on the spot. But painting, Ji Shangnan soon discovered a very bizarre phenomenon. The rotting corpse that was found yesterday, Ji Shangnan presumed to have had his face operated on during his lifetime. It is suspected that the cuts are left over from the cosmetic surgery done. It was later confirmed that this was indeed the case, but what Ji Shangnan didn't expect was this. Surprisingly, these corpses in front of us all have knife marks on their faces. That is to say, all the victims here had plastic surgery before they were born? Even some of the deceased had multiple cosmetic surgeries during their lifetime. Ji Shangnan counted as he drew the bodies at the scene, rotting corpses added to the white bones. There are 18 in total. This little hill. I can't believe the killer buried so many bodies. Even more bizarre, all of these dead people basically died the same way. All of them had their throats slit with a knife. Death by asphyxiation plus blood loss. These factors add up. Ji Shangnan only felt that his brain was a little short of oxygen. Burying bodies all over the place. The causes of death are the same, and the dead were all of the same gender. The only thing that's different, that's when the deceased died. Ji Shangnan could almost conclude, the killer may not be alone. Instead, it's a gang of criminals, though the mind is full of doubts. But Ji Shangnan didn't bother to think about it. He came over himself just to help the police draw the life portraits of the characters. It's not in one's job description to solve things like this. This time, the police had prepared drawing paper and brushes, so while there are many dead, but Ji Shangnan drew it much faster. with the police cleaned up. Ji Shangnan also spent all the portraits. Only Ji Shangnan thought it was normal though, but everyone on the scene froze when they saw it. The speed at which this portrait was drawn. Sure it's human? Forensic 3D modeling has only finished a total of 2 so far. Ji Shangnan had already finished painting? And not just a perfunctory kind of portrait. What an unbelievably fine portrait each one is. Let's not talk about reverting to a rotting corpse or white bones. It's just a big living person sitting in front of you. You sketch him. It can't be that fast. People are sketching. Nice guy, you're a quick sketch. Ji Shangnan put down the brush in his hand. The shock of the crowd had long been taken for granted. Leader? Called out by Ji Shangnan. It took the leader a moment to recover from the shock. Are you done painting? Aha. The leader took a deep breath. Finally calmed himself. Okay, just so the forensics aren't done yet. Did you find anything? Good. Ji Shangnan nodded. Then he pointed to the bodies lined up in the mound. I just looked at it while I was drawing my portrait. The longest dead in here should be within 3 months. The bodies of the 18 victims here are all of earlier deaths than the one yesterday. So the body that was found yesterday was the closest in time of death to the present. And, oddly enough, Ji Shangnan paused before continuing. The victims were all young women, and the causes of death were surprisingly consistent. The fatal wounds were all in the throat position, by a single cut, and all had more or less cosmetic surgery before they were born. The leader listened and instantly frowned. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, looked at the time. Distance to separate from Su Zishuai and the others. It's been almost 2 hours or so. Now one's mission is accomplished. Su Zishuai and the others haven't called yet. It looks like it's still thinking. Ji Shangnan originally wanted to ask the leader, can you go and look at the National Collection of Antiquarian Books? But right now the antiquarian leader's head is spinning. With this many bodies, it's already considered a shocking case. What mind to think of anything else? So Ji Shangnan still held back. After all, it already got a red mountain jade dragon. So a brief hello to the leader. Ji Shangnan turned around and left the scene of the crime. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and fame. Down the hill, straight to your own 9-handed bully. Drove the car, while there was still time, towards the ghost market. Chapter 43, The Ghost Market. For the ghost market, Ji Shangnan didn't know much about it before, but also know that a lot of big cities have them inside. In earlier times the ghost market usually opened at night, but today, even during the day, the ghost market is also open for business. The so-called ghost market is actually similar to Panjiayuan in the capital. Some vendors set up a floor stand, sell some antiques and paintings or something. Only 9 out of 10 of them are fake. It's not like there's no real thing, but that depends on whether you have the eye for it or not. Ji Shangnan wanted to come here at first. It's more of a run to pick up the pieces. Only now there's the Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Ji Shangnan's purpose changed. Just wanted to come here to look for any useful ancient books. Upon arrival at the destination, Ji Shangnan parked his car and headed inside the ghost market. It's morning. The ghost market wasn't very crowded. Sweep, a book vendor was soon spotted. One large sheet. It was filled with an assortment of yellowed books. Ji Shangnan crouched in front of the bookstall, randomly looking up. The books smelled like mold. I don't know if it's a really old book or if it was intentionally made to look like this by the vendor. The stall owner was an old man probably in his 70s or 80s, a head of white hair and a beard that is also white. In his hand he carried a big, equally dated smoking gun, sitting on a horse stool, the whole kudzu position. There was also a radio at his feet, only the radio was also a little old. The voice coming from inside the radio was like a radio telegram. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear what's playing. Even at this point, Ji Shangnan had already squatted in front of the stall and started reading the old man's book. The old man also merely glanced at it. Not only did he not say hello, not even a move to look at it more than once, still lying there in kudzu, while smoking a dry bag of cigarettes, all the while listening to a radio full of noise. It's a stance that's quite in keeping with his stall. Ji Shangnan didn't care, just looking at the books that fill the stalls. Inside these books, some of them can be seen at a glance as pirated printings. There are also some threadbare copies. You can even find some old books written purely by hand. There is a wide variety of colors and types. Ji Shangnan swept in. Instantly the eye was drawn to one of the books. The top left corner of that book has smoke and fire marks. It looks like a stub. The name of the book was not unfamiliar to Ji Shangnan, because it shows up in a lot of crooked-mouthed Dragon King books. The ancient 36 Stitches Grand Technique. This look is a book about silver needles. Ji Shangnan didn't even know how many books of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King he had seen this kind of thing. Only the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's plot is changing with the times. Ji Shangnan also saw a crooked-mouthed Dragon King episode the other day that made him stumble. It says that the god of war is on a mission because he has to go on a mission. So just got married and separated from my wife. As a result, the wife was sold into a kiln. Waiting for the god of war to return raged a bit in anger. taking 100,000 dead soldiers to take care of his wife's business. Hard to make his wife the best business lady in the world. It's full of love. It's too heavy. It's so touching. The god of war inside that book had received an inheritance about the silver needle technique. It's written in there in such a way that it's a godsend. Originally, that war hero lost his dick to enemy gunfire while out on a mission to fight. It turned out to be by virtue of this silver needle technique. Not only did it bring the penis back to life, and it's bigger, and thicker, and harder, and it's longer lasting. Ji Shangnan naturally didn't believe in the claims inside the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's God of War. Ji Shangnan wouldn't read any of the usual crappy books, but sucks to a certain extent that highs and lows have to be looked at twice. At this moment, he looked at the book that had actually appeared in front of him, similar to the book inside the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's God of War. Ji Shangnan wondered if he had traveled inside the world of some crooked-mouthed Dragon King warlord novel. Only Ji Shangnan didn't know if this thing was real yet. It's still fake. Single whether true or false. Ji Shangnan all but decided to take a look at it first. As long as the strange old man doesn't Leoneize him, then buy it back. Ji Shangnan thought about it, picked up the book straight away, waved it in front of the old man. Boss, can I see this book? You can read whatever you want in the bookstore, though, but the books in the ghost market are not to be flipped through at will. After all, this stuff isn't like porcelain or bronze. Of course, there are some well-spoken bosses who couldn't care less, but out of politeness, Ji Shangnan asked anyway. Look, the old man still just squinted. The poses didn't even change. Faded back. Okay, thanks boss. Ji Shangnan didn't care about the old man's words and behavior. See that he agrees. Just flipped right through it and read it. Said to look. Actually just held it in my hand to check out the info on the book. As Ji Shangnan's mind moved, the book's information instantly appeared before Ji Shangnan's eyes. Item name, the ancient 36 stitches great technique. Source of item, scrapyard. Item date, 2nd year of Ming Jiajing. From the hand of Jiajing. Item special information, silver needle inventor Bien Magpie records have been passed down to the present day, but not the whole book. There are missing, for the remnants of the book. Item special attribute, get stronger by sticking a needle in it. Item special effect, strengthens the body and cures all diseases. As the information in this book came to light, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but freeze. Surprisingly, it's true, though not as outrageous as what was written in the crooked-mouthed Dragon King warlord novels. But damn, it's awesome enough. Sure enough, something from the old country is useful. It's just the only pity. This thing is incomplete, just the remnants. But even so, you can get stronger just by sticking needles in other people yourself. That's pretty sick too. Does it mean that one just has to learn? Can you become a magpie? Also, even if there's no Tusco, this thing is from Kaching. It's already worth a lot of money in itself. Judging that's a famous immortal cultivation emperor in history, it seems reasonable that he could tinker with this kind of stuff. It fits Kaching's persona. The bastard hasn't been to court for more than 30 years, so he might still be tinkering with something. Not like Qianlong. Qianlong the bastard's calligraphy and poetry that is worthless. Even a lot of valuable things just because Qianlong stamped a devaluation. Qianlong's seal is simply dog-eared. Think about it. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but force down the excitement in his heart. Once again the book was raised in front of the old man, then asked, "Boss, how much is the book?" Ji Shangnan's words landed. The old man finally sat up straight. First, he looked at the book in Ji Shangnan's hand. Immediately afterward, he sized up Ji Shangnan. It was only then that he mysteriously smiled. "Young man, I see that your bones are clear and strange, and you are indeed a genius that is rare to come across in 100 years. I have so many books here, and you took a glance at this one. Your vision is even more poisonous. This book is not simple. It's from the hand of a magpie. If you practice it, you will definitely become a famous doctor in the future. So, this book, Chapter 44, A Full Harvest." The stall owner had originally acted as if he hadn't seen Ji Shangnan, but when Ji Shangnan inquired about the price, the old man's eyes suddenly glazed over, instantly came to life. Sitting straight up, to this book ancient 36 needle technique held in Ji Shangnan's hand came a big blow. This mouth is nestled in the ghost market as a vendor. Ji Shangnan even felt condescending. Should have gone on live bandwagon. Sure beats 3 pigs. Ji Shangnan almost believed it. Thought the old man was just pretending to be cold on purpose at first. The purpose is to test. And now Ji Shangnan has been tested. It's as if this book exists for Qi Xiangnan. Ji Shangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth. I thought the old man was a great recluse. Now it seems that. Stop. Ji Shangnan directly interrupted the old man blowing awesome. Just tell me how much the book costs. Ji Shangnan's words landed. The old man smiled sardonically, but it wasn't awkward in the least. I see that you kid and I are kind of destined to be together. Let's do it this way. Don't 998, don't 888, you give a $1,998. I'll sell this book to you. Qi Shangnan. Is there such a thing as a quote? People don't want 998, they don't want 888 back is less and less. The old man is good. Surprisingly, it's getting more expensive. Cheaper? I'm a student. Ji Shangnan frowned. Does one look like a smart college student? That's no way to rip people off, is it? If I didn't know this stuff came from the scrapyard, Ji Shangnan might not even bother to bargain. After all, for others this is a medical book about silver needles. But for Ji Shangnan, this book, however, brings him the ability to become infinitely stronger. Student? Well, seeing as you're a student, quote yourself a price then. The old man squinted at Ji Shangnan. You don't say. Ji Shangnan is just in his early 20s. To say it's a student is an understatement. 98. Ji Shangnan raised the book in his hand. Old man, young man, who did you learn this bargaining from? For figures and you me into double digits? What if you cut me like a bonobo? Add some, or I'll lose all my money. Ji Shangnan put down the book. I'll round it up for you then, $100. Watching Ji Shangnan put down the book. It's like if you don't sell, then I'm leaving. The old man couldn't help but get a little anxious. It hasn't opened yet today. After thinking for a moment, the old man nodded, a heartbroken look on his face. It's like losing money. Okay, seeing as you're a student, I'll sell it to you. There was a look of flesh on his face though, but in reality the old man was happy as a clam inside. Green bubble sweep for you. Ji Shangnan didn't ink either. While re-picking up that book, the ancient 36 stitches great technique, payment was made while pulling out a cell phone straight away. The old man finally couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising at this point. He bought this thing from a junkyard. Quote 1998 that's just thinking of gingerbread, the one who wants it. Not to mention 1998, even if he really only sold it for 98, even if he sold it for $18, or even $8, he wouldn't be at a loss. After all, that was bought back by the pound at the time. This one will only last a few cents. Sold for $100 for a few cents. That's a full 200 times over. It's not earned. It's blood money. I'm sure it's still a college student. It's just refreshing. Only at this time, Ji Shangnan was similar to what the old man had in mind. You can earn it, but I never lose. $100 buys you a book that makes you stronger. It's a sure thing, but if you put it in the past, this book is more than $10. Ji Shangnan will not hesitate to turn his head, but he or she is now hungover. It's a small amount of money that really doesn't matter. The piece of red mountain jade dragon in his pocket. Much ado about nothing. It's always okay to have a small goal worth 10 or so. To others it's a burned and tattered book. But here in Ji Shangnan, this is the treasure of getting stronger. The old man was sweet. Seeing that Ji Shangnan paid, hastily smiling, he handed Ji Shangnan a plastic bag. Look again? I've got a lot of good stuff here. Whoever is destined to buy it. You can't buy it. You can't be fooled. Ji Shangnan took the plastic bag as he did so, while loading the 36 stitches of the ancient world's great technique into it, then nodded. Again, he continued to search the stalls. Thousands of years of Chinese heritage. Folk don't even know how many ancient books are scattered about. Even the Yongle canon is scattered among the people, and some of it was taken by foreigners. The reason why Ji Shangnan was so quick to pay, that's because of the fear of a long night and complications. What if someone comes along and steals it from you? Payment is made, then you own it. A useful book has now been found. Ji Shangnan thought that he might be able to find a few more useful books, seeing that Ji Shangnan didn't leave. Instead, the search continued. The corners of the old man's mouth had closed. Looks like this college student is my fortune cookie today. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, took those books seriously. Flip up as you go. Check out the info when you see something you like. But 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. That is, until Ji Shangnan had almost finished going through all the books in the booth. That's when the light finally came on again. For finding useful books again. And it's not even a book. This time Ji Shangnan found 3 useful books straight away. Picked up all 3 of those books. Ji Shangnan asked again. Boss, count it all together. How much? The old man's eyes lit up. Think about it. That's before he smiled and returned. You've been a regular customer for a while now. Tell you what, I don't want your 1998 either. You'll give a 200 for 1 book, and I'll give you a discount for 3. You'll give a 500. The old man replied while smiling. While doing so, he couldn't help but look at the few books Ji Shangnan had picked out. 2 books are in the martial arts category. One is the Mizongquan created by Hui Yuanjia, which combines the strengths of Taiji, Changquan, and Tanquan. One book is Taijiquan of the Wudong school. Another book is the 81 Difficulties, also known as the Difficult Scriptures, from the hand of the magpie. The old man froze. What a coincidence that this kid is buying a book. All bought by myself from the scrapyard the other day. The old man didn't know what Ji Shangnan was doing buying these books. In his experience, These things are basically fake, especially those boxing books. You can't even go to someone's mountain and worship them really, and expect to buy 2 books and learn the real thing? As for the 2 medical books, although it could be true, but nowadays, Chinese medicine practitioners that are dogs don't learn, and this stuff hasn't been studied for decades. You can't even learn the skinny. The old man is 70 years old. What martial arts masters? What medical saints? Not to mention seeing, that is not even heard of. A bit of an old herbalist, at best. It can help to tone up a person's body. Chapter 45. In the midst of the old man's puzzled look, this time Ji Xiangnan even saved himself from even bargaining. Straight away, very quickly, he pulled out his cell phone, then opened the green bubble, scanned the code and pay in one go. After the payment, Ji Xiangnan packed the books together with the previous one. It ends here. The old man had swept through all the books Ji Xiangnan had on this stall, in addition to the 4 books harvested. Nothing else is of much value to him, so Ji Xiangnan stood up, and not ready to continue to hang around, looked at the time. Ji Xiangnan simply went straight back to the car. Sit in the driver's seat. First, I reread my personal information. As Ji Xiangnan's mind moved, personal information instantly surfaced. Name, Ji Xiangnan. Age, 25. Occupation, hanging. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Face value, 100 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Emotional status, schoolgirl girlfriend. Numerous admirers. Numerous suitors. Personal specialties, drawing. Mixed martial arts grappling. Remaining number of specialty conversions, 3 points. Ji Xiangnan nodded in satisfaction. 2 more specialty transformation points. So it seems, although he left the scene of the crime himself, but nothing will happen to Zhang Jinyu. After all, the system rewards have all arrived. That means Zhang Jinyu's life trajectory has been changed again by himself. It's a coincidence to say the least. Ji Xiangnan seemed to have earned all 3 of these remaining available transformation points from Zhang Jinyu. Shrugged it off. Closed the information screen. Around is fine now. Ji Xiangnan simply took out that book, The Ancient 36 Stitches Great Technique, and read it directly. Only it didn't wait for Ji Xiangnan to finish reading it. The cell phone then suddenly rang. Ji Xiangnan had to put down his book and picked up his cell phone to look at it. Green bubble has an unread message. Ji Xiangnan realized after he clicked on it. The person who sent the message was Su Zishuai. Ji, we discussed it. See you again? When are you free? Ji Xiangnan froze for a moment. Looks like the rich really do value their lives. What was the result of the discussion? Ji Xiangnan didn't ask very bluntly, but I'm sure the other person can read it. Ji, why don't we meet and talk? Just tell me directly. Seeing that Su Zishuai didn't answer directly, Ji Xiangnan didn't say much and once again asked bluntly. And at this moment, looking at the message Ji Xiangnan sent over in his cell phone, in the waiting room of a luxurious villa, Su Zishuai, Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, and Fatty, all 4 were sitting there. When Ji Xiangnan left at that time, he said that he would let them discuss the matter before contacting himself. The time is then just before dark, only it's only just now in the afternoon. It's a long time until dark, but it's been a while. A few of them have been discussing this for a long time. The final decision was either to disbelieve. Letters just come and put the big one. So each of them has come up with a full measure of sincerity. The total value of the payoff that the 3 people took out was even more than $300 million. Not cash though. For example, what Li Linglan had prepared for Ji Xiangnan was this luxurious villa they were currently in. What Yu Yinshed has prepared for Ji Xiangnan is a global limited edition super luxury sports car Koenigsegg plus 10 million in cash. When they're ready, immediately, he had Su Zishuai contact Ji Xiangnan. At this moment, he saw Su Zishuai freeze. Li Linglan instantly couldn't help but ask, how did he get back? Su Zishuai gave them a look at the message Ji Xiangnan's returned from his cell phone. Then tell him directly. Li Linglan frowned and contemplated for a moment before he nodded heavily. Okay. Su Zishuai nodded as well, and once again began to send a message to Ji Xiangnan. Ji, if you can really help them, they will have a super luxurious hilltop house for you with a market value of about $100 million or more. A limited edition worldwide Koenigsegg super luxury sports car worth around $50 million, and $10 million in cash. That's as much sincerity as they can muster. Any more than that and it's going to hurt. And with Su Zishuai's message sent over, Ji Xiangnan, who saw the message at this time, directly froze. Even though that red mountain jade dragon in Ji Xiangnan's hand was worth more than what they had given them combined, but after seeing how much they paid themselves, Ji Xiangnan was still in shock. Speak from the heart. Ji Xiangnan really didn't want to help them for free, but Ji Xiangnan definitely didn't want to Leonize him. As expected in Ji Xiangnan's mind, giving 100 or so to play is enough, but I did not expect people to open their mouths that is 200 or 300 million. Sure enough, Su Zishuai didn't lie to himself. His friends are more generous than he is. The thoughts of the rich are simply inscrutable. Ji Xiangnan was in shock, forgot to even reply to the message. Gee, see the message? Is it feeling less? It didn't all go to cash though, but don't worry about what you're given. It's guaranteed to be first-hand. After all, there aren't many people who can get that much out of their cash flow all at once. We're all businessmen. We need to turn over too. Brother G, if you're not satisfied, let's meet and discuss. In the silence, Su Zixuai once again sent a few messages to Ji Shangnan amidst the anxious waiting and urging of Li Linglan and the others. Yes, where is the location? Ji Shangnan tried to calm himself and returned a message. Go, Sister Willow has a cafe. Why don't we meet her at that cafe? It's quieter there. Ji Shangnan, okay, you send me the location. I'll go later. There's something else I need to take care of for now. Su Zixuai sent Ji Shangnan the location of the cafe under Chang Xiaoyu. Then he raised his head and looked at Li Linglan's few people. All done. Li Linglan nodded, but her brows were furrowed. What's more important than $200 or $300 million? Chang Wok Willow heard, is also curious to change the individual, not to mention 2 or 300 million. Is 2 or 3 million fear is the first time to rush over. Yu Yunpeng also froze for a moment. Yeah, is he not interested in money? Su Zixuai, however, laughed. According to your speculations, then there are only 2 scenarios. Which 2 kinds? The 3 people looked at Su Zixuai in unison. Su Zixuai stretched out 2 fingers to explain. Number 1, he's lusting after you guys in order to make you think that he doesn't care, that he's not interested in money. But even so, it's enough to prove that he's no ordinary man. You know this is worth $200 to $300 million, and still have the heart to play like this. Ordinary people can't do it. Secondly, that he really doesn't care, really isn't interested in money. If that's the case, then I was right. Brother G really is a tall man. As Su Zixuai's words landed on the ground, the remaining 3 people also took a deep breath in unison. Curiouser and curiouser about Ji Shangnan. Only a few people are thinking similarly conflicted thoughts right now. One side hoped that Ji Shangnan was really a high-ranking person. On one hand, he hoped that Ji Shangnan wasn't a higher power. If Ji Shangnan was really a high-ranking person, that meant that what he said was true. But who would pose a threat to one's life? Chapter 46, Hua Yuanjia is awesome. All 4 are rich kids, and one is richer than the other kind. In addition to their own extremely strong assets, the family industry behind them is even more of a behemoth. So the 3 of them, Li Linglan, Chang Walking Lu, and Fatty, were racking their brains as to who they had offended. Could it be a business competitor? Looking at the 3 men with a stony look on their faces, Su Zixuai couldn't help but smile in comfort. Don't think about it, whether it's true or not. Anyway, we'll be able to meet Ji in a little while. We'll find out soon enough what's really going on. When Yu Yunpeng heard this, he also smiled and nodded. That makes sense. Such an interesting person. Spending some money to get to know him. Whether it's true or not, it's not a wasted trip. Li Linglan also said with a smile. Humph, if he is really a liar, I will definitely not let him go. Chang Walking Willow, however, puffed out her cheeks and said fiercely, only, the Ji Shangnan in their mouths. At this time, it was after seeing the location sent by Su Zixuai that he didn't return the message. It's true that the less you lack money, the more money comes to you instead. Let's not talk about the fact that the hangers-on just awakened and picked up $100,000. Just the last 2 days have been ridiculously strong on their own individually, and got a piece of the Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Just that piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon is afraid that it can already be sold for an astronomical amount. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, another $200 or $300 million would be delivered to my door. Ji Shangnan thought and lamented at the same time. Originally, there was only one goal for the day. That would be to go out and take a turn at the ghost market and see if you can pick up a bargain. Better get enough money to buy a villa. I didn't realize it was only half a day's work. Not only did you get the money for the villa, you don't even have to buy the villa. People just give it away. In that case, there is no need to rush out with this piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon in your hand. But if you meet a strong buyer, it's something to consider. Ji Shangnan was overwhelmed with emotion. Before becoming hungover, I was still in 996 myself, running around for 3 meals a day. Now that we have Zhang Yishan for 1 day, we don't have to worry about our 3 meals. Back then making a couple $100 was enough to be happy for a while. Something that was measured in billions. Ji Shangnan felt that only his own children and grandchildren would be able to do. Yet it's only been a few days now. Shake it off. Not only is it stronger and richer, not bad for a hangman. Ji Shangnan shook his head, shaking those thoughts out of his mind. Calm yourself. It was only then that he once again pulled out the 4 books he had just purchased. The 36 Stitches of the Ancient World, the 81st Difficulty, Tai Chi Chuan, Mizong Quan, Lost Trackfist. Look at the 4 books in front of you. Ji Shangnan's mind, on the other hand, came up with the information of the 4 books. Item name, the Ancient 36 Stitches Great Technique. Source of item, scrapyard. Item date, 2nd year of Ming Jiajing. From the hand of Jiajing. Item special information, Silver Needle inventor Bien Magpie records have been passed down to the present day, but not the whole book. There are missing For the remnants of the book, special properties of the item, silent reading can be made stronger, zapping can be made stronger, item special effect, strengthens the body and cures all diseases, item name, the 81 difficulties, source of item, scrapyard, item time, spring and autumn and warring states, item special information, the magpie records have been passed down to this day, but not in their entirety, there are missing pieces, they are remnants, special properties of the item, silent reading can be made stronger, healing can be made stronger, item special effect, strengthens the body and cures all diseases, item name, Tai Chi Fist, source of item, scrapyard, item date, from the 3rd year of the Xiantong era, item special information, written by a Wudong heir, but not the whole book, there are missing pieces, a remnant, item special attribute, practicing boxing can become stronger, item special effect, improve physical fitness and enhance personal combat strength, item name, the Misty Fist, source of item, scrapyard, item time, Republic of China, item special information, created by Huayu Jia, but not the whole book, there are missing, a remnant, item special attribute, silent reading can become stronger, practicing boxing can become stronger, item special effect, enhances physical fitness, strengthens personal reflexes, and speeds up personal speed. Ji Shangnan recalled the information of the 4 books as he did so, while thinking carefully. These books are all from the same place though, but the timing is different, and it's all mutilated, but it makes sense when you think about it. These things have been passed down for many years, by now there are deficiencies that can't be avoided. No knowledge of martial arts, or medicine. Can you still not understand the Yankees? Can something real and good be left to you for nothing? Look at the modern day foreign ones that run scams. 90% of them are our own people. It's all your own people you're fooling. 2. Just a quick glance. Ji Shangnan picked up the book of Misty Fist created by Huayu Jia and put the remaining 3 away. Back then, Ging Woman that was once a big hit. So Ji Shangnan was obsessed with this Huayu Jia's martial arts for a long time. The only pity is that Huayu Jia has already hung up. Otherwise, Ji Shangnan could still find Huayu Jia directly. Find a way to convert it directly from Huayu Jia. One more thing. That's the only martial art that has more special effects, especially the one that boosts personal speed. Ji Shangnan was interested in this, just not sure what that speed refers to yet, but it doesn't matter. Just read it silently yourself. Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan didn't ink, while there's still some time, flipped right over and read it, because it was a scrapbook. It didn't take Ji Shangnan much time to read through it once. After reading, Ji Shangnan quickly understood where those special effects inside came from. This is because the Mizong Quan created by Huayu Jia is a combination of the strengths of many martial arts. Huo Jia Quan, also known as the Secret Fist, is all about the combination of rigidity and flexibility, and the ability to win by surprise. In this, in addition to the Iron Sand Palm as well as the Misty Fist, it also included the god-awful leg technique. So after being improved by Huayu Jia combining the strengths of each family, Huo Jia Quan had turned into a boxing style that was extremely flexible and versatile in terms of both punches, palms, and leg and body techniques. After practicing to a great extent, reaction speed and stance speed can be greatly improved. Ji Shangnan's eyes instantly lit up after reading it. It looks awesome though, but after all, it's a scrapbook. I wonder how powerful it will be after actually learning it. Too bad there's no time to practice now, especially the one that increases speed. I wonder if I could practice that with flips. If it's possible, then isn't it true that you can practice likeness? When the time comes, you'll have no problem flying over the walls and crossing the river with a reed? Chapter 47, Goodbye. Ji Shangnan was obsessed with likeness in martial arts novels or movies and TV dramas, so I can't help but get interested as soon as I see something related to speed. Only so far, there wasn't much that Qi Shangnan got that could speed things up. In addition, Ji Shangnan felt that his time seemed a bit less than adequate, transforming just one of Zhang Yixian's drawing skills. As a result, you've got yourself into so much more trouble. Looks like it's better to try to keep a low profile in the future. Time should be spent more on making yourself stronger. But Ji Shangnan was in no hurry. After all, even if one is hungover, then you can't practice martial arts 24 hours a day. Life is meant to be experienced. After all, even if you can't get up to speed in a short period of time, you can also let the girl wear a double ponytail. A double ponytail can boost attack speed just as well. Moreover, what Ji Shangnan had gotten now didn't necessarily require actual combat in order to improve. Quite a few things can be read silently just to get a boost. Only this thing might just be read silently 10 or 100 times at first. At the back of the line that would have to go up geometrically to make it work. It still has to be practiced in reality to continue to improve strength. Ji Shangnan thought as he picked up the rest of the book. This time Ji Shangnan picked up Magpie's 81 difficulties. Picked up a total of 4 books this time. 2 of the books in there have to do with magpies. This book is also a remnant though, but all the same you can get a boost just by reading silently. Ji Shangnan didn't nag. flipped right over and read it, though it's crippled and has nowhere near as much content as the full version. But Ji Xiangnan quickly frowned, because this thing uses spring and autumn and warring states period literature. It's an obscure read. It's not as if you're reading from the sky, though, but it's close enough. Ji Xiangnan could only read it slowly and stiffly. Back in the day, if only I had been that diligent in school. Qingbei is not even in the picture. As Ji Xiangnan began to read, and the minutes ticked by, after Ji Xiangnan finally read through it, with a sudden shudder, he was once again in that soothing, subtle state, knowledge about Chinese medicine, frantically pouring in towards his own mind. This knowledge of Chinese medicine is not just the familiar look and feel, it even includes knowledge of health maintenance methods, yin and yang, 5 elements running in phase, and even fortunes and such. All people have fortunes that are uniquely their own, both princes and nobles and commoners. It's just that some people have good luck and some have bad luck. Someone can hijack someone else's fortune. But Ji Xiangnan was in the middle of receiving all this ponderous knowledge. A sudden shiver ran through his body. Snapped out of that state again. Knowledge about the horoscope comes to an abrupt end. So that's where the stump book is stumped. It looks like I'll have to go find Zhang Jinyu again when I'm not busy. Ask her to help build a bridge and pull some strings. See if you can get inside the national collection. If the full version can't even be found inside the national collection, then it's even harder to pick up on folk on your own like a needle in a haystack. Looking at it that way, it seems like helping the police solve the case isn't useless. Ji Xiangnan sighed. It's a little hard to understand this old ancestor stuff, but it really works. Just Magpie, this book of 81 difficulties is definitely not mortal law. Although he had already received most of the inheritance from the magpies regarding the treatment of illnesses. But what Ji Xiangnan wanted more than anything else was the missing piece. It's so damn hard to feel this screeching to a halt. It's like you're sprinting, down to the wire. Suddenly the door was kicked in. Then I'll tell you. No moving, crouch down, check. You're so close to that last shiver. It turns out to be hard for you to hold back. Ji Xiangnan had wanted to look at the remaining 2 books again. The result was a glance at the time. It was surprising to realize that more than 2 hours had passed without realizing it. It's because things haven't been dealt with on Su Zishuai's side, so Ji Xiangnan had to stop. After we finish dealing with Su Zishuai's side of things, I'll continue to work on it when I get home. Think about it. Ji Xiangnan directly picked up his cell phone and called Su Zishuai. Hello, Ji, are you done? After the phone was connected, Su Zishuai's voice soon rang out. Well, I'm going over there now, so you guys go over there too, and I'll see you later. Okay, Ji, we're right here and have been waiting for you. Okay. Ji Xiangnan didn't say much. After hanging up the phone, he drove towards the location that Su Zishuai had sent. Good thing it's not too far away. Ji Xiangnan looked at it. It was probably less than half an hour's drive, only on the other side at this time. Su Zishuai, Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, and Fatty. The 4 of them sat in a window seat that was called a lookout. He finally contacted us. I'm kind of convinced. More than $200 million. Can he be so calm? Let us wait so long? Is he really not interested in money? The fat man let out a long sigh. From the beginning, he suspected that Ji Xiangnan was a liar. And then now, after all this, he's starting to falter. Anyway, this is getting interesting. Haven't met anyone this interesting in years. Li Linglan recoiled at this moment and said with an expectant smile. A few people chatted while occasionally watching towards the door. About half an hour or so later, Ji Xiangnan finally arrived as well, pulled into a parking space and glanced at the meter. Ji Xiangnan couldn't help but frown as well. This $30 an hour for parking? That's more than most people make per hour. But this is Cheng Walking Lu's property, so he shouldn't charge himself for parking. The one is not short of money. But seeing the evil capitalism, Ji Xiangnan still couldn't help but bellyache in his heart. After locking the car, Ji Xiangnan then headed straight inside. After going in, he soon saw Su Zishuai and the others, and it was true that they had been waiting for him there for a long time. As soon as Su Zishuai and the others saw Ji Xiangnan coming, rushing to his feet to greet him, several people took their seats. Ji Xiangnan casually ordered a drink. Without any nonsense, Li Linglan directly took out a file bag, and then pulls a bunch of papers out of it, put it on the table and push it in front of Ji Xiangnan. Key, everything we've prepared is here. Take a look at it, and if it's okay, you just need to sign it. All those things that Zi Shuai told you before are yours, Li Linglan said while looking at Yu Yunshed. Yu Yunpeng understood it by heart. From his pocket, he pulled out a bank card. It was also placed on the table. It was pushed in front of Ji Xiangnan. Ji, there's $10 million in cash on this card. It's a bearer platinum card. The code is your license plate number. Chapter 48, The the truth. Ji Shangnan glanced at the contents of the table. It wasn't subtle, either, so I picked it up and looked at it for a few moments. Didn't see anything wrong with it. That's before picking up the bearer bank card and pocketing it first. Suddenly felt the piece of red mountain jade dragon in his pocket. After freezing for a moment, Ji Shangnan was ready to finish this up and clean up here in the meantime. As for those contracts, because the content is not too small or complex, so take a look and you'll know. At that moment, each party signed. The deal is even done. Each side took one of these, saw Ji Shangnan sign it. Li Linglan then breathed a sigh of relief. Qi, can you do the math for us now? As Li Linglan's words landed, only then did Ji Shangnan raise his head to look at her. Not that it wouldn't work, but even if I told you now, odds are you wouldn't believe me, and it will even turn things around because I told you guys ahead of time. At that point I'm afraid you'll think I'm a liar even more. Ji Shangnan returned indifferently. Ji, I think we've been very sincere, so you don't have to worry about what we'll think. You just tell us what's going to happen. We wouldn't be giving you so many favors if we didn't trust you, would we? As for backtracking, the contract is signed. Does backtracking help? So you don't have to worry about that at all either. As Ji Shangnan's words landed, Yu Yunping couldn't help but open his mouth as well. While saying that, he also took out the formalities of that global limited edition super luxury sports car and handed it to Ji Shangnan. As for the car keys and stuff, he'd like to give, but that thing hasn't been produced yet. He just paid the money and pressed on without seeing the car. Is that what you all mean? Ji Shangnan slowly glanced at the remaining few. Qi, go ahead. We all think so. Shang Chi Lu also nodded back. Ji Shangnan saw that they all wanted to know, so he nodded. All right, then I'll say it. Your original plan was to have a few drinks together at the house tonight. Turned out to be drunk, and your new Ricehead 7 model new energy electric car is charging in the downstairs garage. At around 10:30 p.m. The Ricehead 7 model new energy electric vehicle will spontaneously combust, causing a fire. The fire is spreading extremely fast. Li Linglan and Yu Yunxing died inside this fire. Shang Walking Willow didn't die, but 90% of her body was burned, severely disfigured, and life is worse than death. After Ji Shangnan finished speaking, he drank water with a calm face. As for whether the other party believed it or not, that was not his concern. Only Ji Shangnan's words fell into their ears. At this moment several people instantly changed their faces dramatically. The heart was even more heaving. Face to face, for a moment it was hard to know what to say. It's not true that new energy sources can spontaneously combust, but that's the Rice brand. That's a car built by Mr. Ray, and what an affordable price. One only sells for $200,000 to $300,000. That's only a little more expensive than a Tesla. We're way ahead of the rest of the world. Although Tesla came in before, the state subsidizes tens of billions of them all to build old men's music. Then Tesla came in and disclosed hundreds of patents for free. They just started building refrigerators, color TVs, big sofas a distant second. But the official have said that we have realized the bend in the field of new energy vehicles. No way, absolutely not. Gee, are you serious? Li Linglan frowned as she looked at Ji Xiangnan and asked after him incredulously. That's right. How can it spontaneously combust when it's charging for good reason? That's right, and we bought that car as a toy at the time. We didn't drive it much at all. Ji Shangnan shrugged. It was within Ji Shangnan's expectation that they didn't believe it. I know you guys don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. You guys can skip the drinks tonight and just wait and watch around 10:30. Sure, if you guys are willing to burn that new energy car from the first 7 models of the Rice brand. Just a friendly reminder to have a fire extinguisher ready. Forget about the car burning. Don't burn the house down then. If you still don't believe me, that's fine. The stuff is all here. You can take it back now. Ji Shangnan said while pulling out the bearer bank card that he had just pocketed again. Along with the piece of red jade dragon with dirt rust all over it was also pulled out. Ji Shangnan was going to clean up here anyway, so it's too lazy to take it back. Together on the table, a few people just skimmed over the red mountain jade dragon covered in earthy rust, not realizing what it was, so it wasn't too much of a concern. Hearing Ji Shangnan say that, several people couldn't help but hesitate. After all, this is something that if it can't be confirmed, they must be clogged up inside. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. Even for them it's a pain in the ass. But Ji Shangnan was right about one thing. They were really originally planning to have a few drinks at home tonight. And they did buy the new energy electric car of the first 7 models of the Rice brand. Don't tell Ji Shangnan about these two things. Even Su Zishui doesn't know about it. They hadn't even had time to tell Su Zishui about it yet. So while things have not been confirmed, but they actually believed half of it in their hearts. A couple of Rice first 7 models, which they naturally parted with. Thinking of this, Li Linglan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now that we've made our choice, we won't go back on it. Gee, I do believe you. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. After all, only the three of us know about the drinking. Plus you're right, we can be ready tonight to see if the car spontaneously combusts. And at that moment, Su Zixuai was already filled with shock. He was genuinely unaware of the fact that the three men had met for drinks. Instead, they dodged a bullet because of it. As for the new energy vehicle for the Rice Head 7 model, Su Zixuai didn't know either, because Su Zixuai has never been able to look remotely close. Gee, I told you, Brother G is definitely a tall man. It's now just short of 10:30 p.m. We'll see if the car spontaneously combusts. But Key was able to figure out that you guys would be drinking at night. That's pretty impressive. You guys didn't even tell me about this. As Su Zixuai spoke, he suddenly looked at the piece of red mountain jade dragon that Ji Shangnan had just placed on the table. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ji, what's this? What are you doing picking up a lump of dirt for nothing? Su Zixuai asked as he pointed at the red mountain jade dragon. Ji Shangnan laughed a little and followed his words. Right, get me some water over here. I'll wash up. It's not a lump of dirt. You'll see what it is when I'm done washing it. Chapter 49, The Grouch. It's a good thing this is Cheng walking loose territory. Seeing this, Cheng Qilu directly asked the waiter to bring over a basin of fresh water. After Ji Shangnan got this piece of red mountain jade dragon from the crime scene, never had time to deal with it. Roll up your sleeves straight away at this point. Picking up the red mountain jade dragon, he placed it inside the water and began to clean it. Good thing it's just dirt rust on it, so it's not a hassle to clean. A few random rubs. The outer layer of earth embroidery was quickly washed away by the water. The jade inside will finally show its true colors. Ji Shangnan took it out and shook off the water stains on it, then drew a couple more napkins and wiped them up. As he wiped it off, he asked in passing, by the way, you're all rich and powerful. I wonder if you know anyone who likes jade. Jade? Su Zixuai asked curiously while watching Ji Shangnan wipe it. You mean this piece in your hand? My dad does like these things, so maybe my dad will buy them. Right, Ji Shangnan nodded back. After wiping it off, Ji Shangnan then took his first serious look at this piece of red mountain jade dragon in his hand. The length is about 30 centimeters. The weight is probably about a kilogram. The body is a dark green color. The piece in Ji Shangnan's hand was simply flawless. A C shape is presented. The muzzle extends forward. The slender iguana hairs fly out, and there are two symmetrical single holes on the back. The body of the dragon is smooth and unmarked, with only the forehead and the base of the jaws engraved with a fine chevron mesh pattern. This is the representative jade artifact of the Neolithic period in China. It's even the first dragon in China. This stuff is just too rare, and extremely valuable. That's why the average person doesn't even understand it. Su Zixuai and the others looked at this piece of red mountain jade dragon in Ji Shangnan's hand. It also just feels like a simple jade that's a bit older. Totally unaware of the value of this red mountain jade dragon. So Su Zixuai thinks that Ji Shangnan is willing to sell, then just let his father sell. It's true that his dad likes these things. It even has a villa dedicated to it, converted into a private collection display. That's why Su Zixuai directly answered that way after hearing Ji Shangnan's words. Don't you guys know what this is? Ji Shangnan saw that a few people seemed to have little interest. Just guess already. These young men that were pressed into service. Isn't this just a piece of jade? Su Zixuai couldn't help but return with curiosity. You're right to say that, but this is no ordinary jade. This thing is called the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, a product of the Neolithic period, more than 6,000 years old. It's known as the first dragon of China. The museum has one, listed as one of the artifacts never to be exhibited abroad. Ji Shangnan explained briefly, and with Ji Shangnan's explanation, it took a few people a moment to realize this. Instantly shocked, his eyes widened. If this piece of jade in Ji Shangnan's hand is a real Red Mountain Jade Dragon, then the value will be incalculable. This is not as simple as a simple piece of jade. The cultural value behind it is clearly greater. It's not about price anymore. Just compare it to the things they just gave to Ji Shangnan. It's not comparable at all, either. These guys don't know anything about jade antiques or anything though, but being rich, they've seen a lot, especially since Ji Shangnan had only just cleaned the dirt and rust off of it. It's not ing fresh out of the ground, is it? Does Ji Shangnan still know the dragon-seeking technique? A groping officer? Seems to fit the persona that he can tell fortunes. A couple of people's mouths were agape, especially Su Zixuai. Are you sure you want to sell this? Su Zixuai obviously couldn't believe his eyes. Yeah, why else would I ask you? Didn't you say your father liked it? Call and ask? If your father won't buy it, ask if anyone else wants it. But first things first, it's only for sale to nationals, and the price is negotiable. Foreigners, no consideration. If anyone wants to buy one, they can always come over and look at it. They should have a way to authenticate the real thing. After Ji Shangnan wiped it off, he raised the Red Mountain Jade Dragon in his hand and said slowly, "Okay, Gee, wait for me, I'm going to call my dad and ask. He will be very interested. That private display of my dad's is one thing short of being able to pass as a town treasure. I can't be sure if he'll buy it though. After all, this thing should cost a pretty penny. Su Zixuai replied with an excited face while directly pulling out his cell phone. Unlike the other three rich kids, Su Zixuai was not at all interested in doing business, so his dad always thought he was a dude, only nibbling. Nothing was accomplished. That's if he finds a treasure for his dad, then his father won't be burying him every day from now on. The more Su Zixuai thought about it, the more excited he became. In his heart, Ji Shangnan hand this piece of jade certainly will not be cheap, but hold up, just a few $100 million. His father can still get this amount of money by biting his teeth. The call went through quickly. Pops, have a fart. This time it's really serious business to find you. I have a friend here who has a piece of red mountain jade dragon in his hand. I think you will be very interested in it, right? What can you be serious about? What did you say? Red mountain jade dragon? Quickly, send me the address. I'll rush over there now. Do. Then the phone was hung up on the other side. Su Zixuai looked helplessly at the hung up phone. Had to open the green bubble to send a locator message to Pops. But seeing Pops so excited, Su Zixuai also instantly couldn't stop laughing. Sure enough, it's just like you guessed. Well, Pops sure is interested. Even more interested than one would think. While thinking, Su Zixuai put his cell phone back into his pocket. That's what turned back. Looked to Ji Shangnan. Gee, my dad should be there in about 10 minutes. He's really interested, but whether they'll buy it, that I don't know. Even though I don't know anything about these things, I do know that it shouldn't be cheap. You can talk to my dad when he gets here later. And with Ji Shangnan taking out this piece of red mountain jade dragon, the little doubt that remained in the hearts of Li Linglan, Chang Guanlu, and Yu Yunpang also instantly dissipated. Can an ordinary person get something of this caliber? It's not too much of a stretch to call this thing a national treasure. They were even sure of it in their minds. Ji Shangnan is the high man, and it's higher than they thought. It's a tall man who's at least 3 or 4 stories tall. People have this world to lie to themselves. Just go anywhere and touch it. Not more than this? The 3 men looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. Suddenly, it was as if some sort of determination had been made. In unison, they looked at Ji Shangnan. Chapter 50, Heirloom Treasure. Ji, I'm sorry. Earlier, I questioned you because I didn't know you. Now I realize that you're more powerful than we thought. You're so capable. Naturally you can't be some kind of fraud. The 3 men looked at Ji Shangnan and started apologizing with a serious face. And let's not even talk about how capable Ji Shangnan is anymore. Let's just say that the police have been asking for his help one after another, and it shows. If it were a fraud, would the police not know about it? Originally, they thought Ji Shangnan was deliberately trying to catch them waiting. But when Ji Shangnan explained a little that he was asked to help by the police earlier, combine that with Ji Shangnan's behavior today, the suspicions that several people had previously had towards Ji Shangnan instantly dissipated. Nothing else, just this piece of red mountain jade dragon in Ji Shangnan's hand. Its value alone had far exceeded what the few of them had put together to give to Ji Shangnan. If you have that kind of time, do you think they need to go through all the trouble of cheating you out of your money? Besides, Ji Shangnan never said how much money he wanted from the beginning to the end. All this money is the result of their own negotiation. That's okay. Ji Shangnan shrugged with a disinterested expression. It would not have mattered in the slightest whether they believed in themselves or not to mention that it makes sense for them to doubt themselves. It's true that they'll believe anything they say. Then they wouldn't be able to make so much money. Seeing that Ji Shangnan didn't take it to heart in the slightest, a few people breathed a long sigh of relief. At this time, Ji Shangnan was even more revered. A man of such great ability and such a big heart. Just this pattern, that's no ordinary person. A lot of capable people. That's the more capable you are, the more temperamental you are. It's not like they don't know people with great skills, but in people's eyes they are just rich kids. Don't say you're willing to help them. I'm afraid that as soon as they see them doubting themselves, people will simply not give a about them. So by now, there was no one left to question Ji Shangnan, with a few people having a conversation. Soon Su Zixuai's father also finally rushed over, only it wasn't a man who came. Instead, it's 2 people. The one walking in front looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, dressed in a black tang suit. In his hand, he was holding 2 clerical walnuts, rubbing them together as he walked. Very lean, with a dry inch of hair and the rare absence of a beer belly. And behind him was a young girl who looked to be about 20 or so. The young girl was wearing a plain white dress, hair draped over her shoulders, slender and fair-skinned, especially that temperament. Very unique. At first glance it was a young lady from a bookish family. As soon as the 2 men entered, they began to search. Soon the eyes landed on Ji Shangnan's and their table. After seeing Su Zixuai, that middle-aged man instantly brightened up, quickened his pace, and walked towards them. Su Zixuai immediately greeted him. Pops, you made it. Ha, Sister Suni, why are you here too? Su Zixuai brought his old man and the beautiful woman towards Ji Shangnan and their side, and then it all started to come together again. By the time everyone is introduced, it's a basic acquaintance. Only then did Father Su smile and reach out his hand towards Ji Shangnan. This is Mr. Ji, right? That red mountain jade dragon is what Mr. Ji is selling, right? Ji Shangnan also smiled and shook hands with Su's father. Uncle, hello. Su's father was not inked. Straight to the point, he asked, Mr. Ji, may I see it? Okay. A few people reseated themselves as they did so. Ji Shangnan also directly handed the piece of red mountain jade dragon to Su's father. Only Su's father didn't take it, but signaled Ji Shangnan to put it on the table. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. That just came to mind. It seems like this kind of jade or antique does have this rule. Put it on the table at the moment. Only then did Father Su pick it up from the table. And just the moment that piece of red mountain jade dragon entered his hand, Father Su's face then instantly changed dramatically. Gaze, couldn't move it anymore. It's not just Father Su, even the one who followed him here, the beautiful young girl called Sun Yen. At this moment, it also mirrored the look of Su's father. Instantly his eyes landed on top of the piece of red mountain jade dragon. Two good-looking eyes, enlarged countless times, both looked like they were possessed. It was as if the only thing left in his eyes at the moment was that piece of red mountain jade dragon. This stuff, the average person doesn't get it. Those who understand it can't reach it. You can only go to the museum and see it from a distance through the glass. Going in so close, that's not even a thought. It's not very large though. The styling isn't complicated either. The entire red mountain jade dragon is also the size of a palm. The engraving is also extremely simple, but it's over 6,000 years old. So much so that Father Su and Sun Yen that the more they looked, the more shocked they looked. A complex light instantly covered his eyes. Before, Su Zixuai and the others looked at it and were only slightly shocked. That's because they don't understand this stuff at all. Don't say the three of them don't get it. Even Ji Shangnan himself, being the owner, and only slightly. Just this one or two is still known inside the information given by Brother Unicorn, and at this time fell in the eyes of Su's father and Sun Yen, two people who know what they're doing. This is something that is priceless. Father Su didn't know how long he had been watching, finally came back to his senses, took a deep breath. Mr. Ji, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. This is coming from Father Su. As soon as the words fell, Su Zixuai and the others instantly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No one else knows. They are, however, clear. Father Su is an antique enthusiast, even to collect them. Bought myself a villa to dedicate to the display. Never found any town halls though, but he's got a lot of good stuff in that villa of his. Father Su laid it out in this one sentence. The palm-sized piece of red mountain jade dragon in front of me. That's more impressive than if he'd collected a whole villa's worth of stuff. Oh, only Ji Shangnan just nodded lightly. One really doesn't get it. Secondly, in his opinion it was enough if the other person wanted to buy it. It's just a matter of price. Mr. Ji, are you sure you want to sell this red mountain jade dragon? This red mountain jade dragon is enough to be treated as an heirloom. Although Zi Shuai told me that Mr. Ji's skills are extraordinary, but even if Mr. Ji's skills are great, I'm afraid that in the future, he won't be able to get anything more precious than this piece of red mountain jade dragon. Father Su once again took a long breath and slowly asked, if the price is satisfactory to me, I'll sell. Ji Shangnan returned without hesitation. Heirloom? You didn't even answer your own wedding? Preach what? And again, being hung up on yourself. What do you want that you can't get? It's just that they don't know themselves, and now Ji Shangnan feels that getting the money in his hands is the only way to earn it. What's the point of this thing? Ji Shangnan's words landed. Sun Yen, however, instantly brightened up. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Maiden. If Uncle Su doesn't want to buy it, why don't you let me have it? I am extremely interested in this red mountain jade dragon. While Su's father was frowning and contemplating, Sun Yen on the side suddenly opened her mouth and said, Sun Yen's words landed on the ground, and everyone in the room instantly looked at her involuntarily. Everyone was uncharacteristically surprised. This Sun Yen others don't understand, but Su Zixuai's father and son know a little bit about the bottom. Her identity was just an expert that Su's father had invited over to help appraise the antiques. It's even been less than a month since he arrived to work at Father Su's place. Although the Su family's father and son also probably knew that Sun Yen's family must be very well off. This is evident in her dress and demeanor, as well as her level of spending. But how could they not expect it? It was surprising that Sun Yen would open her mouth to try to buy this piece of red mountain jade dragon from Ji Shangnan. This thing is worth its weight in gold. Even Father Su is considering whether to take it or not. Where to mobilize that kind of cash if you take it down? Will it have a negative impact on the Su family's industry? Although Ji Shangnan hasn't made an offer yet, but the price of this red mountain jade dragon is afraid to start at least in the 10 figures. Father Su's mental price probably tops out at 15 small goals. Although Father Su also knew that this price was not the true value of this piece of red mountain jade dragon. This thing will only fetch a higher sky-high price if it's taken to an auction, or if it's taken abroad. But once the price is too high, it puts a lot of people off. After all, it's not like there aren't many people in the world who can come up with a dozen small goals at once, but there aren't many, and it's not like someone with that ability would necessarily be interested in this red mountain jade dragon. A dozen or so small goals, and you can make money doing anything. Even if you don't do anything, the bank interest is not a small amount. Sun Yen, are you sure you want it? Is this something you're doing to take away someone's favor? Father Su took a deep breath, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses, turning his head to look at Sun Yen and asking with a smile. Sun Yen also laughed. Isn't this a bit of a difficult situation for Uncle Su? I'm a bit embarrassed, but I really like this red mountain jade dragon. Father Su sighed again. You should be well aware that I've never had much of a real town treasure inside that private collection display. This red mountain jade dragon is good enough to be a collector's item at that level. Father Su put away the smirk on his face and said back seriously, Uncle Su, I won't hide it from you. My grandfather is about to celebrate his 80th birthday. Grandpa has been extremely interested in traditional ancient culture all his life. This red mountain jade dragon, my grandfather must have liked it very much. Of course, if Uncle Su wants to buy it, then naturally I can't take it away from him. Uncle Su, you can talk to Mr. G first. I'm just expressing my thoughts. Sun Yen nodded slightly in apology. Your grandfather's 80th birthday. That. Sun Yen's words landed. After Father Su thought for a moment, he then returned. I don't want it then. You do it. By the way, even though you work for me as an appraisal expert, I know nothing about your family. You don't seem to be from our Marina City? I don't seem to have heard much about the Su family either. Sun Yen raised her head, but she immediately said back, Sorry, Uncle Su, no comment. That's such a blunt statement. Father Su is no cutie pie either. How could he not hear Sun Yen's meaning? But the more so, instead, the more curious he became about Sun Yen's identity. The Su family had started from nothing and had the assets they had today, but Su's father had gone through a lot of ups and downs in his life. People casually ask for a dozen or so small targets for a single purchase. That identity must not be simple, since people don't want to talk about it. Then naturally, one can't ask any more questions. The more you know, the less safe you are. And at this time, with Father Su's exchange with Sun Yen, the rest of the people had also become more curious about Sun Yen. This naturally included Ji Shangnan, who saw Sun Yen for the first time. At first, I saw Father Su bring Sun Yen over. Ji Shangnan thought they were all acquaintances. The Su family knew all about Sun Yen's identity information. But nowadays, it seems that they know nothing about Sun Yen's identity information that is. So even Ji Shangnan was curious about Sun Yen at this time. We haven't checked Sun Yen's personal information yet though. But at this point at least Ji Shangnan could be sure of one thing. This Sun Yen had a specialty that he was able to transform. That's the knowledge of antique appraisal. To be hired by Su's father, he must be quite knowledgeable in this area. Otherwise, when Father Su came to buy the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, he wouldn't have brought only Sun Yen over. Only Ji Shangnan thought about it, still resisting the urge, because Ji Shangnan suddenly realized a problem. That is that this aspect of knowledge seems to be very chicken to him as well. After all, he was hungover. No knowledge of this is required at all. You can tell the real thing by looking at it. Why bother trying to convert this aspect of knowledge? Isn't that redundant? The reason why I didn't check Sun Yen's personal information first, that's because the question of the value of this Red Mountain Jade Dragon is still being explored at the moment. The deal isn't even done yet. Even if you want to check So Nim's personal information, that will have to wait until the deal is done. Think about it. Ji Shangnan was not inked. Looking up directly at Sun Yen, opening the door, he asked, May I ask what price you are prepared to offer? Sun Yen laughed again. This Red Mountain Jade Dragon, if it is not traded here, instead, put it in the auction then. The price could probably be speculated up to around $16 billion. After all, it's been proven to have a pretty high cultural heritage value. So if you meet someone who is really into ancient culture, its price will go up some more. But in any case, it shouldn't be more than $2 billion. This piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon in your hand is from about 500 years ago. It's considered to be the first dragon of China in the true sense of the word, though it does count as priceless. But anything priceless actually has a price. So even if you meet someone you like, you can sell it for $2 billion. But once you get to that price point, the vast majority of people who can afford it give up. For example, Uncle Su, although he liked it very much, he eventually chose to give it up considering the price. Not only that, but you should be well aware of it. The auction will have a 20% commission draw. That's not a small amount of money for a treasure at that price. So even if you do take it to the auction, you get the money in your hand. After removing the commission draw from the auction, and removing the personal income tax, it should only be about 1.3 billion in hand. If you really want to sell, I'm willing to give you top dollar. As Sun Yan said this, he slowly stretched out 2 fingers. 2 billion, though words were said, but Sun Yan's expression was extremely calm, like it's not $2 billion. Instead, it's like $20. Chapter 52. Sun Yan's words landed. Everyone was shocked. That's 20 small goals. Although there were a total of 7 people present, except for Ji Shangnan, the remaining 6 are super rich. Even the 4 of them, Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, Yu Yun Shed, and Su Zi Shuai, were all still young. The first 3 had their own careers. Take out 2 or 3 small goals at once and give them to Ji Shangnan. They're all acceptable. It already feels like a big deal. But here and now, looking at Sun Yan, who was even younger than himself, throw out 20 little goals straight away. They're still shocked out of their minds. And Ji Shangnan was even more shocked. No one else knows. He knows it well himself. This piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon was entirely picked up at the scene of the crime itself. Or even if he wasn't a hangdog, press doesn't recognize this stuff. 20 small goals worth of pickups? This completely overturned Ji Shangnan's perception of rich people. In Ji Shangnan's mind, though after the explanation from Unicorn, he probably knew what level of existence this Red Mountain Jade Dragon he picked up was. But how could you not expect to sell 20 small goals? He originally thought to hold up the sale of 200 or 300 million to the end. Phew. Su's father was the first to come back to his senses. A long breath came out. Only then did he look at Sun Yan with a surprised face, eyes full of shock. Sun Yan, it's still me who underestimated you. This is such a big deal. Uncle Su is convinced. Although Father Su thought that if he really tried everything, the Su family can also come up with 20 small goals of cash. But there was no way to take it out so lightly as Sun Yan did, much less take it out so quickly. It would take days to mobilize at least, and it will even affect the capital flow of the Su family's industry. Not only that, for Sun Yan, 1 byte price is directly the highest good price, while others don't understand. Father Su does. That's a really generous price. Even if Ji Shangnan took it anywhere to sell it, neither will ever go higher than this price. Sun Yan nodded slightly towards Father Su as a response. Then he looked at Ji Shangnan. What do you say, Mr. Qi? That price is the highest I can offer. I think I've been very sincere. If Mr. Qi doesn't believe me, he can always ask someone else. No one should be able to outbid me. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. A slow nod followed. Since Miss Su is so straightforward, then naturally I can't squirm either. Sold. Ji Shangnan quickly calmed down. Only the calm is only on the surface. It already looked like a tsunami had occurred in Ji Shangnan's heart. 20 little goals. I didn't expect it myself. Become a hangry third day. It becomes worth 20 small goals. Even Tuzco is gone even if he's not. With these 20 small goals, it's also enough to feed and clothe yourself in glory for the rest of your life. In China, want to achieve wealth freedom? It'll probably take about 5 million to be enough. That's $45 million. Since Mr. Ji is fine with it, let's talk about the trading method next. Sun Yan saw Ji Shangnan nod his head before he continued to speak. How is it convenient for Mr. Qi? Bank or green bubble or asset-backed? Truth be told, your 5-star Seascape Hotel in Marina City, the Marina Star, you should all know about it, right? When I came to Marina del Rey last month, it was already received under my name. It was trading at 21 small goals. If Mr. Qi has no comment, it's okay if I transfer this Marina Star to Mr. Ji's name. Sun Yan's words landed on the ground, and Father Su was once again shocked. What did you say? Last month's big news said the Marina Star changed owners. Quite a few people have come to me for information, asking which tycoon made the offer. So it was you who struck? Father Su took another deep breath, a shocked look on his face. How could I not have thought of that? Find yourself a random antique appraisal expert, and they turned out to be so powerful? This is much more powerful than their Su family. As Su's father's words landed, Sun Yan once again nodded slightly at Su's father. Then once again, he looked at Ji Shangnan, waiting for Ji Shangnan to make a statement. Ji Shangnan was frowning and pondering at this moment. Although there is more than one 5-star hotel in Marina del Rey, but the Marina Star is nationally known. It's even unusual in terms of global visibility. It's more of a landmark in Marina City. It is already unknown how many popular movie stars, singers, celebrities and entrepreneurs have stayed here. Just how it didn't occur to me. It's amazing that this Marina Star has changed hands, and the new owner was this beautiful girl in front of her who looked to be in her early 20s? Ji Shangnan Shangnan was even more surprised. This beautiful girl is willing to trade the still warm Marina Star for this piece of red mountain jade dragon in her hand? That kind of vigor. Such a handful. This pattern, even if it's hung up on Ji Shangnan, that's a lifetime ago. 2. At this very moment, Ji Shangnan's curiosity about Sun Yan had reached a point where he couldn't contain it. Ever since I met Su Zishui, he was also introduced by Su Zishui to Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, and Yu Yunpeng. In Ji Shangnan's mind, the four of them would already be considered rich, and it's one of those rich kids whose family is super rich now. Now it seems that I still have small eyes, shallow inside. Compare it to Sun Yan. The four of them are practically brothers. People Sun Yan, that is the real meaning of super rich second generation. With this kind of vigor and determination, Su Zishui and his four rich second generation can never reach, forcibly suppressing his inner curiosity about Sun Yan. Only then did Ji Shangnan think seriously. What exactly should one choose? 20 small goals of cash, or should I go for that 5-star oceanfront hotel at the Marina Star? If the Marina Star is chosen, then there is no doubt about it. All Ji Shangnan needs to do next is to run it properly. Money will come together from all directions. If you choose to cash in 20 small goals, Ji Shangnan also two choices. Either that or save it, and the interest shouldn't be a small amount. Either go ahead and invest and use your money to make more money. Think about it. Ji Shangnan suddenly figured it out. It's all about investing to make more money anyway. What's the point of going through all that trouble? Today's haul was generous enough. Before Sun Yan came, Ji Shangnan has been given a move to a super luxurious villa, a globally limited supercar, and $10 million in cash, plus this Marina Star 5-star Ocean View Hotel. Ji Shangnan kind of instantly had what everyone could only dream of. Personal assets, personal real estate, luxury cars, and cash comes straight flush. Mr. Key, do you want cash or the Marina Star? Chapter 53, The Treasure Bowl. Sun Yan looked at Ji Shangnan in deep thought. It's been a long time since I answered. Couldn't help but follow up. Brother Ji, the Marina Star is nationally recognized. I go there a lot with my friends. There's more than just a hotel there. It's full of food and drink and all kinds of services. A one-stop shop for short. And it's got a Michelin caliber chef. The decor is even more extremely luxurious and the location is prime. Although I haven't read Marina Star's financial report, I know that it's not an exaggeration to say that Marina Star is making money day in and day out. The cash for 20 small goals is really tempting though, but I personally don't see how it compares to the Marina Star. Besides, Ms. Su bought the Marina Star in the first place for 21 small goals. You'll have to pay taxes on the 20 small goals that come to you, so you won't be able to afford them even if you want them later. It's not just the price. The Marina Star is not something the average person can just say they'll buy, even if they have the money. It's not just because of money that Ms. Su was able to buy the Marina Star. It must have taken a lot of contacts to take it down. Without waiting for Ji Shangnan to reply, Su Zishui on the side couldn't help but persuade. Although inside the four of them rich kids, just Su Zishui is not entrepreneurial, but being a rich kid, that's a little bit of vision and insight. Only Su Zishui's words landed. Father Su, Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, Yu Yun Shed, and Sun Yan all looked at Su Zishui with surprised faces. None of them expected it. Su Zishui would actually think from Ji Shangnan's perspective. Father Su was even looking at his son with a curious expression. I don't know how my son met such an awesome character. In fact, even if Su Zishui didn't say these words, Ji Shangnan had also made up his mind in his mind. In the short term, 20 small goals are really tempting, but the Marina Star is the smarter choice in the long run. Even Ji Shangnan didn't understand. Sun Yan obviously suffered more herself by doing so. Why did Sunyi do that? But since Sun Yan has already done so, then I'm not going to do it myself. The Marina Star, I think. Ji Shangnan raised his head, looked at Sun Yan, and slowly returned. But, first things first, I have no way to make up for that extra 100 million for the time being. You need to give me a little time to make it up to you slowly later. Seeing Ji Shangnan talking back, it was then that Sun Yan smiled. What, Mr. Ji said, since I offered to use the Marina Star as a bargaining chip, then the extra 100 million is not ready to be asked for. Just make a friend. Mr. Ji, wait a moment. I'll arrange for someone to draw up the transfer contract as soon as possible. However, Sun Yan's words landed. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked again. $100 million and you don't want it? Just to make a friend? $100 million to make friends? What the hell kind of big deal is this? Though Ji Shangnan did deserve a friend, but isn't that a bit too high a price to pay for friendship? But on second thought, it seems like they're not as big as Sun Yan though. But in order to make Ji Shangnan a friend, almost 3 small targets out too. It seems like a small goal for one person on average. Ji is awesome. However, Sun Yan was not surprised by Ji Shangnan's choice. The mouth though says that one small goal don't want it, just make a friend. In reality, Sun Yan had her own difficulties. After acquiring Binhai Star, Sun Yan's cash in hand at this time was already somewhat insufficient, though 20 small goals can be taken with a bite. But she had other uses for the rest of the money, can't spend any more frivolously, so weigh the pros and cons. It was only then that Sun Yan decided to trade the Marina Star with Ji Shangnan for the Red Mountain Jade Dragon. Okay, Ji Shangnan nodded. Thank you then. Sun Yan nodded back. Only then did he turn around, pull out his cell phone, and start arranging for the transfer of the contract. Arrangements are complete. The crowd waited for almost 10 minutes. Just one woman in professional attire arrived with a briefcase. The woman was wearing delicate makeup and looked to be in her late 30s or early 30s. Rather, it was a bit like the Bai Jie that Ji Shangnan had met before. Ji Shangnan though did not check the other person's personal information, but in his experience, this new woman, the face must be no less than 80, at least not below Bai Jie. It's just that her style is completely different from Sun Yan's. Think about it. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but feel emotional again. It's only been 3 days since he became a hangman himself. I used to know that the world was full of beautiful women though, but one has basically never met many of them. It's as if beautiful women are canaries. Since becoming hung up on myself, it seems like every day I meet a different beautiful woman, and there are quite a few. Is this exclusive to hangers-on? Boss, I've brought over the Marina Star transfer contract. What are you? After the woman came over, she directly placed the briefcase in her hand in front of Sun Yan. Only on his face was a puzzled look, and he asked curiously while putting it on. Beauty is the general manager of the Marina Star. After Binhai Star was acquired by Sun Yan, the original workers inside, Sun Yan basically did not move much. That's why this beauty also stayed on and was responsible for the daily operations of Marina Star. It was only when the Marina Star owner changed to Sun Yan. The time is less than a month, and now all of a sudden he's asked himself to draw up a contract of assignment. What's going on here? Is Marina Star changing bosses again? Sun Yan became the new boss of Marina Star though, but for older workers there has been little or no mobilization yet. But once another boss is changed, who knows what the new boss will do to them? The old workers? Will they all be sacked? Replace it with one of his own? In doing so, not only did he lose his job, even the Marina Star's operations will be in turmoil and problematic. Didn't wait for the pretty girl to figure it out. Sun Yan then opened her mouth to explain. Marina Star will be transferred to this Mr. Ji. Sun Yan pointed to Ji Shangnan, who was seated across from him, and faintly explained. And who was the general manager of Marina Star, sniffed, momentarily frozen. It's not. Someone tell me, is this true? Am I hallucinating? Big sister, you've only been the Marina Star's boss for less than a month, and this is another transfer? It's the Marina Star. What a 5-star ocean view hotel. What a deal price 20-something small goals. And the Marina Star isn't something you can just buy with money. That's a landmark in Marina City. And that's all business has gotten better over the years. What a day's work. No exaggeration. The Marina Star is a pot of gold. But anyone with a little business common sense, you won't even be able to get it out of your hand again. Chapter 54, Completion of the Transaction. You was full of doubts. Can't figure out how. How could Sun Yan take this so hard to get to? Not even half a month old Marina Star transferred out again? Is she short of money? In a hurry to cash out? Although you had known Sun Yan for less than a month. But it's been a while. Judging by the various upgrades Sun Yan has made to the Marina Star, this Sun Yan is definitely not a person who lacks money, right? There's no shortage of money. And yet, they want to transfer the assets that are like pots of gold. Why is that? You thought as she did so. While doing so, he couldn't help but start looking at Ji Shangnan. After all, Ji Shangnan was her new boss next. You was curious about Ji Shangnan. At this moment it has gone far beyond why Sun Yan transferred Marina Star. It was only in the face of Yu's misgivings. No one apparently had time to answer her questions at this point. Sun Yan opened the briefcase directly, took out the transfer contract drawn up inside. In duplicate, she picked up one for herself and handed the rest to Ji Shangnan. Mr. Key, take a look at it, and if it's okay, we'll just sign and fingerprint it. Of course, and maybe I'll have to trouble you to come with me to the business office. Ji Shangnan nodded. The two men quickly read over the contract afterward, confirmed that there's nothing wrong, so both sign and fingerprint. Congratulations, it's yours now. Ji Shangnan smiled while handing the piece of Red Mountain Jade Dragon to Sun Yan. Ditto, 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 ditto. The Marina Star is yours. Sun Yan took the Red Mountain Jade Dragon and the two shook hands. Sun Yan wasn't as careless as Ji Shangnan. It's just so randomly pocketed. Again, it was casually placed on the table. Instead, it was carefully put away. Seeing Sun Yan's performance, the corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth also rose up. Anyway, from here and now. He, Ji Shangnan, is also considered a rich man in Binhai City, a common college student who would have meant unemployment after graduation, because all of a sudden there are extras. In 3 days' time he'd rocked up to a wealthy man with more than 20 small goals and assets. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. If there weren't so many other people on the scene, Ji Shangnan was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not interested in money though, but who's too rich for their own good? That's just the first step, being hung up. There are plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, but no matter what, this marina star was considered Ji Shangnan's first asset, and it's still a valuable asset. Mr. Key, if you're okay next, why don't we just go there while it's still early? Take care of this thing once and for all? It just so happens that CU is here as well, so you can follow her to the Marina Star after this is taken care of. She's the general manager of Marina Star. You can ask her anything you don't understand. After Sun Yan put away the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, he spoke again. Good. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath and nodded, but there was no rush to walk out. Instead, he turned his head to look at Su Zishuai and the others. I've said all I need to say about you guys. As for how you choose, that's up to you. But seeing as you're so generous, I suggest you contact me again later. When the time comes, I'll come over to you and do the math again for free. Li Ling Lan, Chang Walking Willow, and Yu Shed. Several people hurriedly nodded their heads in thanks. Only after listening to their words, Father Su, Sun Yan, and Yu were the three people who froze instantly. I wonder what kind of stuff they're talking about. What is it? How is that generous? Free to count again? Although the three men were full of doubts, but neither bothered to pursue it. After Ji Shangnan finished speaking, he then followed Sun Yan towards the outside. Sun Yan, on the other hand, directly followed Ji Shangnan. She came over in Father Su's car. At this time, it reached Ji Shangnan's nine-handed hegemony. Sun Yan, however, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He's so big. Why do you drive such a tight car? It's got to be a BBA class no matter what, right? Though that thing is a regular walker to the really rich. Definitely not a luxury car. Sun Yan had doubts in his mind though, and yet it still doesn't show. The helicopter opened the door and got in. So, before we go to the BIA, can I ask you a favor? Just after sitting down, Sun Yan opened her mouth and asked, "You say?" Ji Shangnan fastened his seatbelt and nodded curiously. It's so valuable that it's just a little unnerving for me to just keep holding it. So wait, if you pass any place where you can buy a gift box, you stop the car. I'll get out of the car and get a box to put it in. Good. Ji Shangnan nodded again as realization dawned on him. The two men said no more. Ji Shangnan kicked the gas, and the car shuddered a few times toward the front, and Yu drove over by herself. So when Ji Shangnan's car set off, he naturally followed it without slowing down. Yu drove a Mercedes-Benz G63. The lights are huge and should be modified. Instead, Ji Shangnan, who had glanced in the rearview mirror, was a bit surprised, and with Ji Shangnan they left. Su Zishuai and the others who stayed in the same place were somewhat emotional. Just didn't wait for them to speak. Father Su then took the lead. What was that thing you guys were talking about? What generous offer? What free recount? Father Su finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked after him. Su Zishuai, however, hesitated, not knowing whether this matter should be told or not. Dad, after all, a few of them that had also gone through a fierce mental struggle before choosing to believe Ji Shangnan for once. This was still because Su Zishuai had already seen what Ji Shangnan was capable of. I'm afraid if I say it now, Pops is going to just treat them like cuties, right? Who in their right mind would believe that? Besides, what Ji Shangnan said happened at night. It's still early. What? Little bugger. Old man can't even know, can he? Seeing Su Zishuai stammering, Su father directly knocked Su Zishuai's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Su Zishuai showed his teeth. It's not that you can't know, Dad. It's that you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Su Zishuai rubbed his head while looking at his old man with a grumpy face. You little brat. I don't even know what's going on. You knew I wouldn't believe it? Hurry up. Don't make me slap you when I'm having fun. Father Su raised his palm again, making a gesture to hit. Don't. Can't I? Anyway, first things first, Sensei, believe it or not, it's come to this, so whatever you hear later, just pretend you don't know. Su Zishuai looked at Li Ling Lan and the others, and when he saw them nodding, he then told them everything that had happened between him and Ji Shangnan, and with Su Zishuai's account, Su's father snapped. Chapter 55, the first time. Father Su had become extremely curious about Ji Shangnan at this point. For the first time, I even listened to my son quietly and attentively. Surprisingly, I didn't even bother to interrupt him in the middle of it. Su Zishuai puts from the door of the conservatory to meet Ji Shangnan, requests Ji Shangnan to help him paint his grandfather's portrait, something that has been going on until now. Nothing is too big or too small. Told it all to his old man, until Su Zishuai finished speaking. Only then did Father Su take a deep breath. Turning his head, he looked at the remaining few, inside his eyes. On the other hand, there was an extremely complicated look. When these things slammed home, a normal person would think Ji Shangnan was a liar. But on second thought, what would you choose if it were you? That's a matter of your life. After all, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. So Father Su finally took a deep breath and looked at his son, though I find it pretty implausible too. But given that Nori Shangnan is capable of a lot, and anyway, in a couple hours you guys will be able to verify what he said. If what he says is true, forget it, even if he's telling a half-truth. Now it seems that this Ji Shangnan is all worth sparing no effort to befriend, Father Su said while frowning. At his age, he had reached the age of knowing what was coming. It was impossible to trust Ji Shangnan so easily under normal circumstances. However, he definitely believed his son's words. And again, he had seen Ji Shangnan take out a superb treasure like the Red Mountain Jade Dragon out with his own eyes. Plus Ji Shangnan is working closely with the police again. That's why he chose to believe. By the way, today you should be going to verify Ji Shangnan's words. Now that I know, I can't act as if I don't know anything. Just leave the back to me. Also, I'll get through to your father. You guys can't blame me. It's not a small thing after all. In case anything goes wrong, those old guys of theirs won't be able to find me to fight for their lives. Father Su once again looked at a few people and said in a deep voice, Li Ling Lan, Chang Walking Willow, as well as several people from Yu Yun Shed nodded. Uncle Su, we all listen to you. These guys, that's a family friend. It was natural to listen to Father Su's words. The younger generation grew up together bare-assed as children, and as a few people began to talk it over, what to arrange next. Other side, Ji Shangnan, Sun Yan and Yu have already finished handling the transfer of the Marina Star. Sun Yan looked at Ji Shangnan and nodded with a smile. Mr. Qi, the transfer is complete. From now on, the Marina Star is yours. I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you're anxious to visit the Marina Star with Sister Siu. Good. Ji Shangnan nodded back. That said, I'm not sure I made a profit on this deal. Sun Yan, however, sighed. It's been less than a month, but a lot has gone into it. Upgraded the whole thing. Ji Shangnan saw this, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, then why did you still choose to transfer Marina Star to me? Sun Yan, however, smiled playfully. You probably won't believe it when I say it. I stayed at the Marina Star once and thought the food was delicious. It was going to be just to scoop up the cooks inside, but people don't want to, so just buy the Marina Star outright. Of course, that would rule out Marina Star being a quality stock in its own right. Profitability has always been strong. It's kind of an investment on my part. The reason why I chose to transfer Marina Star to you, the biggest reason is that I'm not a big fan of the service industry itself. Recently had my eye on a new project, but because of the purchase of the Marina Star, it's a little bit of a stretch to get your hands on it, so the cash I have on hand has to be saved to invest in new projects. Wait until Sun Yan finished. Ji Shangnan, however, was even more curious. What project? Realized that Marina Star is indeed as Sun Yan said. Profitability is strong, and Sun Yan surprisingly preferred to give up the Marina Star for this newly cited project. That at least means in Sun Yan's mind, this new project is more profitable than the Marina Star. No comment. Sun Yan smiled again and shook her head. Ji Shangnan also felt as if he had overstepped his bounds a bit. I was abrupt, so I'll see you again sometime. Seeing that Sun Yan didn't answer, Ji Shangnan didn't pursue the question and waved his hand as a goodbye. Then without looking back, he took Yu and sat inside his nine-handed bully. As for Yu's car, it was naturally left for Sun Yan, who didn't drive, to use for the time being. After seeing Yu take a seat in the passenger seat and fasten her seatbelt, Ji Shangnan didn't say anything more and directly started the car, ready to leave. But just then, wait, Sun Yan suddenly shouted. Ji Shangnan looked at Sun Yan outside the car window with some curiosity. What's wrong? Sun Yan raised her cell phone. Forgot to add a contact. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Instantly, he took out his cell phone as well, added green bubbles to Suonen, also took the opportunity to look at Sun Nim while he was at it. With a thought, he directly checked Sun Yan's personal information. The moment I saw Sun Yan's personal information, it was then that Ji Shangnan came to his senses. No wonder Sun Yan preferred to use the Marina Star, which was making money day in and day out, as the price of the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, not even willing to give Ji Shangnan cash anymore. It turned out that what Sun Yan said was true. She had enough cash on hand to pay for the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, but that cash she was really using for something else. Perhaps Sun Yan had thought of it at the beginning when he priced the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, to replace it with the Marina Star. That's why they set a sky-high price that Ji Shangnan couldn't refuse. It even premiums a small goal. Ji Shangnan's eyes were filled with a look of shock. Unbelievably, he looked at the personal information about Sun Yan that surfaced in his mind. He became hungover for the past few days, already viewed a number of people's personal information, but without exception, whenever there are special circumstances, that's basically dead or maimed. And at this time looking at Sun Yan's personal information, Ji Shangnan, however, was in deep thought, because So Nim also has a special situation, but not in a negative way. Instead, it's positive. She'll make lots and lots of money. This is the first time I've seen a good special. It was all bad before, and it was either fatal or disabling. Whenever I save someone else, Brother Unity will give me a conversion point reward. What if I help Suni make more money now? Will Brother Unity give me a conversion point reward as well? Or what if I make it so she can't make any money? Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. That's a bit of a shady thought really, though the thought was in the back of my mind. But just curious. Naturally, he wouldn't really pit Sun Yan. Chapter 56, Is this the big man? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Once again, I looked at Sun Yan's personal information. Name, Sun Yan. Age, 22. Occupation, professional appraiser of antiques. One of the shareholders of many internationally renowned luxury brands, and 100 of the world's top 500 Sun Yan hold shares. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 97 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, maternal solo, single. Personal specialties, finance major, convertible. Investment genius, convertible. Antique appraisal professional level, convertible. Black belt in Jeet Kune Do, convertible. 10th grade piano, convertible. Singing, convertible. Swimming, convertible. 10 foreign languages, convertible. Painting, convertible. Chess, convertible. Gourmet food, convertible. Blowing, convertible. Horseback riding, convertible. And yoga, convertible. Future trend, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Sun Yan will complete a deal of up to $430 million, successfully acquiring the Tenera New Energy Vehicle Company. The market capitalization of Tenera New Energy Automobile Company will quadruple in 3 days. Look at Sun Yan's personal information. Ji Shangnan was completely stunned. This was not only the first time Ji Shangnan had encountered someone whose future trends showed favorable conditions, it was also the first time Ji Shangnan had encountered a person whose specialties could be so many, so long. If it wasn't for the presence of the unicorns, if one is not a hungover person, who would have thought that Sun Yan would be so awesome? A number of shareholders of internationally recognized luxury brands even. Surprisingly, she's 1/5 of the world's top 500. She has shares in 100 of them, even if it's only 1% of the shares. That's an extremely scary number. 2. It's simply horrible as hell. But Ji Shangnan sort of understood at this point. No wonder Sun Yan struck out with 20 small targets. Didn't even blink an eyebrow. Just a gift for my grandfather's 80th birthday. Feeling that these 20 small goals are about the same as an ordinary person's $2 in people's eyes. Earlier, he also felt that Su Zishui had transferred $200,000 to himself. That has been cognitively subversive. The way rich people spend their money. Now it seems smaller. The grid is small. Smaller eyes. Compare it to Sun Yan. Su Zishui and the others are all considered poor, right? Just this information. One out. Nothing needs to be said. It's even more gorgeous than your own hungover ass. Who the hell is open for life? This Sun Yan is the one who has started her life, isn't she? Ji Shangnan let out a long breath as he did so. One side hurriedly added Sun Yan's green bubble. I'm sure Mr. Ji is also interested in antiques? If I'm not mistaken, this red mountain jade dragon has just been unearthed, right? In the future, if you have the chance, you can ask Mr. Ji for some knowledge about antiques. Sun Yan said to Ji Shangnan with a smile while putting away her cell phone. Good point. Ji Shangnan took another deep breath and nodded. If there's nothing else, then I'll go with Siyu to check out the Marina Star first. Good luck with everything. Sun Yan waved her hand. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, did not stop at all. 1 foot on the gas, sprinting away. If he stayed any longer, Ji Shangnan was afraid that his Taoist heart would be unstable. It would have felt like I was all hungover. Isn't this world still an invincible existence? But after seeing Sun Yan's personal information, Ji Shangnan just realized, what does it mean to be outside of the sky, outside of the mountains, outside of the people? Even Brother Unicorn didn't dare to give more detailed personal information about Sun Yan. Unicorns are afraid of river crabs. Predictable. How red that must be behind So Nim's back. I'm afraid it's going to be a red herring, and there is definitely more than one person like Sun Yan in China. There's definitely more than one that's even redder and more powerful than Sun Yan. The ancestors were successful in their venture. That's a real blessing for future generations. Though I don't know what was going on in Ji Shangnan's mind, but at this moment, he watched Ji Shangnan disappear from his sight. Sun Yan, however, was walking towards that Mercedes while doing so. A meaningful smile came to the corner of his mouth on one side. I can see that. Sun Yan was in a pleasant mood now, so much so that he couldn't help but look again at the box containing the piece of red jade dragon in his hand. Maybe in the eyes of others, Marina Star kind of solid business. It's definitely worth a lot more than a palm-sized piece of red jade dragon. But in Sun Yan's eyes, this palm-sized red mountain jade dragon is nevertheless worth far more than the Marina Star. Ji Shangnan may have earned it, but she, Sun Yan, earns more, because Grandpa would 100% love the red mountain jade dragon, and that's enough. Think about it. Sun Yan couldn't help but turn her head once again to look in the direction Ji Shangnan had left. Speak from the heart. A big shot at her level. It's not often anymore that you meet someone who can intrigue or even interest you. Obviously, Ji Shangnan counts as one. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to add Ji Shangnan's contact information. Not only that, Sun Yan was actually curious. When they left, what exactly are those things that Su Zishui was talking about? This Ji Shangnan looks like he has a lot of strengths I didn't realize. Sun Yan couldn't help but think of Ji Shangnan in her mind. And at that moment Ji Shangnan, who was driving the car with Yu, the same involuntary thought of Sun Yan came to his mind. Personal information that could shock even Ji Shangnan, who was a hungover man. This is the first time it's happened. It's hard not to think about it. This So Nim's specialty is longer than his own family tree. The point is she's so young. That's a few years younger than myself. Being a hangdog himself wasn't even as powerful as Sun Yan. Where is this going to be justified? Doesn't a hung man want to lose face? Boss, didn't you know Suni before? Yu curiously looked at Ji Shangnan, whose shocked expression overflowed. Couldn't help but open his mouth and ask curiously. At this moment, the doubts in Yu's heart were spewing out, and with Yu's question, Ji Shangnan finally snapped out of his shock. Yes, Ji Shangnan nodded back as he drove. Yet watch as Ji Shangnan nods his head. Yu was even more shocked. Just met and gave you the Marina Star? Yu's shock was greater than Ji Shangnan's shock at Sun Yan. That's the Marina Star. What a landmark in Shanghai. What a globally recognized 5-star hotel. It's so close to the Burj Dubai being able to compete with it. Just give it to someone you just met? Then what exactly is the identity of himself? The newly appointed boss of Marina Star? What's the magic? You didn't think that palm-sized jade pendant was that attractive. As the general manager of the Marina Star, Yu's insight was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. The Marina Star is definitely not as simple as it seems either. Although the transaction price is only 21 small goals. But that's because Sun Yan's identity and connections are so awesome. Anyone else you add as zero to can't even buy it. This level of assets. You just transferred it? Are the big guys so casual? Is this the big guy? Chapter 57 Worlds Apart. Although Yu and Sun Yan had known each other for less than a month. However, it was enough to see the uncomplicated nature of Sun Yan's identity. How could Yu not expect that? Marina Star, such quality assets are worth dozens of small goals. Sun Yan said that the transfer is transferred out. Then wouldn't this new boss Ji Shangnan in front of us be more powerful than Sun Yan? To each his own. Facing Yu's face full of complexity, Ji Shangnan still looked at the road ahead, and returned a faint sentence while driving, not intentionally pretending, just being honest. Although Ji Shangnan had become a rich man beyond 90% of ordinary people at this moment, not only are there tens of millions of dollars in cash, there are also villas, luxury cars and a 5-star market value, dozens of small goals for the Marina Star. But honestly, these things are really all karma. To be more blunt, that is, it's all because he's a hung man. There was no further communication along the way. There was no need for Yu to show the way. Marina Star, not to mention the locals, outsiders who have been to Shanghai City know where it is. The top pick for out-of-towners coming to Hohai City to hit the spot. Bar none. Almost half an hour or so, Ji Shangnan's 9-handed bully then slowly parked in front of the Marina Star. The two men were getting out of the car. A large group of people had already been waiting at the entrance of the Marina Star. None of these are Marina Star's management staff. Obviously, Yu gave advance notice. Except those who were busy with their work were not present. All the rest of the management that could come came. The crowd stood in 2 straight rows, clipping. These people are standing around waiting for someone though. But there was no telling who was waiting. Just received a message from Yu that an important person was coming over. It wasn't that Yu deliberately didn't make it clear. Here comes the new boss of the Marina Star. Rather, it was after consulting Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan told her to do it. At this moment, he watched Yu and Ji Shangnan walk down from the car. The Marina Star management staff standing in 2 rows could not help but look different. The Marina Star is not a cheap place to spend money. That's why the people who usually come here are either rich or rich. And Yu is making such a big move. Get all the management that can to come and wait. so they subconsciously assumed in their minds that it must be some big shot who was coming over later. But at that moment, he looked at the two men who had stepped out of a battered old bully. The group couldn't help but be confused. Didn't you say important people? Is this the man we've been waiting for? Someone who drives a beat-up old bully car? The least of the people who come here are driving BBAs. What the hell is going on here? A group of management staff instantly became incomparably curious about Ji Shangnan beside you in their hearts. Is this young handsome guy the important person that Mr. Yu is talking about? Because they're the only two getting off. And it looks like Mr. Yu seems to be very respectful to this young handsome guy. Groveling, he led the way. Ji Shangnan, on the other hand, had a few strands of curiosity on his face, was surveying the Marina Star in front of him. Truth be told, one has been in Hohai City for quite a few years. When I was young, I was also very ambitious, feeling sure that I can make a name for myself after graduation. It turns out that I didn't realize that graduation equals unemployment. Over the years, Ji Shangnan doesn't know how many walls he's touched, though not to the point of touching your head, but it touched the body with a lot of weakness. Have passed by this coastal star countless times, but it's just passing through. The heart that was dreaming of coming to experience the life of the rich. But nay, the bag is shy. Even Ji Shangnan had thought about not being a gigolo. Come here for the long haul while you're celebrating your wife's 80th birthday? You know the cheapest room in this Marina Star. It's a couple thousand a night. If it comes down to one day, you can't get it without tens of thousands of dollars. And that's just a normal hotel stay, not counting the other services inside. For that price, you can order 10-foot squeezes to clock you at the same time, with tea and snacks. Of course, the only downside to expensive things that is expensive. Continuing to gawk while following you towards the inside of the Marina Star, and the more resourceful management. By now something had been realized. A few greeted them directly with a fawning smile. Asked Key if he can help with parking. After all, the ones who made it to their position. That's basically all human. Don't look at Ji Shangnan driving just a broken car, but you can also tell something from Yu's attitude towards Ji Shangnan. It's not like it's a brain-dead urban novel. When you see someone driving a crappy car, you just go right up and taunt them mindlessly, and then get hit in the face with madness. Ji Shangnan looked at the man who asked him if he needed help parking his car, slightly surprised. Then with a very satisfied smile, he gave the man the key. The rest of management that was instantly chagrined. Dead leg, why don't you hurry the up? Such a great opportunity. Being shortchanged. It doesn't matter what kind of car someone drives. To make Mr. Yu so solemn, it meant that this person must not be simple. How could Mr. Yu, the little man, arrange for so many people to receive him? People drive crappy cars, so maybe they're just keeping a low profile? Or maybe that car meant a lot to him, and there's some kind of touching story about it? The group didn't guess wrong. The car does have a bit of a story going on for Ji Shangnan. Or an accident. After all, there might still be a whiteness smell left on it. Only naturally they couldn't think of that. At this point there was nothing but chagrin in his heart. After the resourceful one of the management staff helped Ji Shangnan park the car, Ji Shangnan then followed Yu all the way to the lobby of the Marina Star. Yu was walking at the same time, while pointing at the arrangement inside the Marina Star. He carefully introduced it to Ji Shangnan. One way to go. Ji Shangnan also has a rough idea about Marina Star. What makes this Marina Star a landmark? That's because the designer is an internationally recognized architect. The reason why consumption is high, that's because there's nothing but basic lodging in there. It basically encompasses all the services. Everything you can think of is here. What you wouldn't expect is here. Suffice it to say, if you have the money, this is paradise. Especially after the Marina Star came into Sun Yan's hands. Sun Yan is even more thunderous. Less than a month. It's already upgraded a lot of Marina Star's original amenities. Wait until you know more or less. Ji Shangnan let Yu go about her business. Then he took a black gold card that Yu had specially prepared for him, wandering aimlessly up inside the Marina Star. All the way. Ji Shangnan that was sighing all the way. It's nice to be rich. In the end, it's the existence of dozens of small goals with a market capitalization. There's simply a wide variety of things to see here. The best I've stayed in before was just some chain hotels. It's only $200 a night. That kind of hotel compares to the Marina Star. It's almost like the difference between New York and Africa. A world of difference. Chapter 58. He's just low-key. Ji Shangnan was happy now. Such an awesome Marina Star is now his personal asset. Swiped his card after entering the elevator. Ji Shangnan directly pressed the highest floor. After coming out of the elevator, across the street is a very large conference room. Walk into the conference room. Facing you is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Ji Shangnan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Look out the window. My heart suddenly remembered Zhang Jinyu. This Zhang Jinyu is really durable. Took a long breath. Ji Shangnan still felt as if he had been in a dream. 3 or 4 short days, himself from a crunchy college graduate who bumped into walls everywhere, shake it off, became a hungover guy who now has a lot of assets. And what Ji Shangnan didn't know was this: at this very moment, the entire Marina Star, from the management staff to the janitorial staff at the bottom, no exceptions, all of them were discussing what the identity of the young handsome man you brought over was. But you didn't say so explicitly. They didn't dare to pursue it too much. The less information you know about a big shot, the safer you are. Although you was a complete beauty, she was usually unsmiling, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. The prestige of the Marina Star is boundless. It's at least 3 or 4 stories tall, but even so, curiosity can kill a cat with 9 lives, let alone a human. Gossip is human nature. Go, where did that handsome young man come from? How dare he let Mr. You personally lead the way? And Mr. You still grovel so much to him? You know the Marina Star is rarely this big of a row. The last time there was this much fanfare, that was the last time, when Sunian came to take over. As handsome as he is, how come I'm not impressed at all? A girl in a work uniform asked to another girl in a work uniform in the Marina Star, and the other girl called Gogo. At this moment, it was the gaze that remained in the direction Ji Shangnan had left, until questioned by a co-worker close by. That just came back to me, retracted his gaze, just eyes full of disbelief, full of shock, satisfied doubt. She always felt as if Ji Shangnan had seen her somewhere. One thought. Gogo jerked his cell phone out as he did so, nor did I have time to answer my co-worker's questions. The green bubble was then opened directly, then find someone who was noted as her sister, and then clicked on the other person's circle of friends, then quickly slipped the query up. Finally, she stopped, the face changed dramatically, clicked on one of the photos. There are 2 people in that picture, one is a man and the other is a woman. The woman leaned bird-like into the man's arms. The man, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around the woman's waist. Both had youthful, sunny smiles on their faces, only with Gogo locking onto the photo. Gogo herself as well as the female co-worker next to her. Eyes couldn't help but fall on the man in the photo. Isn't that him? Which girl is that next to him? After Gogo's female co-worker saw this photo, a jolt of surprise followed, and then he couldn't hold back any longer, asked directly. Gogo, on the other hand, took a long breath, then tried hard to calm himself. Only then did he put down his cell phone with a bitter smile on his face. You may not believe me when I tell you, the man in the picture is indeed him. The woman in the picture is my sister. They used to be lovers. Nothing but, at the time, because he had no house, no car, no savings, no job. My parents and my sister just drew the line at him, along with Gogo's bitter smile. The female co-worker couldn't help but freeze. Your sister? You mean he's your sister's ex? Gogo nodded back with another bitter smile. Right, so you're here wondering half the time? Shouldn't it be recognizable at first glance? The female co-worker, however, was shocked and couldn't help but roll her eyes. They fell in love during college. I haven't seen much of him. Then once I graduated from college, they broke up and I had even less of a chance to see them. Gogo laughed bitterly again. I have to say, your sister's ex is really handsome. I'm afraid all those fresh meat nowadays can't even compare to him. You is so graceful and beautiful. He a bit of an embarrassment next to him. You're saying he doesn't have a house or a car or money or a job? Did he purposely lay low? How is this possible? If that's really the case, you would have made such a big row to welcome him, and treat him with such a respectful demeanor? It's not like you don't know what kind of person Mr. You is. The female co-worker lowered her voice while looking around like a thief. It was a relief to see no one around. Don't look at Ji Shangnan looking at just a 9-handed bully, but that's exactly why. That's why they thought Ji Shangnan must be a big man with deep pockets. It's just a deliberate understatement. That's why the female co-worker had reason to suspect that Ji Shangnan was purposely lying low and pretending to be poor in front of Sister Guagua. However, Gogo was still unwilling to believe that this was all true. Sniffing just gave a soft grunt. Don't be ridiculous. I haven't seen much of him though, but if he really is my sister's ex, then I can be sure he's definitely not a big shot. Just a plain handsome guy. Hard to say what his specialty is. Maybe being talented counts as a specialty. As for any other specialties, only my sister knows. Gogo glared at her co-worker. And he's talented? My god. This is like Prince Charming. Should I call you stupid or should I call you stupid? He's such an ordinary handsome guy. How could Mr. You treat him like that? You bad little girl. Gogo glared at her co-worker and returned. He's a music student. He can tune the piano. And he sings beautifully. There's nothing else but this frog. Or how else would it not have gotten past my parents at the time? What about breaking up with my sister straight away? The female co-worker no longer dwelled on this point, but the conversation turned and suddenly asked, Are you sure he's your brother-in-law? Gogo nodded. Sure, It shouldn't. It doesn't feel like either of us are talking like one person. It's such big news. Why don't you get in touch with your sister? Ask your sister if she knows anything? The female coworker's words landed on her lips, and Gogo hesitated. Finally, with a clench of his teeth, he seemed to have made up his mind of some sort. Nodding, he picked up the cell phone in his hand again. Okay. While answering, he opened the green bubble directly, then tapped on the chat screen with her sister. Chapter 59 Reasonable. Sis, busy? Gogo took a deep breath and asked slowly into the microphone. It's okay. What? I want to ask, do you still have any contact with your ex-boyfriend Ji Shangnan? Why do you ask? I've been out of touch for a long time. I just saw him. See that what? He's not dead. It's all in Shanghai City. What's the fuss? And he even gave me a special call. Here, the caller paused for a moment, and suddenly the words changed. I'm warning you, even though Ji Shangnan and I aren't together anymore, don't get any ideas. That Ji Shangnan is so bad that he has nothing else to offer except a better look. Being penniless has screwed up our family in the first place. It's all about marriage and the bride price. Finally, my mom told him to have $88,000 for the car. As it turned out, the next day, with so many of our relatives waiting, we couldn't find anyone else all day and couldn't get in touch. It was hard to get in touch at night. He said he just got off the plane. I asked him if he'd forgotten and he said he'd thought about it and that having that kind of money might be better than traveling around the world. This kind of scum. You can stay away from him. Gogo. Though I think my sister went a little overboard with my mom. It's a love thing. How can you put a price on that? Make it look like business. But Gogo couldn't say anything. After all, it's her own sister and mother. Why don't you say anything? Gua gua. You're so young and pretty. Don't be silly. It's hard to find a three-legged toad in the world, but it's still hard to find a two-legged man. Gogo, don't be ridiculous. I don't have that idea. I just suddenly saw Ji Shangnan, so I was curious to ask. Really? Really? Gogo paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, have you ever suspected Ji Shangnan of hiding his identity before? No. How is that possible? He was a poor boy when he went to college. What's wrong with you? Gogo, sis, are you sure? Sister Gogo, definitely. Definitely. As well as sure. No. What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you today. What did you see? Gogo frowned. Don't I work at Marina Star? I just saw our general manager groveling and accompanying Ji Shangnan in. Not only that, but almost all of Marina Star's management is standing at the door to greet him. You really didn't notice anything wrong with Ji Shangnan before? If he's really an ordinary poor boy, how come he's so rowdy? No words were spoken on the other side of the phone for a long time. After a long time, came an exclamation of surprise. Sister Gogo, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did you recognize the wrong person? Gogo, that could be it. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. I'm at work. Gogo hung up the phone. The female co-worker, however, couldn't help but ask again. What does it say? Gogo raised her cell phone, a flash of doubt in her eyes as she returned. My sister said that her ex-boyfriend was just an ordinary poor boy. The female co-worker was non-committal. Cut. Your sister this is simply did not realize the true identity of others people that is deliberately low profile, just to see your sister's true colors. Sorry. The female colleague seemed to realize she had spoken. A quick apology and no more words. It was just that countless thoughts had already risen inside. His own face value was not as good as Mr. Yu's though, but it's a beauty anyhow. It should be a 70 or 80 at least. At least it's not as bad as that handsome guy's ex-girlfriend. If I can hook up with that handsome guy, even if it's just once, I'll stay with you. And at that moment, except for the two of them discussing Ji Shangnan, almost everyone in the Marina Star was talking about Ji Shangnan. Marina Star has changed its boss again. It's the handsome guy that Mr. Yu accompanied just now. I heard his name is Ji Shangnan. So handsome. Didn't we just change the boss of Marina Star in less than a month? Mr. Su has already transferred to Ji Shangnan. Holy cow, 2 bosses in 1 month? It's true. I've confirmed it from Marina Star's management system. Such a handsome new boss? No wonder the management went to the door waiting to greet them. No wonder Mr. Yu is personally accompanying them. Gogo and her female co-workers listened to the sounds of discussion around them about what was being said about Ji Shangnan. Couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A face of disbelief. I can't believe it's under new ownership again? How can Mr. Su give it up? Mr. Su invested a lot of money when he took over Marina Star. And what a way to raise everyone's benefits. Now all of a sudden another boss comes over. Will he just change our benefits package back to what it used to be? While people were shocked in their hearts, they also began to worry vaguely. After all, a new officer cracks the whip. Is this the poor boy your sister was talking about? Now it's confirmed. He's that ex-boyfriend of your sister's. I'm surprised your sister didn't notice his hidden rich identity at all. A poor boy can make the Marina Star his own? Mr. Sue heard that it took more than 20 small targets to dish out the Marina Star in the first place. After taking over, it was even investing in several more small targets for upgrades. If this wasn't well above market price, how could Mr. Sue change hands again in such a short time? The female co-worker said with a shocked look at Gogo. Gogo took a deep breath. How would I know? That's what my sister told me. At this point, Gogo was only left with a face full of bitter smiles. After all, a few seconds ago, they were wondering if this new boss was the same person as Sister Gogo's ex-boyfriend or not. I didn't expect a blink of an eye. It's been confirmed that it's the same person. You don't even give me a chance to catch my breath. The news is just too strong. It's hard to get people to accept it anytime soon. It wasn't Gogo himself who talked about it though, but after all, it's all family. At this point, he knew Ji Shangnan's true identity. Gogo's heart was a mixed bag of emotions. It feels like I'm missing out on $1 billion. Nope, this misses out on billions of dollars. I don't know how my own sister will feel in her heart when she finds out. While Gogo was thinking about it, the female co-worker beside her was the one who handed over the knife again. Your sister is quite a big smart ass. I can't believe I didn't notice my boyfriend at all. I can't even imagine how they talked about it in the first place. I'd be even more afraid to think if your sister knew the truth. Will it be just like the song? Tears fall from my eyes knowing the truth. But then again, at Mr. G's age and status, seems like a good idea to lay low and hide your identity, so as to make sure that the person approaching him is not after his money. Makes sense. 2. Chapter 60. Getting ahead of the game. This, Gogo smiled bitterly, speechless, her heart even more clogged. The female co-worker, however, continued to chatter away as if on purpose. Can't you tell? The truth is out there. Our general manager G that's deliberately keeping a low profile, and now that the time has come, he had to come out and take over Marina Star. I don't need to explain more to you what a behemoth Marina Star is, do I? The person who can become the boss of Marina Star, can that be an ordinary person? Gogo, although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that my colleague has a point. According to my sister, this Ji Shangnan used to be just a bit handsome when he was in college. A little bit of musical attainment at best, but I haven't heard of him getting into showbiz. It didn't become a star either. And it's not like you can get ahead in the entertainment industry just because you're good-looking and talented. You also have to be able to help remove the fire from the pretty gun to be able to do it. That's even what's fundamental to settling down. It's more important than you being good-looking and talented. Ji Shangnan, if she was really as ordinary as her sister said, then it must not be possible to be the owner of Marina Star. Not to mention them, the Marina Star employees. It's just switching to a passerby that all know that the Marina Star's market capitalization starts at a couple dozen small goals. An ordinary man. How is it possible to have so much money in a short period of time? It's impossible to buy a lottery ticket and win first prize. And again, lottery that's all snubbing cuties. The nature of the lottery is that a bunch of people who don't work for it feed off a bunch of people who fantasize about not working for it. I suddenly had a bold idea. The female co-worker didn't care if Gogo opened her mouth or not. While licking his lips, a strange light shone in his eyes. This Mr. G is young, handsome and rich. You said if I could handle him. Does that make me the boss lady of the Marina Star? Even if you can't get it right once. As the female co-worker spoke, her eyes blazed like a volcano, seemingly ready to spew out lava at any moment. Gogo, though Gogo was even more speechless. But as the female co-worker's words landed, surprisingly, she violently remembered her sister's earlier words warning her not to think ill of Ji Shangnan. Sister was proven wrong, and it's a big mistake. It's so wrong. So Gogo couldn't help but have crooked thoughts in her heart, even as the Yellow River flooded out of control, like the waters of the Yangtze River. Anyway, my sister broke up with him. Yourself if. It's not impossible, is it? Stimulation. That's exciting. And right now, countless people were talking about Ji Shangnan, but it was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the chairman's office on the top floor of the Marina Star, overlooking the entire city of Shanghai outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It said that the high places are not good enough. That's because you don't have any air conditioning. If you have money, standing tall and still afraid of the cold, there are people for you to go on. Ji Shangnan looked at it for a long time. That's what finally slowed the thoughts back down. Let the excitement inside you calm down, despite being a hang-up himself. But after all, it's only been 3 or 4 days. Suddenly a man of the world. There's always a sense of unreality. Doesn't it need to be real dry to work? Ji Shangnan shook his head as he thought. Marina Star is kind of primed for that. Now it's time to check out that luxurious villa Li Linglan gave me. It's tempting to replace that 9-handed bully immediately, though, but the limo from Fatty doesn't seem to be arriving until tomorrow. Ji Shangnan thought to himself as he did so. Now it's early anyway. Should be in time to move. right? But on second thought, there didn't seem to be anything worth moving into the villa myself. At most, it is just to go back to pack a few changes of clothes, and then take the ID card or something on the line. Our China is just great. We are the only ones in the world who have a household registration system in China. Security. The security is overwhelming. It's a good thing I wasn't born in Honam. Otherwise the surprise hidden identity farmer is unlocked from the moment of birth. While thinking about this, Ji Shangnan walked towards the outside of the chairman's office. There is internal access to the Marina Star. Ji Shangnan directly swiped his card and rode down in the chairman's exclusive elevator. Naturally, you don't have to wait in line for the elevator. When he came out of the elevator, it was directly the first floor lobby of the Marina Star. Only this time, after the staff in the hall saw Ji Shangnan, it's a far cry from the beginning. The first time I saw it I was just shocked plus curious about Ji Shangnan's identity. At this point, the identity of Ji Shangnan was already known. These people then naturally have something completely different in mind. Nothing but awe. The rest is worry. Will the new chairman lay off people? Will it reduce benefits? And so on and so forth. Hello, chairman. Only while everyone was looking at Ji Shangnan with a full heart, a dainty voice, however, rang out very abruptly. It was no one else who said hello. It was the same female staff member who was earlier with Gogo, the sister of Ji Shangnan's ex-girlfriend. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. He looked up and surveyed the first female staff member who had opened her mouth to greet him. The heart was a little puzzled. Wasn't it an exhortation to UCU? Don't reveal your identifying information for a while? Why does it look like everyone already knows? Good. Ji Shangnan nodded faintly. Chairman, if you need anything, just order me. Chairman, are you tired after shopping for so long? I'm a top-notch masseuse. Would you like me to help you relax? Chairman, are you thirsty? Tea or coffee or milk? Seeing Ji Shangnan nod at himself, this female staff member was instantly filled with a fawning smile, slightly bending over, deliberately displaying her proud side in front of Ji Shangnan. No, just keep busy you. Ji Shangnan frowned slightly. Please don't worry, Chairman. I will definitely stick to my position and bow to Marina Star, the female staff member said while smiling again and giving her name, though many people around her were looking at her with strange eyes, but she didn't care at all. How much is a pound of face? Can I eat it? Is it as good as Mr. Keys? Money is real these days. As the words landed, the female staff that doesn't stop at all. Directly following Ji Shangnan's words, he turned around and went back to his work. The male staff is fine, just a little surprised. I didn't realize that this usually high and mighty woman would be so forthcoming now. It's true, there would be no such thing as a slow woman in this world. Slow burn, that's because you're not strong enough. As for the female staff, the mind can think of more. Chapter 61, Extremely Good Housekeeper. It's almost like the heartthrob is a bimbo. The women present, not all of it, but anyone with a bit of poise. Don't say single, even if they're not single. It's impossible to not have any thoughts about Ji Shangnan in your heart, only everyone didn't expect it. Surprisingly, it will be preempted. In this way, there's no way the new chairman can't remember her. The first to take the initiative to say hello to the new chairman. The first person to voluntarily expose the identity of the new chairman in public. In fact, they guessed correctly. Ji Shangnan did remember the female staff member who introduced herself as Wu Xiaomei. After all, this was the second person other than Yu to call himself chairman. As for the rest of the Marina stars, Ji Shangnan is not even familiar with his face now, but it's just a matter of remembering. Saw the other man return to his work. Continuing directly, he pulled out his cell phone, opened the green bubble ready to send a message. Just haven't gotten around to posting it yet. Yu then ran to herself with a quick step. Chairman, do you have any orders? Yu stood very respectfully in front of Ji Shangnan and asked with a slight nod. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Is this Yu the roundworm in my heart? I was just trying to find her, and she's here in person? Yes. Ji Shangnan nodded. Chairman, you said. Yu asked in a soft voice, still with a smile on her face. Not really something that's in your area of responsibility. Ji Shangnan put away his cell phone. I'm moving now. Help a hand? Yu was also stunned, but she quickly returned to her normal self. Okay, Chairman. I was worried that I didn't have a chance to get more in touch with the new chairman. I didn't expect the opportunity to be delivered right to my door. Though it's true that it's not something that's in your area of responsibility, but it's obviously better than the call of duty. Although Yu was more curious in her heart. Why is the chairman suddenly moving? Where did he live? And where are you moving to? But looking at Ji Shangnan wasn't prepared to explain anything more. Instead, he turned directly toward the outside of the Marina Star. Yu didn't ask much, taking a few steps to catch up. The resourceful parking staff outside had long ago parked Ji Shangnan's nine-handed bully at the entrance, and opened the car door. Watching Ji Shangnan walk out, immediately, he bent down and held the car keys in both hands and handed them to Ji Shangnan. Do you have any cash on you? Ji Shangnan took the car keys, but did not turn around and get into the car in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yu Siyu and asked, although Yu Siyu did not know what Ji Shangnan wanted to do, but immediately pulled out his wallet, directly handing his wallet to Ji Shangnan. Chairman, I always keep cash on me, just not too much. I don't know if it's enough. Looking at the wallet Yu Siyu handed over, Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Take it and open it. It was filled with a big stack of red bills. A rough estimate would be something like 5 or 6,000. Well, it really isn't much. Ji Shangnan casually drew a few and handed them to the parking staff as tips. He still knows the rules, not to mention the nice attitude of this parking staff. Then he returned the wallet to Yu Siyu again. I'll transfer it to you later. Yu Siyu took the wallet, but her heart was full of thoughts. It's a very small thing though, but it's a testament to the fact that this new chairman is out of his depth. It's not petty. No, this small amount of money. No need to be so troublesome. Yu Siyu hurriedly returned. One size fits all. Get in the car. Only then did Ji Shangnan get into the car. Taking Yu Siyu with him, he quickly returned to the old, shabby little rental house that he had lived in for a long time. Looking at the rental house in front of him where Ji Shangnan lived, Yu Siyu couldn't help but freeze. This is where the chairman lives? So broken? So small? Isn't the chairman understating things a bit too much? Into the house. Ji Shangnan also didn't care about the surprised Yu Siyu. Instead, they just started packing it up. The first one to put away that was his own laptop that he had been using for years. Computers aren't worth much though, but the hard disk is worth a lot of money. It's a lot of limited edition spirit food stored inside. Ji Shangnan's 108 styles were basically learned from there. Ji Shangnan handed the computer to Yu Siyu and told her to take it to the car. Then it's back to packing up other stuff, except for items such as your own ID. The rest are just random pickups that are easy to take with you. The rest of it doesn't bother me anymore. There's very little stuff. So it was quick to pack up. After packing up, only then did Ji Shangnan once again take Yu Siyu and drive directly towards the villa Li Linglan had given him. Yu Siyu was full of doubts, but Ji Shangnan didn't say anything, so she couldn't ask anything more. After all, this was Ji Shangnan's personal matter. No words on the way. About half an hour or so. Finally, they arrived at the villa that Li Linglan had given to Ji Xiangnan, only this time it was different from earlier. Although Ji Shangnan was driving a 9-handed bully, probably because of Yu Siyu's presence, so the Marina Star staff didn't have a dog in the fight. However, the security guards at the entrance here directly stopped Ji Shangnan and Yu Siyu. Ji Shangnan frowned, thought the security guard was going to be dog-eared and not let himself in, but it was not expected. After that security guard stopped Ji Shangnan, but it was with a fawning smile on his face. Directly toward Ji Shangnan, he gave a not-so-standard standing salute. Welcome Mr. Qi Shangnan. Slight thought. The realization quickly dawned on Ji Shangnan. It looked like Li Linglan must have instructed him beforehand. Not to mention, this Li Linglan was quite considerate. Where is that villa of mine? Ji Shangnan nodded and asked with a smile as well. Mr. Ji, please wait for a moment. I'll inform your exclusive butler to come over and show you the way. Without saying a word, the security guard just started calling. Qi Shangnan. What the hell? And a personal butler? Is this standard for luxury villas? Or did Li Linglan hire them especially for me? Rather, it wasn't a long wait. Almost a few minutes. A beautiful woman on an electric bike was seen quickly appearing in front of the crowd. It looked like he was probably in his early 20s, wearing professional attire, painted with delicate makeup. That's a face value of 80 or 90%, to say the least. And the whole thing is basically catching up to most of the internet celebrities. The beauty arrived in front of Ji Shangnan's 9-handed bully. Park your electric car directly to the side. Walked down, bowed deeply toward Ji Shangnan. Welcome home master. I am your exclusive butler Gui Jiewa. If you have any orders, please feel free to ask. Gui Jiewa said while looking at Ji Shangnan with a smile on her face that made people feel like spring breeze. Only the tension in his eyes was evident, because Ji Shangnan's villa could be said to be the existence of the king of the building level in the entire Hohai city. So after it was built, Gui Jiewa became the personal butler of that villa. But that villa had previously been off the market, so there is no real owner. Gui Jiewa has also been in the midst of inactivity. It is because of this that Gui Jiewa is able to get a high salary without working. But now, Chapter 62, Too Low Profile. Before the owner of this villa showed up, Gui Jiewa has been idle, but life was lived to the fullest. This has led to a lot of people being very jealous. It's tempting to take over, but Gui Jiewa was handpicked by Li Linglan, so her post is hard to shake. Finally, she welcomed her master. It makes sense to be nervous at this point. After all, there was no telling how many people were watching her back there. But if she made this master the slightest bit dissatisfied, she might have to roll up and leave in the next second. Finding a job is harder than finding a date these days. Gui Jiewa wouldn't even dare to think if she was fired by her master. Where else can you find this comfortable cozy job with good pay and benefits, even now with an owner? but in reality, except when the master gives the order, the rest of the time she's free. Only at this moment, Ji Shangnan listened to this beautiful woman in front of him open her mouth and call herself master. Unable to help himself, he froze. Is this some kind of new play? Is that how rich people play? Although Ji Shangnan used to just rent an old, shabby rental house, but there are actually housekeepers. Only that butler basically runs a building by himself, and a grandpa at that. Naturally, it's even less likely to be called that. Not even called pretty boy. Usually call him lad. No one here calls you old man, because they're all bad old men. So violently hearing a young beautiful woman in a professional dress front and back address herself so, Ji Shangnan didn't react for a moment. However, looking at Ji Shangnan frowned. No opening. Wei Jiahua suddenly panicked. What do you mean? Is the master dissatisfied with me? What then? So Wei Jiahua's waist bent even lower. Please command Jahana to your heart's content, master. Master's orders are absolute. Wei Jiahua spoke with such fluency. It was called natural. It was called a spring breeze. After all, let's not talk about the fact that Ji Shangnan was the master that she had been longing for day and night to finally get. Let's just say Ji Shangnan is so young and handsome. She'd be willing to call it that even if it wasn't master. And there was even a different feeling rising up inside. If you can keep calling it that, I'd call it a lifetime. This, Ji Shangnan was even more confused. Where have I heard those lines before? Why does it sound familiar? Shouldn't there be a more classic line? What's it called? Played out? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. From the old broken-down rental house, moving to the most luxurious villa in the whole Shanghai city at once. It's going to take a little getting used to, so Ji Shangnan quickly calmed down. You can't just come in and look like a mountain gun. Then you take me there. Nodding towards Wei Jiahua, he faintly and casually commanded. Yes, master, please follow me. Only then did Wei Jiahua stand up with a standard smile, then turned and mounted his little electric donkey once more. Lead the way up front. Only Ji Shangnan, who was following Wei Jiahua, looking ahead at Wei Jiahua who was riding a small electric donkey. A song popped up inside my head. Many years ago, the era when tapes were popular. There's an adapted song about a little donkey. Simple, straightforward and brutal. While thinking about this, he followed closely behind Wei Jiahua. Finally, we've reached our destination. A green lane all the way. Birdsong and flowers. After stopping the car, Ji Shangnan looked at it. In front of him was a large iron door about 7 or 8 meters wide. On either side, several 360-degree security cameras are mounted. Only at this time the big iron door was in a closed state. Wei Jiahua, on the other hand, slowly stopped the small electric donkey. Get off the little electric donkey again. Very respectfully, he walked to Ji Shangnan. Master, you are still required to perform portrait verification to open the gate. Here's a full system of smart appliances, so all you have to do is ask. From now on, Ji Shangnan nodded, then stepped off the top of his own 9-handed bully, reached the big closed iron door. There's a camera on the wall to the left of the big metal door. Ji Shangnan just stepped in front of the camera. The mechanical female voice inside the camera went off. Welcome home, master. I hope you have a pleasant day today as well. Qi Shangnan. This even the intelligence system is a familiar line? Ji Shangnan was beginning to wonder if this thing was something old Ma had come up with. After a brief video verification identification, the large, closed iron door finally opened slowly. This Ji Shangnan was no stranger. Technology is so advanced now. What with face recognition, fingerprint recognition everywhere. Even a lot of ordinary residential areas use the stuff. After everything is done, it was only then that Ji Shangnan drove into his villa area again. Casually, he parked the 9-handed bully inside the villa's courtyard. Get off again. Beginning to take a serious look at where you'll be living from now on. A glance over. It was no wonder that this villa had become the king of buildings in Hohai City. The footprint is large. And what's more, there are bridges and rivers, gardens and mountains, carved beams and paintings, and open-air swimming pools. That's all there is. It's almost like a royal retreat in medieval Europe. At a glance, extremely luxurious. This thing Ji Shangnan had only seen before in movies and TV dramas or novels. Now the real is in front of one's eyes. Ji Shangnan still felt a bit incredulous. How did not expect that Li Linglan to be so generous? It wasn't just Ji Shangnan who was a bit shocked. Yu Siyu, who was standing beside Ji Shangnan at this time, was also shocked. Only unlike Ji Shangnan, she wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world before. As the general manager of the Marina Star, her insight is not for the faint of heart. But when she saw the building in front of her, which was like a royal residence, couldn't help but be shocked as well. I had heard before that there was a villa in Hohai City that was not for sale to the public, but that's just what I heard. With her social status, this stuff has basically nothing to do with her. After all, don't say this stuff has a price. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. Even though her own income wasn't low, it still wasn't enough to purchase something of this caliber. Now because of following Ji Shangnan, suddenly here, this thing of legend is right in front of your eyes, and the owner of this thing turned out to be his own new chairman. Yu Siyu's heart instantly turned over in monstrous waves, curious about Ji Shangnan even more. What exactly is the identity of the new chairman? Why did you keep such a low profile before? Living in an old Thai rental house? You don't live in such a luxurious place? No wonder this stuff isn't for sale to the public. So it's because there's been an owner for a long time. It's just that the new chairman was too low profile before, so it's just never moved in. That's too low of a profile for a new chairman. Instead, it was Gui Jiahua who was the most calm in the room, although Gui Jiahua knew it in her heart. She's just an underling, but after all, he was incredibly familiar with the lavish building in front of him. Chapter 63, Too Fair. Not to mention every day. Basically every other day Gui Jiahua has to come in, responsible for everything that runs here. This includes, but is not limited to, inspection and maintenance of smart appliance systems, and hygiene, etc. Of course, she doesn't need to do it herself. However, on-site supervision is required. After all, there's a flower, a blade of grass, a random little thing here, that's all worth its weight in gold. I can't afford to sell her if I break it. Only a lot of times, Gui Jiahua didn't even call anyone else. Instead, you are personally responsible for cleaning it yourself. Ji Shangnan didn't come earlier. No one lives here. There are so many people eyeing this post. She can't really do nothing. Led by Gui Jiahua. Continuing with Yu Siyu followed behind Gui Jiahua. It was soon a simple visualization of this new residence. Then took in the top of his nine-handed bully. It's only these things that Ji Shangnan brought over. It looks a little out of place with the place. It wasn't even as good as the quality Gui Jiahua usually used. But Ji Shangnan didn't care at all. It's your own turf. Just be happy with yourself. Though Ji Shangnan was going to find some time to add a little more. Even if there is everything here. But Ji Shangnan just wants to spend money. The urge to spend money is about to be suppressed. There's not a lot of stuff, so it didn't take much time. 3 people just basically took it and put it away. It was only then that Ji Shangnan arrived inside the living room, and Gui Jiahua, after confirming that Ji Shangnan wanted to drink plain water, just very sweetly poured 2 cups of lukewarm water that was only 37 degrees over. It was placed in front of Ji Shangnan as well as Yu Siyu. It was even very thoughtful to put a small box of ice cubes in front of Ji Shangnan. He then stood very obediently at Ji Shangnan's side and back himself, always on call. For Gui Jiahua's series of moves, Ji Shangnan was still a bit uncomfortable. After all these years, when have I ever been served so much? It's not very adaptable though. But Ji Shangnan felt good in his heart. No wonder everyone wants to be rich. They all want to be human. Look at the 2 glasses of water in front of you, and this box of ice. After becoming a human being, that is really possible. Mr. Yu, hard work. Ji Shangnan picked up the water cup and took a sip, speaking faintly to Yu Siyu beside him. The water seems to be quite tasty, with a slight sweetness to it. Not sure where the water came from though, but one taste tells you it's not ordinary water. Yu Siyu was flattered and generally bent over and nodded. The chairman is too polite. A show of hands. It's my honor to serve the chairman. Ji Shangnan smiled and nodded, putting down the glass of water in his hand. He didn't take Yu Siyu's answer to heart. After all, it really isn't in people's job description, but it really wasn't a big deal. In Ji Shangnan's mind, Yu Siyu looks to be the general manager of Marina Star, but it's really more like your own personal secretary. As the saying goes, something for the secretary to do, nothing. After all, if you want to get closer to your boss, you have to be in close contact? In Yu Siyu's mind, he thought the same thing. After all, this new chairman is rich, young and handsome. The identity is still so mysterious. Being able to take the Marina Star was enough to shock her, and willing to work hard to live in an old, crappy rental house and drive a 9-handed bully. You don't live in such a luxurious villa. This kind of person must be awesome and big. As for how big it is, that will be known later. Chairman, if there's nothing you need me to do, why don't I go back to Marina Star and get busy first? Yu Siyu is basically like Gui Jiahua. All of them were standing at the side and back position of Ji Shangnan. Even the expression was as respectful as ever. Ji Shangnan told her to sit, but she wouldn't. Ji Shangnan let it go. Hearing Yu Siyu's words, Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Spinning around, he smiled, as a token of appreciation. Let's have a meal together in a while. This would be in normal times. Yu Siyu was begging for it, but right now Ji Shangnan has only taken over Marina Star for less than a day. There are really a lot of things to juggle to hand over. Yu Siyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Chairman, you just took over Marina Star. Earlier Su Dong made all the upgrades to the Marina Star. There's just a lot of work left to do, so I still need to get back to a lot of work. Also, Chairman, you can tell me if you have any brilliant ideas. I will do as you wish. Ji Shangnan didn't mind. Wait until I'm more familiar with it. Yu Siyu once again contemplated for a moment. Finally a bite, It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Tentatively and carefully, he asked a question. Chairman, there's something I need to brief you on. After Sudong took over Marina Star before, raised all employee packages by 10%. That's why I wanted to ask for your opinion. Is no longer adjusting back to the original benefits package, or do we continue to keep the adjustments that Sudong has made? The problem actually started when it became known that Marina Star had changed ownership again. It's not just UCU. Instead, it's the entire Marina Star staff. The most important concern in everyone's mind now. It's like the Wachovia adjustments to pensions. The society feels that those old farmers who have paid public rations all their lives, who starved themselves when they were young, and who supported the development and construction of the country, they get too little and too low. That's not fair. So the people's views were fully heard above. An upward decision was made on this. 5% up for everyone. The old farmers who used to get $100 a month are happy with $105. Retired leaders who used to get $20,000 a month are happy with $21,000 a month. For a moment, all was happy. Too damn fair. It's too damn reasonable. Not only that, the retirement age has also seen several upward revisions. After all, everyone is rich now. All kinds of data say it's been rising for decades. Everyone ate well. Better health too. Can work longer. Can do more to contribute now. Just like now, Ji Shangnan didn't even think about it. Just go back to, keep Sudong's decision. If Suanan is lowered, it's okay to rise back up on your own, but Suanan is up, and drops back down on his own. That's naturally inappropriate. Although he is now the chairman of Marina Star, but after all, it's only just taken over. It's easy to get into trouble that way. Seeing that Ji Shangnan didn't veto Sun Yen's decision, Yu's heart heaved a sigh of relief. Don't underestimate the 10% increase. Over the course of a year, UCU can get a few $100,000 more. Alright, Chairman, then I'll go back to Marina Star first. If you have any orders, you can contact me anytime. UCU bowed again and returned with a smile. I thought you didn't drive. Your car is still at Sun Yen's. I'll give you a ride. Ji Shangnan thought about returning. Don't bother, I can call a cab back. UCU how dare to let the chairman send himself hurried back. I just didn't expect it. Right about this time, Gui Jiaohua, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 64, Getting Stronger. Gui Jiaohua stepped forward. Master, it's inconvenient to take a taxi here. You just checked in. How about this? I'll escort Mess. You stay here and familiarize yourself. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. UCU, however, was brightening up. Let the chairman send himself, that's definitely not okay. But it was appropriate to have the chairman's butler give himself away. To be honest, when he just came in, UCU realized it. Not only does it cover a large area, but for the sake of greenery, the outside is like a forest park. Not to mention a taxi, it's not convenient for anything but bird hunting. Thinking of this, UCU hurriedly picked up the conversation. Chairman, why don't you let Gui give me a ride? You stay here and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Ji Shangnan didn't say anything. Gui Jiaohua spoke again. Master, I won't lie to you. Before you moved in, I was looking forward to it and it was always available. Now that you're finally here, how can I let you do such a small thing yourself? Besides, this kind of small matter is in itself within the scope of my duties. Ji Shangnan nodded when he saw both of them persuaded up. Okay. As he said that, he handed over the keys to his own nine-handed bully. Though in a man's world, there are two things that should never be lent to anyone. One is your own private car. The other one is his own woman. But watching Gui Jiaohua take the car keys she handed over in a natural manner, Ji Shangnan could probably guess. Either Gui Jiaohua hasn't bought a car yet. Either that or Gui Jiaohua doesn't want a private car for public use. But these are not a big deal. Ji Shangnan didn't take it to heart. Take the car keys. Gui Jiaohua once again bent over slightly and smiled as she said goodbye. Master, then I will send you back to the hotel first. If you have anything to do, you can contact me anytime. I will be on standby. Go on. Ji Shangnan waved his hand, watching the nine-handed bully disappear from his sight. It was only then that Qi Shangnan brought his gaze back up. Then thoughtfully, he stood up, walked inside the empty yard, hands clenched into fists and violently struck towards the front. It doesn't seem to be too much of a stretch. Rummaging around inside the yard again. A long time ago, Ji Shangnan fantasized about it. One day for a bigger house. Do the exercise yourself with reckless abandon. Now we finally live in a big house. Such a big space. Not to mention the 108th style. Even if it's 1008 styles, that's as much as you want to do. The goal of the day was supposed to be to make some money. Then see if you can get a big house where you can practice. It turned out to be only half a day. Not only is the big house there, also earn dozens of small goals. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. It was only after a long time that Ji Shangnan finally calmed down slowly. Fight back the urge to share that was about to be suppressed in your heart. Showing off is the original sin these days. Plus, Ji Shangnan didn't really have many real friends around him. You can count them on one handful of them. The old king I've seen before counts for one. But men are not like women. A man is afraid that his brother will have a hard time and that he will drive a Land Rover. After thinking about it for a while, Ji Shangnan decided to keep it to himself for now, lest old king can't take so much excitement. When the time comes, bring a family of 4 to move in with you. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? When he was done with his work, the big deal was to treat the family to a meal at the Marina Star. I wonder what their reaction will be then. Of course, except for friends, Ji Shangnan still has family. After all, his unicorn brother had come a bit inexplicably. Neither was he created to fly by a dirt bike, nor was he green, nor did he lose both of his parents, probably from reading too many tomato novels. Think about it. You're eating hot pot and reading a book, and suddenly, Brother Unicorn arrives. That's why this tomato novel is a must-read. Ji Shangnan has a family of 5. In addition to his parents, who are still alive, Ji Shangnan has a younger sibling. But Kishinen's first thought was of his friends, not them. That's because not all parents in this world are considered a competent parent. They never thought of Ji Shangnan as a person with an independent personality. They are like the vast majority of parents. Having children isn't out of love. It's just because everyone else is married with children. They don't want to seem out of step with the majority. So it's just as well to follow the process and get married and have kids. As far as having the ability to raise a child well and give them a bright future, that doesn't matter. It's the life that counts. There can even be a weird circle. That is, the poorer you are, the more you are born, the poorer you are. Infinite dead ends. They probably think having a baby is like buying a lottery ticket. As long as I give birth to enough of them. What if there's a guy who can make a name for himself, without realizing that everything in the world has already been marked up in secret? The child of a poor man is destined to be a poor man. Unless capital needs to stabilize public opinion and randomly pick one lucky person to turn you over to the serfs, so that the poor bastards don't know months of despair and give you a little hope. But how many of these lucky people come out of a billion people? Just a handful. Plus, Ji Shangnan belonged to the kind of person who had his own ideas. Again, these ideas are hard for parents to understand, so the parents preferred that brother of theirs. He's basically a free-range, don't listen kind of guy. Ji Shangnan applied for student loans all by himself for college. I also had to go part-time in the summer to tune the piano. That brother is even more outrageous. Just became an adult and had a child. Although Ji Shangnan is not married yet, he has been married and has children for a long time, and a lifetime is 2 together. Ji Shangnan could not expect any help from his parents even more. Their entire minds are on their grandchildren now. Just this kind of family of origin. Ji Shangnan wasn't depressed. That all falls into the category of natural optimists. Now if they were to tell them that they are worth dozens of small goals today, not to mention whether they will believe it or not, I'm afraid the police will be called at the first opportunity. Sent myself to a mental hospital. Then let Ji Shangnan go off to learn how to decapitate the gods at the mental hospital. Think about it. Ji Shangnan sighed his first breath since his incarnation as a hangman. Eventually decided to leave it alone for now. There's no need for that. At best, it's a matter of when you're free. Go back and buy some tonic and forget about it. Shook his head vigorously. Ji Shangnan threw the distractions out of his mind. Think carefully about your present situation. Now Ji Shangnan has basically everything he should have and shouldn't have. It's kind of rare to have a bit of free time to myself now. It can't go to waste. Need to get a grip and get stronger. The 4 ancient books I got from the old man earlier. Haven't even had a chance to take a good look at it yet, especially the Hui Yuanzhe's copy of the Mizon Quan manual. Ji Shangnan was very interested. Chapter 65, to read more tomato novels. Ji Shangnan has always had a penchant for speed. Hui Yuanzhe's Misty Fist has techniques within it that can increase speed. At this point while no one is around, Ji Shangnan also stopped inking. Straight away, he took out a few ancient books that he had just placed in his study. Then the Mizukage Fist book was taken out separately. Once again, he returned to the empty villa compound. A little rummaging, that's what stood a horse. Begin to think back in detail about the contents inside this fist book. Although Hui Yuanzhe's Kung Fu is named Mizong Quan, it is actually more than just boxing. It also includes stance as well as footwork. This was, after all, Hui Yuanzhe's final streamlining after synthesizing the strengths of various schools. After going over it inside his own head, Ji Shangnan just started practicing straight away. Previously, although Ji Shangnan had already learned Zhang Jingyu's mixed martial arts grappling technique, but that one is honestly a modern product. Real ancient martial arts. This was the first time Ji Shangnan had practiced. That's why Ji Shangnan typed it out the first time. Even a layman can see that. Even if it looks decent, it is extremely rusty and not coherent, let alone flowing. But Ji Shangnan didn't care. It's the first time, after all. It's normal for the first time to be like this. After the first practice, Ji Shangnan felt it carefully, discovered that the changes in your body are basically imperceptible. Ji Shangnan didn't think much about it and continued to start practicing for the second time. When the second hit is done, Ji Shangnan felt it again. It was only then that I noticed a slight change coming from my body. It's not very noticeable, but it's definitely working. Ji Shangnan was inwardly delighted, grabbed it and started practicing again for the third time. The minutes ticked by. I don't know how much time has passed. Ji Shangnan had already practiced what was written inside the fist recipe about 10 times. Finally, that feeling came. The familiarity is back. As Ji Shangnan shivered, that cool to the soul feeling struck again. A stream of warmth. Start with the dantian, down the limbs, slow swimming. Along with that, Ji Shangnan could already start to not use his brain. Only by instinct. It'll be smooth enough to type. Earlier Ji Shangnan could clearly feel that the punches he had thrown were exactly as they were. And now Ji Shangnan could clearly feel it. That's what you call practicing boxing. It's not just a formality anymore. This set of hits, the wind gusted in his ears. The figure fluttered. It's not clear exactly how long this state lasted. Maybe just for a moment. Maybe it lasted an hour or so. It was only then that Ji Shangnan finally shivered violently along with his body again. Entered Sage Mode. With that moment of entering Sage Mode, Ji Shangnan snapped his own eyes open. The knowledge in his mind about the essentials of boxing was surprisingly deep in his soul. Ji Shangnan was sure of it. Now he's learned. It's not quite a great success, though, but it's by no means just a primer. If you look at it according to Hui Yuanjia's Jingwu disciples, that Ji Shangnan should now be considered an elite disciple that level. This feeling, yes, delicately recalling the shivering sensation just now, which Ji Shangnan had experienced many times before, but it still brings back memories. Look around. Wei Jiahua hasn't come back yet. Here's a plus. That's without Ji Shangnan's permission. Is definitely not going to be disturbed. So Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Keep practicing. This time, Ji Shangnan felt it more obviously. Every move is incredibly silky. The articulation between moves was also free of rustiness and stagnation, like an old driver who has been practicing boxing for years. Not only that, Ji Shangnan also felt it clearly. Almost there. His own speed had finally gotten faster. Whether it's the speed of the stance, it's still the speed of the footwork. It's all several times faster. Only Ji Shangnan was still a bit dissatisfied, because there was still a short gap to the speed he wanted. Is it because I haven't practiced enough? With more practice, you can improve even more? One thought. Ji Shangnan continued to start punching as he did so. This punching is inherently supposed to be what men do best, but times are different. A girl's punch is only invincible now. Version T0 is horrible as it is. The minutes ticked by. Ji Shangnan tirelessly continued practicing. The more you practice, the stronger Ji Shangnan becomes. Don't even need to get someone to practice. Ji Shangnan could then clearly sense it, himself now both in stance and footwork, than before. That's all been boosted several times over. Now if you're up against Zhang Jinyu, Ji Shangnan was confident that he would be able to defeat Zhang Jinyu within 3 moves. It was strong before too though, but nowhere near as strong as it is now. At this very moment, Ji Shangnan is in the garden, taking off up and down, left and right. It's a flash forward and a flash back. Powerful wind gusts. It's not just the physical strength as well as the speed that increases. Ji Shangnan even got a huge boost in his eyesight, but it's the same as earlier. A time to practice a new thing. At first you may feel a significant improvement in 1, 10, or 100 times, but over time, yet it takes 1,000, if not 10,000 times to feel the lift. After Ji Shangnan couldn't feel any significant improvement, it finally slowed to a stop. Although Ji Shangnan was fascinated by the training of ancient martial arts, but after all, the day's not done yet. One had to know that Li Linglan, Chang Walking Lu, Fatty and the others were still waiting for them. People are so nice enough. You'll have to show some real skill yourself. Ji Shangnan looked at the time. I don't realize that it's already late afternoon. The sun is all starting to set in the west. It's well past 17 now. Although Li Linglan and the others had not contacted themselves, but it was only about 4 hours or so before their accident. Could it be that they are ready to try it themselves? Ji Shangnan put away his cell phone and muttered. Was thinking. The cell phone that had just been put down was suddenly ringing. Ji Shangnan thought that Li Linglan and the others finally couldn't resist contacting him. The result was to pick it up and look at it. I didn't realize it was sent by Zhang Yixiang, and it's still a video. Ji Shangnan picked up the video. Zhang Yixiang's face, which could make countless men's souls flutter, instantly appeared on the cell phone screen. The sweetness was about to overflow. Although Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yixiang have, however, every time he saw Zhang Qianxiang, Ji Shangnan still could not help but marvel, especially at such a wonderful age. Ji Shangnan knew definitely a lot of beautiful women now. However, the only one who can still make people feel beautiful is Zhang Yixiang, who never puts on any makeup. As for the other beauties, though not in that smoky makeup either, but it was not like the feeling that Zhang Yixiang gave off. Come out of the silt without being stained, and keep the clean sea clean without being demonized. Ji Shangnan used to have this kind of ideal type of girlfriend. Even swore to God, if you can find this kind of girlfriend who follows you to the death, he'd be willing to let him drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Little did I know that now the dream has come true, and it really made him realize it. This kind of girlfriend has it, the villa has it, the luxury car has it. See, let's just say more tomato novels are right. Chapter 66. Out the door. With Ji Shangnan connecting the video call, Zhang Yixiang's face with a sweet smile soon appeared in the cell phone screen to come. Greetings towards Ji Shangnan. You're out of school? Ji Shangnan asked with a smile as well. Yeah, why don't you come and pick people up? We agreed to go to the supermarket to buy groceries together? Zhang Yixiang pouted her little mouth, a look of resignation hanging on her face. Ji Shangnan hurriedly smiled and explained. It's a long story, too busy. Tell you what, why don't you go back to my rental place and pack up your stuff? I'm going over to pick you up now, then I'll take you back to my new place later. New residence? Zhang Yixiang on the other side of the screen froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, what new residence? Right here. Ji Shangnan reversed the camera a bit and shone a light on the big luxurious detached house behind him. This, Zhang Yixiang was instantly stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. Did you really get a bigger house? Or a house this big? Ji Shangnan recentered the camera on his own handsome face that didn't give a damn about anyone else. Earlier you said you wanted to live with me, and didn't I say the house was too small for a bigger one? This is it, Ji Shangnan casually explained. Looking at Zhang Yixiang on the screen, Ji Shangnan was in a good mood. Isn't this a case of speak of the devil? Was worried there was no one to share it with. Zhang Yixiang then made a video call. Moreover, Zhang Yixiang gave an emotional value that no one was afraid to surpass her. Just thinking about it, Ji Shangnan felt as if something wasn't quite right. It's better to mention Chow Chow less. Boss Chow's fetish is a bit immoral. Otherwise Guan Yu could not follow him because of Mrs. Du. Is this true? This big? So luxurious? I'm afraid a bathroom is bigger than the rental house you lived in earlier. How much is this rent a month? So you're a rich kid? You drive a broken car on purpose? Living in a Thai rental house? I see. Zhang Yixiang was so shocked that she couldn't keep her mouth shut while suddenly slapping her small brain with a sudden realization. Qi Shangnan, what do you understand? Did you test me on purpose? Zhang Yixiang suddenly asked with a serious and earnest face. You pretended to be poor on purpose and then tested me to see if I liked you because you were rich. Come on, tell me if it's right. Am I smart? Qi Shangnan. Although Zhang Yixiang hadn't spent much time with Ji Shangnan, however, he did know a little bit about Ji Shangnan. Crispy recent college graduate, not even a serious job, occasional home piano tuning, or tune up someone else's soundtrack, though talented. But talent isn't worth much in this world. The world is all about spelling. Some are born in Rome, some are born as cattle and horses. Some people are able to acquire Fusokan for $1, and some people play screws at Fusokan all year round. Some people are drunk at night and some people are sweating their asses off doing part-time jobs. History is a huge cycle, and there are huge risks in starting a business. But if you don't start a business, you have to give freely. Zhang Yixiang is still young. She doesn't understand this. All she knew was that she was with Ji Shangnan, not because she was greedy for any glory or wealth. She simply liked Ji Shangnan, whether Ji Shangnan had money or not. She liked it. She liked Ji Shangnan as a person. Just this huge change in front of us. It made Zhang Yixiang's little brain spin for a moment. Couldn't help but think that Ji Shangnan must be the son of some big shot. The family background is through the roof. Deliberately pretending to be poor or understated, just to test myself. It's not rented, it was bought. Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth and casually explained. Without waiting for Zhang Yixiang to open her mouth again, she hastily changed the subject. Okay, I can't say it clearly on the phone. I'll tell you more about it tonight. See you later. I'll take you to the supermarket and taste your cooking tonight. Good. Zhang Yixiang nodded heavily. For Ji Shangnan, Zhang Qinshan was 100% obedient. Not to mention that Ji Shangnan had said that he would take himself to live in a big villa. That meant that he had passed Ji Shangnan's test. He could always live with Ji Shangnan from now on. The thought of it made Zhang Yixiang's heart burst with joy. The two men hung up the phone. Only Ji Shangnan was suddenly frozen. I can't believe I forgot. His own broken car was driven by Gui Jiahua to see you off. It's not back yet. Looks like it's time to buy a couple more cars. This really isn't very convenient. Only just frowned. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Master, are you getting ready to go out? Ji Shangnan looked over at the voice. That's really speaking of the devil. Forget it, don't talk about Chow Chow. Ji Shangnan nodded. Right. Gui Jiahua still had a respectful and smiling look on her face, while handing the car keys to Ji Shangnan, while asking once again, and does master need me to be your driver? Ji Shangnan shook his head, took the car keys, and faintly returned. I'll just drive myself. Okay, master. Gui Jiahua nodded her head and watched Ji Shangnan get into the driver's seat, then hurriedly asked, by the way, Master, when will you probably be back? Do I need to prepare dinner in advance? If I need to prepare dinner in advance, what would you like to eat? Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Rich people's days are so cool, but the thought of accompanying Zhang Yisheng to the supermarket to buy groceries later. Ji Shangnan still shook his head and returned. There's no need to prepare dinner. I'll be back soon. Wait until I return. Yes, master. Gui Jiahua once again bowed and bent back. It wasn't very comfortable, but Ji Shangnan didn't say much. Instead, he started the car and headed right outside the villa area, watching Ji Shangnan's figure disappear from sight. Gui Jiahua then turned back and walked to the house. Quickly taking a book, he re-entered the garden of the villa. Sit on a bench and read a book in peace. This is Gui Jiahua's usual habit. When there's nothing going on, she reads. In fact, Gui Jiahua had returned to the villa for some time already. The reason why I didn't make a sound when I first came back, it was because I saw Ji Shangnan practicing martial arts. At this point, turn over the book in your hand. Peach Shadows. Gui Jiahua, however, was completely unmotivated to look at it. The figure of Ji Shangnan practicing martial arts had been involuntarily floating in his mind. A strong look of curiosity rose in Gui Jiahua's eyes. She was certain that Ji Shangnan was a martial arts practitioner. Moreover, Ji Shangnan's martial arts were very, very high, almost as high as a 3- or 4-story building. The scene just now was enough to confirm this. Ji Shangnan's stance and footwork was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture. And the fist gusts. If you face Ji Shangnan, I'm afraid that a photo will be Ji Shangnan dry down. Chapter 67, The Red Face. Although Gui Jiahua was not considered a martial arts expert, but that's also a serious lesson in Taekwondo. Boxing is at a semi-professional level, against a great master that can't be beaten. However, it was perfectly fine to deal with a few ordinary people or defend oneself. So when Gui Jiahua couldn't even capture Ji Shangnan's figure, and she made sure of it, his own master that must be the master of masters. This shocked Gui Jiahua, curious about Ji Shangnan's identity even more. Also more certain, this master of his own must be a marvelous and great man. Gui Jiahua thought as she did so. One side took a deep breath. Master is so powerful. You must serve him well in the future. Never let master down. Thinking about it like that, only then did Gui Jiahua gradually calm her inner shock. Then he returned his gaze to the copy of Peach Shadows in his hand. Not like most women. Most of the books that women like to read are the kind of books like Bully in Love with Absolutely Jing Me or Bully in Love with Fathead Me. There are even women who like to read the kind of Trump fell in love with me who worked as a janitor in the Black House. But Gui Jiahua loves to read traditional literature. This book in her hand, Peach Blossom Shadows, belongs to traditional literature. It's got a lot of ups and downs, twists and turns, and little bridges that clatter. It made Gui Jiahua, a yellow flower girl, look so horny. She learned many useful things from this book that she never got a chance to use. For these things, Ji Shangnan naturally didn't know. I'm afraid I'd be shocked if I knew. After all, Gui Jiahua looked like she was giving off a feeling of elegance and skillfulness. But in reality most women are quite contrarian, especially with glasses. But Ji Shangnan drove his car at this time and quickly returned to the rental house. When he arrived, Zhang Yisheng had not yet arrived, opened the door, and before he had time to sit down, Zhang Yisheng came on his hind feet. Whoa! You're so fast. As soon as Zhang Yisheng walked in and saw Ji Shangnan, she couldn't help but smile and jump into Ji Shangnan's arms. The little brain rubbed back and forth in Ji Shangnan's arms, like a clingy kitten. Ji Shangnan gently patted Zhang Yisheng's back. Laughing softly, he said, all right, hurry up and get your stuff and get going. In fact, at first, Ji Shangnan was prepared to take Zhang Yisheng's things along with him. Unfortunately, there is limited space for a 9-handed bully, and Ji Shangnan didn't know exactly what Zhang Yisheng wanted to bring, so simply forget it. Wait for Zhang Yisheng to clean up after herself. Zhang Qiansheng reluctantly left from Ji Shangnan's arms. That's when he started packing up his stuff. Good thing there isn't too much stuff. It didn't take long to clean up. It's all in the suitcase. It was still the same suitcase that he had just brought over when he arrived at Ji Shangnan's rental house. Finished? Ji Shangnan asked slowly as he glanced over. Aha! Zhang Yisheng nodded obediently. Let's go then. Ji Shangnan turned toward the door. Zhang Yisheng, men are big pigs. Didn't even say anything about helping me with my suitcase. The sullen Zhang Yisheng followed closely behind Ji Shangnan with her suitcase. However, he couldn't help but grab Ji Shangnan's hand. Ji Shangnan turned his head sideways and forced a smile. However, he did not shake off Zhang Yisheng's hand. Instead, he backhanded Zhang Yisheng's hand. Feeling Ji Shangnan holding his hand, the sulkiness of a moment ago instantly dissipated. The suitcase isn't heavy anyway. It's not like I'm a disabled person who can't take care of myself. Just take it yourself. It's not like it's a big deal. What does it matter? but Zhang Yishuang was thinking. Ji Shangnan, however, revealed a meaningful smile. Then he took that suitcase from the dumbfounded Zhang Yishuang, and no talking. Instead, he continued to hold Zhang Yishuang's suitcase in one hand. With one hand, Zhang Yishuang continued to walk towards her own 9 hands of domination. This little ninny. I don't carry her suitcase. She's alright? It's true. 18 is just great. It's going to be a different fairy, especially the kawaii Tyrannosaurus Rex kind. Even if you don't say so at the time, that's got to be a slam dunk in your mind. 2. Dumping you without warning one day, and then the seamlessness of it all. Bring this up again. Take it as one of the proofs of your mortal sin. Look at Zhang Yishuang. That's nothing at all. Didn't even help her carry her suitcase herself. She's all still giggly and happy and smiling. Sure enough, ugly people make a lot of noise. The uglier you are, the more things push. Walking while thinking. Without realizing it, I reached the car. Ji Shangnan put the box in the trunk. He then brought Zhang Yishuang and drove towards the outside of the neighborhood. Only Ji Shangnan's speed was slow. Looking in the rearview mirror at the old, shabby neighborhood he'd lived in for quite some time, Ji Shangnan still couldn't help the mixed feelings in his heart. I don't know if I'll ever see this old, shabby neighborhood again. After exiting the gate onto the main road, it took a moment for Ji Shangnan to put the thoughts in his head out of his mind. 1 foot on the gas. Speed up towards the villa. Way to the supermarket. He also took Zhang Qianxiang to buy quite a few ingredients. Parking was less than half an hour. It turned out to be a $30 parking fee. The current Ji Shangnan didn't care about the $30 though. Still, he couldn't help but bellyache in his heart. This are several times the average hourly wage in the country. Most people don't get paid enough in an hour to pay for an hour of parking. Finally back at the villa, Zhang Yishuang got out of the car. It was a shock straight away. Even though he had probably seen Ji Shangnan's current residence before coming, imagined it would be very luxurious. But at this point when you are in the moment yourself, Zhang Qianxiang was still stunned. It's better than seeing it through a cell phone camera. The shock is simply incomparable. Is this all true? I'll live here with you from now on, Zhang Yishuang asked in disbelief while exhaling with a huff and slapping her chest. Yes, Ji Shangnan nodded back. So you're so rich? Zhang Yishuang looked at Ji Shangnan with her eyes full of little stars, and deliberately pretended to be a small fortune hunter. A little money? Regret? Ji Shangnan asked with a deliberate smile. Not at all. Cootie. Only regret it. Zhang Yishuang said while smiling. I can't wait to be happy. Don't try to escape. I want to hug your thighs. It's not like you haven't hugged before. Ji Shangnan returned with a snarky face while walking towards the inside of the villa. Zhang Yishuang. A pretty face. Instantly a blush. Taking a few steps after him, he followed Ji Shangnan and headed inside as well. Along the way, Zhang Qianxiang was amazed at everything she saw. Until I saw Guijiawa. Chapter 68, World Records. Zhang Qianxiang suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at Guijiawa who was sitting on a garden bench and was quietly reading a book. Xiao Mei frowned. The little mouth couldn't help but deflate. Who is she? Why is she here? She's so pretty. And at that moment, Wei Jiawao also sensed that Ji Shangnan had returned. Hastily, he gathered up his book and stood up, bent down and bowed towards Ji Shangnan. Master, welcome home. Zhang Yishuang, who was originally in a state of confusion, after seeing this scene, even more clueless, Ji Shangnan nodded. Is the master hungry? And what would you like for dinner? Wei Jiawao smiled again and asked in a soft voice. Seems to realize something was missed. Added another. When do we start doing that? The words came out. Zhang Qianxiang's eyes instantly widened. So unavoidable already? Can't you see I'm still here? I'm such a big living man. And listening to Gui Jiahua address Ji Shangnan. Zhang Yishuang heart that is even more thoughts. Ji Shangnan is so good at playing? What does she call Ji Shangnan? Zhang Yishuang froze in place dumbfounded. The only thing left inside his mind was about Gui Jiahua's name for Ji Shangnan. It's as if there's a breath blocking his heart. It's like you can't get out anyhow. She had always called Ji Shangnan uncle. Originally, I thought this was intimate enough, but look at them again. So Ji Shangnan likes to play this kind of alphabet circles? Dumbfounded, Zhang Shifu Xiang jerked his head around, looking to his side. Ji Shangnan, the eyes were instantly moist. The aggravation was like a storm. Say it comes. Eyes are about to cry out. What's wrong with you? Ji Shangnan finally noticed something different about Zhang Yishuang, only to wonder why she was suddenly like this. Why are you crying for no reason? Did happiness come too suddenly? Slammed into such a big, luxurious villa. Too excited? Reach out. Rubbing Zhang Yishuang's little brain. Again, the look didn't seem to be caused by excitement. Then he looked at Gui Jiahua in front of him again. It finally dawned on me. This little girl, definitely thinking out of the box. Ji Shangnan sighed bitterly. Girl, Zhang Yishuang, I forgot to introduce you. Ji Shangnan looked at Zhang Yishuang who was on the verge of tears and was still holding on. Couldn't bear to tease her either. Her name is Gui Jiahua. She is the housekeeper of this villa. Zhang Yishuang. Butler? Then you didn't say so. harming people. Humph. After learning the identity of Gui Jiahua, Zhang Yixiang's pretty face was instantly red. Grabbing Ji Shangnan's sleeve, he wiped his tears away, and then it was like instant rain. Laughing, reaching out his hand towards Gui Jiahua. Hello. Gui Jiahua was only slightly surprised for a moment, and also extended her hand at once. Hello. The two men greeted each other briefly. Zhang Yixiang's emotions came and went quickly. Quickly smiling, she said again, "May I call you Sister Flora?" Gui Jiahua subconsciously looked at Ji Shangnan, seeing Ji Shangnan looking interested but not ready to speak. Only then did he smile and nod his head. Of course, Miss Shang can call it whatever she likes. Then you can call me Xiang from now on. I'm not used to calling Miss Zhang. It's too rusty. Zhang Yixiang smiled even more happily. Okay, Ms. Zhang. Gui Jiahua nodded with a smile once again. Only then did Ji Shangnan speak up. Alright, take the ingredients from the car to the kitchen. Then you two go and cook. Kind of hungry. Gui Jiahua, yes, master. Zhang Yixiang, I'll let you see my ladies cooking tonight. Watching the two men talk and laugh as they headed inside, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. The X that is the typical version of a T0 woman. Conservative bride price, open body, determination to marry high, independent spirit, dependent finances, free soul, random children. Before the unicorn showed up, Ji Shangnan had originally died of the idea of getting married and having children. Just a few short days now, you're already surrounded by beautiful women yourself, and take one out at random. Both can hang the X. That feeling, have to say, twice as cool. And until now, Ji Shangnan also had to face his heart squarely. For Zhang Yixiang, Ji Shangnan that was really moved and emotional. It's said to be fondness, but Ji Shangnan is more inclined to see color. Most importantly, Zhang Yixiang had absolutely no heart, no city. Zhang Yixiang followed himself. One's entire body is a nine-handed bully, as well as the $100,000 in cash that you get under the seat of a nine-handed bully. Zhang Yixiang's liking for herself that was something a blind man could feel. It seemed as if he had become her whole world. One thought. Ji Shangnan walked to the open area in the garden as he did so. I don't know what kind of hearty dinner they're planning to make though, but I'm sure it won't be done in a short time. So Ji Shangnan was going to use this time. Make yourself a little stronger. Misty punch or flip. Ji Shangnan had practiced it all many times earlier. It's very difficult to get another boost in a short period of time. So Ji Shangnan was ready to go in a different direction. Except for these anyway. Ji Shangnan also has some kind of high jump, long jump and so on. These should also increase speed. Ji Shangnan's goal right now then was only one. Speed, especially after experiencing the enhancements that come with a flip. For being able to practice lightness on his own, Ji Shangnan became even more certain. I just don't know about practicing to the end. Can one be like the masters in martial arts novels or not? Flying through the air, as light as a swallow, treading water without a trace. A side thought. Ji Shangnan moved himself around a bit as he did so, did a little prep work. It was only then that I thought back in detail in my mind. Read it earlier myself. Various details about athletics. After thinking back, Ji Shangnan also made sure of it. None of this stuff is really that difficult. Any able-bodied person can practice, only they don't have hang-ups. So it's just a matter of not being able to gain enhancements as quickly as you can. Retrieve stray thoughts. Ji Shangnan stood still, decided to try the standing long jump first. Swing your arms backward. The body was slightly bent. Then with a jerk he jumped forward. Immediately after, the body was like an arrow off the string, scampered away. Ji Shangnan looked back, not sure exactly how far it jumped, but visually there should be a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Watch this scene. Ji Shangnan was also a bit shocked to know the Olympic record. The standing long jump is also only 373 meters. You just jumped and broke the world record? And far behind the world champions. That's if someone else sees it. Mustn't drop your jaw. Even Ji Shangnan himself was a bit shocked. Chapter 69, so strong. But soon Ji Shangnan calmed down. After all, one's current physical strength was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary person. Going by so much of what I had practiced earlier, himself at this point in time, whether it be speed, or flexibility, or durability, or coordination, all far beyond professional level athletes. And this first time, Ji Shangnan didn't even use a few points of force, just a random jump. It turned out to be a straight-up world record breaker. Calmed himself, Ji Shangnan returned to his original position, jumped hard again. This time, Ji Shangnan no longer stopped, because Ji Shangnan wanted to know, how many times do I have to jump before I can get myself into that metaphysical state again? Can clearly notice that his body has gotten stronger. 10, 30, 100. When Ji Shangnan jumped to 100 times, finally, that kind of familiar, the feeling of total body relief came again, along with a shiver. Ji Shangnan once again fell into that mysterious feeling, a warm current in the dantian. It also traveled down the limbs again. Ji Shangnan could also finally feel it visibly. His own body produced changes visible to the naked eye. The whole thing seemed to float in the air, towards the clouds. Not only that, it was as if Ji Shangnan's body was out of control. Naturally, he started dancing again. If you look closely, it's obvious to see. At this moment, Ji Shangnan's movements were as standard as a professional athlete's. Not a single superfluous movement. Not only that, the distance after each jump was increasing with the naked eye. Before entering this state, Ji Shangnan jumped with all his might, probably at a distance of 5 meters out. But now, the distance has gradually increased for Ki to the south. It went from just over 5 meters to 6, and then from just over 6 to 7, until it finally stopped at a terrifying distance of just over 8 meters. Scary as hell. That's more than twice the world record. Standing jumps, more than 8 meters. What kind of concept is that? Even the world record for pole vaulting is only a little over 6 meters. When Ji Shangnan shivered again, after entering sage mode, and finally sobered up. Feel the change in yourself today. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but be shocked as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This randomly jumps so far. It's simply horrible as hell. I don't know if this counts as a lightweight category anymore. The only regret, that's the 9 styles of Wodong's spitting heart technique up to now. Although the inner strength keeps increasing, but I still don't know how to apply it. If this is applied, I'm afraid it's not even 10 meters. But even so, it's shocking enough already. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath, looked at the empty field in front of him, decided to try again when I was sober. So Litten, swing arm, bend over, jump. This instant, Ji Shangnan finally felt it clearly. How obvious the changes in your own body have become. The first thing is that you can basically be as light as a feather, and it seemed as if the binding of gravity on oneself was almost negligible the moment one jumped. The distance was still like 8 meters out. Looking this far away, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but take another deep breath. A great sense of excitement filled the heart. And that's just the standing jump. What if it's an assisted run? What if this is pole vaulting? That's going to fly? And he had only practiced cartwheels and standing jumps in sports. You know there's a lot of compartmentalization in sports, and running, and crank it up, and so on and so forth. If one can jump higher, that's totally in the realm of light kung fu. Nowadays, residential floors are basically around 3 meters. If you yourself can jump as high as 3 or 4 stories at once, how awesome would that be? Not counting the use of inner strength. No need for a running aid yet. No need to pick up the slack either. Just pure standing still. That's damn near like in a martial arts novel or movie or TV show. I've heard that Wudong has a light skill called vertical cloud ladder. After practicing, you can fly higher with your left foot on your right foot with infinite bug cards. Looks like a trip to Wudong is in order. But I've only practiced this little bit myself so far. It's that strong already. Ji Shangnan had been very relieved. Full stop. He hadn't been practicing for long in total himself, yet it's enough to surpass what ordinary people have accomplished in even a few decades. If given time, keep practicing on your own. How strong would that become? What a fast gun at 7 paces. A fast and accurate gun at 7 paces. I'm afraid it wouldn't hold up at all in Ji Shangnan's world. It's all pushing the limits of carbon-based organisms. You're telling me about physics? Science? This is metaphysics for me. One thought. Ji Shangnan looked in the direction of the kitchen as he did so. Still no sign of the 2 beautiful women calling themselves for dinner. So why not just try the high jump again? Thinking of this, Ji Shangnan didn't ink. Straight away, he began to crouch and leap violently. This one, after landing, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but sigh. Not as high as I thought it would be. And you can't just jump 3 or 4 stories that high. Ji Shangnan did some math. That jump was probably only about 3 meters. Although it also broke the world record outright. The current world record is just 2 meters 4.5 high. That's still with a running aid. The height that Ji Shangnan had casually jumped up was already enough to make people's jaws drop in shock. There was only a slight gap from Ji Shangnan's ideal height. Now if Ji Shangnan goes to the Olympics, I'm afraid I'm going to directly hang on to those professional level athletes. Not as good as expected though, but it also seems to have been far beyond ordinary. I just don't know about practicing a little more. After entering that metaphysical state, how high can it go? One thought. Ji Shangnan continued to jump up as he did so. With more and more jumps from Ki to Nan, the height is also gradually increasing. Ji Shangnan was completely tireless. It's like he's on a trampoline right now. It's just grass underfoot. That's if someone sees it. I'm afraid I'm going to be scared straight out of my mind. Is this still human? This has broken the inherent human perception. And I don't know how many jumps in total. Ji Shangnan didn't bother to count. Probably around 100 or so. Finally, Ji Shangnan once again entered that subtle state. A violent shiver ran through his body. The the warmth at the dantian struck again. The movement becomes more and more standardized and standardized. The height is also getting higher. At first it was more than 3 meters, and then it increased a little bit at the back. It eventually stopped at a terrifying height of almost 8 meters, and Ji Shangnan finally stopped, snapped out of that state. At this moment, once again, he felt the changes in his body carefully. Ji Shangnan froze directly in place. Chapter 70 Stewardship Information. Ji Shangnan froze in place with a face full of incredulity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's amazing that simple sports movements can bring about such powerful changes. And what if we practice track again? And Lu Xiang's hurdles? Will it also provide a huge boost? Look at it this way. I'm totally days away from learning lightness, even if it's not as sick as in the movies or novels, but it should also achieve the kind of effect I want. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Say it and do it. Ran straight around the garden. Only after running several laps, Ji Shangnan didn't feel any changes in his body. That's no change at all. Murphy can't? Or is that not enough distance? Seeing as how this thing hasn't changed much in a short period of time, Ji Shangnan had to stop. For looking at the time, Zhang Yishang and Guijiawa should be done soon. He himself just used this free time to practice casually. It's natural to dedicate time to it in the future. Practiced well again. Time is a little less of a factor right now. After stopping, Ji Shangnan's mind was once again involuntarily thinking of Lu Xian's hurdles. There's another one, flying gables. Ji Shangnan felt that he didn't necessarily have to follow Lu Xian's example. Just jumping over obstacles while running should work as well. That means the move only needs to be done to run as well. As for the remaining one, it's going to take some skill. Think about it. Ji Shangnan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the corridor on the other side of the garden. It's a long hallway, vintage style again, carved beams. Lu Xian's hurdles are less convenient at the moment, but the other one is easy. Even if there's no rock wall, the wall should be fine. Let's eat first, later. For now, let's consolidate what we just practiced. It's better to combine them. Ji Shangnan shrugged it off. You can't chew too much. Next, Ji Shangnan didn't do anything else. It was straightforward to start experimenting with the two together. Previously the standing long jump and the standing high jump were both about 8 meters. And now the assisted run. Ji Shangnan instantly broke the previous record again. Not only are they jumping farther, but they're jumping higher, even after Ji Shangnan landed back on the ground. Surprisingly, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of instability. It looks like you practiced flips or maze punches before. It also worked at this point. Watching a scene as horrible as this, Ji Shangnan assisted several more jumps in a row. Finally cut to the chase. What it means to be light as a feather. The feeling overwhelmed Ji Shangnan. Until Zhang Yishang made the meal and came to call Ji Shangnan for dinner. Look at the scene in front of you. Directly and completely froze. Wide-eyed. Can't believe it. The Qi Shangnan in front of him, running and jumping around. And every jump, it's all a dozen meters away. A dozen meters high. It even landed with a surprising amount of tattooing. Is this Earth? Is this human? I know he's physically fit, but how could you not expect it to be this good? Is this still human? This isn't going to be the lightness of being in a martial arts novel. I originally thought Ji Shangnan was just a super rich guy who pretended to be low-key and deliberately tested me, but I didn't expect Ji Shangnan to be a martial arts master. At this very moment, Zhang Yixiang's mind had long been filled with thoughts. It seems as one spends more time with Ji Shangnan, the more unbelievable things about Ji Shangnan are discovered, and in every case, it's a discovery that turns common perception on its head. I'm so lucky. I can't believe I got to be with someone as awesome as him. As Zhang Yixiang's thoughts flipped up, the heart is also involuntarily pressure multiplied up. In the past, I only thought that Ji Shangnan was just a little bit handsome. At most, he could tell a fortune or something. But over time, after Zhang Yishang sensed Ji Shangnan's increasing ability, she knew better than anyone. Such a man among men. Don't talk about her. Any woman is defenseless. He was afraid that he would have to face countless love rivals in the future. Was rambling on. Ji Shangnan over there also finally stopped. A little calming of the breath. That's when the figure shifted. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhang Yishang. You know Kung Fu. Looking at Ji Shangnan who landed in front of him, Zhang Yishang stammered and asked, "Well, a little bit, come to call me for dinner?" Ji Shangnan nodded and rubbed Zhang Shishang's little brain, smiling back. "You're really good at Kung Fu. Wow, you're awesome." Seeing Ji Shangnan nod his head, Zhang Yishang's eyes were instantly covered in little stars. Of course, Zhang Yishang had another idea in mind. That would be trying to get Ji Shangnan to teach her. It's just that it's not said out loud. Are you hungry? Eat first. Let you taste our handiwork. Zhang Yishang held Ji Shangnan's arm while walking towards the restaurant with him. Only just a few steps out, Ji Shangnan's cell phone suddenly rang. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment, pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. I found out that it was sent by Su Zishuai. Ji Shangnan picked up the video call that Su Zishuai had sent from Green Bubble. Key, on the screen, Su Zixuai immediately waved his hand to greet Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan nodded, and without any nonsense, opened the door and asked, "What are you going to do?" After discussing it, they still decided they wanted to see it for themselves. Speaking here, Su Zixuai paused for a moment. It seemed to be afraid that Ji Shangnan would misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, "Brother Ji, they are not questioning you, just wondering if it's true that telekinesis can spontaneously combust." Ji Shangnan shrugged indifferently, "Just keep your people indoors and be safe." Su Zixuai nodded heavily. "Okay, Brother Ji, okay, I'll stop by later when I have time." After Ji Shangnan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In fact, Ji Shangnan is now not confirming that the Rice brand first 7 cars will not be because he informed in advance. Then the spontaneous combustion thing wouldn't have happened. But it's all come down to this. One can only wait and see what happens. 2. Ji Shangnan put away his cell phone. Taking Zhang Yisheng with him, he continued to walk towards the restaurant. To the door of the restaurant, he saw Gui Jiahua walking out of the kitchen with dishes. Ji Shangnan's mind wandered. Moved here less than half a day ago. Had been busy with something else earlier. Rather, I forgot to check Gui Jiahua's personal information. Only know each other's names. Although Ji Shangnan didn't suspect that there was anything wrong with Gui Jiahua's identity. But still, I want to see the details of Gui Jiahua's situation. Think about it. Ji Shangnan didn't ink either. A direct movement of the mind. Instantly, he did not move and glanced at Gui Jiahua. Chapter 71 Verification. Only at this time Zhang Yisheng by his side, seeing Ji Shangnan's gaze lingering on Gui Jiahua for a moment, just can't help but pout. Men really are all big pigs. I didn't realize he liked this kind. Does that mean I have to call him master tonight too? Call it what you want. Should I go buy a maid's outfit later? For the thoughts in the heart of Zhang Yisheng beside him, Ji Shangnan didn't notice. With a thought in his head, personal information about Gui Jiahua appeared instantly. Name, Gui Jiahua. Age, 23. Occupation, exclusive housekeeper. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 93 points. Place of origin, Hohai City. Relationship status, unmarried. Single. Work, exclusive butler for luxury villas. Personal specialties, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, can be converted at any time. Financial management, can be converted at any time. And blowjob, can be converted at any time. Life changes, April 26, 2025, 7:30 a.m. His father was seriously ill and hospitalized, and on his way to the hospital by car, he met a round-faced microfat glasses man bumper to bumper on Changhua Avenue at the Nine Eyes Bridge. But because of the attention in the hospital, plus the whole Sichuan and Chongqing area, only Changhua Avenue is straight, so the car speed is extremely fast, so that the brakes are not timely, directly hit the round-faced microfat glasses man. After looking at the personal information about Gui Jiahua in front of him, Ji Shangnan was directly dumbfounded. Ever since the hangout, why are you like the ING Grim Reaper? See who's unlucky? The only exception to this is So Nim. Not only did nothing bad happen to Sun Yen, instead, it's all good things, but it looks like So Nim is more of a hang-up than he is. Ji Shangnan shook his head vigorously, looked at the time. April 26, 2025. Isn't this ING tomorrow? It is said that blessings come in 2s and 3s. It's a ING direct visualization at this moment. When a person is unlucky, it is true that even drinking cold water is stuffed with teeth. Gui Jiahua, this is too miserable. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Let yourself calm down. As for Gui Jiahua's little specialties, Ji Shangnan didn't see any of them. Naturally, you won't waste conversion points to convert. What's wrong with you? However, Zhang Yisheng, who was standing beside Ji Shangnan, but looking at Ji Shangnan who sighed, he finally couldn't help but ask, "It's okay." Ji Shangnan smiled and shook his head. Seeing that Ji Shangnan was unwilling to say anything, Zhang Qianxiang stopped pursuing the matter. The two men walked to the table. Sit down after. Ji Shangnan also told Gui Jiahua to sit down. Start eating, until a meal is finished. Gui Jiahua stood up and started to clean up the dishes, getting ready to go to the cleaners. Only then did Ji Shangnan call out to her, "That, and later, when you're done washing, you can go home and get some rest. Don't have to come to work tomorrow." When Ji Shangnan's words landed, Gui Jiahua instantly froze. Did I do something wrong? Displeased the boss? Is this to dismiss me? Trepidation instantly appeared on Gui Jiahua's face. It's hard to find work these days. It's especially hard to find a job that's so easy and pays so well. Not to mention the owner is so young and handsome. Thinking of this, Gui Jiahua instantly became anxious. After all, today was only really her first day on the job. No one's come to this villa before. Didn't realize that the first day was also the last day? Master, am I? Gui Jiahua sobbed as she spoke. You can just tell me what I'm doing wrong, and I'll change it. I will make my master happy. Master, you, Qi Shangnan. No, I don't mean what you think I mean. Didn't mean to not want you. I mean, you can rest tomorrow. Just think of it as a vacation. It's still early in the day, so you can go back when you're done washing. If it's not too late, I suggest taking your father to the hospital for a physical. Tomorrow is fine if you can't make it. Ji Shangnan's words landed. Wei Jiahua was even more confused. What does the boss mean by that? Why do you care about my father? Did he mean something by that? It wasn't just Gui Jiahua who was confused. Zhang Yisheng on one side also had a puzzled look on her face at this time. Only Gui Jiahua didn't dare to open her mouth to ask more questions. Zhang Qianxiang, however, couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, did you figure her father would be sick? Gui Jiahua didn't know what Ji Shangnan was capable of. However, Zhang Yisheng understood more or less everything. It was because of this ability of Ji Shangnan that they were together in the first place. At this moment, he heard Ji Shangnan's words. Zhang Qianxiang couldn't help but think about this. For Ji Shangnan to be accurate or not, others might question it, but Zhang Yishan would never question it. Even if the whole world doesn't trust Ji Shangnan, Zhang Yishan would also stand firmly by Ji Shangnan's side and believe in him. So after hearing Ji Shangnan's words, Zhang Yishang almost concluded, it must be that Ji Shangnan has calculated something. Wei Jiahua's father must have needed to go to the hospital for something. With Zhang Yishang's question, Ji Shangnan whirled around and nodded. It wasn't hidden either. Sort of an admission. Count on, master. You can still count this? Only Gui Jiahua was still looking at Ji Shangnan and then Zhang Yishan with a face of disbelief. Anyway, you're at my disposal. Ji Shangnan waved his hand. Going home later. Take your father to the hospital as soon as you can. It's okay to get up early tomorrow if you can't make it. Think of it as me giving you a vacation. Just take your father for a physical. Ji Shangnan said as he stood up. Don't want to waste too much time on this either. Girl, I'm going out on an errand. It's uncertain exactly when we'll be back. Stay at the villa by yourself later. A flash of loss passed through Zhang Shifted Xian's eyes, but thinking that the villa was so big and luxurious, I hadn't had a chance to take a proper tour, so another quick nod. Aha, then you try to come back early. Oh, I'm ready. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but blush prettily, realizing that there was still Gui Jiahua next to him. He swallowed hard. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. Probably could guess what the little girl was trying to say though. Just really not available right now. Rather looking forward to the evening. Ji Shangnan reached out and rubbed Zhang Yishang's small brain. That's when he got up and headed outside the villa, still driving his nine-handed bully. The destination was naturally Su Zishuai's place. After all, I've received so many favors from people. It's better to take some responsibility. And with Ji Shangnan's departure, inside the villa, Zhang Yishang and Gui Jiahua were instantly left as two big beauties. Zhang Yishang very actively began to help Gui Jiahua clean up. Chapter 72, Danger to Life. Zhang Yishang was in a good mood now. Ji Shangnan had told her before in the rental house, we'll take her with us when we move to a bigger house. Now it's kind of making good on a promise. Saw Ji Shangnan driving away. Zhang Yishang immediately smiled and said to Gui Jiahua, Hua, why don't you go home now? It's not much anyway. I'll do it. By the way, you remember to listen to him. Grab your father and take him to the hospital. He's really accurate. Gui Jiahua froze for a moment, but the hands didn't stop moving. It's okay, I'll go back when I'm done packing. Why the master suddenly said that, I don't understand though, but thinking about it, it seems like quite a while since I took my father for a physical. Wait for tomorrow, I'll take father to the hospital after sunrise. Gui Jiahua thought for a moment and returned. Zhang Yishang sniffed but remained persuasive. Since you were told to go as soon as possible, if you are free tonight then go tonight. It's late, it's only 6 or 7 o'clock. It shouldn't be too late. It was only then that Gui Jiahua realized that something was not quite right. Why did Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yishang both urge her so much to take her father to the hospital? Can you tell me why you all say that? Is something going to happen to my father? Seeing Gui Jiahua asking about it, Zhang Sheshan thought about it briefly. As Ji Shangnan's exclusive butler anyway, there will certainly be no shortage of time spent together in the future, so there's no point in hiding it. If I'm right, it would be that your father isn't well. Gui Jiahua was still puzzled as she asked. So, Master knows medical skills? But that's not right. I've only met Master for the first time today too, so my father should have never met the Master. How did the Master know that my father was not well? Seeing Gui Jiahua with a puzzled look on her face, Zhang Yishang sighed. You wouldn't necessarily believe me if I said it anyway. Just do what he says. It's not a bad thing to take your father to the hospital for a physical. Only then did Gui Jiahua nod her head and didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, she understands who she is. Since the owner of this villa told her to do so, then one should do as one is told. Besides, Zhang Yishang is right. Medical checkups are considered good for the elderly. It seemed to be a bit of a racket if he asked so exhaustively. Seeing that Gui Jiahua nodded her head, Zhang Yishang then stopped saying anything more. The two men began to clear the table. It's a good thing there are only 3 people eating, so the packing was quick. After finishing her work, Zhang Yishang had nothing to do, Once again, I opened the live feed that had been open for days, and Gui Jiahua went home after her busy schedule. As for the other side, Ji Shangnan drove his car directly towards the location where Su Zishuai had sent it, because of Ji Shangnan's reminder. So to be on the safe side, this time they didn't choose to charge the Ricehead 7 model at home. Instead, they chose a public charging station in the middle of nowhere. After Ji Shangnan arrived at the location, found a place to park the car, getting out of the car, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Su Zishuai. Qi Shangnan, are you guys there yet? Su Zishuai, brother Ji, we've arrived. The third charging post here in area B2. Ji Shangnan put away his cell phone, looked around. It was not long before we found out where they were. Sprinted over. Several people smiled and greeted Ji Shangnan. For his part, Ji Shangnan nodded in response, but the next second, a thought. Checked out a few people's personal information directly. Name, Su Zishuai. Age, 24. Height, 177 centimeters. Place of domicile, Hohai City. Occupation, unemployed. Affection, single. Personal specialties, driving a Ferrari with one hand, can be converted at any time, and swinging for the fences, can be converted at any time. Life turn, April 25, 2025. At 20:11 in the evening, hair was burned due to spontaneous combustion of the new energy electric car of the Rice brand Head 7 model. Looking at the personal information about Su Zishuai that surfaced in his mind, Ji Shangnan froze for a moment. This was the second time Ji Shangnan had checked personal information about Su Zishuai. It's basically the same as the first time, except for the last one. Originally, this matter was not related to Su Zishuai in any way. Li Linglan and the three of them were drinking and chatting at home. Su Zishuai was not present, but now it seems from this personal information, things have shifted, but only slightly surprised. Ji Shangnan then looked up the personal information of the few remaining people. Name, Yu Yun Shed. Age, 24. Height, 177 centimeters. Place of domicile, Hohai City. Life turn, April 25, 2025 at 20:11 in the evening. Due to the Rice brand Head 7 model new energy electric car spontaneous combustion, tried to extinguish the fire. Ineffective after shooting video uploaded to the network, and the Rice brand company rage. Rice brand company sued him for rumor mongering as well as affecting their own company's image. A claim for compensation of 5 million. Name, Li Linglan. Major change node, as above. Name, Cheng Walking Willow. Major change node, as above. After Ji Shangnan saw the personal information of these people, an involuntary tug at the corner of his mouth. This all changed. Surprisingly, it turned out that Su Zishuai, who was originally fine at all, became the only one who was injured. But the good news is that it only burned a little hair. No harm done. As for the other three, they would have originally died in Li Linglan's villa. It turned out to be because of Ji Shangnan's reminder. Run here to recharge your batteries. The people are fine, but it was sued by someone else's Rice brand company, though 5 million to a few of them. Not much money, but this ending, not bad for being way ahead of the game. We don't solve problems, we only solve the people who ask them. So it seems, because of his own insertion, there's a butterfly effect on the way the whole thing is going. The only thing to be thankful for is probably that none of these people's lives are in danger. Chapter 73, Close Surveillance. Ji Shangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth, then redrawing his thoughts back to reality, looked at the time. It's probably less than half an hour before this car spontaneously combusts. Ji Shangnan suddenly had a strange feeling, a distant second though not great. However, it is rare to hear of accidents of spontaneous combustion while charging. This can't be man-made, can it? Who's been tampering with this car? That's what caused the car to spontaneously combust while charging? Think of it this way. Ji Shangnan suddenly frowned, then greeted a few people. All went back to their cars and waited quietly. After all, it's only a $300,000 or so car. They don't care either. The change was just to verify that it would be like what Ji Shangnan said. It suddenly spontaneously combusted while charging. At this time for Ji Shangnan's arrangement. They don't understand though, but did as they were told. Ji Shangnan didn't explain anything too much. Instead, they sat back in their car after. Just start looking around. This place wasn't too far from Li Linglan's villa, because it's at a public charging station, so all around in addition to the other remoteness, there wasn't much else to build, plus the timing of this, so there's basically no one else either. Ji Shangnan thought as he did so, while looking around carefully. A short, fat, round-faced, bearded, spectacled man snapped into view. The short, chubby, round-faced, bearded glasses guy was catatonic behind a row of greenery. Instead, his eyes were staring at Li Linglan's Rice-branded Head 7 model electric car as if he were a thief. there was a loss in his eyes. At this time, the distance from Ji Shangnan and the girls was about 1 to 20 meters. Ji Shangnan was shocked in his heart. A direct intention. Checked out the other person's personal information. Name, Cheng Yi. Age, 31. Height, 171 centimeters. Domicile, Chuanyu City. Occupation, wanted man on the entire internet. Serial killer. Emotional status, queer. Also with a Chuanyu round-faced bearded glasses guy. Personal specialties, hiding, can be transformed at any time. Creating accidents, can be transformed at any time. Blowjobs, can be transformed at any time. Taekwondo, can be transformed at any time. Major turning point, April 25, 2025, 20:30 p.m. Tailed a beautiful single woman into an alleyway and brutally murdered her. Ji Shangnan looked at the other person's personal information, took a deep breath. Is that a ING profession? The most wanted man on the net? How long has this been a ING warrant? Serial killer? How many people have died at the hands of this bastard? No wonder Li Linglan's new energy vehicle spontaneously combusted. Not a technical failure type of reason. Did this guy do it on purpose? They're all wanted on the internet. How dare this bastard come out in the wind? Are you even going to tail someone else to continue the crime? Check out this one's personal specialty. What is this all about? Hiding? No wonder all wanted is still on the loose. Create an accident? Then he should be the one who did it. It's what led to the spontaneous combustion of Li Linglan's car. A blowjob? That seems like a specialty I've seen in a lot of people. It was the first time Qi Shangnan had seen this specialty in a man. This Ji Shangnan has already been a little intolerant of the specialty of blowjob. I just didn't realize that this guy knew Taekwondo. How awesome can he be at this size? But there is a great fat guy. The last name is Hung, and it's famous, and there's an illegitimate son, Van. Ji Shangnan was that emotional at this time. This would have been if he hadn't been alerted by his own sight. Then let everyone else go back to their cars just like they did, even if this one appeared in their sights bright and early. And no one's going to link this one to a serial killer, much less suspect that naturally this one has done the trick. Even this one looks at a glance. That's a typical Chuanyu man. Fat, round face, glasses, beard. These characteristics are simply the standard for men in Sichuan and Chongqing. Don't say it's not lethal to women. It's not like it kills men. Sure enough, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Ji Shangnan was sort of convinced at this point. The shape of this guy should be his biggest base for hiding. But Ji Shangnan quickly calmed down. It's good to have the conversion point delivered to your door. Ji Shangnan frowned at the other party. This kind of scum Ji Shangnan naturally would not be polite. It's a nice surprise to use it to brush up on system conversion points. By the way, it's still practical. See how strong you are now. This one is definitely not as weak as it seems. Otherwise it's unlikely that the Lotus murder case is still open. This bastard's ability should be above a few of Li Linglan's girls. I just don't know who's better compared to Zhang Jinyu. But Ji Shangnan wasn't afraid at all. After the last fight with Zhang Jinyu, he's gotten a lot stronger again in the past 2 days. I've just never been able to find the right people to practice it. Fighting with Zhang Jinyu again. Not to mention that people aren't stupid. Obviously you can't beat them and you're still here to get beat? And it doesn't make much sense. After all, people are police officers. One should still more or less keep one's hands to oneself. But face this scum. Ji Shangnan, that was no need to keep his hands at all. Ji Shangnan pulled his gaze back. Instead, they didn't immediately rush towards each other, just following each other's every move. As long as he doesn't leave now, Ji Shangnan is right here to keep an eye on it. Wanted to see what else this one was up to. After all, he himself appears here now. It was entirely for the purpose of touting for Li Linglan and a few others. Even Ji Shangnan thought, after this fat guy showed up, will the personal information of Li Linglan and a few others be refreshed again? But don't bother to read it. Anyway, hear yourself. That would be enough to ensure the safety of Li Linglan and the few of them. Ji Shangnan stared at the fat man while he did so, while continuing to survey the surrounding area. Only there were no more suspicious characters to be found. There are a few passing by now and then. Ji Shangnan checked the other person's personal information, except for the fact that it's a bit flowery to play. There's nothing different about it. The minutes ticked by. It was just Li Linglan and a few of them sitting in the car. But it was curious. Why hasn't it spontaneously combusted? Is it because of the change of venue? Or does it simply not spontaneously combust? Or maybe it's because G revealed it ahead of time. So there's been a change? Or maybe G is wrong? Several people were full of doubts. The mind is full of thoughts. And what they don't know is this. At this time inside a villa, there are 4 people sitting on the couch. All 4 were men in their early 50s. Each one was filled with an air of superiority, at least the air of pampering. Inside these 4, just one of them is Su Zishuai's old man. Father Su had a cigar in his hand. Only the eyes stayed fixed on the front of the living room, a huge 100-inch LCD screen. The picture in the screen was a little blurry, it's HD at best, and the content of the picture. Instead, it's a picture of the outside of the villa at the public charging post. This is obviously surveillance video. The center of the video. It is the new energy electric car of the Rice brand Head 7 model that Li Linglan bought. Not only that, even the image of Li Linglan and a few of them sitting in the car. It is also clearly visible. A few people were concentrating at this point, frowning. Stare at the security footage. Chapter 74, Unexpected Occurrences. It should be getting close to the point where Ji Shangnan says it's time. I still suspect that the young women were tricked by that Ji Shangnan kid. The person who opened his mouth was Li Linglan's father. At this point, his brow was furrowed and he took a hard drag on the cigar in his hand. The expression was complex, and it looked as if something was weighing heavily on his mind. Think of it as paying for a lesson. They're young, and after this, they won't be fooled later. The other middle-aged man flicked the cigar in his hand, also spoke up. This time it was Yu Yunping's father who spoke up. It's not all because of youth. Honestly, even for us, I'm afraid I'll catch on too. That boy did remind Handsome. Handsome did avoid a car accident, too. Also the piece of red jade dragon that Sun Yan bought from him. That's worth 20 small golds. I can look away, but can someone else, Sun Yan, look away? How can an ordinary person get something of the level of the Red Mountain Jade Dragon? For that matter, it can also prove that that kid does have a few tricks up his sleeve. The third old man spoke up. This time the one who opened his mouth was Chen Golu's father. Only unlike Li Linglan as well as Yu Yunshed's father, he still had some recognition for Ji Shangnan. Only Su Zishuai's father was eye to nose. Nose to mouth did not speak. These few people, even if they were placed in the Hohai city of inches of land, that's a heck of a lot richer. 2. Nowadays it's rare for 4 people to get together. All because of this. After all, those are your own sons and daughters. They naturally won't stand by when things go wrong. Originally for Father Su's suggestion, the other 3 old men were strongly against it. Finally, until a compromise was made. Take the car that was going to be charged at the private electric stake at the villa. Drive outside and charge at a public power station. The other 3 old men then agreed. Plus, Father Su took Ji Shangnan's business, what he knows. I told the other 3 old men everything, as well as Li Linglan. They had to insist. So this thing has evolved into what it is now. But even so, a couple of old men still aren't quite sure. In fact, a lot of manpower had already been arranged around the darkness just in case. These people are all in great shape, because they suspected as much. There's no way you can buy a new car and have it spontaneously combust for no reason. There was even a suspicion that this was not something Ji Shangnan had made up and directed himself, but to verify authenticity. So they're purposely not checking out where that car went wrong. Anyway, in the event of any suspicious characters, or anything occurs outside of the situation, then the people they've arranged in the dark will be the first to show up. Ensure the safety of Li Linglan and a few others. I still reserve my opinion. You guys are the ones who didn't come face to face with Ji Shangnan, so I can understand you guys being suspicious of him, but at least I still think that Ji Shangnan is not simple. It's people with real skills. The things he did, not to mention those juniors. I'm afraid that old guys like you and me will have to bow down. Finally, Father Su also spoke slowly. Out of the 4 people, there were 2 people who did trust Ji Shangnan for a while, even when it's time. We're so tight, caused that car not to spontaneously combust, or because of the appearance of Ji Shangnan, completely changed the course of things. Nothing happened in the end. I put up with it too, but things always need a rational explanation, don't they? It's so breezy right now. I'd like to see how the Ji Shangnan will explain later. Father-in-law looked at Father Su with interest. Speak again. Father Li also nodded. That's right. I'd like to know too. If nothing happens, so how will Qi Shangnan explain later? Is it to be said that it is because of his presence, causing the originally established trajectory to change, the butterfly effect? Although Father Su believed Ji Shangnan, and explain it again and again, but Li's father and father-in-law still don't believe Ji Shangnan. They didn't care about the little bit of money that Li Linglan and the others threw out only. At this point, it's just a matter of watching the show. So instead, he waited patiently for things to unfold, for Ji Shangnan to get the Red Mountain Jade Dragon, and Sun Yan exchanged the Marina Star for this thing. A few of them were in surprising agreement. That's really kind of what Ji Shangnan is capable of. Even a few of them are worth a lot of money these days for a long time. But he also thought that he didn't have the same skills as Ji Shangnan. A few people were discussing it as they went along. Time is also passing on one side. It was at this point in time from what Ji Shangnan had predicted. It's less than 5 minutes away, but all is calm. The new energy electric car with the Rice brand Head 7 model was also untouched. 4 old men sitting in the living room. Minds vary. Instead, his eyes were glued to the monitor screen without blinking, afraid of missing something. And just then, Parking lot entrance. A teenager who looked to be about 10 years old. It was a catfight under the lift bar and into the parking lot. Then he went straight towards the new energy vehicle of the Rice brand Head 7 model that Li Linglan had parked. A few steps and he was next to the car. Didn't wait for the crowd to come back to their senses. The teenager stopped right in front of the new energy vehicle with the Rice brand Head 7 model. Spinning around, he fished a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. Another lighter was pulled out. Looking around like a thief. That's when he slammed his lighter and started to light a cigarette. After the cigarette is lit, it was surprising that the teenager had no intention of leaving. Instead, he threw the lit lighter in his hand directly underneath the new energy vehicle with the Rice brand's first 7 models. This scene made Ji Shangnan look a little confused as well. I didn't realize there would be such an episode. Fruity. It seems one's guess was right. It's someone who's done it. Only at this point Ji Shangnan still couldn't figure it out. Why is this teenager doing this? Only didn't wait for that lighter to hit the ground. Inside the green belt of the parking space, a man in a green ghillie suit came barreling out. Bang! The man was extremely fast. Kicked that lighter at the same time. And the remaining momentum does not diminish. A direct kick sent the teenager to the ground. Ji Shangnan frowned. Others he doesn't know. But out comes this man. Not an ordinary person at first glance. The aura on the body is completely different. At a glance, you can tell it's someone who's been to war. A lot seems to be happening in this scene, but the back and forth was just a flash in the pan. It's just a blink of an eye. Obviously, this person should be the one that the 4 old men arranged in advance. The person responsible for protecting Li Linglan and the others now, from the moment that teenager appeared. And they've been paying attention. Chapter 75. ********. Something's really going to happen. With this scene, Li Linglan, Chang Golu, and Fatty who were sitting in the car could not sit still at this time. The fat man cursed directly. The car hasn't spontaneously combusted though, but at this point they can also be sure. That means something must have happened to them. Several people, including Ji Shangnan, stepped out of the car at this time. Only Li Linglan and the others at this time that were in fear of the aftermath. The eyes that looked toward Ji Shangnan were already filled with the celebration and gratitude of having survived the disaster. Without Ji Shangnan's prior warning, who the hell can defend against that? According to what Ji Shangnan said, everything if happening according to the original trajectory, then the 3 of them are bound to end up miserable. At this point that lighter was kicked off. The teenager was also kicked off. The course of things changed completely, and almost simultaneously. Several figures around the perimeter with ghillie suits on all of them have also come forward from their hiding places. A few steps away, straight away, the kicked teenager was under control. The one in the ghillie suit who took the lead was taking the ghillie suit off his body as he did so, while picking up the lighter he kicked away, then catapulted himself to the ground to look at the undercarriage of the car. When he stood up, he instantly had a stony look on his face. Someone tampered with the bottom of the car. There's gasoline. The words landed. The people present had a huge change of color. It wasn't just the people who were there. At this moment, even the few old men sitting in the villa had a huge change in their faces. Where did this little come from? How dare you strike at my son? How dare you even count on my daughter? Even if it's all parked in the parking lot, and they're not even letting up? Is this an attempt to give us a little shock? Or do you want to threaten us? So many cars in this parking lot. Obviously they are after our sons and daughters. These people have the nerve of a dog. How dare you find a little to do it? 4 old men in the villa. The look on his face was cloudy at this point, but it was also full of doubts. But the eyes were uncharacteristically filled with murderous intent. They are now surprisingly unified. That's the father. Someone is going to do it to their own child. It's no wonder they're so enraged. After all, according to the original direction, this time there were 4 of them in addition to Su Zishui. The remaining 3 could all have fires caused by spontaneous combustion in their vehicles, resulting in being burned alive in the villa. This matter must be investigated to the bottom. I'd like to see who's so bold, dared to lay hands on them, and straight to death. A couple of old men got to this point, had completely stopped suspecting Ji Shangnan. Instead, they all looked at Ji Shangnan inside the surveillance video with complicated eyes, just being an old fox, and yet it still feels a little too much. Could Ji Shangnan have made this up? Or is Ji Shangnan really capable of calculating these things to happen? If Ji Shangnan wrote and directed it, then I have to say that this Ji Shangnan has a lot of guts. If it was calculated by Ji Shangnan, then one had to admit that this Ji Shangnan was very capable. Got that kind of skill. Then it looks like we'll have to play nice with him from now on. A few old men looked at Ji Shangnan in the surveillance video. Minds vary. Then the faces looked at each other again. This incident reveals weirdness everywhere. Could it be that Ji Shangnan made it up and directed it? Father-in-law was the first to ask with a frown. Not quite. What's he after? Money? He's got the Marina star already. He's obviously not short of money. Why take such a risk with something like this? It's not like ancient times now, and if you do it seamlessly, then there will be a day when you'll be found out. So, I don't feel like it. When his father-in-law's words landed, Su's father directly shook his head and denied it. Cheng's father also followed suit and shook his head. I also don't think it looks like it. Ji Shangnan is not reasonable to do this. The loss does not outweigh the gain. Li's father took a deep breath. Since it's not, there's only one truth. That would be that all of this was indeed calculated in advance by Ji Shangnan. It's unbelievable, but it's the only thing that explains it. But if this is true, then I'm afraid that this Ji Shangnan's ability is even greater than we imagined. There's no evidence yet, and the story hasn't been cleared up yet. But anyway, if this matter was calculated by Ji Shangnan, then in the future, we have to go all out and make good relations with Ji Shangnan. If this matter was plotted by Ji Shangnan, then we don't need to say anything more. We will definitely make him pay. Father Su frowned. I still believe in Ji Shangnan. It's what he's counted on. Even if he didn't calculate it, he must have gotten the information about it by chance, and then only to speak up and warn. As Su's father's words landed, Li's father instantly brightened up. That's a much more reasonable argument. I'm also more inclined to believe that Ji Shangnan got the information about this incident by chance, and with a few old men in the villa talking. The kid at the scene who lit the cigarette had long since been held down and immobilized by a couple of guys in ghillie suits. Yu Yun Shed, on the other hand, was the first to head towards the kid, squatting down in front of the kid, his brow furrowed and his tone cold as he began to interrogate. Kid, do you know us? Why, if we hadn't known about it beforehand and ambushed it, are you going to go straight to Arashi's house and light that car on fire? Who told you to do that? Yu Yunpun's words landed. The kid actually grunted. With a fearless face, he looked at Yu Yun Shed. Don't even think about trying to get words out of me. I came out to be a gangster. I still know this rule. If you take someone else's money, you have to take care of things for them. It didn't work out and fell into your hands. And the old man admits it. Whether you kill or die, it's up to you. Don't be a ing grunt about it. I'm underage. What can you do to me? The kid's words landed. Those present were instantly confused. Are you sure this is 10? Why does that line sound like it's from a ing Redskins movie? Even this kid has moved the law. That's true these days. Women are version T0. This under 18 that's version T1A. He's been watching too many Red Sky movies, hasn't he? You can feel a strong middle-aged awe from a distance of 10 meters. Those present. You look at me, I look at you. There was an involuntary tug at the corners of their mouths. But in the end, it's Young. Though the lines were said with that groundswell, it's like he's going to graduate school. But a very important message was revealed nonetheless. This kid took someone else's money. Chapter 76, Brother Unicorn Upgrades. The few people in the room looked confused. I don't know how this little Yakuza can be so middle-aged, but at this point at least it was known that he was being paid after. Only then would you come to do such a thing. So the faces of several people instantly clouded over. Can't help but start thinking about it. Where the hell did he get his enemies? Just couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time. I don't think I've offended anyone. The faces couldn't help but sigh. A few people didn't expect it. Who would do that? So much so that once again his eyes fell on the little Yakuza. And almost simultaneously, Ji Shangnan, however, brightened up, because here comes the system reward. Originally he had 3 more conversion points. That's when 4 more conversion points were suddenly added. This was a bit of a surprise to Ji Shangnan. I didn't expect this one to directly reward 4 transformation points. It seems like it should be COZ Shui included. It was just then when I first met Li Linglan and the others. Ji Shangnan only checked the information of 3 people. Li Linglan, Cheng Walking Lu, and Yu Yun Pang, and didn't bother to check out Su Zishuai's personal information. So it wasn't certain if Su Zishuai had suffered any repercussions within this matter. At this point it seems, it was his own neglect. It looked like Su Zishuai was also affected. Ji Shangnan subconsciously looked at Su Zishuang, but the next second, it froze violently, because at this time, Ji Shangnan, the available conversion points have come to 7, and the system surprisingly prompted him to upgrade. Only 5 conversion points need to be consumed. The system will be able to welcome the upgrade. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's already so awesome. It's even upgraded? Isn't that even better? Ji Shangnan was completely stunned at this point. It's a damn shame that the people you meet have had bad blood luck. Otherwise, there was really no way for one to accumulate so many transformation points at once. Brother Unity hints that it can be upgraded. Only 5 transformation points need to be consumed. What kind of abilities do you add when you upgrade? Will there be no more restrictions on whether it's real or fake? As soon as I check it out with the tutelage, brother will give it to me, really? Like reading so many fake books before. Is it because the unicorn has limited functionality that it doesn't show that it can get stronger? That's pretty awesome. Ji Xiangnan's mind moved. One thought. Can't wait to just upgrade on the spot. The upgrades require a bit too many conversion points though. After the upgrade, one would instantly be left with only 2 conversion points. It also means he's going to lose 5 chances to transform someone else's specialty. But it doesn't seem like it's that hard to get conversion points. For example, the few people in front of him, Li Linglan, Ji Xiangnan got 4 straight away. Then the harvest, that's still a good investment. It's a good thing it wasn't used indiscriminately, otherwise it's not really enough for an upgrade. Or even if it happens to be just 5 conversion points, the system shouldn't be prompting for upgrades either, should it? Ji Xiangnan took a deep breath while doing so. No more ink on one side. Straight away, they chose to give Unicorn a big upgrade on the spot. As Ji Xiangnan's mind moved, the next moment the tiger shivered. A very subtle feeling instantly rose up. It's like this moment, his own perceptions were countless times stronger. Even with eyes closed, all of them can clearly perceive the situation around them. This is damn near the same as the so-called divine sense in immortal cultivation novels, isn't it? Ji Xiangnan was delighted in his heart, took another deep breath. Let yourself be calmed down. Only then did he turn his head to the middle-aged teenager who had been brought under control. This time, almost as soon as Ji Xiangnan's intention had risen, the personal message of that middle-aged teenager instantly came to mind. Name, Kumageko. Age, 12. Height, 155 centimeters. Place of domicile, Hohai City. Occupation, junior high school student, amateur killer. Emotional problems, crushes on little 2 young girls. Personal specialties, King of 100 stars, convertible. King of the exciting battlefield, convertible. Look at the personal information of the middle-aged teenager in front of you. Ji Xiangnan pulled the corner of his mouth somewhat breathlessly. This 12 years old can become a killer? Who do you have a bad crush on? Crush on a little girl? It's true that it's not a ING family. It's not a family. The post-tens can't even strain their romantic sensibilities. But the promised assassin only knows how to play games? Ji Xiangnan looked at the middle-aged teenager who was being controlled to death in front of him with a speechless face. For a moment he didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, Li Linglan took a deep breath toward the middle-aged boy, then squeezed out a harmless smile. How old are you, little friend? Is it worth risking so much for so little money? How much did he give you? Tell your sister and she'll give you double. How about my sister even buys you a Wallace for dinner? Li Linglan's words landed. That middle 2 teenager was the one who once again sneered. Cut. If you want to hurt me, just say so. And Wallace, dogs don't eat. You think I don't know? That stuff leaps and thins after you eat it. Cut the crap. Or you can kill me if you can. Or hurry up and let the old man go. I don't think you have the guts. I just dropped the lighter on the floor when my hand slipped. Who are you to arrest me? Be sensible and let the old man go. The middle-aged teenager's words landed. The few people from Yuyun shelter, however, had furrowed their brows. The fire instantly rubbed off as well. This oil and salt, this kid probably doesn't know the extent of rich people's tactics, does he? If you mess with a poor bastard, it was really a big deal. But are we ordinary people? It's young, after all. Think of the world as too simple. We have 9 ways to get you killed. 9. Any more? We're all super rich kids worth over $1 billion. 2. The assets of the family that is even more dozens of small goals to start with. It's already a blessing to the average person that we keep our peace and stay out of trouble. And your ING messing with us? What do you think we are? Hello boys? Do you really think there's nothing we can do about you? Shall we? You guys don't need to step in at all for this kind of thing, lest you get your hands dirty. Leave it to the professionals. I have 9 ways to get this kid to confess. 9. Just then, the first one to rush out and grab the middle-aged teenager, suddenly raising his head and opening his mouth, he said to Li Linglan's several people, "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." Li Linglan frowned slightly and stood up. Then he looked at Chen Walking Lu and Su Zixuan and the others. Several people nodded. The man saw Li Linglan nod their heads. It was only then that he waved toward the 4 corners of the room. A group of people then grabbed the middle-aged teenager. Just head straight for the outside of the parking lot. Soon drive away from the parking lot. Except the one that started out as a grabber didn't leave. Chapter 77, Serial Murderer. However, this man did not leave, but resolutely remained on the scene. He was like a silent statue, standing steadily behind Li Linglan, as if he was her most solid backing. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, always on high alert, not sparing any corner where danger might lurk. One must know that this man was no ordinary person. He was a professional bodyguard that Li Linglan's father had gone to great lengths to hire. To ensure his daughter's safety, Li's father has gone to great lengths to hire this experienced and athletic bodyguard. However, Li Linglan did not appreciate this. She was deeply annoyed by the presence of the bodyguard and felt it was a constraint on her personal freedom. Before that, she had even had several heated arguments with her father over the matter. In Li Linglan's opinion, nowadays it is a civilized society and the rule of law, so there is no need to worry about security. Moreover, among their group, Chang Walking Willow's physical skills could be considered outstanding, and with her around, there was absolutely no need to worry about safety. Nonetheless, the worry in Li's father's heart did not lessen by half. In the end, after some weighing, the father and daughter reached a compromise to let the bodyguard follow Li Linglan in the dark to ensure that she is safe and secure. But then again, this arrangement, encountering normal purposeful thugs, of course it won't go wrong. But meet the kind of middle-aged teenager you just met. That's kinda easy to ignore. Who would have thought that middle-aged teenager would do such a thing? If it wasn't for Ji Xiangnan's sudden appearance, I'm afraid that by now these few people would have long been burned to ashes by the blazing fire in the villa. However, it was due to Ji Xiangnan's timely arrival that they were spared. However, after this shocking incident, Li Linglan was afraid that she would no longer be able to refuse her father's good intentions. Not only Li Linglan, but I'm afraid that several other people would no longer be lucky and take their own safety lightly. Undoubtedly, security measures around them will surely increase dramatically to ensure that similar dangers never happen again. Brother Ji, I really have to thank you this time. When the group of people took away that middle-aged teenager, Yu Yunpeng was the first one to quickly walk towards Ji Xiangnan and thank him with a face full of sincerity. This time, his thanks were completely from the heart, without the slightest bit of hypocrisy or artifice. After all, among these few people, the one who trusted Ji Xiangnan the least was him. However, after this incident, his view of Ji Xiangnan had also changed radically. The shock in Yu Yunpeng's heart was like a rough sea wave that could not be calmed for a long time. His eyes widened, as if he wanted to etch everything in front of him into his mind. He was completely convinced and utterly convinced, as he had just experienced a frightening brush with death himself. Even now, his body was still shaking uncontrollably, a sign of afterthought. He had never imagined that he was so close to death, so close that just one more step and he could be gone from this world forever. Recalling the scene just now, Yu Yunpeng could not help but feel a chill surging up his spine. Despite Ji Xiangnan's reminder, several of them were in the car and were highly concentrated, keeping a silent eye on the parking lot. However, no matter what, they definitely did not expect that the person who struck out would be a middle-aged looking teenager. Yes, Li Linglan's voice suddenly came, pulling Yu Yunpeng back from his memories. He turned his head to look, only to see that Li Linglan had also returned to her senses and was walking quickly towards Ji Xiangnan. Brother Ji, I'm really grateful to you this time. Li Linglan walked up to Ji Xiangnan and said sincerely. However, unlike Yu Yunshed, Li Linglan's eyes seemed to have some other emotions mixed in besides gratitude. It was an indescribable feeling, like admiration, or heartfelt, or a mixture of both. You don't have to be so polite, everyone, Ji Xiangnan said with a smile on his face, his voice revealing a casualness and friendliness. Then he paused briefly before continuing. I didn't help you guys for nothing. Oh, didn't you all pay? There was a touch of humor in his words, which lightened up what had been a somewhat formal atmosphere. When the crowd heard Ji Xiangnan's words, they couldn't help but laugh and nodded in agreement. At this time, Ji Xiangnan looked at the time, then smiled and said, now that it's all done, I'll withdraw first. With that, he shrugged easily, seemingly unconcerned by it all. However, just as Ji Xiangnan was about to turn around and leave, Su Zishuai suddenly called out to him, Brother Ji, don't go. Su Zishuai's voice revealed a hint of eagerness as he walked quickly to Ji Xiangnan's side and continued, I'll make the arrangements for the evening. Let's go to the Marina Star to have a dash. Ji Xiangnan was obviously a bit surprised by Su Zishuai's invitation. He froze for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and said, it's too late. I still have other things I need to take care of. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Despite his euphemistic tone, his attitude was resolute. Seeing this, Su Zishuai could only sigh helplessly and said, all right, then Brother Ji, you pay attention to safety on the road. I'll be sure to treat you to a good meal sometime to show my appreciation. Ji Xiangnan smiled and nodded, waving his hand while walking straight towards the outside of the parking lot. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly caught Ji Xiangnan's eye. He fixed his eyes on it, and yes, it was the same fat man he had spotted at the beginning. At the moment, the fat man was walking towards the exit of the parking lot in a hurry, as if he had something urgent to do. Ji Xiangnan's heart couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness and excitement, because this fat guy, he's no ordinary guy. He's the serial killer who's got the police all over the net. Ever since learning the identity of this fat man, Ji Xiangnan had been secretly watching his every move. He knew how dangerous this murderer was, so he didn't dare to be careless, because Ji Xiangnan knew, soon the bastard will do it again. Would brutally kill a young flower girl inside an alleyway. Of course, the reason why Ji Xiangnan decided to take a shot, and a big part of it, it's for the system bonus conversion points. After all, the system was upgraded. Ji Xiangnan only has 2 conversion points left now, Just meddle in this matter yourself. Then you can get another conversion point. So after Ji Shangnan drove the car directly outside the parking lot, parked casually on the side of the road, then get out of the car, quietly following close behind the serial killer. Chapter 78. Just watching Ji Shangnan just leave, Li Linglan's few people, however, looked at each other in dismay. It was as if Ji Shangnan had surprised them once again, but actually inside, they didn't want Ji Shangnan to leave like that, especially after being certain that Ji Shangnan was a truly superior person. They also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, have another good bonding session with Ji Shangnan, and the events of earlier had left them in extreme aftermath now. They felt safe when Ji Shangnan was here. Now Ji Shangnan is gone, there goes the security. Originally, they had wanted Ji Shangnan to help them do some more math. It was only at this time that Ji Shangnan had gotten out of the car. Not too far, not too close, not too fast, not too slow, falling behind that serial killer. Ji Shangnan was a bit staggered. One did not learn a specialty about tracking, so he's not much of a stalker. But the other side killed so many people. It's still on the loose uncaught to this day. In theory it should have some counter-surveillance capabilities. However, Ji Shangnan's following behind him was not even the slightest bit aware of it. After that serial killer left the parking lot, fishing a packet of betel nut out of his pocket, he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed on it. A pair of triangular squinting eyes was however emitting a green light, recklessly surveying the passers-by. It doesn't look like a murderer with a lot of lives on his back who was wanted all over the internet in any way, except for the fact that the looks and the demeanor are a little bit obscene, not the slightest bit different from ordinary people, just walking down the street in a dignified manner. And the more Ji Shangnan looked at it, the more unbelievable it became. This has cameras everywhere. What's eye in the sky doing? When it comes down to it, you fall off the wagon? The last time I had dinner with a friend, that thief stole from the mayor's wife in the ING countryside, less than half an hour before and after. Then you can check it out through the eye of heaven. How come this eye in the sky is just like a decoration now? The Chuanyu one is called something like chasing the wind or something. He was slandered by two pussies on the subway who said he was filming himself, and then suffered great humiliation. Finally, it was proven that there was no sneak peek in the cell phone. The man asked the subway to pull the security camera footage. Turns out the subway said the security cameras were down. The men were locked up for so long. The girlfriend is gone. The job is gone too. It's almost as bad as losing your reputation, and then keep appealing. In the end the two pussies just said they were sorry and nothing happened. No one knew who those two pussies were until now. And the daughter of the president of 100 Poisons. People can open whoever's blind box they want, whenever they want, even when they're abroad. Information from your birth to your death. People say they can check it out. How did it get to this murderer? All these amazing skills just suddenly disappeared? What do you mean by far ahead? So that's what it's ing called being way ahead of the game. Ji Shangnan belabored in his heart while doing so, while continuing to follow that murderer. That murderer went slow at first, and it's all about choosing the kind of big roads to walk on, but not for long. The fat man suddenly spat out the betel nut in his mouth. A turn. It went inside an alleyway off the side of the road. Ji Shangnan frowned, quickly followed, just arrived at the mouth of the alley. Bang! A sound of breaking wind instantly struck. Ji Shangnan only saw a huge fist in front of him, striking hard towards his face. I'm afraid that this punch has done its best, and it was caught off guard. If it were not for the fact that Ji Shangnan has long been a different person, under this punch, Ji Shangnan was afraid that he would have to drink the Northwest on the spot. It was too late. Ji Shangnan frowned for a moment. As soon as that fist appeared, Ji Shangnan then instinctively crouched down. It was a good way to avoid the blow. And at this point, it was only then that Ji Shangnan had a chance to fix his eyes on it. This look, the man who had sneaked up on him was unmistakably the murderer he had been tracking. Only at this point the murderer had also fished out a large rubber mallet from somewhere. It's probably what this one has been carrying around with it all along. It's just that Ji Shangnan wasn't sure. This one carries this, whether it's for defense or because of some other bad taste, but at this point it was clearly used against himself. Seeing that his sneak attack was actually dodged by Ji Shangnan, this murderer Chan Yi was obviously a little surprised. Those triangular squinting eyes turned into a slit, without waiting for Ji Shangnan to speak, slamming up the big rubbery stick in his hand. Once again, it slammed down hard towards the top of Ji Shangnan's head, who was half crouching down. Only murderer Chan Yi had just lifted the big rubber stick in his hand. Ji Shangnan almost at the same time. Hands in fists. The misty fist is then cast directly towards the abdomen of the murderer Chan Yi. He slammed it hard. This one was completely unexpected by that murderer Chan Yi. Bang! A muffled sound. Both fists slammed heavily on that murderer Chang's stomach. The muffled sound came at the same time. The body of that murderer, Chang Yi, flew out directly backwards immediately afterward. It ended up hitting the wall of the alley behind him hard. It fell heavily to the ground again. That murderer Chang's face was reddening at this time. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were horrified. After falling to the ground, it curled up into a ball. Don't say get up. Even the slightest movement of a finger could be felt as a sharp pain in the heart. It was as if Ji Xiangnan's punch had directly dried and scrapped all of his internal organs. But in the end, it's a bit of a size advantage, because of the big belly. So after a short period of intense pain, plus, Ji Xiangnan did not use his full strength. So it's not fatal. If Ji Xiangnan uses his full strength, just this once, Chang Yi was afraid that he was about to go straight to Hades, only if it's not fatal. But at this moment Chang Yi looked at Ji Xiangnan's eyes, yet it was also filled with horror. Who are you? What are you following me for? Ji Xiangnan didn't ride the wave of victory. That Chang Yi eased up for a while, before slowly bracing himself. Looking at Ji Xiangnan, he forced himself to endure the severe pain and asked in a deep voice, Shang Yi, why do you think I'm following you? What have you done? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Ji Xiangnan leaned against the wall at the mouth of the alleyway with his arms wrapped around him. Squinting at Chang Yi, he asked in a cold voice. Only Ji Xiangnan's words landed. That Chang Yi's face changed violently. Who the hell are you? And who is Chang Yi? You're recognizing the wrong person. Ha! Ji Xiangnan sneered. Yes, that's not very good acting. Obviously not as good as your martial arts. Though your kung fu isn't great either. Ji Xiangnan seemed to come to a point of interest. All right, you like acting, don't you? Then I'll play with you for a while. I was walking along listening to a little song when suddenly someone just sneaked up on me from inside the alley. And now you want thieves to cry thief. Do you think this kind of person should be beaten? Ji Xiangnan was like a cat. Shang Yi, on the other hand, looks like a rat. Ji Xiangnan looked at Chang Yi with a playful expression, tightened his fists. There was an instant crackling sound, then hold out a finger, hooked toward Chang Yi. Chapter 79. At this moment, Chang Yi's face was pale. With a horrified face, he looked at Ji Xiangnan. Nature knows. This time he had kicked the bucket. The kid in front of him was afraid that he was the only expert he had ever seen in his life. He was afraid that he was not a match for the other party at all. And the other side, Ji Xiangnan's face was the opposite of his. It was called relaxing. Free sandbags. It doesn't have to be like fighting Zhang Jingyu. There's no psychological burden in fighting a serial killer like this. The only thing to worry about, that is, don't accidentally kill the bastard outright. Himself since he learned the Misty Fist. Haven't used it yet. One thought. Ji Xiangnan became even more excited. Wait for this one to come around. Struggling to get up from the floor. It looks like it's after regaining a bit of strength. Ji Xiangnan then didn't hesitate to charge towards the bastard again. Seeing Ji Xiangnan charging up again, Chang Yi's pupils instantly dilated. There was nothing for it but to lift the big rubber stick he was holding. Greeted. This time, however, Ji Xiangnan was clearly right in front of him, but let him swing the big rubber stick in his hand as much as he wanted. Just can't touch Ji Xiangnan's people. Didn't even touch the corner of his shirt. It was as if the Ji Xiangnan in front of him was a projection, pressing as if it were not physical. It clearly felt like the blow was bound to hit, but the next moment he realized he had hit the air. That was just a shadow left behind by Ji Xiangnan. Chang Yi didn't know why this was happening at first, but it soon became clear. Is this practicing with yourself across the room? The most infuriating thing is that even if it's already known, people are practicing on themselves, but it was not the least bit inviting. It's like playing with me like I'm a Ryan. Only what Process Wild didn't know was this. After Ji Xiangnan learned the Misty Fist, this is the first time it's been made. The minutes ticked by. By the time Chang Yi realized it, the rubber mallet swung in his hand was smoking. Neither of them were able to run into Ji Xiangnan. Instead, he was tired as a grandson himself, couldn't help but look even paler. In the end, it simply didn't bother to make a move. Since you're playing me for a fool, I won't play with you. And so it was. Chang Yi directly spread his legs and ran. Don't go. Ji Xiangnan looked at the serial killer who had scattered. Unable to help himself, he froze. I haven't had enough fun yet. What are you running for? It was only Chang Yi's feet that moved. The next moment Ji Xiangnan was back on his heels. The figure flickered, directly in front of Chang Yi. Didn't walk the dog for fun this time. A direct punch was thrown at Chang Yi. 200 pounds of fat. Once again, pathetic. With a muffled thud came, blown out by Ji Xiangnan's punch. It hit the wall hard, and then landed heavily on the ground. Obviously, this time Ji Xiangnan pushed harder, so much so that this Chang Yi started coughing up blood, froze and couldn't get up. Would have liked to play along. You had to run. What do you think you're running for? Spoil my fun. Had to force me to hit you, didn't I? Ji Xiangnan clapped his hands. With a displeased face, He looked at Chang Yi, who was writhing on the ground like a maggot, then averted his eyes. Straight away, he took out his cell phone. Dial a number. The call was made to the police. Naturally, a criminal case of this magnitude. This guy's got a lot of lives on his back. He can subdue him himself, but there was no full force to arrest him. So after Ji Xiangnan ate him over, straight away, he dialed Zhang Jinyu's number. Ji Xiangnan? The call was quickly answered. Only Zhang Jinyu on the other side of the phone was a bit puzzled. I don't know how Ji Xiangnan still called her at this late hour. Congratulations, Officer Chang. Ji Xiangnan snorted at the microphone. Ha, Zhang Jingyu was even more confused. Congratulate me on what? Ji Xiangnan also stopped babbling and directly explained. I've just caught a serial murderer at large who was wanted on the entire internet. Why don't you come over for a moment and arrest the person? What did you say? Zhang Jingyu was even more confused. The fugitive serial killer wanted on the internet? Zhang Jingyu's voice on the other side of the phone instantly became high. Chang Yi, you should be quite famous in your area, right? Ji Xiangnan said bluntly. Chang Yi? Zhang Jingyu's eyes popped out. You said you caught Chang Yi? Through the phone, Ji Xiangnan could feel Zhang Jingyu's shock on the other side. Yeah, are you sure? I'm sure as well as sure. Are you coming or not? I'll just call the police if you don't come. Come on. I'm the police. I'll be right over. Zhang Jingyu nodded repeatedly. You send me your location. Just stand there and don't move. Also, a word of advice. That Chang Yi is vicious and murderous, and he knows martial arts. So be careful. Ji Xiangnan squinted at Chang Yi, who was vicious and murderous in Zhang Jingyu's mouth. The bastard's still lying there twitching. Okay, I'll send you the location. So hurry over. Ji Xiangnan hung up the phone, then opened the green bubble, sent a locator message to Zhang Jingyu. That's when he repocketed his cell phone back inside his pocket. Then just stand at the mouth of the alley, lean against the wall, surveying Chang Yi, who had been twitching. At this moment, Chang Yi's expression was simply more painful than a pregnant woman in labor. Beads of sweat beaded on his face. One slid down his forehead. Every now and then a moan of pain came from his mouth. Let's not talk about committing murder again. It's doubtful he'll be able to get up off the ground in half an hour. Only looking at Ji Xiangnan's eyes, yet it was still filled with endless killing intent, as well as hatred, especially Ji Xiangnan, who had a look of contempt on his face at this time. It's close to being explicit. You are also too much of a loser. It's so unresistant. Down in a flash? Plus the phone call Ji Xiangnan had just made to Zhang Jinyu in front of him. There was no intention of lowering his voice at all. So the content of the two people's call Chang Yi that is also heard clearly. Officer Chang? Isn't that a ing obvious call to the police? No surprise there. Soon the police will be here, and he just needs to be caught. With the crimes he's committed, shooting him 10 times wouldn't be enough. He huffed and puffed under his breath as he did so, while trying to struggle to get up from the ground. Kill the Ji Xiangnan in front of you. But alas, a little movement, a sharp pain came from all over his body. It was only because Ji Xiangnan was merciful that he could still breathe. Don't waste your breath. Ji Xiangnan pulled at the corner of his mouth. While there's still time, why don't you start by telling me who you've killed? Honestly, you killed so many people, and still getting away with it. Skulking around out there with no fear at all. That's something I admire about you. Looking at Chang Yi's murderous gaze, Ji Xiangnan was completely unafraid. Instead, he took a few steps closer and asked with a smile. Chapter 80, Too Perverted. And at this time Chang Yi, eyeing Ji Xiangnan towards himself, an instant shiver of fear ran through his body. Inevitably, he grimaced in pain at the involvement of his injuries. I'm more curious, how did you see it? I've changed my face. How can you still recognize me? What the hell is your status? Don't tell me you're a cop. You wouldn't call the police if you were. How the hell did you know who I was? I didn't just change my face. I even became a different person. How in the world did you know with such certainty that I was Chang Yi? By this time, Chang Yi could obviously only concede the point. Although the shape can be changed, but the DNA can't be changed. Just get caught by the police and a casual DNA verification will identify him. And Ji Xiangnan didn't even give him a chance to weasel out. I knew it from the fact that Ji Xiangnan had struck out. The moment you follow yourself. Ji Xiangnan had recognized him. Ji Xiangnan raised an eyebrow. Laughing coldly, he said, "Oh, aren't you a bit unaware of the situation you're in right now? I'm the one asking you questions now. You're not qualified to ask me questions." Chang Yi sighed again. I can't beat you, but I can answer you. Unless you answer my questions, don't expect me to tell you anything. Ji Xiangnan laughed. Yes? Then lift your foot. Toward Chang Yi's wrist, he stepped down. Ah! Pig-killing screams instantly resounded inside the hutong. How could Chang Yi not expect that? One has already conceded defeat. All but admitted he couldn't beat him. How could he still do it to himself? Against a man who has nothing to fight for? What about modesty? What about the bottom line? What about morality? Where are the qualities? That's clearly supposed to be one's way of being in the world, isn't it? You used to like to abuse people like this before you killed them. Ha, I love to watch the pain and screams of the victims. The more the victim suffers, the more excited he gets. But how come it's your turn now? Talk. Get off me. I say. I'll say it all. Under great pain, Changya's hardness just now lasted less than 3 seconds. It went up in smoke in an instant. One side begged for mercy, while conceding the point, you better have questions. Ji Shangnan withdrew his foot, because next time I won't be so gentle. For this kind of serial killer, Ji Shangnan didn't have much sympathy, not to mention a violent beating, not to mention the abuse. Even if it's a straight-up cripple, Ji Shangnan wouldn't even have the slightest mental burden. So one shot, that's running to cripple the other guy, just a blink of an eye. Chang Ye's wrist was already fractured from his stomp. It's a wonder you don't beg for mercy. There's never been such a thing as a tough guy in this world, because the hardest place is often also the softest. Can get hard, that's because it's needed. Beads of sweat dripped from Chang Ye's head one after another. Why are you asking this if you're not a cop? Still, he took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't want to say it a second time. I'm the one asking you now. You're not qualified to ask me. If there is a next time, I'll make sure you break all 3 legs. Watching Ji Shangnan's gaze fall somewhere on his body, Chang Yi instantly shivered. Hurry up and concede again. Don't. I'll say it all. I'll say whatever you ask. Promise to know everything. Only then did Ji Shangnan nod in satisfaction. Start. I'm listening. Chang Yi didn't dare to have the slightest bit of sludge anymore. Straight away, he began to tell Ji Shangnan one by one, who and how have you killed yourself over the years? That's not hidden at all. After all, it looked like Ji Shangnan was simply more perverted than himself. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored, even if it is destined to be walled. We have to keep the body intact, don't we? In case he gives himself another broken foot, this being a ghost has to be inferior. Of course, in addition to this reason, there is a more important reason. That is, Chang Yi is indeed a psychopath. He likes to torture, abuse and kill people, but it's always a shame. There's no audience. So now after he learned of his impending arrest, solely let go completely. Think of Ji Shangnan as his audience. As he spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing with intent. The look on his face was all about showing off. It seemed to be telling Ji Shangnan, see how good I am. He kills people on pure whim, walking on the road, saw a good target to hit, just track it, looking for a suitable opportunity to get right down to it. There is absolutely no pattern to it, purely random. A city will usually only kill 1 or 2, to not get caught, and it's off to another city, to keep myself from getting caught. He even lets his weight go thin and fat at times, like when killing the last guy. He weighed less than 100 pounds, and now it has skyrocketed to over 200 pounds. It's obvious from this. How sick is this one? In order for your weight to change at any time, he'll even do whatever it takes. Going on medications that have a lot of side effects on your body. It's not just a change in body type, even the shape of the face changes dramatically. Sometimes they even go to plastic surgery hospitals for plastic surgery. Can get away with it so far? It was also his greatest pride. The more the bastard talked, the more excited he got. But the more Ji Shangnan heard, the angrier he became. If you can, he wanted to use this one to kill someone else right now. Bit by bit, I'm torturing this one to death. And at this point, it was only then that Ji Shangnan finally understood. Why did Unicorn label this one a pervert now? Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Let yourself be calmed down, because it's really hard to guarantee. Before Zhang Jinyu got here, wouldn't get this one dead myself. Just as Ji Shangnan took a deep breath, suddenly there were cheerful voices from outside the hutong. Someone's singing. It sounded like a lark. It was a casual shallow hum though, but it was incredibly moving. The voice came from far away. Eventually it quickly traveled from the mouth of the alley into the interior of the alley. Just this time of year, the voice, however, disappeared very abruptly, and almost simultaneously. Ji Shangnan frowned. Following the sound, he couldn't help but look toward the mouth of the alley. The first thing I saw was one in a school uniform. Very clean and pure-looking schoolgirl. It just doesn't look very old. Obviously still a student. Just straddling a bike at this point. Dumbfounded and unbelieving, he looked inside the alleyway, being directly frightened by the scene in front of him. It was as if he had lost his mind. Not a single movement. Chapter 81. Aren't you the bad guy? And at this point, inside the alley, Chang Yi was lying on the ground full of pain, with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ji Shangnan leaned against the wall, drenched in murderous intent. He stood beside Chang Yi. The scene, not to mention a mere schoolgirl, anyone who saw it, both would think that Ji Shangnan was committing murder. The schoolgirl's porcelain doll-like face, from the fear at the beginning, gradually it shifted to doubt, and then anger. Finally, the The schoolgirl gritted her teeth. It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Rushing inside the alleyway, Ji Shangnan drank loudly. Uncle, how can you hit someone? Is there any law? Is there any king's law? Qi Shangnan listened to the heckling of the schoolgirl. Ji Shangnan pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. I'm in my early ing 20s. How come this schoolgirl called herself that? Just like Zhang Yishan? That's not really the point. The point is, one does hit people So a speechless Ji Shangnan couldn't help but frown, glanced at the schoolgirl at the mouth of the alley. It's just so, the schoolgirl just couldn't help but swallow. The courage of a moment ago seemed to be disintegrating as fast as it had flown in that glance. Once again, a look of fear came over his face. Qi Shangnan, you were so brave just now, weren't you? How can you wimp out in the blink of an eye? Is this courage or cowardice? Just this dainty look, and you're learning from others who have done the right thing? I'm sure it's a hothouse flower. No social beatings. I don't know what sinister means, though Ji Shangnan was a bit speechless. But for such schoolgirls, Ji Shangnan naturally wouldn't really get serious. Being able to see what's right, this is already a fine quality that few people possess. Now everyone is sweeping the snow from their own doorsteps and not caring about the frost on others' roofs. Ji Shangnan tilted his head sideways. Curious, he looked twice more at the schoolgirl at the mouth of the alley. With a movement of the mind, personal information about this female student, it surfaced instantly. Name, Jiang Bojia. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Face value, 96 points. Place of domicile, Hohai City local. Occupation, art specialties. Emotional status, single, no relationship history. Personal specialties, music, convertible at any time. Dance, convertible at any time. Cycling, convertible at any time. Yoga, convertible at any time. Turning point in life. On the way home from studying at night, she encountered a psychopathic serial killer, but was saved by a nobleman who subdued the psychopathic murderer and turned her life around. Ji Shangnan looked at the personal information of the female student in front of him, unable to help himself. He froze. This face value, it's on par with Zhang Yishang, and by the looks of it, it's a little younger than Zhang Qianxiang, only she was a completely different style from Zhang Yishang. Zhang Yishang is that sweet style. The schoolgirl in front of me, however, carries a bit of Englishness. In fact, don't look at Zhang Yishang and the female student in front of you whose scores were not low, but that was with a veiled face. Dress up a little, even with a lighter makeup, not to say full marks, that would be at least a 99. A beauty of this caliber, even in movies and TV shows, it's all hard to see. More importantly, they're young, still innocent. Another meaning of simplicity that is stupidity. That is, it's a good lie. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. Good thing after becoming hung up on yourself. There's no shortage of beautiful women around that. Let's not talk about Zhang Yishang and Zhang Jingyu. It's Li Linglan and Cheng Walking Lu. That's definitely considered to be the premier extreme beauty as well. So Ji Shangnan was only slightly surprised. It quickly faded, turning curious about the rest of the information to come. I didn't think this schoolgirl would turn out well. It was supposed to be an encounter with a psychopathic serial killer. The last tragic death. It seems to be similar to what happened to Zhang Yishang. Ji Shangnan thought to himself, suddenly stunned, turning a bad day into a good one? Meet the man of honor who took out a serial killer? It can't be about me, can it? I'm the honorable man? And that sick serial killer. It can't be the same Chang Yi who was beaten up by himself, can it? As soon as Ji Shangnan thought of it, unable to help himself, he once again looked at Chang Yi, who was still lying on the ground unable to get up. If memory serves, follow Chang Yi yourself. One, because it was known that this one was a murderer wanted on the entire internet. The other is because this one is ready to strike again. And it's a schoolgirl who died at his hands this time. And it's just a brutal murder in the alley. Although there is some discrepancy in the timing. But the math should be about right for this point in time. If he hadn't beaten Chang Yi down in advance, then this Kongbujia just happened to pass by this alleyway after school. And then happened to meet Chang Yi again. So it's all going to play out. Can't be 100% sure though. Is he or she the nobleman of Kongbujia? But basically it should be 8 or 9. And at that moment, with Ji Shangnan's shock, Chang Yi, who was lying on the ground, also couldn't help but look toward the entrance of the alley. Straddling the bike, Kongbujia came. That look is as sick as it gets, if vision can eat people. I'm afraid that Zhang Bojia has already been eaten up by Chang Yi. See this scene. Ji Shangnan became even more certain. It seems that he is the nobleman of Zhang Bojia. If he hadn't shot himself, Zhang Bojia would have died at the hands of Chang Yi. One thought. Ji Shangnan became even angrier. Such a young future flower of the motherland. It's amazing that you can be destroyed by such sick scum. He was still light on his feet just now. Bang! Ji Shangnan said nothing. A direct and hard kick to the head of Chang Yi. Chang Yi's head crashed hard against the wall as he was kicked. He was blinded and dizzy. Let's not talk about going to see Kongbujia again. Except for the little stars at this point, he can't see anything. Wrapped up Chang Yi, Only then did Ji Shangnan turn his head. Once again, he looked at Zhang Guojia coming from the mouth of the alley. Then the expression did a 180-degree reversal. From looking angrily at Chang Yi, instantly changed to a gentle smile. The voice softened down to, "Little girl, try to take the main road home from school from now on. Don't go down this dark path. It's best to go home with your friends and not be left alone. It's so late. You could easily just run into a bad guy." Only Ji Shangnan that was simply a reminder out of kindness. Ginger Burgess. It fell on Zhang Guojia's ears. And yet the irony is beyond compare. Bad guys? Aren't you the bad guy? Is there anyone worse than you? It's okay for you to hit people. I saw it. How dare you get so annoyed that you continue to hit people in front of me, and now you're pretending to be nice to me? How do you expect me to trust you? Do people look stupid? Chapter 82. I'm not stupid, Zhang Guojia thought as he did so, while looking at the little cutie. The eyes looked at the amiable Ji Shangnan. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji Shangnan was indeed handsome beyond measure, Zhang Guojia was afraid that he would even call the police directly. That, aren't you the one bullying people? Facing Ji Shangnan's smile, Kang Guojia felt less afraid, pointing at being Ji Shangnan just now in front of her. Another kick to a now even louder screaming Chang Yi in pain. Again, timidly, Qi Shangnan took a deep breath, hand on forehead, had to explain it. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Ji Shangnan explained while looking at Chang Yi who was convulsing in pain on the ground. Couldn't resist another kick. Actually, he's the bad guy. It's a lot worse than you think. The fugitive serial killer wanted on the entire internet. Although you were brave enough to stop the bad behavior. But be more careful next time. Come on, it's late. Go home. If you don't go back, your parents will be worried. After Ji Shangnan patiently explained, he directly urged Zhang Guojia to go home. Wanted all over the net? Serial killing? A psychopathic murderer? Apparently these terms appear at the same time. It made the simple and kind Zhang Guojia instantly confused. Half-heartedly, he looked at Chang Yi, who was twitching on the ground and had been viciously kicked by Ji Shangnan. Another look at Ji Shangnan, who had a face that was harmlessly handsome and tragic. It was finally too much to resist. Again, he opened his mouth and asked, "That, did you call the police? Do the police know?" Kang Guojia asked as he did so. One side gulped afterward. I also don't know if it's Qi Shangnan who's afraid of hitting people. Still afraid of Chang Yi, who was lying on the ground in convulsions. She had been completely confused. I don't know if I should believe Ji Shangnan's words, so almost subconsciously it came out of my mouth. Ask Qi if he's called the police. Inside the only reading she had. Only the police can tell if someone is good or bad. Listening to Zhang Guojia's question, Ji Shangnan sighed again. Naturally, he knew what was in this little girl's heart. Mere, it's too simple. It's okay to meet yourself. Suppose we meet a really bad guy. As far as she's concerned right now, I'm afraid I'm destined to be killed and silenced. The police have been called and they should be here soon. Ji Shangnan once again patiently explained. Heard Ji Shangnan say that the police had been called and that they would be here soon. The fear in Zhang Guojia's heart was once again alleviated. Only she didn't wait for her to speak again. Ji Shangnan then said once again, "Alright, hurry up and go home. This is not a place you should stay." However, what made Ji Shangnan not expect anything, when this little girl sniffed, she actually instantly shook her little head like a rattle. "No, I'm going to wait for the police to arrive. If what you say is true, then he." Zhang Guojia pointed at Chang Yi, who was lying on the ground and still twitching. "He's horrible too. It's not safe for you to be alone. I'll stay here with you until the police come." It could also be one more person, couldn't it? Although Zhang Guojia's tone clearly carried a hint of trepidation, but the eyes that were unmistakably determined. It's the same as taking an oath when you first apply to join an organization. Qi Shangnan took a deep breath. And don't bother with the paranoid and somewhat bumbling Kang Boga. What one says is true anyway. There was no fear that this little girl would have to stay here and watch. Have yourself here. There was no need to worry about anything else happening to this little girl. And so it was. Ji Shangnan turned his head. Once again, he looked at Chang Yi who was in convulsions. As soon as I saw Chang Yi, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but feel a nameless fire rising in his heart. So involuntarily, he kicked hard again. One foot down. The muffled sound came at the same time. It was also accompanied by Chang Yi's pig-killing screams. Why are you hitting again? No more hitting. It's against the law to hit someone. Only as Chang Yi's pig-killing screams rang out. Hudong exits Zhang Guojia, but in once again huffed and puffed and began to scold and stop Ji Shangnan. Qi Shangnan, there is really no way to take this kind of simple as white paper little girl off. What should be said should not be said, but she just doesn't believe it. This quality is rare though, but if it stays that way, it must have hurt. Not every time can be so lucky. What a nice person to meet yourself. Next time if you do meet a bad guy, this is the paranoia of Zhang Guojia. I don't even want to think about how miserable it's going to be. Ji Xiangnan sighed, but as soon as he turned his head and saw Chang Yi twitching on the ground, the fire was like a dynamite packet meeting an erupting volcano. It's really hard to resist. Is this even a human being? This is simply. Ji Xiangnan lifted his foot again, but then let it go. That's just it. There's a guardian out there at the mouth of the alley. If I were to beat this one up again myself, the little girl would surely heckle herself again, though one doesn't care. Besides, all the questions that should be asked have been asked, and he answered them all. It's so bad too, just leave the rest to the police. Ji Xiangnan turned his head, no longer looking at the twitching Chang Yi on the ground, because he just couldn't control his anger. One more look and you'll explode. I'm afraid Zhang Jingyu hasn't come yet. He'll be able to beat this one to death alive. Retract your foot after. Out of the corner of his eye, he was seeing the big rubber stick that this dropped next to him. Ji Xiangnan picked it up with his foot. Easy to catch with your hands. Boredom whirled a few times. This thing is simply the go-to for brawls and fights, because the killing power is not high though, but it really hurts to hit someone. Ji Xiangnan hadn't fought with any weapons yet, at this point swinging the big rubber stick in his hand. Rather, I think it's quite easy to use. This thing smokes on other people. It can't be a piece of east or west, though, but it can definitely be bruised in purple. Just now this is hiding inside the alley, sneaking up on himself with this big rubber stick. It looked like he'd realized he was following him a long time ago. Just say it. Never learned tracking myself. How could someone like that not notice how crappy he was stalking? If he hadn't been alerted long ago, anticipated the opponent's prediction, it's really going to catch on. Just looking at Ji Xiangnan swinging that big rubber stick like nobody's business, Zhang Buojia at the mouth of the alleyway, however, couldn't help but be scared once again. Park the bike off to the side. Nervously, she gripped the straps of her duffel bag, and don't dare say anything more. The minutes ticked by. The one on the floor has also stopped twitching a long time ago. It looked like Ji Xiangnan didn't continue to beat him up. He'd come around and recovered a lot by this point. Chapter 83, Zhang Jinyu. It looks a lot better though, but it still didn't get up. It's not that you can't climb. Rather, they are afraid to get up. Not only are you afraid to get up, don't even dare to move much anymore. Ji Xiangnan's strikes were not light or heavy. That's even. The point is that Ji Xiangnan is temperamental. He said what he needed to say himself, and then nothing. The bastard didn't say a word. Give yourself a kick in the ass every now and then. Not to mention that the big rubber stick is now in Ji Xiangnan's hands. Not to mention the fact that he's now so badly injured himself. Even if you're not hurt at all, give yourself a machete. I'm afraid I can't beat this kid myself. Now Chang Yi. That was not even the slightest hint of wanting to with Ji Xiangnan, though he was well aware of it. Himself into the hands of the police. What awaits him is a firing squad. But at this moment he was surprisingly looking forward to the police coming sooner than Ji Xiangnan and Zhang Buojia at the mouth of the alley. At least it doesn't have to be abused in the hands of the police. Who knows when this kid is going to look at himself and beat himself up again. But Process Wild hadn't thought wrong. He really wasn't a match for Ji Xiangnan. Let's not talk about getting a machete. Even getting him a chainsaw wouldn't help. There may be that much chance of winning with the truth in hand. Ji Xiangnan had left a few moments of strength in his first strike though, but in fact Chang Yi was already injured at that time. Ji Xiangnan waited for him to climb to his feet. Pressing is not a dry run, just making a monkey out of him. It's just practicing. If he hadn't seen it, straight away, he spread his legs. Ji Xiangnan wouldn't even him over that fast. This is a downgrade. How else is this going to be resisted? Otherwise, replace it with any one of them, even if there is still a semblance of a chance of winning. Chang Yi all put up a fight. After all, if you don't fight for your life, you'll end up dead. But facing an opponent like Ji Xiangnan who completely crushed him, except for getting a humiliating thrashing, it's completely useless to fight for your life. Trying to slip away, hard fighting is not an option. That can only be outsmarted. Therefore Chang Yi was lying motionless on the ground though, but the mind had begun to come alive a long time ago, pondering how to escape the clutches of Ji Xiangnan. A temperamental fellow. Whenever you get the chance, one would have to flee. It's just building up stamina now. Imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. Ji Xiangnan didn't look at him anymore though, but just leaned that far into the alleyway. It's another dead end. Ji Xiangnan was swinging a big rubber mallet at the mouth of the alley. It was a lot of fun. Inside this narrow cul-de-sac, if you want to go out then you have to go through Ji Xiangnan. Before Chang Yi could find a chance to escape, the sound of police car sirens soon came from far and wide. Soon a police car pulled up at the mouth of the alley. Then the first time Zhang Jinyu stopped the car, he stepped down from the police car. Only the bruises on Zhang Jinyu's face still hadn't dissipated. What surprised Ji Xiangnan a bit was this. Zhang Jinyu was surprisingly still wearing professional clothes at this time, instead of civilian clothes. By all rights it should be long gone by this hour. I can't believe she drove up in a police car in her overalls. Zhang Jinyu who got out of the car, straight away, he walked towards Ji Xiangnan, to the mouth of the alley, looked inward, he saw Chang Yi, who was lying inside the hutong and didn't dare to move a bit. Zhang Jinyu pulled at the corner of his mouth. Don't even have to think about it to know what this one has been through. Zhang Jinyu turned his head. Again, he saw Kong Bojia, who had been standing at the mouth of the alley. Unable to help himself, he froze, because Kong Bokjia is so good-looking. Even Zhang Jinyu was a bit shocked at the ground. After being just slightly shocked at the amazing face value of this female student, Zhang Jinyu quickly landed his eyes on Ji Shangnan. That's that murderer Chang Yi, isn't it? Zhang Jinyu pointed to Chang Yi lying in the alley and looked at Ji Shangnan to ask. As he asked, he pulled out his cell phone. Straight away, he began to check the wanted notice about Chang Yi too. Seeing Ji Shangnan nodded, Zhang Jinyu didn't say a word. While holding his cell phone, he walked towards the inside of the alley. Then looking at the photo on the wanted notice in his cell phone, he started comparing it to Chang Yi on the ground. It's just so comparable. Zhang Jinyu then couldn't help but be confused. Is this a person? There's no resemblance whatsoever. He is. Ji Shangnan shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhang Jinyu, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and reconfirmed. Are you sure? This doesn't look a bit the same. At least twice as fat, though the face is swollen like a pig's head. But you can barely tell the faces aren't the same. Ji Shangnan shrugged again. Okay. He should have gained weight on some hormone-containing drugs. As for the shape of the face, it should have had plastic surgery. Ji Shangnan replied as he did so, while forcibly resisting the mood of wanting to get this dead. This to avoid arrest. That's really hard on yourself. Predictable. This is how sick it can get when it goes down on someone. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Shangnan is hungover, naturally, you will not recognize this real identity. This live one more day. Just one more chance of an innocent person dying a horrible death, though it looked pressurized and different from the one in the wanted poster. But Zhang Jinyu did not suspect Ji Shangnan. After all, Ji Shangnan's ability Zhang Jinyu had seen it before. Drawing at 20 at 3 is even. The rotting corpses can all be restored to your original looks. Ji Shangnan said yes, so that's basically it. Ha, even though you won't say it, I'd like to ask, how the hell did you know? And at this moment, hearing Zhang Jingyu's conversation with Ji Shangnan, Shang Yi, who was lying on the ground, but couldn't help but sneer and ask again. Asking, he also looked at Zhang Jinyu who was squatting beside him with his eyes filled with evil and unscrupulous. That look is as sick as it gets. It's the same way he looked at Zhang Bojia at the mouth of the alley at the beginning. Only now Ji Shangnan hadn't left. As much as he wanted to ravage the Zhang Jinyu in front of him and the Zhang Bojia at the mouth of the alley. And yet, it is known, as long as Ji Shangnan is here, then he has no chance of getting it. Only, tigers still have their naps. You're in no position to ask questions. Zhang Jinyu's embroidered eyebrows frowned, glaring at Chang Yi in disgust as she coldly rebuked. Don't say Zhang Jinyu is a cop, just a regular guy. For this kind of that is also absolutely not half good. If it weren't for the fact that you can't know the law, Zhang Jinyu is just like Ji Shangnan. All want to just get this. Hey, you smell so good. Pretty officer, do you think I'm intimidated? If that kid hadn't injured me, I really wanted to have a good time with you. Haven't talked to the likes of you. It's exciting to think about. Hey, Chapter 84, Splendid Credits. Meet the annoying ones. I haven't seen a person like Chang Yi who makes people feel disgusted even if they don't open their mouths. Not to mention he opened his mouth. If there wasn't still some work ethic in place, Zhang Jinyu was afraid to be like Ji Shangnan. Couldn't resist getting this up. Took a deep breath. Zhang Jinyu directly pulled out the handcuffs, then bent over in a crouch. Just get ready to cuff Chang Yi before you say anything. Yet just then, Shang Yi, who was originally lying motionless and miserable, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes, slamming his leg out, suddenly sitting up from the floor, took everyone by surprise. At the same time directly clenched his fist and fiercely towards Zhang Jinyu in front of him. A punch to the head is a smash. Ji Shangnan at the mouth of the alleyway frowned, trying to save the day but obviously too late. And Zhang Bojia at the mouth of the alley saw this scene. Straight away, his mouth opened wide in fear. Half the time he couldn't make a sound. Everyone thought Zhang Jinyu was going to be hit by this Chang Yi. However, at this time, the change started again. Just the moment Chang Yi rolled over and sat up, Zhang Jinyu's eyes flashed with an imperceptible witticism. Seeing that Chang Yi's fist was about to hit him, the strong winds from the fists were blowing hair up. However, Zhang Jinyu was suddenly jerking his head. He was able to avoid Chang Yi's sudden punch. Then without waiting for Chang Yi to react again, the elbow then slammed hard towards Chang Yi's chest area. Bang! A muffled sound came. Then Chang Yi's body was once again like a kite with broken strings. He was directly knocked backwards by Zhang Jinyu. Once again, It slammed hard against the wall. It hit the ground again with a dull thud. Shang Yi, who was already injured, getting hit with an elbow like that, he curled up into a ball of pain. Beans of sweat. It seeped out instantly like rain, and he hasn't looked back. Next, suddenly the pupils dilate. Just saw a fist, becoming bigger and bigger and bigger in his own eyes. Bang! It ended up hitting him hard on the side of the head. Didn't wait for any reaction from him. One foot came down toward his head again. Splat! Splat is a punch and kick. Don't say he's hurt, even if it didn't hurt. Running into this unrelenting beatdown, there was also absolutely any power to fight back. It was only a matter of moments. Zhang Yi would just have to enter the air. There's no out of breath anymore. And if Zhang Jingyu were not afraid of beating this to death, I'm afraid the pressure won't stop until the gas is almost out. Only then did Zhang Jingyu handcuff him. Look again at this point. This originally obese big face, that's even more swollen like a pig's head. I'm afraid his mom won't even recognize him. The mind went straight blank. I can't remember anything. There's only one feeling. That's pain. It hurts like a son of a. It hurts all over. It hurts everywhere. Zhang Jingyu, however, clapped his hands. The other charges are still pending. But right now, I have reason to give you an assault charge. How dare you even sneak up on a cop? I think you're really tired of living. Bah! And don't inquire who Auntie is. And just as Zhang Jingyu turned on Shang Yi, while switching from physical to mental attacks, Gollum, the sound of gagging rang out very abruptly. Ji Shangnan and Zhang Jingyu coincidentally and subconsciously looked at the sound. I only saw Kong Buojia standing at the mouth of the alley. At this moment, with a face of disbelief staring wide-eyed at Zhang Jingyu inside the alleyway. Obviously, she was startled by Zhang Jingyu's dry hands just now. It's a dead giveaway. This big sister who obviously looks so pretty. Not only are they so good at it, but they don't leave any stone unturned. Spicy enough, tough enough, fast enough. Qi Shangnan. There was a slight sigh, shifting his gaze from Kong Buojia to Zhang Jinyu. What just happened? Ji Shangnan naturally saw it all. Others don't know what Zhang Jinyu is capable of. Ji Shangnan was until the depths of Zhang Jinyu. Now it seems, Zhang Jinyu is just like yourself. As soon as I see that I can't help but want to violently beat it up, but then they get in the way of their status as police officers. It's inconvenient to just go right out and do it. That's why they deliberately pretended to handcuff that guy. Let that think that Zhang Jinyu didn't watch out. Organic. Lure that into making the first move. So that just fell for it. The moment he struck out, he was easily dodged by Zhang Jinyu, who had already taken precautions. And then there was the rightfully natural thrashing of that. After all, the charge of assaulting a police officer is flexible. It can be big or small, but Ji Shangnan didn't have a problem with that at all. Against Chang Yi kind of. A beating would be a bargain. Looks like you're going to have to come with me one more time. After storming that, Zhang Jingyu was obviously in a good mood. Both out of the blue, caught another wanted criminal all over the net. It's like killing two birds with one stone. So with a smile, he looked at Ji Shangnan, asked slowly. Ji Shangnan frowned. It was followed by a shake of the head. There was no return to Zhang Jinyu's words. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "Do you know why I'm calling you instead of the police?" Zhang Jinyu froze for a moment. Only after a moment did he ask with a puzzled face, "Why? Because we are old and close?" Qi Shangnan, that's easy for you to get the wrong idea. I called you instead of the police because I didn't want to trouble myself. I don't have anything to do with this. You found this thug and you subdued him. I just happened to walk by and see it. Go with you even. As for how you go back to some report, that's your business. Ji Shangnan shrugged as he spoke. Zhang Jingyu, however, looked at Ji Shangnan with some grudges. Another look at Ginger Buojia at the mouth of the alley. The heart couldn't help but bellyache. Scumbag, don't you obviously have a school girlfriend? You're going to go out and have a womanizing session? But the two have met several times though. But after all, the relationship really wasn't to the point of great familiarity either. Plus she's just a personal guess. Even if it's established that Ji Shangnan is a scumbag, that would only stand to be strongly condemned on a moral level. After all, it's not like scum are breaking the law. Except for these, Zhang Jingyu was still grateful to Ji Shangnan inwardly. After all, no matter what, this heaven-splitting credit was all considered a gift from Ji Shangnan to himself. Well, it's getting late, and you should have quite a bit to do when you get back. Looking at the tentatively cut off Ji Shangnan, Zhang Jingyu took another deep breath. On the surface it looks like Ji Shangnan is afraid of trouble. But isn't this actually a deliberate attempt to give credit where credit is due? After all, inside the police force, she wasn't the only one that Ji Shangnan knew. Even their director, Ji Shangnan, knows them. Thanks. One thought. Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but thank Ji Shangnan with a sincere face. Chapter 85, Heroes. Instead of choosing to call the police like most people, Ji Shangnan resolutely contacted Zhang Jingyu. There are two main reasons for this. For one thing, while calling the police is a common way of solving problems, it often leads to a lot of trouble. Now, for example, he didn't have to follow Zhang Jingyu back to the police station to take statements and a series of other tedious procedures. Moreover, the relationship between Ji Xiangnan and Zhang Jingyu was extraordinary, and could be described as an old acquaintance. Regarding Ji Xiangnan's strengths and weaknesses, Zhang Jingyu certainly knew much more than ordinary people, if not everything. Therefore, even if Zhang Jingyu saw it, Ji Xiangnan did not need to explain too much. Secondly, and this is the more important point, is for the system's rewards. Ji Xiangnan had just performed an upgrade on Unicorn, yet at this point, he had very few transformation points left in his hand. The only way to get another conversion point and see if there's still room for improvement in Unicorn is to keep going and doing things. And continuing to do things inevitably leads to dealing with the police. Therefore, Ji Xiangnan was in desperate need of a police officer with whom he had a good relationship, so that he could save himself a lot of trouble and tediousness in the future. In fact, Ji Xiangnan had known this point by heart for a long time. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, the jungle is about people. Today's Ji Xiangnan is very different from the past. He is no longer as poor as he was before. Now he does not lack money at all. However, what he lacked was not wealth, but connections and social resources. Therefore, when there was an opportunity to expand his network, Ji Xiangnan would naturally go all out and unreservedly strive for it. However, after hearing these words, Zhang Jingyu could not help but frown and said with a difficult expression on his face, "In that case, it wasn't that she didn't like this kind of huge credit for nothing, it was just that she wasn't the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. After all, no matter what, this murderer who had been on the run for many years and was wanted by the entire network was captured by Ji Xiangnan himself. And because of this, Changya's bounty has been climbing over the years. Today, that number is even longer than 7 figures, upwards of 2 million. Ji Xiangnan had not only surrendered such a huge credit to her, but at the same time, it was also equivalent to giving her this bounty of more than $2 million along with it. Don't think about it. Ji Xiangnan seemed to have read Zhang Jingyu's mind, and hurriedly consoled, "Officer Zhang, there is no need to say more words of gratitude. Right now, you only need to bring this and let him receive the punishment he deserves. This is the greatest gratitude for me." Zhang Jingyu's gaze was a bit complicated as he gazed at Ji Xiangnan, seemingly thinking about something. Finally, he took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind, then nodded heavily and said, "All right, if you insist, then do as you say." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Jingyu acted without hesitation. He effortlessly dragged Chang Yi, who looked like a dead dog, and threw him unceremoniously inside the police car. Immediately afterward, he quickly handcuffed Chang Yi to make sure he couldn't escape. Everything was done cleanly, and Zhang Jinyu didn't say another word. He pressed his foot on the gas and started the car. The wheels turned sharply, and the car sped away like an arrow off a string. From the time Zhang Jinyu arrived here until he drove away from here, during the entire process, he had merely taken a hasty glance at Zhang Guojia standing at the entrance of the alley. That glance, short and cold, didn't even say a word to Zhang Guojia, let alone say hello or let Zhang Guojia go back with him to record a statement. This practice is obviously not quite in line with the normal process of handling the case, but after all, it is in the face of Ji Xiangnan. Zhang Jingyu chose to turn a blind eye. It's a good thing Chang Yi is the culprit of a major, vicious case that's been wanted all over the internet for years, so whether or not there are any eyewitnesses doesn't really matter that much. As long as we go back and verify his DNA through advanced technological means, we will be able to determine his true identity, so that all problems will be solved. Zhang Jinyu came and went quickly. It's not a drag. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace from the eyes of Ji Xiangnan and Zhang Guojia, and it was only until this moment that Zhang Guojia looked as if he had finally put down a big stone in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. She gently slapped her hand against her chest, as if trying to calm the still violently beating heart. However, even though her body had gradually regained its calmness, more curiosity and doubt still showed in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Guojia's gaze followed Zhang Jingyu's police car closely until it completely disappeared at the end of her field of vision, and only then did she slowly retract her eyes and fall back on Ji Xiangnan. From the half-hearted and puzzled at the beginning to the slightly shy, full of admiration and an increasing curiosity, Zhang Guojia's state of mind had undergone a subtle change. Thinking back to the scene he had initially seen in the hudong, when Ji Xiangnan was viciously and violently beating Chang Yi, that ferocious look made Zhang Guojia couldn't help but feel intimidated. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that this Ji Xiangnan, who appeared to be quite human on the outside, must be an unapologetic villain who actually bullied others so ferociously. When he tried to stop him himself, unexpectedly, not only did he not feel the slightest bit guilty, but he argued forcefully that the one he had violently beaten up was the real bad guy. What's even more jaw-dropping is that he claimed that the man he brutally beat up was a fugitive murderer wanted on the entire internet. Zhang Guojia was naturally half believing this, After all, such a claim was just too unbelievable. However, with the sudden appearance and hasty departure of Zhang Jinyu, all is as if a mystery has been unraveled, and the truth is finally revealed. And this truth completely confirms what the man said before. By this time, Zhang Guojia could no longer harbor any doubts about this matter. She had to admit that she had indeed misjudged Ji Shangnan. It turns out that Ji Shangnan is not a bad person. On the contrary, he is a really good person, a big hero who sees justice. In the face of such a ferocious and inhumane man, Ji Shangnan was able to stand up to it without fear, and resolutely stood up to it, and started a one-sided crushing fight with it. He was alone, facing that endless darkness without flinching. How many people can have this kind of courage and determination? Without a doubt, Ji Shangnan is a well-deserved hero. If you can't even call such behavior a hero, then what else can deserve the title? Chapter 86. Wait a minute. When he thought that he had misunderstood Ji Shangnan earlier and impulsively questioned him, Zhang Guojia couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt welling up in his heart. The guilt was like a small snake that quietly wrapped itself around her heart, instantly complicating her otherwise relaxed and calm mood. Her thoughts couldn't help but stop, her mind replaying what had happened earlier over and over again, her insides filled with chagrin. She stood frozen in place, contemplating the situation for a moment, as if time had stood still in the moment. After a while, as if Zhang Guojia had finally made up her mind, she slowly took a deep breath, that slender neck slightly undulating, as if she wanted to spit out all the uneasiness and self-reproach that had piled up in her heart along with this breath. Her hands unconsciously squeezed the corners of her coat, her knuckles slightly white from the exertion. Then, she slowly raised her head, and with some hesitation and regret, her gaze landed on Ji Shangnan's body, only to see Ji Shangnan's open face, without the slightest bit of displeasure or complaint on his face. His eyes were calm and gentle, as if he didn't take what had just happened to heart. The moonlight poured over his slightly steely face, outlining the contours of his features and giving him a different kind of calm look. Zhang Guojia looked at Ji Shangnan, and the guilt in her heart grew stronger, like a balloon being constantly inflated, almost bursting her heart. Her lips trembled slightly as a strong urge to sincerely apologize to Ji Shangnan surged in her heart. "I'm sorry, uncle. I really shouldn't have misunderstood you," Zhang Guojia's voice whispered with a hint of obvious remorse. She looked straight into Ji Shangnan's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and guilt, hoping that she could convey her deepest apologies to Ji Shangnan through those eyes. Ji Shangnan first froze for a moment when he heard Zhang Guojia's words. His eyebrows rose slightly and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Then he gently waved his hand, a look of unconcern on his face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a gentle smile as he said, "There's no need to apologize. Any normal person who saw that scene just now would have misunderstood. It's only natural for you to think that way. After all, anyone who sees a person violently beating up another person will feel that the one who is beating up the other person is not quite right." After Zhang Guojia heard Ji Shangnan's explanation, the sense of guilt in her heart was slightly alleviated, but she still felt a bit overwhelmed when she looked at Ji Shangnan's sincere look. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and said softly, "But I did question you." Her voice trailed off, the apology on her face not diminishing, but rather becoming more pronounced because of her own entanglement. "It's fine." Ji Shangnan wore a smile on his face and gently waved his hand, the action natural and spontaneous, as if he wanted to wave away what had just happened like a fly. His voice was gentle and calm, like a breeze on a spring day, giving people a sense of reassurance. He then said, "It's all over, so hurry up and go home. It's so late, and it's unsafe for you to be a little girl out there." There was a hint of worry in his tone, and his gaze fell on Zhang Guojia, his eyes revealing concern for her safety as if she was his own relative. Speaking here, Ji Shangnan paused slightly, as if he suddenly remembered something important, and added, "By the way, although it's a good thing to see justice and stop bad behavior, don't be so reckless next time, in case I'm really a bad guy." His words were both an affirmation of Zhang Guojia's courageous behavior, with a hint of approval flickering in that gaze, and a concern for her safety, with eyes full of an elder's care for his juniors. Then, Ji Shangnan continued, "And even if you wanted to stop a violent act, then you shouldn't have been so foolish as to get in someone's face. You should find a safe place and choose to call the police." His voice was calm and strong, and every word seemed like a well-thought-out teaching, so that one couldn't help but feel that he was an experienced and well-considered man. Zhang Guojia at this time there is absolutely no disobedience, her heart only to Ji Shangnan's gratitude and trust. After determining that Ji Shangnan was a good person, she listened extraordinarily attentively to every word of good advice from Ji Shangnan, even more attentively than she did in class. Her eyes were fixed on Ji Shangnan, as if she was drawing valuable knowledge, afraid of missing a single word. It wasn't until Ji Shangnan had finished speaking that Zhang Guojia Bojia then nodded his head heavily like an obedient child in a well-behaved manner, his eyes firm and sincere. She pursed her lips, then said, "I'll remember, and I will definitely not be so reckless in the future." That voice was not loud, but it was full of determination, and had obviously taken Ji Shangnan's words deeply to heart. The corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly sighed in his heart. This is really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. How dare there be a next time? He shook his head helplessly, feeling that it would be futile for him to say anything more. As the saying goes, there is no point in saying more. As for what kind of things would happen to Zhang Bojia in the future, that no longer had anything to do with Ji Shangnan. His mission had been completed. The murderer Qian Yi had been handed over to Zhang Jinyu to deal with, and the matter of Li Linglan and the girls had finally been brought to a close. It had been a busy day for Ji Shangnan, but it was good that everything had been resolved. At the moment, he had only one strong thought in his mind: to get home quickly. After all, he had never stayed in that big, luxurious, single-family house before. With his busy schedule, he had longed for a cozy nest of his own, and now that dream is coming true. It was the first night of his stay, so how could he not be anxious to get right back out there and enjoy himself? That villa was a world of difference compared to the rental house he had lived in before. Like the gap between a mole cricket and a white moon. He thought of the small space, dim lights, and rickety furniture of the rental house, and then thought of the spacious and bright halls of the villa, the exquisite decorations, and the regal air emanating from every detail. A random bed in the villa was more expensive than the total cost of all the items in his rental house. To be honest, Ji Shangnan had never slept in such an expensive bed in all his life. He couldn't help but wonder what was so expensive about the bed. Shouldn't this be a good experience? Isn't the point of life to have a variety of experiences? As he walked, he fantasized in his mind about what it would be like to lie on that expensive bed. What marriage and children? That's just a lie made up by the people up there who are worried that there aren't enough cows and horses and leeks to go around. People who own billions of dollars naturally have huge properties to inherit, but your family has neither mines nor a throne waiting for you to inherit. So why bother having children? Don't you continue to be a cow or a horse when you're born? Ji Shangnan thought while his brows furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness towards life and thoughts about reality. Ji Shangnan thought about this while turning around and heading towards his car. Wait! Just as Ji Shangnan was about to walk to the car, Zhang Bojia behind him suddenly called out to Ji Shangnan. The sound was crisp and sharp, breaking the quiet of the night. Anything else? Ji Shangnan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhang Bojia. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he cocked his head slightly, somewhat confused as to what this little girl was up to. Chapter 87 Reward Arrival. Zhang Bojia's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her coat, and a blush suddenly rose on her fair cheeks. The summer evening breeze whipped by, but it couldn't douse the growing flame at the tip of her ear. She secretly raised her eyes to Ji Shangnan, who was standing 3 meters away. The man's upright figure was gilded by the setting sun, and the shallow scar at the back of his neck was hidden in the twilight. The realization made her breath catch and she jerked her head away, the scarlet color behind her ears spreading to her slender neck. She opened her mouth, her voice thin as a mosquito. His throat felt like it was stuffed with a ball of cotton, and he changed his airway 3 times in a row before he could barely squeeze out a few words. The night breeze curled around her flushed cheeks, scattering scattered whispers into the wind. Ji Shangnan raised his eyebrows in interest and stood under the streetlight with his arms folded. The dim glow of the light outlined the side of his well-defined face, and a hint of playfulness swept over the eyes behind the lenses. The dorky hairs on the top of the girl's head swayed gently with her movements, cute and clumsy like a cat with fried hair. I'd like to add my contact info with you. After a full half a minute, Zhang Bojia finally took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of determination to die. The moment those words left her mouth, her pupils suddenly dilated, as if she had startled herself. After saying that, he immediately covered his burning face and shrunk into a tiny ball, wishing to disappear in the same place. Is it good? The second half of the sentence trailed off softly and uncharacteristically. With a cry-like trill, Zhang Bojia secretly peeked between his fingers to see the other party's reaction, and after meeting a pair of smiling eyes, his entire face instantly reddened to the point of dripping blood. The look was as if the evening sun burning in the sky was inferior. Ji Shangnan watched as she violently crouched down with her head in her hands like a frightened bunny, and he couldn't suppress the curve of his mouth. The phone choked in his palm, and he actually developed a few moments of anticipation. This little girl was much cuter than when she had just punched someone at that time. The way she had dragged Cheng Ye's tie and kicked him to death. How had she ever seen this kind of shyness? In the awkward silence, Zhang Bojia surreptitiously raised his eyes and met the man's meaningful gaze. There was a hint of intrigue in that smile, as if to say, "Little liar." She instantly exploded. You don't misunderstand." The stuttered explanation instead revealed an even more flustered mind. Good. Ji Xiangnan deliberately dragged out his tone to tease her, his fingertips tapping out a regular sound on the QR code. He wanted to see how long the fried kitten could last. The streetlight stretched the young girl's shadow, her trembling fingers clenched her skirt, and even her breathing messed up her rhythm. Just as Ji Xiangnan was pondering whether or not to tease a bit more, a muffled mutter suddenly drifted above his head. "If you don't add it, I'm leaving." The trailing voice was as thin as a swimmer, clearly bluffing. Sure enough, the next second, the young girl jerked her head up to look directly at him, her eyes watering anxiously. "Good." This time Ji Xiangnan readily agreed. The remnants of the party's teasing of the little girl still lingered in his fingertips as he fished his cell phone out of his pocket. The moment the screen lit up, he unobtrusively shifted the QR code a few inches to the right. The girl-speaking posture was so obvious that he was too embarrassed to say no. Ginger Burgess practically swooped in to scan the QR code. The cell phone almost came off and smashed into the other person's face, and the way she fumbled to write it caused Ji Xiangnan to laugh out softly. When the green bubble beep sounded, she realized that she had gotten too close and took 2 panic steps back, her backside hitting the cold bars. "Okay, is everything okay?" Ji Xiangnan repossessed his cell phone, his tone returning to warmth. The moonlight rimmed him in silver, and the reflection of his lenses obscured his pupils from his emotions as he spoke. He stuck one hand in his pocket and pointed the other to the distance. "Hurry back, it's so late." Zhang Bojia tilted his head to listen to the chatter, but the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. Those words of concern were like a spring breeze blowing across a frozen lake, causing the ice to quietly melt somewhere in her heart. Taking advantage of the gap when Ji Xiangnan turned his head to get the key, she stood on her tiptoes and made a quick face. "I wouldn't worry about it," she muttered in an exasperated whisper, the warm touch of the QR code she'd scanned still lingering on her fingertips. Ji Xiangnan hooked his lips as if he was aware of it, not revealing her trick. As he restarted the engine, the young girl's frozen standing form was reflected in the rearview mirror. She was still looking at her back, the streetlight stretching the shadows and gradually shrinking them into a small dot. The man's eyebrows softened slightly, but he stepped on the gas a little harder. Zhang Bojia looked at the black sedan that went away, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the screen of his cell phone. The dialogue box was clean, with neither notes nor avatars, and she was suddenly a little annoyed at her earlier presumption. "I was about to put my phone away when a new message popped up. Say when you get home." This is immediately followed by the location sharing icon. Her eyes widened and her fingertips shook slightly at the top of the screen. The heart beat like a drum, even more violently than when he had just seen it. "The night wind blew the hair, but could not blow away the warmth that surged in my heart." Summer bugs hissed in the distance, and she sat on the curb steps hugging her knees like a child who'd been given candy but couldn't bring herself to eat it. Looking up in the direction Ji Xiangnan had left, the dim light stood out in the night. Thinking back to the way he looked when he saw Justice, Zhang Bojia suddenly reddened. At that time, he picked up the back of Cheng Ye's collar with one hand, and his movements were so crisp and clean that it looked like he was carrying a garbage bag. The dangerous aura that emanated from his body at that moment actually perfectly overlapped with the gentle commanding look at this moment. It was hard to say which side was more appealing, and perhaps it was the contrast that had messed with her mind. Under the streetlight, she quietly took out a small mirror to look at her face. The young girl in the mirror had scarlet cheeks and watery eyes, like a greedy cat caught after stealing candied fruit. Zhang Bojia violently covered the mirror, itching to bury his whole face in his knees. Those simple words were like magic, coloring the entire night pink. Zhang Bojia suddenly remembered something and quickly flipped through his address book. In the important contacts group, I solemnly typed in the words Ji Xiangnan and made a big red heart. Ji Xiangnan naturally didn't know that the little girl behind him had so many thoughts arising in her mind. After turning away, Ji Xiangnan then began to think about himself. "The main thing I did was check to see if the rewards from Unicorn had arrived." Watching the conversion points did increase. At this point it went from the original 2 points left to 4. Ji Xiangnan was a bit surprised. You can get a conversion point for making a move to catch Cheng Yi yourself. There's no doubt about it. But where did the other 2 points come from? Is it because of Kong Bok-ja? Or is it because of Zhang? I don't think I bothered to look at Zhang Yongyu's personal information just now. Does it mean something big is about to happen to Zhang Jianyu too? Chapter 88, Homecoming. Of course, this extra conversion point could have been brought about by Zhang Bojia. After all, several of these newly arrived conversion points did not come at the same time. If the system rewards arrived when Ji Xiangnan caught Cheng Yi, then by common sense, it should be Cheng Yi and Zhang Bojia's rewards that arrive together. However, this is not the case. This begs the question, Is it possible that the system has more complex rules for awarding rewards? What's more, this isn't the first time Ji Shangnan has changed the course of something. He had intervened in the course of events many times, but it had not affected only the person he had chosen in the first place. However, the previous system rewarded just the one he chose, and didn't give any more rewards additionally. What the hell is this about? Could it be that when Ji Shangnan chooses a person to change and then makes a second change to that person, it will affect another person and the system will re-give the reward for that? If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that one's speed of acquiring transformation points would be much simpler and swifter than one could imagine? After all, if you find the right time and target, you can get more conversion points by changing the fate of the same person multiple times. However, at the moment, all of this was still just Ji Shangnan's speculation, and there was no way to get confirmation. He could only mull over the possibility in his mind, expecting to find evidence in the future to verify the truth of this idea. What's more, Ji Shangnan violently remembered what happened to Li Linglan and the few of them, which instantly pulled his thoughts back to the scene at that time. As things stood at the time, this was the first time that Ji Shangnan was faced with the situation of choosing a group. And he didn't just choose the group, he changed the fate of the entire group. Even Ji Shangnan made a point of checking out the teenager who had used a lighter to try to set fire to the rice-branded Head 7 car. However, what confused him was that the transformation points rewarded by the system did not increase as a result of this action of his. At the thought of this, Ji Shangnan's heart was filled with doubt and incomprehension. He really couldn't figure out why this was the case. When he had done so much, he wasn't getting the rewards he deserved. However, Ji Shangnan soon realized that there were many things that if one could not figure them out, then one should not dwell on them for the time being. After all, the human mind was limited, and some questions might need time and more information to find answers. So he decided to put these unthinkable things aside for now, and go back to them later when he had time. Perhaps by that time, he will realize that he has forgotten the questions or will have new thoughts and understandings. That's just it. I can't figure it out. What the hell? More is better than less anyway, Ji Shangnan said to himself, as if comforting himself. Then he thought about the 4 extra transformation points he already had at the moment. These transformation points are very important to him because he can always transform them into his own abilities whenever he comes across the right personal strengths. Speaking of which, it seems like Suanen has the most personal specialties. Ji Shangnan couldn't help but think of Sun Yen, the one with many unique talents. Next time you have a chance to meet Suanen, make sure you convert a few over. Ji Shangnan secretly made up his mind, then shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of all these stray thoughts. At that moment, the thoughts in Ji Shangnan's mind were like a mess. He felt that no matter how much he went to think deeply about it, it would not help. So he simply stopped dwelling on those headache-inducing problems. He started the car, the engine emitting a low rumble as if it were a catharsis for his inner irritation. The car sped down the road to the villa like a wild horse out of control. Ji Shangnan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. The car's speed grew faster and faster, and the roadside scenery swept by in front of his eyes like lightning. When he finally arrived at the villa, the sight in front of him made him freeze in disbelief. Originally, he expected the villa to be dark and silent, but it was the complete opposite. The whole villa was lit up, and bright lights spilled through the windows into the yard, illuminating everything around them. Even the light at the door was on, as if welcoming him back. Ji Shangnan parked his car and slowly stepped out. Just as he walked to the door, his gaze was attracted by a figure in the courtyard. Zhang Yishan was sitting on a bench in the courtyard of the villa, drawing with full concentration. She had a cell phone stand beside her, and the screen on it was flickering faintly, so it was clear that she was in the middle of a live broadcast. Zhang Qianxian's expression was focused and serious, as if she was completely immersed in her own painting world. The brush in her hand danced across the canvas, each stroke looking so confident and fluid. Ji Shangnan stood there quietly, looking at Zhang Qianxian, the annoyance in his heart gradually soothed by her concentration. The corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he lifted his feet and walked towards the villa unhurriedly. Each step seemed extraordinarily light, as if he wasn't walking towards an ordinary building, but into a world full of fantastical colors. When he walked not far from Zhang Yishan, his gaze finally landed on the picture Zhang Yishan was drawing. In a flash of realization, the doubts in his mind were instantly cleared. As it turns out, the reason why Zhang Yishan chose to sit in the yard and paint was not without reason. What she was depicting was exactly the scene of this villa in front of her. Only, under her paintbrush, this villa became even more vivid and interesting, as there was an additional handsome and dashing handsome man in the picture. That handsome man, naturally, was Ji Shangnan himself. He stood in front of the villa, his posture erect, and the sunlight poured over him, outlining his slender figure Am I that handsome? Ji Shangnan walked behind Zhang Chenxiang and couldn't help but laugh softly as he looked at the contents of the drawing board. His voice was soft and low, with a hint of flirtation. It wasn't until Ji Shangnan's voice rang in her ears that Zhang Yishuang came back to her senses as if she had woken up from a dream. She turned her head violently, her gaze meeting Ji Shangnan's, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Not at all. You're much more handsome than I could ever draw you. Zhang Yishuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she said somewhat shyly, "You're finally back. I missed you so much." Zhang Yishuang's words were filled with longing and joy, as if she had been waiting for a long, long time. However, the moment Zhang Yishuang's words had just fallen, those Zhang Yishuang's fans in the live broadcast room instantly exploded like a powder keg that had been ignited. Both face and husband fans have been expressing their displeasure and surprise in the pop-ups. For a while, the pop-ups came like a tidal wave, and the text on the screen scrolled rapidly. Dazzling people. Chapter 89, A Tired Ox. At this very moment, watching the live broadcast screen, Zhang Yishuang fell headfirst into Ji Shangnan's arms. The pop-up screen in Zhang Chenxiang's live broadcast completely boiled over. Call the police. Someone is illegally selling dog food here. Is the anchor's camera stuck? Why did the picture suddenly turn pink? About the time my crush's anchor suddenly started a real-life relationship breeding thing. Sisters hit the bonbon on the public screen, crying and deleting. Any half-hearted hesitation on the part of this man is disrespectful to the Moon Lord. I just got kicked in the face when I came into the booth and it turned out to be dog food mixed with lemonade. Anchor, do you still remember Big Brother Punji from Daming Lake? Suggest access to Detective Conan BGM. There's been a murder here, I'm dead. Is it too late to order American takeout and get lemonade delivered? IP yellow and I'll nourish it. Nobody stops me from being sour. This is too beautiful to look at. Pulls out sunglasses and puts them on. Rebirth of me as a gherkin on the air opens today. Draw your sword lover. My Lolita 40-meter blade allows you to run 39 meters first. Suggest that the anchor start a jealousy crowdfunding campaign and I'll pay for the man to be sent to Ninguda. Suddenly I understand King Joe. Who can stand it? Are there any sister groups going to kill fish at RTD? My knife is suddenly sharp. Press F to enter the tank, referring to my acid to bloated bulk. I just went to the temple to ask for a sign, and the master who interpreted the sign said that I am lacking in virtue in my destiny, the virtue of lacking a female anchor. Suddenly received an S alert from the Bachelor Dogs Protection Association. Civilian, heard someone needed me? I rolled myself over here with a steel seal. The people in the live room were instantly nonplussed. The pop-ups are all over the place. Some people wish Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yishuang 100 years of good luck. Love is stronger than gold. And grow old together. There were also those who were envious and jealous and said that they wanted to find Ji Shangnan to fight to the death. Of course, more than a few were watching in disguise. Ji Shangnan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the pop-ups in the live stream. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Alright, remember to message me next time you miss me. I'm not home yet? Good girl, get off the air and let's go to bed. Ji Shangnan patted Zhang Yishuang's small brain in his arms and said softly once again, all at your service. Zhang Yishuang's pretty face was scarlet, and her brain rubbed against Ji Shangnan's arms for a while before she left Ji Shangnan's arms. Then he turned his head and waved his hand to the audience in the broadcast room, indicating that he was going off the air to go to bed. Just seeing the scene, the viewers in the live room couldn't help themselves at all. Just now there was a part of the people who were blessing, a part of the people who were envious and jealous, and a part of the people who were eating. At this moment, almost everyone was becoming envious and jealous. This wave is called Bully President. List one's hand speed and swiping rockets can't keep up with the speed of the off-air broadcast. Suggest opening a pay-per-view lulling session. I'll sell a kidney to support you. Removes respirator. Anchor, don't go. I'm going to go and weld the civil office to your bed overnight. Just pulled out my insulin and it went black. Is this a human officer? Sisters, take a screenshot. It's the archaeological site of the love scam. Is it too late to go to Lanshan to learn excavator to dig through this wall of love? On the matter of the anchor's goodnight being said to someone alone sour to the point of distortion. JPG. Anchor, are you asleep? I'm too sort asleep. Turns on electronic woodchuck and knocks furiously. This guy is definitely behind the screen then yeah. Report live streaming for single animal abuse. Coming off the air too quickly like the power outage in the dorm the night EDG won the championship caught off guard. Am I some kind of a? Why did you murder me twice with dog food? This wave? This wave is the enemy crystal directly in your face to open up. Throw out the mask of pain. It is recommended that all rise. Give a salute to the tears of Brother Pung too. Just put the fish-killing knife down. And the merit is minus 10,086 again. Tonight we're all crows on the street lamps, too sour to open our eyes. The immortal cultivation party is shaking with rage. Where's the promised liver to the ferrying stage together? I'll take this man's efforts as a given if he says, I'm tired. I order you to publish a book immediately. The 1,000 Ways to Tame an Arrogant Anchor. The laborers are still working overtime, and the capitalists are already putting their wives to bed, slamming the keyboard. Cowboys and weavers in a long-distance relationship at least have a live room. Hello. Smashes keyboard angrily. Zhang Yisheng announced that she was going off the air and was going to listen to Ji Shangnan and go to sleep, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to go completely crazy. The pop-ups were even more varied and reckless. In the past, Zhang Yisheng was not diligent in live broadcasting though, but well, it's on the air 2 or 3 times a week. But since Ji Shangnan appeared, Zhang Yisheng that is 3 days to fish and 2 days to sunbathe, only to be confronted with pop-ups from the live audience. Zhang Yisheng, however, directly chose to ignore it. After dropping the sentence, backhandedly shut down the live stream. Watching Zhang Yisheng go off the air, Ji Shangnan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but reach out and rub Zhang Yisheng's small brain once again. Zhang Yisheng was like a clingy kitten, very enjoyable. Taking the initiative, he rubbed against the palm of Ji Shangnan's hand. The heart is even happier, the more intimate the demeanor between Ji Shangnan and her became. In Zhang Yisheng's opinion, the closer the two are. The two men didn't even bother to pack up their drawing boards. Ji Shangnan directly stopped and picked up Zhang Yisheng. Just like the first time I met Zhang Qianxiang, only the first time I met Zhang Yisheng, it's holding Zhang Yisheng across the street. Instead, this time it was carrying Zhang Yisheng towards the inside of the bedroom. Day 2. It's just dawn. Ji Shangnan was then awakened by a pungent aroma. Open your eyes. He was alone in the bedroom. The only proof of last night is a pile of paper balls on the floor. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. The scent grew stronger. Obviously, it was Zhang Qianxiang who got up early to make breakfast. The scent is that of breakfast food. Ji Shangnan thought as he sat up from inside the comforter, moved his limbs, fought through the night. Surprisingly, he didn't feel tired at all. Is this the hang-up? Sure is strong enough, but Ji Shangnan was a bit surprised. Zhang Yisheng didn't seem to feel tired either. Is it because she's young? The body was already in good shape? Or is it because, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a plowed field, only tired oxen? Chapter 90. It's the weekend. Ji Shangnan shook his head vigorously, trying to clear it. He quickly got up from the bed and put on the clothes that had been thrown all over the floor last night. Then he went into the bathroom, as usual, and began to wash up. After washing up, Ji Shangnan felt refreshed as he walked towards the villa's dining room with a brisk pace. The dining room and the kitchen were right next to each other, and when Ji Shangnan walked into the dining room, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Qianxiang, who was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. What surprised Ji Shangnan was that Zhang Yisheng had prepared such a sumptuous breakfast for him, and there was even a stew. He couldn't help but wonder how Zhang Yisheng could be so attentive to a simple breakfast. Perhaps hearing Ji Shangnan's footsteps, Zhang Yisheng suddenly and playfully turned back and greeted Ji Shangnan with a smile. Woke up. The corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth rose into a bright smile before he nodded and walked quickly towards the kitchen. You're up so early. Did you get any sleep last night? Ji Shangnan walked behind Zhang Yisheng and asked gently, at the same time stretching out his hands and gently encircling Zhang Yisheng's slender willow waist. Zhang Yisheng called out. Her body trembled slightly, and pouted. Stop it. I'm cooking. Ji Shangnan took a deep breath. The air was filled with the aroma of the meal, intertwined with the faint body odor of Zhang Yisheng's body, making him feel immensely satisfied. Thought I'd feed you when you woke up. Ji Shangnan placed his chin on Zhang Shifeng's skull. What if you can't feed them? When Zhang Yisheng thought of last night, her pretty face instantly turned scarlet. So much, it should be able to feed. Alright, you go sit over there first, you can eat soon. Oh. Zhang Yisheng's mind was almost gone from cooking. Only then did Ji Shangnan let go of Zhang Yisheng. If you do this every day, what if I get mouthy later? It is to make you. When Zhang Yisheng said this, she suddenly realized that she had almost blurted out her words and exposed her heart, and hurriedly stopped. It's okay, then I'll make you something different every day. Head down. Red face. A strange sentiment rose in his heart. Never thought about it. One day one will be living this kind of life with a man like this. Much less did I ever think I'd say something so meaty one day. It seems like after knowing Ji Shangnan, he's become a completely different person himself. Is this what home feels like? Well, when you say you'll do it, you'll do it. Ji Shangnan reached out and rubbed Zhang Yisheng's brain. It will be done. Zhang Yisheng nodded heavily and returned with certainty. And at that moment, Ji Shangnan, that was immensely satisfying. 2. Where are the real scumbags in this world? If every man could meet a woman like Zhang Yisheng, who wants to go out and attract butterflies and women? You can only blame this world. There are too many fishing girls. It makes men insecure, especially with the countless odd cases in recent years. For example, they are engaged, but the woman backs out and goes to sue her fiancé for forced female sex. Then the court ruled in favor of the woman, and the man not only had to go to jail, but also had to pay for it. Another example is when a woman goes on a blind date with a man, asks for hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry, and then chooses to get a divorce within a few days of getting married. Not only did they take half of the man's property, but they also had to pay the dowry back. Another example is that there was a fishing girl abroad who asked a foreigner for a dowry, and the foreigner backhandedly sued her, saying that she was suspected of fraud, and then sentencing the fishing girl abroad to jail was a huge relief. Only the domestic salvage girl, that's version T0, men can't be messed with, so they have to hide. After all, $200 provides far more emotional value than a $2 million house, a $200,000 car, and a $200,000 dowry would bring. And people don't mess around and resent it. Smart people know what to choose. Think of it this way. Ji Shangnan was looking at Zhang Yishan with more and more eyes. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. Not just good-looking, and well-behaved and obedient, up in the hall and down in the kitchen. It's literally a man's dream come true. Of course, Ji Shangnan still retained a trace of sobriety. After all, really, he hadn't been with Zhang Yishan for too long. Maybe the flaws haven't been exposed yet. It's still just a hot date. Shrugged it off. Ji Shangnan didn't leave the kitchen. Instead, they help out on the side, cooking with Zhang Yishan. But Zhang Yishan had pretty much done it. Ji Shangnan was just helping to bring the finished dishes to the table. After the two were busy, Zhang Yishan scooped a bowl of soup for Ji Shangnan. While she did so, it was placed in front of Ji Shangnan with an expectant face. Smiling, he said, "Try it while it's hot. Do you like it? I made this from a recipe, and the chef up there said this is very appetizing." Ji Shangnan smiled and nodded. That does feed the stomach when you make it so hearty in the morning. As he spoke, he took a shallow sip. Delicious. It's so good. I've never had soup this good in my life. Zhang Yishan looked at Ji Shangnan's exaggerated expression. Pouting, she glared at him. Ji Shangnan didn't care, but digressed and asked, "By the way, today is the weekend. You shouldn't have to go to class, right?" Zhang Yishan nodded while sitting down. "It's a vacation weekend. No need to go." Ji Shangnan continued to ask as he ate, "So what are you going to make today?" Hadn't thought about it, but Zhang Yishan's good-looking eyes blinked before she continued. "I've been thinking about it, and I'll do anything as long as it's with you. For example, we could go to the movies together, go to the park together, take a walk together, go hiking together, whatever." Saying that, Zhang Yishan even rose up with anticipation on her face. Although Ji Shangnan asked it first, Zhang Qinshan that really hadn't thought about it. After all, really counting, this was the first time Zhang Yishan had spent a weekend with Ji Shangnan. But that which is said is all true in the heart. It was something that was very much wanted to do with Ji Shangnan. As long as it's with Ji Shangnan, Zhang Yishan didn't think it mattered what he did. The important thing is to stay with Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan froze for a moment at his words. "Oh, you still like to climb? It's not impossible, but there's one thing I have to say first." Ji Shangnan looked at Zhang Yishan's expectant expression with a derisive face. Zhang Yishan froze for a moment and subconsciously asked offhandedly, "What? Climbing is fine, but no yoga pants," Ji Shangnan said with a bad smile on his face. Zhang Yishan instantly blushed with a pretty face. Something seemed to come to mind, especially seeing Ji Shangnan's face with a bad smile. Chapter 91, Adoption of an Apprentice. Morning light in the porcelain bowl edge gilded layer of gold. Ji Shangnan just put down the net drink of lotus seed soup. Silver spoon and bone china collision of crunching sound. Zhang Yishang suddenly propped up the dining table, leaned over. The tips of her hair were still scented with the butter of a fried egg, and the petals of a gardenia slid down from her temples to her collarbone. White in the morning light. "You're so good with your hands." Her fingertips unconsciously wrapped around the napkin fringe, but her gaze burned down to the raised curve of his wrist bone. "In the yard the other day." The words suddenly stuck, a thin red color spreading to the tips of his ears. That day, she was holding her sketchbook and sketching, and she bumped into Ji Shangnan's figure like a crane skimming the sky during his morning practice, and the falling maple leaves couldn't even catch up with the corner of his leaping coat. Ji Shangnan twisted the petals in her hair, his knuckles remaining warm from the celery porridge. "How long has Zhang been peeking?" A smile rolled from the knot in his throat to his lips, startling the sparrow that had been stealing crumbs from the windowsill into fluttering away. Who peeked?" Zhang Yishan grabbed the orange juice and slammed it, bubbles exploding into fine pearls on the walls of the glass. Beads of water condensed on the walls of the chilled glass and slid down her slender wrists into the folds of her cotton dress. "You must have climbed the mountain with ease?" Suddenly grabbing him by the cuffs, his fingernail caps were peach-colored. "You know that kind of light power in movies and TV shows, right? It's just shoo." She waved her chopsticks in a gesture, and the loose egg mixture left at the tips flung out in golden arcs, the kind that flies when you step on leaves. Ji Shangnan drew a printed napkin and slowly and methodically wiped off the egg splatter on his wristwatch. The reflection of the dial swept across his brow, reflecting 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. "Zhang Yishang student." He suddenly called her by name. startling the young girl's fingertips. Orange juice shook ripples in the mouth of the glass. Who cried after running 800 meters and hugged the playground railing in last week's physical test? That's a willow allergy, she retorted with a strained neck, the gardenias in her hair trembling lightly with her movements. Besides, suddenly softening his voice, he poked at the leftover sunny-side-up eggs on his plate with his fork. Teach me, Hua Yuan Jia. The yolk spilled down the teeth of the steel fork like melted amber. Ji Shangnan suddenly took hold of her fork-holding hand, and in this position, he brought the half-consolidated egg yolk into his mouth. As the knot in his throat rolled, the morning light drew slender shadows on his neck. Hua Jia Quan is about the unity of waist and horse. The warm palm suddenly pressed against her back waist. Startled Zhang Yishuan knocked over the maple sugar jar, and the sticky syrup snaked into a river on the linen tablecloth. First of all, the zigzag should be as steady as. Wait! Her hands scrambled to salvage the sugar jar, her fingertips dipping into the syrup and wiping it on Ji Shangnan's sleeve. Master above, please teach the light heart technique first. The glazed sugar jar reflected the overlapping figures of the two of them, and as the tips of her hair swept across his chin, she startled the dew off the magnolia tree outside the window. Ji Shangnan suddenly clasped her wrist and drew circles on her palm with respect to the sticky syrup. Lightness first style, he breathed with the heavy scent of tea, his eyelashes casting fluttering shadows under his eyes. Run the 800 meters to within 4 minutes. Saying that, he suddenly held her waist and lifted her upwards. Zhang Yishan kicked over the rattan dining chair in a panic, and the morning breeze swooped in with the gauze curtains, wrapping around her dangling white cotton socks. Ji Shangnan, she flushed red and punched him on the shoulder, the gardenia in her hair finally crashing down, right into the leftover coffee. Put me down. Between struggles she glimpsed the old scar that loomed at his collarbone, and last night when he lulled her to sleep, he said that it was left from climbing a tree to pick loquats when she was young. Not to be Chinjin? Ji Shangnan suddenly let go of her hand, but at the last moment held the bend of her knee. As Zhang Yishan fell onto the cushioned rattan chair, she heard his chest vibrating muffled laughter. Starting tomorrow, follow me and practice martial arts. His fingertips were warm as he picked up the gardenia that had soaked in his coffee and pinned it back to her ear. With practice, you can kick falling leaves into a concealed weapon. The sunlight suddenly jumped onto the crystal chandelier, refracting 7 rainbow lights falling on Zhang Yishuan's flushed cheeks. She looked down and stirred the cold milk tea, stealing glances at the muscular lines of Ji Shangnan as he rolled up his sleeves to clear the table. In the crisp sound of china plates touching, a sentence suddenly floated in. Actually, it's not bad to be Xiaomen. By the time Ji Shangnan turned around, she'd long since bounced and fled toward the rotating staircase, the hem of her cotton skirt sweeping across the entwined lotus pattern on the Persian carpet. The sound of deliberate stomping from the second floor, mixed with the resonance of his chest as he shook his head and laughed softly, woke the butterflies snoozing on the windowsill. The morning light pierced through the gauze curtains to weave diamond-shaped spots of light on the solid wood dining table. Ji Shangnan wiped the water stains on the rim of the celadon bowl, and his gaze skimmed over Zhang Yishuan, who was stealing blueberries. The hem of the young girl's cotton skirt swept across the teak floor as she stood on tiptoe, the tips of her hair tinged with the sesame scent of pancakes and nuts, reminding him of the way she'd looked yesterday when she'd first entered the villa dragging her suitcase-wet canvas shoes stomping out 2 small plum blossoms on the foyer. The crunch of a porcelain spoon touching the sobering vessel awoke the contemplation. Ji Shangnan looked at the shaking pu'er tea soup in his cup and suddenly realized that since that day, the morning and evening lines of the villa had changed. The original scale that cut life with precision is now tinted with the maple syrup that Zhang Yishuan spilled when she messed up. The morning jogging route would inexplicably detour to the dessert store. The study Sun Tzu's The Art of War had a small ticket for milk tea sandwiched between it, and even the customary cologne was mixed in with the white peach scent of her shampoo. Mr. Key, Zhang Yishuan suddenly held up the frosted spuds to his lips, with evidence of the stolen food from the kitchen still clinging to her fingertips. Try this one. Does it look like the one on the street behind our school? The gardenia petals slipped from her hairpin as she spoke and fell right into the cuff of his pulled-up shirt. Coolness throbbed against her pulse, and Ji Shangnan suddenly clutched her wrist, startling the spuds into rolling off the tabletop and crushing frosting trails on the linen tablecloth. The action caused both men to freeze at the same time. The morning breeze lifted up the diary spread out on the kitchen table, and between the yellowed pages fell a sticky note that Shifuka had slipped in last week. A pinkish-blue note with a crooked drawing of a puppy next to it labeled today's feeding record. 3 times I was complimented at breakfast. When Ji Shangnan let go of her hand, the wristwatch chain clasp grazed the back of her hand with a slight reddening. His movements of bending down to pick up the spuds carried the characteristic fluidity of a martial artist, but he bumped into Zhang Yishuan's panicked, lowered forehead as he rose. The moment muffled grunts and light laughter intertwined. The clear sound of the courtyard's alarmed deer's bamboo tube knocking on the stone came just in time. There's always a reason to teach you martial arts. Ji Shangnan suddenly opened his mouth, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the raised lotus pattern on the bottom of the celadon bowl. The morning light broke into gold dust on his eyelashes, reflecting the deeper color of his eyes. He suddenly picked up her slipped hairband with the tip of his chopsticks, to prevent certain people from stealing the lessons. As Zhang Yixiang snatched back the hairband, a string of silver bells between her wrists crashed out a fine, clear sound. Who wants to steal those anti-human moves of yours? Her ponytail swept over the glazed sugar jar as she turned, startling the ripples of cinnamon nectar that had sunk into it. Yesterday in the backyard, I saw you jumping around on the koi pond wigwam. Chapter 92, Koenigsegg. Suddenly lowering his voice to mimic his look at that moment. Master Ji, are you cozying up to the daily quests of the martial arts handbook? Ji Shangnan suddenly took hold of her gesturing hand, his thinly calloused thumb rubbing over her tiger's mouth. That's the problem. His voice sank a few notches. If I return one day stepping on the moon covered in blood. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by a warm soft palm. Blah blah blah. Morning light swayed in Zhang Yixiang's rounded almond eyes. What bad luck to say early in the morning. She brought over the honey jar as she jerked her hand, and the golden amber-colored thick syrup dripped down the edge of the table like a slow-motion shot of disturbed time. Plus, suddenly, he struck the china plate with a silver spoon and tinkled out an out-of-tune melody. This girl is a new-age materialist warrior. Ji Shangnan looked at her honey-stained fingertips and suddenly remembered Celadon. The young girl in the morning light at the moment was more fragile than any china, but she preferred to put on her teeth and claws. He reached out to catch the falling honey, the viscous liquid pulling out golden threads in his palm. Zhang shifted fragrance. It was the second time he had called her by name today. If I asked you to move out now. The moment Zhang Yixiang panicked and jumped into his arms, Ji Shangnan looked down at the blueberry sauce staining his shirt and suddenly laughed out softly. It was just a matter of living together in the future anyway, and sooner or later, Zhang Yixiang would find out more of his secrets. The morning light refracted tiny specks of light on the gilt crystal chandelier as Ji Shangnan sank deeper into the ostrich-filled sofa, the leather fabric letting out a slight sigh as he adjusted his sitting position. The sound of water rushing over the porcelain came from the kitchen, mixed with Zhang Yixiang's out-of-tune melody of 7 miles of fragrance, and she always sang the chorus of raining all night as fish and shrimp are fresh. Ji Shangnan tilted his head to look at Aphrodite, who was flicking flowers in the dome fresco, and suddenly realized that the gold dust on the corners of the Eros's lips was actually the same as that girl's appearance when she stole honey. Mr. Key, Zhang Yixiang shook her wet hands and scurried out of the kitchen, the lemon-flavored foam of detergent still clinging to her fingertips. The gardenia hairpin in her hair had been replaced at some point with a strawberry hair tie, which wiggled into 2 pairs of red onyxes as it bounced around her ears, and the sweep of her cotton skirt across the Persian carpet awakened the tiger cat curled up in the corner, snoozing. Look at my masterpiece. She suddenly pulled a caramel-colored bear cookie from her apron pocket, its edges glowing suspiciously charcoal black. Baked demons. The moment Ji Shangnan took the cookie, the crispy, burnt shell cracked in half in his palm. A post-it note folded into a heart shape fell out of the dark compartment. Unfolding it was Zhang Yixiang's rounded handwriting. Today's wish, ride in a convertible and blow up Mr. G's hair. The end of the sentence also draws a little devilish expression with a tongue out. When he raised his eyes, the young girl was on her tiptoes polishing the glass door of the wine cooler, and the morning light penetrated her mint green tulle skirt, casting sparkling waves on the cashmere carpet like ripples startling the surface of a lake on a spring day. The sound of a cell phone vibrating cut through the morning lethargy. Yu Yunping's message beep caused the smile under Ji Shangnan's eyes to suddenly freeze, and the leather of the sofa let out a tiny whimper as he got up. Zhang Yixiang turned her head at the sound. The silver cloth in her hand accidentally hooked the burgundy red wine glass holder. 12 crystal glasses shook in the morning light with a wind chime-like trill. Watch out! Ji Shangnan dodged to him, his martial instincts allowing him to grab the cup holder and hold the gilt base before it tipped over. The moment Zhang Yixiang fell into his arms, the coolness of the mint mouthwash spread over their intertwined breaths. Her backside was against the sandalwood border of the thermostatic wine cooler, and through her thin shirt she clearly felt the taut muscle texture of Ji Shangnan's arm, like a bowstring full of tension ready to strike. Only at this moment, Ji Shangnan's cell phone suddenly rang. Ji Shangnan picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It was found to be a message from Yu Yunpeng. Brother Ji, the Koenigsegg that I promised to give you earlier has arrived. When would it be convenient for you to come over and sign for it? If it's not convenient for you, I can also arrange for someone to deliver it directly to you. Ji Shangnan tugged at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the message sent by Yu Yunpeng in his cell phone. I have to say, this fat man was quite thoughtful, so Ji Shangnan didn't nag, and directly made a call to Yu Yunpeng. The call was quickly answered. Key, Well, why don't you work a little harder and bring it to me then? Unfortunately, 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 unfortunately. Are you home? I'm home now. Brother G, the address is confirmed to be Emerald Lake Villa area. Building A? Yes, that's right. Ji Shangnan nodded. Okay, G, it'll be delivered in about 30 minutes or so. You wait at home for a while, I'll be there now. Good. Ji Shangnan hung up the phone. The sound of a cell phone shattered the moment of charm. Zhang Yisheng stepped on the falling silver cloth as she scrambled back, and the moment Ji Shangnan wrapped his one hand around her waist, the bottle of the 82 Lafite Rothschild in the depths of the wine cabinet glowed with a blood-colored luster in the shadows, just like a frozen sunset. 30 minutes later, when the hiss of the engine tore through the morning fog along the lake, Zhang Yisheng was lying on the alabaster railing of the terrace counting koi. The hem of her new cornflower blue floral dress was rippled by the fall breeze, and her mother-of-pearl buttons twinkled like stars in the sunlight. Suddenly, he heard Ji Shangnan laugh softly at the mouth of the rotating staircase. Want to try the pumpkin card that wasn't written in the fairy tale? Sharp footsteps beat a fretful drum on the teak floor. When Zhang Yisheng rushed into the courtyard, the tips of the morning dew dampened purple union grass blotted out lavender lines on her white canvas shoes. Ji Shangnan leaned against the Roman column, looking at the back of the young girl running toward the carved iron gate, suddenly remembering the way she had fallen asleep curled up on the sofa last night when he had carried her through the corridor where the moonlight flowed, and the broken diamonds of the strawberry necklace around her neck had happened to brand a star-shaped speck of light on his collarbone. The moment the iron gate slowly opened, Zhang Yishan's breath froze in the autumn morning breeze. The Koenigsegg ghostly glides into the courtyard, the morning sun streaming liquid sapphire over the carbon fiber body. The butterfly doors unfolding for a moment to startle the egrets perched in the sycamore trees. As the suited man stepping down from the driver's seat respectfully handed over the keys, Ji Shangnan caught a glimpse of Zhang Yishang's clenched skirt hem trembling slightly. Her fingertips were still stained with the blueberry sauce she had stolen at breakfast, which was now glistening with an amethyst-like luster in the sunlight. The Koenigsegg in front of you. Ji Shangnan had only seen it before when he purposely searched the internet. Let's not talk about witnessing it, even on the main road. Ji Shangnan hadn't even seen this kind of divine car, let alone owning it personally. You know that a car of this brand, just any one of them, that would cost tens of millions of dollars, and it's priced to sell. You can't even buy it if you have money. As a member of the supercar inside, Koenigsegg, that definitely counts as a ceiling-level presence. Chapter 93, Curiosity. Let's go. Sign off. The corners of Ji Shangnan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile as his gaze slowly fell on Zhang Yisheng beside him, and he said softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yisheng nodded her head obediently, lifting the backpack on the sofa with her hand, and following Ji Shangnan's steps closely like a docile sheep, walking together towards the outside of the villa. A trailer was slowly approaching at the intersection outside the villa area. On the trailer's wagon, a vehicle covered tightly by a huge black cloth stood out. Although the black cloth has not yet been lifted, the mysterious scene has already attracted a lot of attention. By the side of the road, a crowd of people watching the event had already gathered. They were either mingling or pointing, curious about the vehicle shrouded in black cloth. After all, such a scene was rare in this peaceful villa area, and among the group, the most numerous were the security guards of the villa area. Dressed in uniform, they gazed suspiciously at the trailer and the vehicle wrapped in black cloth, speculating in their minds which owner had bought this. Surprisingly, the spectacle was so grand that it attracted a large crowd. Among these onlookers, one person stood out. She was all wrapped up, with a hat on her head and sunglasses on her face, almost wrapping herself into a mummy. However, it was still possible to tell that she was a woman from her shoulder-length hair and a unique outfit. Beside this woman stood another woman almost identical to her, also dressed as a mummy. The only difference was that the woman next to her had a backpack on her back. The backpacking woman curiously surveyed her surroundings for a moment, then pressed on, turning her head to the other woman and asking, "Sister Yang, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a car, right? Who on earth is so generous to buy a car and make such a big show?" I have to say that what these people say is indeed true. The big commotion mentioned here is not, naturally, the trailer itself, but the decorations on the trailer and the men escorting it. The spectacle was so spectacular that it was several times more exaggerated than a money truck. The backpacker paused at this point, as if weighing her words, before continuing, "But then, it doesn't matter who it is, or what kind of car it is." Her tone intensified slightly. "With your popularity these days, this is all just a piece of cake." Then, she glanced at the woman beside her, revealing a faint smile. There's no need for us to waste time here watching the fun. Wang Xiao has already arrived, so don't let him wait too long. From her words, it could be heard that these two people obviously just happened to pass by this place, and looked at it a few more times purely out of curiosity. They obviously have different identities and purposes compared to those ordinary eaters. It turned out that the real identity of the backpack woman was an agent, and the woman beside her was the hottest hotshot in recent times. Although the actress has only been on the scene for a short time, she has quickly amassed a large fanbase in just a year or two, with her popularity skyrocketing thanks to a couple of breakout movies and TV dramas. When it comes to the name of Yang Dahue, no one knows, and no one knows it nowadays. Her fame skyrocketed like a rocket and quickly spread throughout the country. As her popularity continues to grow, her value has skyrocketed like a helicopter ride. And as the agent of Yang Dahue, naturally, he followed suit. Not only have our eyes become more open, but our insights have also grown. This change is not only reflected in the material, but also in the mentality. Nowadays, brokers are simply unattainable for those ordinary people. Countless people dreamed of her and longed for the chance to meet her, but this was more than commonplace for her. Among these people, many of them are the so-called second generation. Some of them are the second generation of the rich, some are the second generation of government officials, and there are even some bigwigs in the business and political circles. All of these people were interested in Yang Demi, and they all hoped that through the agent's matchmaking, they could have dinner with Yang Demi and have a kiss. However, it was because of this that the scene in front of him now was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the agent. As far as she was concerned, no matter how big the scene was, no matter what kind of luxury car was being driven, it wasn't worth their time to waste more than a few glances here. And just as they were about to turn around and leave, a dilapidated Bajaj just happened to drive out from inside the villa area, slowly parked next to this trailer. Then again, the car door opened. Ji Shangnan brought Zhang Yisheng down from inside the dilapidated bully. Straight away, he walked towards the staff member in charge of the escort. The backpack girl frowned with contempt. What kind of luxury car can you afford to buy in a crappy Bajaj that's not even old enough to know what year it is? Thought it was so great. Looks like we overthought it. Big Mimi, let's go. There's nothing to see, but that handsome guy with the pretty girl is a real eye candy. The backpacker woman looked contemptuous though. However, he still couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yisheng. The appearance of these two people, even in the entertainment industry, that's definitely one of the best in the business too. A lot of fresh meat and the popular fried chicken cannot compare to the existence of. Only the backpack girl's words landed. Yang Demi also couldn't help but look twice more at Ji Xiangnan and Zhang Yixiang, but it was a shake of the head. The main man is here, so I don't care to look twice. They're about to lift the black cloth, so let's see what kind of car it is. Yang Demi averted her gaze from Ji Xiangnan and Zhang Yixiang. Another curious look at the car on the trailer shrouded in black cloth. In the back of his mind, though, he was thinking much the same thing as his agent. Driving that crappy bully. Even if you buy a new car, it's probably not going to be in any super luxury car class. However, given that Ji Shangnan and Zhang Yixiang's two face values were just too outstanding, Yang Demi still couldn't help but stay curious. What's there to see? We'll just be wasting our time if he comes out in such a Thai car. The backpack girl still looked disdainful. Only when the backpack girl was about to continue speaking, the cell phone suddenly rang. The backpacker girl couldn't say more in time, took out his cell phone and looked at it. His face changed slightly. Someone from Green Bubble sent a message. The backpack woman frowned slightly, then hurriedly replied to the message. That's when he turned his head, looking at the big honey Yang beside him. Couldn't help but hyperventilate again. Chapter 94, So what? The backpack girl put her cell phone away, immediately turning his head. He once again prodded at Yang Dami. Big Mimi, we'd better hurry over. Wang Xiao is already rushing, asking when we can arrive. He rushed him. What's it to me? I didn't promise him I'd go over there. Yang Dami, however, shook his head with a calm face and casually returned. You're not going? Auntie, how can you not go? It's not like you don't know. Young Wang is a famous lord in the capital. I know you don't think much of that playboy, but being in the showbiz world is a big deal. A lot of things are out of your control, even if it's just a game. As long as we can climb into a relationship with Xiao Wang, the resources won't just come and go in the future. The backpack woman took a deep breath, still relentlessly persuading again. I never promised you in the first place, much less him. Yang Dami sniffed and couldn't help but aggravate his tone. And you know I don't like that playboy, so why do you still want me to go on a playground? If you say you're not going, then you're not going, so you don't have to say it again. The backpacking woman sniffed in confusion. What are you doing out here with me if you weren't going to go in the first place? I thought you'd go. Yang Demi sighed, every day bored at home. Suffocated. Out to take a break cannot So what if I've promised young Wang? If you don't go, how am I going to get a foothold in the entertainment industry in the future? Xiao Wang won't want to eat me alive. You didn't tell me earlier if you weren't going. Now what? You should know the consequences of standing Wang Xiao up, right? The backpack woman's tone was heavy, already clearly a bit upset. Then what? Yang Demi was undaunted. You didn't ask me either. Anyway, I'm not going. Whoever likes to go. Mimi, you can't do this. The backpack girl took a deep breath. You don't have to be afraid with me. We're just going to have dinner with him. We'll leave afterward, okay? Besides, if you don't look at the monk's face, that young Wang's connections have a background that goes all the way to the heavens. He's also quite handsome, young and rich, so it never hurts to meet him, does it? Only at this time, Yang Dami's attention was already fully focused on Ji Shangnan. While pointing at Ji Shangnan, who was signing the receipt, he returned without turning his head back without any concern. It can't be more handsome than him, can it? In terms of his modeling, I'm afraid the entertainment industry won't be able to find a few that can surpass him. Backpack girl. Let's not talk about handsome or not. Can he be compared to Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao, that's a famous second generation that's famous all over the capital. And he's also the chairman of Huaba Entertainment Company. What's the point of him looking better than young Wan? Does he have the resources in hand? Aside from being handsome, what does he compare to young Wang? Wang Xiao can kill him in a minute. He doesn't even have more than a fraction of the balance in young Wang's bank card. He didn't wait for the backpacker girl to continue her persuasion. Yang Dami suddenly interrupted her. Look, ready to lift the black cloth. This is, oh my god, what kind of car is that? How come I've never seen it before? So uniquely styled? This one doesn't look cheap. That styling tells me it's a super luxury car at first glance. Yang Dahui couldn't listen to the words of the agent beside him at all. All attention was instantly drawn to the trailer with the removal of the black cloth from it. Seeing that Koenigsegg exposed, Yang Dami couldn't hold back any longer. Straight up praise and shock, but it also got more curious, because with that Koenigsegg fully in view, young Dami was surprised to find out, a great big shot like yourself, didn't recognize what make of car it was at all, never even seen it. It's important to realize that inside the entertainment industry, especially those who have mixed to her level of popularity, not to say that all cars have been driven, but at least most of the cars have been seen, but at this point, this car was the first time she had ever seen it. Young Dami blinked hard in disbelief, took a good look around. This, Koenigsegg? Legendary God's car? The ceiling of Earth's ultra-luxury sports cars? No wonder I haven't seen it. How can you see this kind of car on the road? You can't even see it in movies and TV shows. You can't see the pictures unless you specifically go online and search for them. Yang Dami couldn't recognize it though. However, the backpack girl beside her was quick to recognize it. Koenigsegg? What kind of car is that? Yang Dami curiously and subconsciously pursued the question. Women are not naturally very good with cars, so it made sense that young Dami didn't recognize this extremely rare car. In the perception of young Dami, the so-called luxury cars are nothing more than Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and the like. Once again, a little bit more, and the most common would be some BBA or Porsche or something like that. Her own ride, on the other hand, was a Bentley. A car like the Koenigsegg, let alone recognizing it, is naturally unheard of in the eyes of those who don't follow cars. Yes, the backpack woman took a deep breath, but suddenly she didn't know how she should explain it. The original face of disdain was completely replaced by shock at this moment. After all, a few minutes ago, one had completely looked down on Ji Shangnan. What kind of luxury car do people who think they can afford to drive a crappy bully? But I didn't expect it. With the removal of the black cloth, inside turned out to be an extremely rare Koenigsegg. It's not enough to describe it as a luxury car anymore. It was even clear to her that it was no longer something that money could buy. There's a lot of stuff in this world. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. Being rich is just your gateway to him, and that's a high bar. You have to be worth over $100 million at least. Don't look at those people on the internet who can't move their luxury cars and villas. The paper is drunk, the flowers are drunk, and the night is full of fun. But the reality, not to mention being worth over $100 million, people with more than $5 million in cash on hand, the whole country put together is afraid of less than 1 in 10,000. With more than 1 billion people in the country, those who can support themselves and stay out of debt are a rare existence these days. 98% of the wealth is in the hands of 2% of the people. For that matter, it's still the law of 2 or 8 in normal circumstances and normal times. Capitalists nowadays are even more exaggerated. 2% of the population holds 102% of the wealth in society. The remaining 98% are in debt. You're not in debt, and you've outdone a lot of people. That's the reality. Like the Koenigsegg in front of us, though no one knows exactly how much he's worth, but all have a rough number in mind. That's definitely over 50 million. Chapter 95 Hospitals. At this very moment, no surprises with that Koenigsegg, it became the prettiest presence in the room. One and the same thought rose in everyone's mind. That's, not to mention driving this Koenigsegg, even just sitting inside this Koenigsegg, that's a 100% turnaround on the street. The backpack girl's mouth twitched. How could I not have thought of that? The Ji Shangnan that he himself despises. I can't believe I bought this car. She has spent decades in the showbiz dive at. 3 views have long been more crooked than the mouth of a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Everything to the money. That was one of the reasons why she could recognize the car. Koenigsegg, the global supercar ceiling exists. This car is expensive? Young Dami looked at the dumbfounded backpacking female agent and saw that she didn't say anything for half a day, so she couldn't help but ask. In fact, there was no need for her to answer. Yang Dami didn't recognize what make the car was though. Never seen a car like this before either. But anyone who looks at it can see that this car is definitely not cheap. Expensive? It's luxury that money can't always buy. The backpacker girl swallowed. A look of bitterness showed on his face. Sighing, this returned. Okay, all seen. We can go. Young Dami was fine with it. It would have been a hoot to watch, actually compared to this Koenigsegg that has everyone staring at it. Young Dami was even more curious about the owner of this Koenigsegg, Ji Xiangnan. Just looking at the backpack girl's face wasn't very nice. Young Dami didn't bother to stay any longer. Seeing that Young Dami is leaving, the backpack woman subconsciously looked at Ji Xiangnan again. Only then did they turn and follow Young Dami, walking together towards where they had parked. And at that moment, Ji Xiangnan, not a clue about any of this, much less realize that you are just going out to pick up a car. Also coincidental to meet a popular friar on the sidelines. Received the keys to the Koenigsegg with all the paperwork from the staff. Ji Xiangnan's eyes then rested on the Koenigsegg in front of him. Have to say, so handsome, really handsome. It's a ing million dimensions more handsome than the 9-handed bully you bought yourself. Ji Xiangnan lamented as he did so, while directing the crew to unload the car, then opened the car door directly. Take Zhang shifted Xiang and sit on it. Only after sitting on it Ji Xiangnan was a bit confused, because he can't drive. I've only seen this stuff online before. I don't know how it works. You said if it was a Ferrari or something, you could go online and search for a tutorial. It's probably unlikely that you'll find a tutorial for driving this thing, despite being a hang-up himself. But the ing world is still the world. It's not like in those brain-dead novels. A security guard, delivery guy or something. It would have been a struggle to ride an electric bike. Suddenly activated the Divine Hero system, rewarded with a global limited edition supercar. It's straightforward to drive. Ji Xiangnan fumbled around for a while. That's what tried to fire it up. Then try stepping on the gas. Just a little tread. The Koenigsegg looks like a rocket has been ignited. Straight away, he leapt out violently towards the front. That feeling of pushing back came through extremely quickly. That's not even a hint of a stutter. The throttle response is ridiculously fast. It's not very fast though, but it felt especially obvious. So much so that Zhang Yisheng, the co-pilot, subconsciously screamed. It's true. Women, you put your heart into her, she doesn't always respond. But if you push hard, there is definitely an echo. Ji Xiangnan drove carefully for a while. It didn't take long to figure out how this Koenigsegg plays. Took Zhang Qianxiang and started driving around. And at this point, other side, Gui Jiahua is in the corridor of the hospital, waiting for mom who is still in there getting an MRI. It just looks a little sad. Obviously Gui Jiahua is in a bad mood right now. After dinner last night, Ji Xiangnan just gave her a straight vacation. Tell her to go home and take her mom to the hospital for a physical. Gui Jiahua always felt that something wasn't quite right when she got home. So I brought my mom to the hospital early in the morning. Fruity. This physical hasn't checked a few things yet. The bugs came out in a big way, such as what high blood sugar high blood pressure cardiovascular disease almost all of the diseases that older people are prone to. The MRI was done quickly. Mom came out and the doctor followed, passing a list in his hand to Gui Jiahua. Tell her to go back in 2 hours for self-service pickup of the report form. Gui Jiahua nodded. It's back on the hoof to take mom to another physical. Worked on it most of the day. Finally got all the physicals done. Got all the test report forms too. Only then did Gui Jiahua take her mom to the registered specialist. The specialist looked at the report sheet. Another look up at Gui Jiahua's mom. That's what spoke. There is something wrong with her body. Highly prevalent diseases in the elderly. Almost all of them. The cardiovascular, in particular, is the most problematic. You should be feeling dizziness, nausea, and chest tightness a lot lately, right? If left untreated, it can easily lead to a myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage. It's nonsense that you can put off an inspection until now. Have you taken any medication yourself at home? The expert asked slowly with a frown. It was just that the words fell into Gui Jiahua's ears. Gui Jiahua's head instantly went blank. Is it so serious? Gui Jiahua subconsciously looked at her mom. Why didn't you know to call and tell me when you were this serious? Mom's face was a look of utter disinterest. Seeing my daughter ask about it, just smiled back and said, I don't know. I thought it was a normal reaction to being older. Looked like he wasn't scared at all though, but it's just a feint. The heart has been on edge for a long time, but don't want your daughter to worry, so just force a smile. But in reality the doctor said she had all the conditions though, but I really didn't expect it to be this serious. It's even more of a regular workout during the week, like square dancing or something. Wei Jiao's heart is full of self-blame and anxiety. She blames herself for not finding out about her mother's condition earlier, and is afraid that her mother's life will really be in danger. Thinking that he was busy with work and usually cared too little about his mom. If she had anything bad happen to her, she would never forgive herself in her life. She secretly vowed that no matter how much money she spent, she would cure her mom. And the mom was worried about her daughter in her mind. She knows that her daughter's job is not easy, and if she spends a large sum of money for her own treatment, her daughter's life will be even more stressful. She thinks it's normal for her to have a few problems in her old age and doesn't want to drag her daughter down because of herself. She calculated that when she got back, she would quietly go and buy some cheap medicine for herself, not wanting her daughter to waste money on herself. Chapter 96, System Rewards. Wei Jiaowo looked at the expert doctor with an anxious face, nodding her head busily for fear of missing any key information. The expert doctor held his glasses and continued. The patient's current situation is not critical, but it should not be underestimated. Usually, you should pay attention to a light diet, avoid spicy, greasy and other stimulating foods, and ensure sufficient sleep. Also, try to remain stable emotionally and not have too much fluctuation. Also, it's best to be hospitalized for observation for a while. Wei Jiahua frowned and asked worriedly, "Doctor, then how long does it probably take to stay in the hospital for observation?" The expert doctor pondered for a moment and replied, "Initially, it is expected to be about a week, during which we will closely monitor the patient's indicators. If the situation is stable, you can consider being discharged to go home and recuperate. Your mother's condition can't be delayed, and if something else happens, her life could be in danger at any time. This disease is not exactly a difficult one to cure. The biggest fear is that the patient or family doesn't take it seriously. Once a condition pops up, it's easy to go wrong and miss out on the best treatment." So, however, the doctor didn't even finish his sentence. Wei Jiao's mother suddenly convulsed, and then it fell violently out of the chair, fall straight to the ground. Crap! The doctor and Wei Jiaowa both instantly changed their faces drastically. "Mom!" Wei Jiaowa was almost subconscious, jerked up from his chair. A quick hug for Mom. At this point, the face had long been pale and bloodless. The doctor was explaining the condition. Who would have thought that Mom would suddenly say she fainted? "Don't worry, it should be caused by a cerebral hemorrhage. Where's the nurse? Quickly, push into the emergency room." The doctor stood up at that moment as well, and shouted towards the nurse right outside. The nurse outside the door, along with the doctor, was soon pushing the hospital bed, carried Wei Jiaowa's mom up and sent her directly inside the emergency room. And at this point, Wei Jiaowa stayed outside the emergency room with a nervous face. The mind is very conflicted. It was also very much an afterthought. That's if Mom is alone in the house, suddenly fainted. I'm afraid there's no one who even knows about it. It's a good thing this is a hospital. You can use the fastest time to save your life if you faint. Otherwise the consequences are simply unimaginable. Wei Jiaowa was 3 years old. The father is gone. So Mom pulled her and her sister up all by herself. A mom and dad, so to speak, raised the sisters with a handful of. My sister works all year round and only comes back occasionally when she's on vacation. Wei Jiaowa didn't even dare to think about it in detail himself if he hadn't brought his mom to the hospital today for a checkup. What happens then? Took a deep breath. Wei Jiaowa tried to calm down. That's what brought out the cell phone. Dialed my sister's number. "Sis, why are you calling me? You're supposed to be at work at this hour?" The call was quickly answered. My sister's surprised voice came at once. "I'm not at work today. I'm at the hospital. Mom's in the hospital. Why don't you take some time off and come over?" The city's first people's hospital. Wei Jiaowa was long-winded and straightforward without any nagging. Wei Jiarui froze on the other side of the phone. It took a long time to come back to his senses. "What did you say? Sis, don't scare me. Hasn't Mom always been in good health? I'm coming over now." Hohai City Airport. Wei Jiarui, carrying her suitcase, was traveling from the staff channel towards the airplane. A quick glance. Wei Jiarui is a flight attendant. Whether it was her face, body or temperament, she was no worse than her own sister, Wei Jiaowa. Only at this time, it was a pale face and a frown. Didn't wait for my sister to say anything more. After a brief explanation, Wei Jiarui then simply hung up the phone. If Wei Jiaowa's call had come a little later, "You should have taken off by now, right? It won't be a walk in the park then." Wei Jiarui didn't even think about it, turned around directly, and went to ask for leave. And the hospital. Wei Jiaowa put away her cell phone, still full of worry, unable to help himself. He looked again at the emergency room door. After Mom was wheeled into the emergency room, Gui Jiahua's hanging heart was only finally put down a little, but that's exactly why. Gui Jiahua thought of something violently. My sister Gui Jiarui was right. Originally, he was supposed to be at work at this time, but the reason why I didn't work today, that's because Ji Shangnan gave himself a vacation. More importantly, let yourself bring your mom to the hospital for a physical. It was also Ji Shangnan who told himself to do so, or even just to make yourself do it. It was only then that Ji Shangnan gave himself a vacation. That is to say, does Ji Shangnan know that mom is not well, or even that something will happen today, like just pass out? How did Ji Shangnan know? I'm sure I didn't know him before. I've never even seen it before. Is the master so great? Gui Jiahua thought of this. Involuntarily, he picked up his cell phone again, directly found contact information for Ji Shangnan, wanted to call over and ask Ji Shangnan, but then hesitates. Although he himself was Ji Shangnan's exclusive butler, but in the end that's just an underling, and it's only been a half-day shift. The position is precarious right now. The master had already done himself a huge favor. Now bother the master again. Gui Jiahua didn't dare. But then I turned my head and looked at my mom who was still lying in the emergency room. Gui Jiahua finally took a deep breath, and then a clench of teeth. Make up your mind. Picked up the phone again. Whatever, even if you lose the job, that's no way to let something happen to mom. So ask, as long as the master is willing to help himself, let yourself do whatever you want. One thought, Gui Jiahua couldn't help but blush. But on second thought, the master is so high and mighty. What could one give to the master? Pretty in spite of herself. The sister is beautiful too, but there seems to be no shortage of beautiful hosts, and it probably won't be of much interest. After all, there's a schoolgirl, Zhang Yisheng, beside the master. Forget it, let's ignore that for now. It's important to save mom first. Again, he gritted his teeth. This time Gui Jiahua did not hesitate, directly dialed Ji Shangnan's number, and at this point, Ji Shangnan had long ago brought Zhang Yisheng. It's hanging out at the biggest shopping mall in Hohai City. Ji Shangnan was a bit surprised when his cell phone rang, picked it up and looked at it, found out it was Gui Jiahua calling, not by an instant dawning realization. Can't help but see the light. For why Gui Jiahua called, Ji Shangnan knew better than anyone. This is because the conversion points rewarded by the system have already arrived. Apparently, Gui Jiahua did as she said. At the hospital, Ji Shangnan picked up the phone and asked indifferently. Chapter 97, Telephone Calls. Ji Shangnan life's biggest regret is to be Zhang Shangsheng tricked into this lingerie store called Victoria No Secret. At the moment he stood in the middle of 2 rows of glowing lace lingerie and felt like the Tang monk who had fallen into the Spider-Woman's cave if the Tang monk had been wearing an Armani high-fashion suit and had had his left foot wrapped in pink ball panties. Sir, you have been breathing deeply into this row of leopard print underwear for 23 minutes. The big sister guide held her arms. The rhinestone-encrusted hate heights on her feet tapped out a hypnotic rhythm on the floor. Do you need me to make an appointment for you to see a psychiatrist? Or do you want to just call 911? Ji Shangnan pushed his sunglasses back to the bridge of his nose, and the platinum frames worth $300,000 were stained with lipstick marks from an unknown customer. I'm waiting for your inflatable to arrive? The older sister suddenly pulled out a riot shield from under the register. Just last week some pervert stuffed a pinhole camera into the fitting room, wearing the same Ferragamo shoes as you. Trial room curtain swish pulled open. Zhang Yisheng stepped on 20 centimeters of studded high heels shook out, hand carrying a piece of fabric less than a mask black robe. Ji Shangnan, you look at this. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was holding the mannequin dummy and shaking with laughter. The so-called brave man of the business world was being pressed by 6 security guards on the cashier's desk, and his Hermes tie was stuck in the gears of the bill checker. Uncle Policeman. Zhang Qiansheng suddenly covered her mouth and wept, and her manicure with diamonds shook a rainbow in the light. That's the pervert who filmed me changing. Her slender jade finger poked the tip of Ji Shangnan's nose. He even knows my underwear size. The security chief suspiciously surveyed the 7-figure Patek Philippe between Ji Shangnan's wrists. This gentleman just said he was here to acquire them all. Love interest. It's a dominatrix fling. Ji Shangnan gritted his teeth and pulled out his black card and slapped it on the cash register. Everything from thongs to shapewear is covered for me, including this pepper-spraying anti-theft system. The moment the siren screeched to a halt, the cell phone ringtone of the Great Compassion mantra sounded abruptly. Ji Shangnan glanced at the caller ID housekeeper Gui Jiahua and turned around to hide in the shelves full of silk halter dresses, but was entangled by the hanging pearl waist chain around his neck, like a husky with a collar. Master! A suppressed sob came from the other end of the line, with the piercing sound of an emergency vehicle siren in the background. My mom suddenly coughed up blood this morning. Thanks to you having to give me the day off yesterday, Ji Shangnan fumbled to undo the lace straps wrapped around his wristwatch. How many times have I told you? Just call me Shangnan. He caught a glimpse of Zhang Yisheng holding a rabbit ear hair band to his head and the rest of his eyes, and the knot in his throat rolled unnaturally twice. In the hospital now? The doctor said another half a day later on. Wei Jiahua suddenly choked so hard that she couldn't speak, and the loud sound of a plastic chair tipping over came from the other end of the phone. You suddenly gave me a vacation yesterday, and specifically emphasized that you must take my mother for a comprehensive physical examination. How did you Ji always? Outside the shelves came the conversation between Zhang Yisheng and the shopper. This steel ring is too hard, right? What I want is a breast support, not a bulletproof vest. Miss, this is the latest bulletproof bra that can stop 9mm bullets. Ji Shangnan rubbed his protruding temples. The last time I saw the photo of the medicinal meal you posted on your friend's circle, there were slices of angelica floating in the casserole. He made it up as he went along, his fingertips unconsciously wrapping around the draped lace straps. There is a cloud in the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine that says that those with blood deficiency should avoid using dry medicines. The phone was suddenly quiet for 3 seconds, and Wei Jiahua's sniffling voice was extraordinarily clear. So you really counted it out? My grandfather's grandfather took Xishi's pulse. Ji Shangnan did not change his face, smoothed the pearl necklace wrapped around his wrist and stroked it into a Buddha bead shape. The whites of your mother's eyes are yellow, and the reflection of the medicine bowl in the selfie in the circle of friends can see a thick and greasy tongue. Ji Shangnan. Zhang Yisheng suddenly held up a piece of fluorescent pink lace underwear and pounced over. Do you think this looks like the enameled porcelain you bought at the auction last year? She said and gestured her underwear toward his chest, the rhinestone straps hooking around his alligator belt. Ji Shangnan's hand shook, and his cell phone almost fell into the bra display next to him. Wei Jiahua on the other end of the phone is still sobbing. Mr. Ji, the doctor said that it is still being rescued. Hold back the tears. He raised his voice so loud it shook the crystal chandelier overhead. Get a team of specialists from Concord over there now. The words did not fall. The whole row of underwear models suddenly collapsed, silicone breast pads like missiles flying around. There is a D-cup fake breasts directly pasted on the surveillance camera. Zhang Yisheng swung over with a milk tea straw in her mouth, her newly made cat-eye manicure poking him in the chest. Yo, young Master G has switched to selling breast milk? She bent down and picked up a fluorescent green lace corset. This size. His eyes roamed over his firm pecs. It's good for you as a mask against the haze. Ji Shangnan yanked the shopping bag with sexy wildcat printed on it out of her hand and said into his cell phone. All expenses will be charged to my account. And if you need any imported medicines, you can directly look for Director Chen. Suddenly feeling a coldness in his waist, he looked down to find Zhang Yisheng was shoving the rabbit tail waist ornament into his belt. Stop it. He slapped away the disruptive hand, the tips of his ears reddening slightly. Wei Jiahua, you listen to me. Mr. G. A nurse's exclamation suddenly came from the other end of the line. Where's the family? The patient needs to sign. Ji Shangnan's hand shook, and the $1 million Virtu cell phone fell into the shopping basket full of underwear. When he fished it out with his hands and feet, he heard Guo Jiahua shout with a sobbing voice. The doctor said it might be lung cancer. Outside the shelf, Zhang Huixiang is bargaining with the shopper. This fishing net socks have too big a hole. Can you give me another one with denser mesh? What's with the wailing? Get rid of the mite. Ji Shangnan suddenly snapped in a stern voice, scaring the young couple passing by to throw their underwear all over the place. Let the head of the radiology department read the film himself now. Zhang Yisheng suddenly disliked the rhinestone-encrusted cell phone in front of him. Quickly look, we're on the hot search. That's a nice shot. She zoomed in on the photo and commented. Pop you out and you could be a lingerie commercial. Said really opened the beauty software to change the head of the silicone model. Ji Shangnan rubbed his temples and said to the phone, shoot me the inspection report. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dozen CT photos popped up on WeChat. He zoomed in to look at the shadow on his lungs and suddenly remembered the message sent by his family doctor last week. Was mother's long-term use of prescription led to liver and kidney damage? It's not lung cancer, he said firmly, it's drug-induced pneumonia. Get respiratory over there for a consult. The afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhang Yisheng trying to stuff the durian into her platinum Hermes bag, and hastily added, don't let the Chinese medicine department intervene. Wei Jiahua's scream suddenly came from the other end of the phone, followed by the crunching sound of a metal tray hitting the ground. Ji Shangnan's heartbeat missed a beat. What's going on? Mom, Wei Jiahua sobbed. Heart monitor. Don't stare at the damn machine. Ji Shangnan suddenly raised his voice. Feel for a pulse. Feel the carotid artery. Nurse, where's the nurse? Zhang Yisheng suddenly shoved the earphones encrusted with diamonds into his right ear. Try this noise-canceling function. Deafening death metal rock instantly drowns out all sound. Ji Shangnan's hands were busy ripping off the headphones when he heard Guo Jiahua shouting on the phone. The doctor is here. Zhang Yisheng touched a bottle of mineral water from somewhere and pasted it on his face. Mr. G, Your face is whiter than my family's foundation that has expired for 3 years. Don't touch the monitor. Ji Shangnan suddenly yelled into his cell phone. I found out there was a programming flaw in that thing last year. Look at the pupillary response. Measure oxygen saturation. Get the epinephrine ready. There was a sudden startled cry from the security guard outside the shelves, followed by the muffled sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Zhang Yishan probed. Wow, your female fanbase took down the lingerie model. Ji Shangnan, however, looked like he was pinned in place at the moment. Gui Jiahua's voice came out. Master, do you really know how to tell fortunes? Yes. Hanging up the phone at the speed of fire, he dragged Zhang Yishang and rushed to the fire escape. Behind her came the roar of the shopper's older sister. You can't try on underwear you haven't paid for. And the security chief's growl. Don't run away from that one in the leopard print lingerie. Chapter 98, The Great Escape. The second thing Ji Shangnan regretted in his life was dragging Zhang Yishan alone when he escaped into the fire escape. At the moment, they were playing a real-life version of Temple Run in the safe passage, with 3 girls holding selfie sticks, 2 security guards carrying riot shields, and a shopping guide sister waving a lingerie model's thighs behind them. Left, Zhang Yishan ran and scattered the underwear in the shopping bag outward. Heavenly maiden scattering tactics. A fluorescent pink bra precisely covered the guard's face. The lace just stuck to his riot helmet. Ji Shangnan felt out his cell phone to call his bodyguard and found that the charge was only 1% left. Zhang Yishang suddenly disliked the charging cable in front of him. The rental fee is 200 per minute. There was also a vibrating jumping egg hanging from the charging cable. You're thinking about making money at this point? Why don't you scan the code at this time? She poked her finger to the collection code on the rechargeable treasure. Support credit card installment O. The moment the cell phone was charged, the ringtone of the Great Compassion mantra rang again. Ji Shangnan answered the phone while running, almost tripping over the steps. Gui Jiahua? Mr. Ji, my mom said she wants to eat sweet fried chestnuts. A mid-air shout came from the other end of the phone. The doctor said she can eat fluids now. Eat. Ji Shangnan dodged the flying underwear model's arm. Let her drink kanji honestly. Suddenly feeling a coldness in his ass, he turned around to see Zhang Yishan using anti-wolf spray to deal with his pursuers, and his high-fashion suit pants had been hooked out with a heart-shaped ragged hole at some point. Zhang Yishan took the time to turn around and whistled. Mr. G, your new wave of hole-breaking pants are even more powerful than Gucci's early fall models. On the phone Gui Jiahua was still chanting, but my mom said the hospital porridge is like brush pot water. Then order takeout. Ji Shangnan dodged into the cleaning room and locked the door with his backhand. The 3-star Michelin chef will cook kanji now. He rested his back against the mop pool and looked at Zhang Yishan, who was applying makeup to her face. You're still in the mood for makeup? It's a woman's basic quality to look beautiful at all times. She applied lipstick in the mirror of her powder case. If we get caught later, we have to look beautiful for the wanted pictures. The sound of a security guard slamming the door came from outside the door. Come out. You're surrounded. Ji Shangnan suddenly glanced at the work clothes on the cleaning cart. Quickly change into them. He grabbed a fluorescent green vest and slipped it over his body. Turning around to see Zhang Yishan wearing her cleaning cap in the style of a beret, and pinning on the diamond brooch she had just bought. You're going to sweep the streets of Paris Fashion Week? This is trashy granny style. Next year's fashion trend. She smoothly wiped ash on Ji Shangnan's face. Now you're the fallen nobleman, and I'm the queen of scavenging. Push open the door moment. The pursuers look at the 2 janitor pushing a garbage truck full of underwear. The collective into a daze. Zhang Yishang shouted in her plasticine accent. Make way. Just finished sweeping the perverted perverts' tools of the trade. While the crowd froze, they slipped into the freight elevator at fire speed. Ji Shangnan pressed the door open button and said to the phone, have the nurse take a video every hour and send it to me on WeChat. Suddenly, he realized that Gui Jiahua's video invitation had popped up 18 times. Mr. G on your side. At war? The video showed Gui Jiahua staring daggers at the corner of the elevator where 3 dummy mannequins tied into dumplings were piled up, covered in freshly purchased lace underwear. Zhang Yishang suddenly entered the scene by, we're playing real-life CS, she said, sticking a post-it note to the model's chest with Ji Shangnan's Q version of his avatar drawn on it. Look, moving target. The moment the elevator door opened on the cosmetics floor, Ji Shangnan pushed the garbage truck and rushed out, split up and run. Before his words fell, he was dragged into the Chanel counter by Zhang Yishang. Welcome. She fished out the counterkeeper's license plate from somewhere and put it on. Do you need to try the color, sir? The pursuing security guard braked sharply in front of the counter. Ji Shangnan was pressed into the makeup chair. A powder brush suddenly added to his face. This gentleman would like to experience the latest version of sick girl makeup. Zhang Yishang took the eyeliner and drew wounds under his eyes. With his freshly torn beggar-style suit, it's a perfect match. The security guard stared at the scar on Ji Shangnan's face and hesitantly took 2 steps back. Zhang Qianxiang suddenly used iodine to wipe on his collar. Beware of contagion. The crowd dispersed in fear. What did you rub on me? YSL's newest lip glaze in Rotten Tomato. She blew on the undried bomb. Now you look like you just came from a zombie siege. Wei Jiahua's scream suddenly came out of the phone. Mr. G. Mom she. Ji Shangnan's hand shook and the foundation squeezed all over his hand. What's wrong again? She's using the EKG patch as a baby warmer. Zhang Yishan came close to the cell phone and shouted, Auntie, that one can't be reused. Only after saying this did she realize that she was using Ji Shangnan as a canvas, drawing a Hello Kitty on his collarbone. The video end suddenly swung over an old woman with silver hair, shouting in a strong voice, Xiao Jia, what's the Wi-Fi password for this hospital? Ji Shangnan looked at the 4-tube clutched in the old woman's hand. The thing was plugged into the charging port of the young man's cell phone in the next bed. Auntie, you take it easy. He felt his temples start to jolt again. Let Jiahua turn on the hotspot for you. The old lady suddenly came close to the camera. Where are you? Ji, why is your back covered in lipstick? Zhang Yishang suddenly pulled Ji Shangnan's collar under his shoulder. Auntie, we're doing a magazine shoot, she said as she drew a string of artistic signatures on his back. Look, this is the newest scar makeup. Jiahua was on the verge of tears when she snatched back her cell phone. Mr. G, the nurse said that mom used sedatives as eye drops. Keep her away from the medicine cabinet. Ji Shangnan dodged Zhang Yishang's brush that was about to paint his abs. Wait, why is the tranquilizer in the patient's hand? She said she would give it to you for divination. I'm a fortune teller, not a god dancer. Suddenly there was a spinning of the sky and earth, and Ji Shangnan was knocked into the fitting room with a chair. Zhang Qianxian unlocked the door, holding a perfume bottle as a walkie-talkie. Headquarters. Enemy tanks found. Outside the door came the guide's big sister's growl. Get out. You guys used up half my bottle of fairy water. Ji Shangnan looked at the makeup in the mirror that was comparable to a Peking opera face, and suddenly realized that his cell phone was still on a video call. Wei Jiahua was covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, and the old woman in the hospital bed behind her was holding up a glucose bottle to the camera. Mr. G, why don't you handle it first? Poof. Deal with things over there? He hung up the video with gritted teeth and turned around to see Zhang Yishang writing SOS on the mirror with her foundation. Outside the counter came the sound of a chainsaw. The shopping guide sister held up the eyebrow trimmer, prying the door. Pay up. Compensation. Compensate. Ji Shangnan shouted at the top of his lungs. Pack the whole floor. Who wants your stinking money? Big sis chopped an axe on the door panel. Wait, where did she get an axe? My old lady's first boyfriend was snatched away by you rich people. Zhang Yishang suddenly opened the door and pushed Ji Shangnan forward. Big sister, this is the scum who stole your boyfriend. Ji Shangnan stumbled into the guide's arms, the undried lip glaze on his face imprinting a full lip shape on her white shirt. Taking advantage of the moment when the older sister froze, Zhang Yishan yanked him and rushed towards the escalator. Your first boyfriend looked like me? I don't even know your bank card PIN. They jumped onto the escalator running in the opposite direction, and their pursuers were squeezed into sardine cans at the bottom. Zhang Yishang suddenly pulled out the perfume she had just shunned and sprayed it behind her. Watch the move. The smell of money. The security guard chasing after the front suddenly breaks. It's Chanel No. 5. Surprisingly, he began to breathe deeply with his eyes closed in intoxication. Ji Shangnan took the opportunity to drag her over into the children's clothing area on the 3rd floor and hid in the stomach of the giant teddy bear doll. In the darkness, the two people's breath was close at hand, and Zhang Yishang suddenly said, Your heartbeat is faster than scanning QR codes. You got your hair stuck in my buttons. Is this the newest Chanel dark print button? Here's the brooch you just shunned. The cell phone screen suddenly lit up and Gui Jiahua sent a voice. Mr. G, Mom soaked the dentures in the next bed in your bird's nest. Zhang Yishang snorted out a laugh. Auntie, this is to be a voodoo doll? Ji Shangnan pressed the voice button. Tell her that if she messes around again, she'll change the Wi-Fi password to pi. Suddenly he felt a coldness on the side of his neck. Zhang Yishang was drawing a charm on his neck with lipstick. An exorcism, she said in all seriousness, to prevent you from being bewitched by your aunt. Chapter 99. As the teddy bear's cotton plugged Ji Shangnan's nostrils, he heard a childish squeal from outside. Mommy, the bear is talking. Zhang Yishang peeked through the doll's seams. It's over. The bears have found us. It's the bears playing hide and seek. Ji Shangnan was tickled by the tips of her hair and wanted to sneeze. Don't move. Your hair. Achoo. The whole teddy bear trembled violently, and the outside suddenly resounded with screams. Zhang Yishang touched out the children's phone watch that he had just shunned. Hello, demon spirit? There are perverts hiding here. Ji Shangnan covered her mouth as the plastic bear's eyes were suddenly poked in half a lollipop. Through the candy ball, they saw a little girl with crocheted hair lying on the doll's belly. Buried candy. The little girl poked the lollipop in further. Daddy says candy makes you happy. Zhang Yishang suddenly pinched her voice to learn the doll voice. It takes 3 ice creams to be happy. Oh, Ji Shangnan felt a sudden coldness in his calves. This crazy woman was actually tugging at the chain of his pants. What are you doing? Unwrap some cotton as a thank you gift. She grabbed Ji Shangnan's torn pants and stuffed cotton wool out. Look, a magic bear that snows. The moment the pink and white cotton wool gushed out from the seams of the dolls, the entire children's clothing area exploded. When Zhang Yishang tugged Ji Shangnan out of the bear's ass, 6 bear children holding water guns were frantically shooting at them. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. Zhang Yishang grabbed the dinosaur pajamas on the display rack as a shield. Get on the ride. She straddled the electric shaker and stuffed a diamond ring into the coin slot. Ji Shangnan was thrown into the back of the car by inertia. This is my engagement ring. Now it's play money. Zhang Qinsheng jerked the steering wheel. The rocking car sang Dad's Dad Calls Grandpa and rushed into the Lego area. The pursuer behind him stepped on the scattered blocks and fell out of a 4-way human domino. The cell phone rang at this point in the video call. Gui Jiao's voice with a sobbing voice. G total. Mom pulled out the oxygen tube in the next bed. Put her on the phone. Ji Shangnan grabbed the plastic star on the roof of the car over the bumps. Auntie, you're committing murder. The video flashed Gua's mother's spirited face. Xiao Ji I see this tube is weirdly nice. The old lady was wrapping the oxygen tube around the 4 stand. Make you a fishing rod. Zhang Yishang suddenly grabbed the cell phone. Auntie, there's a surprise under Blue Streak's hospital bed, she said, knocking over the whole row of toy shelves. Go look. 5 minutes later, the pursuers were dispersed by a swarm of suddenly activated remote-controlled vehicles. Ji Shangnan looked at the Iron Man models littering the ground. What did you make the old lady do? But it's just stuffing the remote control of the nurse's station in her pocket. Zhang Yishang whipped out a child's leash around Ji Shangnan's waist. Now you're my poodle. As they crashed into the freight elevator, Ji Shangnan's suit buttons jammed the floor buttons. Zhang Yishang was drawing love hearts on the alarm with her lipstick when suddenly the entire elevator shook violently. You hit the fire button? This is the latest bouncy mode, she said and shoved 2 glow sticks into Ji Shangnan's hands. Shake to the beat. The elevator door boomed open on the 5th floor, and outside stood 20 live netizens holding up their cell phones. Zhang Yishang instantly switched her broadcast accent. Families, now straight to the scene of the tycoon's escape. She yanked the traction rope violently. List 1 big brother swipes the rocket and pulls his tie. Ji Shangnan turned to escape and found that the elevator buttons were all painted blush with lipstick. Gui Jia was killed again. Mr. G. Mom disappeared with the entire ward. What does disappearing mean? She said she was going to form the Sunset Red Task Force to save you. The freight elevator suddenly stopped at the 3rd floor's fresh food area, and Zhang Yishang copied a strip of frozen perch as a microphone. Let's welcome today's special guest. She aimed the mouth of the fish at the security guard who chased after her. May I ask what you think of the curves of the rich man's buttocks? The security guard's riot shield reflected Ji Shangnan's gray boxer shorts and his torn pants, and the live broadcast room was instantly screened by ha ha ha. Ji Shangnan grabbed the base and smashed it into the camera. This is a rumor. The base drew a perfect parabola in midair and fell into the meat churn with precision. Immediately, someone in the live broadcast room swiped 10 carriers, begging to see the base sashimi. Zhang Yishang took the opportunity to tug Ji Shangnan and roll him into the cooler, and the minus 18-degree chill froze Ji Shangnan's profanity. She pulls out the mascara she just stole and writes on the glass cabinet door, "Elopement holy ground hitting point. Are you crazy? It's going to freeze in here. It's better than being made into a sashimi." She suddenly ripped open Kajunan's shirt. Quick, pose for the brokenness of freezing to death on the street. Her cell phone lights up tenaciously in the frost, and Wei Jiahua sends a video. Gua's mother is using her hearing aid as a walkie-talkie, directing 5 old men and women in wheelchairs as they rush toward the mall. The grandfather at the front of the line is holding up an 4 stand with a printer from the nurse's station strapped to it, spraying out a missing person's notice with a clattering sound. Your mom is printing wanted posters? No. Zhang Yishang came over to look at the screen. It's a marriage announcement. She zoomed in on the picture, on top of which was a half-naked photo of Ji Shangnan being painted with hearts. Auntie said that she's seeking a son-in-law for a heavy sum of money, and the bride price is the right to use the entire floor of the ICU ward. The force of Ji Shangnan kicking open the freezer door shook over 10 boxes of frozen dumplings. Zhang Yishang stepped on the dumplings and slid towards the seafood pool, grabbing the king crab as a weapon. Take that, your new pet. The moment the crab pincers caught Ji Shangnan's cufflinks, the live broadcast room exploded again. Suddenly someone used a fire extinguisher to spray a sky of foam, and Zhang Yishang shouted in the snow-white foam, "Now it's the beautiful wedding shoot session." Ji Shangnan touched the fire hydrant and tried to fight back, but the high-pressure water jet washed away his leather shoes. A hand in the melee suddenly tugged at his ankle, and the guide sister emerged from the foam with a sardonic smile. Gotcha, big sister, calm down. Ji Shangnan shoved the king crab into her arms. Your ex-boyfriend's double. Zhang Yishang suddenly dropped down from the ceiling, the satin from the bridal store wrapped around her waist. Honey, say yes to robbing the wedding. She flung out the silk and rolled away Ji Shangnan. Families, double-click the screen to grab the wedding candy. The moment the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, the mall's radio suddenly rang out. Please Ms. Zhang Yisheng, quickly go to the service desk. Your mother is waiting for you in the birthing room. This trick is too old-fashioned, isn't it? Zhang Yisheng rolled her eyes at the camera. My mom has been menopausal for 20 years. Suddenly, Guo's mother shouted from the radio. Xiao Zhang, I've found the main electric switch of the shopping center. All the lights went out instantly. Ji Shangnan's cell phone was illuminated by the special effects of the live broadcast gifts to a miserable green. Zhang Yisheng tugged him to touch the dark and run wildly. Auntie, don't. That's a fire emergency. The entire row of emergency lights suddenly turned into disco spotlights, and Guo's mother's voice carried across the room through the fire horn. Raise your hands. This is the senior disco rescue team. Ji Shangnan saw a shocking scene in the flashing red light. 5 elderly people in motorized wheelchairs formed a charging formation, with Guo's mother standing in the front wheelchair, waving the wires of a heart monitor in her hand. Charge me. The old woman flung her wires to whip away the guard's shields. The plan to free Kiki begins. Zhang Yisheng suddenly pushed Ji Shangnan toward the wheelchair warriors. Hostage handover. She turned around and sprinkled an entire box of glitter at her pursuers. It's magical girl transformation time. As Ji Shangnan planted himself into the pile of wheelchairs, he heard Guo's mother shouting excitedly, "Grab this golden son-in-law. Punch your membership card for 20% off." His face knocked heavily on some grandpa's urine bag, and pop-ups floated across the live broadcast. Magnificent family. Mr. Key, grab this. Mother Guo flung him a hook with an 4 tube attached. Let's swing over. Before Ji Shangnan could refuse, the elderly group collectively pressed the wheelchair accelerator button. He rose into the air under inertia and floated like a human kite toward the atrium crystal lamp. The guide sister's growl came from below. That's my engagement crystal. Zhang Yisheng suddenly appeared at the top of the chandelier, clutching the golden scissors used for cutting the ribbon. Groom, please take your seat. She cut off Ji Shangnan's safety belt with a pair of scissors, and the two of them crashed into a promotional booth full of down quilts. The live broadcast room suddenly went black, and the last thing that flashed was Guo's mother grabbing the microphone and shouting, "The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber." Chapter 100 Burials. As the down comforter exploded goose down like a blizzard gluing the camera, Ji Shangnan heard the muffled roar of the shopper's older sister from beneath him. False eyelashes for the old lady. Zhang Yisheng grabbed 2 pieces of down quilt as wings. Take off. She had just fluttered twice when Ji Shangnan yanked her ankle. You're pressing on someone's breasts. What's with the etiquette at this point? She rolled over and rolled into the head of the promotional pile, grabbing the child walker as a shield. Get in the car. The moment Ji Shangnan stepped onto the pink walker, the axle let out an unbearable groan. Zhang Yisheng kicked the display rack, and 5 boxes of diapers collapsed to form a barricade. The pursuing security guard stepped on the leaking absorbent beads and breakdanced in the blue particles flying in the sky. Turn left. Rush into the mother and baby room. Zhang Yisheng slammed the lock on the door and backhanded the "in use" sign around Ji Shangnan's neck. Now you're in labor with rising breast milk. Ji Shangnan looked at the breastfeeding guide posted on the wall and his temples jutted out. This joke is excessive. Shoo! Zhang Yisheng suddenly covered his mouth as the guide sister growled from outside. That pair of dogs must be breastfeeding. The moment the cubicle door was kicked in, Zhang Yisheng pressed the switch on the electric breast pump. The strong suction force suddenly clamped Ji Shangnan on the back of his neck, and before he could scream out, he was sprayed with warm water. This crazy woman had stuffed the milk bottle into the water dispenser. The baby is choking on milk. Zhang Yisheng pinched her throat and screamed, "Call an ambulance." Panicked footsteps sounded outside the door and Ji Shangnan wiped the water stains from his face. Where did you get the bottle? Booty. She shook the spill pads in her mommy bag. Now you're the poor daddy who spewed milk and splattered his retinas. The phone vibrates in her wet pants pocket, and Gui Jiahua sends a video. Mother Gui is drawing a road map on the glass of the nurse's station with an ultrasound coupler, and 5 old men with 4 frames are rushing toward the elevator carrying a stretcher. Your mom uses a stretcher as a sedan chair? She said she wants to take you back to the ward in a palanquin. Zhang Yisheng was sticking anti-spill pads to Ji Shangnan's chest. Look, explosive muscle milk daddy. The door to the mother and baby room was suddenly swiped open, and the man in the suit froze in the doorway with his cell phone raised. Zhang Yisheng copied the baby wipes and slammed them over. Stealing photos of a woman in labor will be sentenced to 3 years in prison. My wife is inside. The man looked at the wobbling breast pads on Ji Shangnan's chest, his expression gradually horrified. You guys play pretty wild, huh? Ji Shangnan's chest hairs were stuck off by the adhesive backing when he pulled the breast pads, and he sucked in cold air in pain. Zhang Yisheng suddenly put the temperature gun on his forehead. 38.5 degrees. Suspected mastitis. She pushed the walker and rushed out. Family members make way. The pursuers in the corridor were shocked by the battle and retreated en masse. And the guide sister's cell phone camera was aimed at Ji Shangnan. Families look. This is the special fetish of the rich. This is a misunderstanding. Ji Shangnan pulled off the breast pads to explain, but the sticky surface stuck to the promotional balloon. He looked like a monster with orange tentacles, flailing in the 50% off ribbon. Zhang Yishang suddenly knocked over the tasting table, and the baby rice paste covered the guard's face. She took the opportunity to tug Ji Shangnan and rolled him into the fire escape. Be graceful in your falling position. Saying this, she stuffed a soothing doll into his arms. When the two fell from the second floor into the dumpster, Ji Shangnan's cell phone was playing a live broadcast of Gua's mother. The old woman was sitting in her motorized wheelchair and shouting, "Old Iron Man rockets brush up. Next stop topple the surveillance room. Tell your mom to calm down." Ji Shangnan spat out the rotten vegetable leaves in his mouth. The security system is going to be paralyzed. Paralyzed long ago. Zhang Yishan waved the stolen access card. "Shun just now." She suddenly inserted the card into Ji Shangnan's belt buckle. "Now you're a humanoid swipe machine." The moment the passageway door was slammed open, Zhang Yishan pressed the fire alarm. The sprinkler system doused everyone in soup, and she took the opportunity to put a onesie on Ji Shangnan. Cry, "What do you think I am?" Wow! The cold column of water irritated Ji Shangnan to the point that he really cried. The big sister of the guide raised her selfie stick in the rain curtain. Shocking! Magnificent president returning to his ancestors in public. Wei Jiao's call pierced through the water curtain. "Mr. Ji, Mom used the CT machine as a crane machine. That's radiation." Ji Shangnan's jumpsuit stuck to his crotch. "Keep her away from the medical equipment. She said she wants to take full-body X-ray pictures of you." The silhouette of Gua's mother holding an X-ray flashed on the other end of the video. "Auntie said she wants to see which side of your conscience grows." Zhang Yishang suddenly snatched the phone. "Auntie, there's a surprise egg in the ultrasound room." She pushed Ji Shangnan into the food court as soon as she finished speaking. "Hurry! Sushi conveyor belt." The moment the two jumped onto the revolving sushi table, Ji Shangnan's baby clothes hooked onto the salmon plate. Zhang Yishang copied the wasabi tube and squeezed it into her pursuer's eyes. "Watch the move. Green Dragon Crescent Moon Cream." The sushi chef rushed over with his tuna knife raised, and Ji Shangnan hastily raised his salmon belly. "I'll take the check. The whole place is free. Who wants your stinking money?" The tip of the master's blade picked up Ji Shangnan's diaper. "Give me back 10 years of sushi soul." Zhang Yishang suddenly turned the fire torch, and flames immediately rose behind Ji Shangnan's buttocks. The two of them jumped into the ice cream cabinet with the exclamation of, "What a big burning smell!" And in the white mist of dry ice came the scream of the shopping guide sister. "They've mutated." Before her cell phone automatically shut off at -18 degrees, Wei Jiahua sent a final locator. Mother Gua had killed her way into the seafood pool with a geriatric charge and was setting up a gossip formation with live lobsters. "Your mom is engaging in superstition." "No!" Zhang Yishang scratched Ji Shangnan's hair into a punch bowl. "This is seafood divination." She broke off a frozen hard codfish strip to use as a staff. "Now you're a cursed prince." A whole row of frying pans was stirring automatically when the two drilled into the back kitchen. Zhang Yishang pressed Ji Shangnan into the flour pile. "Cross-dressing time." She scooped up lard and smeared it on his face. "Now you're a runny custard bun." The moment her pursuers rushed in, she started the pasta machine. Splashes of batter clogged the camera, and Ji Shangnan rushed outward with the top of the fermentation cloth, living like a giant yeast. "Catch that running bun." The big sister guide waved her funnel and shouted, "Steamed or fried?" Zhang Yishang suddenly opened the steamer trunk, and out of the clouds came her pinched nose announcement. "The golden girls under the Jade Emperor are here." She kicked over the entire cage of shrimp dumplings, and the boiling hot juice scalded the pursuers into a tap dance. Ji Shangnan found that his cell phone was able to charge when he crashed into the cold room, and 20 unread messages popped up at the same time. Gua's mother sends out an announcement to the ward group. "We are offering a reward for Ji's tire hair, and a 3-day trip to the ICU for providing clues. This is an illegal bounty." "No!" Zhang Yishang beamed at the cold storage monitor. "This is love's most wanted." She suddenly peeled off Ji Shangnan's collar. "Quick, pretend to be molested by me." Without waiting for Ji Shangnan to react, the cold storage door was slammed open by a forklift. Gua's mother drifted into the warehouse in an electric wheelchair, holding up an infusion rack modified insect net in her hand. Golden son-in-law come to the net. When Ji Shangnan was covered in the netting, Zhang Yishang was using salmon slices to cut through the seal of the warehouse door. Alarms blared as she pushed a whole slab of frozen beef and slammed it into a fire hydrant. "Enjoy the snowflake fat beef rain." As the frozen steak smashed the glass curtain wall, Ji Shangnan saw the convoy of bodyguards drifting downstairs. Zhang Yishang suddenly put a pet leash on him. "Jump! This is the 6th floor. There's a bouncy castle down there." She kicked 2 boxes of frozen chicken wings as a cushion. 3, 2. The moment Ji Shangnan planted himself in the castle, 20 screaming children jumped on him as if he were a trampoline. Zhang Yishang stepped on the castle spire and shouted, "Charge for taking pictures, extra for touching abs." When the rushing bodyguards peeled off the bare children, Ji Shangnan's jumpsuit had turned into a revealing dress. Zhang Yishan was invoicing the parents. Parenting Anxiety Relief Treatment Program. Support medical insurance reimbursement. Oh, the phone suddenly regained signal and Gui Jiahua's video invitation popped up. Mr. G, Mom wants to give you a wedding shower. The camera pans to show Gui's mother is putting a white flower on her unconscious guide sister. A bow to the ICU. This is murder. Ji Shangnan yanked on the tow rope. Get him to the emergency room. Zhang Yishang suddenly stuffed a piece of wedding candy into his mouth. Hold it. Live wedding candy evaluation. She smiled at the arriving media camera. Gift brush enough for 100,000 to unlock the groom to lift the cover. Ji Shangnan spit out the sugar and stuck off the temporary filling material of the back teeth. The live broadcast instantly brushed with mansion leakage wind pop-up screen. In the chaos, someone shouted, "There are helicopters in the parking lot." Mother Gui's wheelchair crashed through the revolving door with a drift. Charge! Grab the groom. Zhang Yishang stuffed Ji Shangnan into a trash can and pushed and rushed toward the freight channel. Garbage collection. She sprinkled a handful of soybeans at the feet of her pursuers. Be careful of the slippery ground. When the bodyguards surrounded the human wall, Ji Shangnan was about to sneak out through the back door. Suddenly, a snowy headlight shone over, and the driver, Old Chen, probed and shouted, "Mr. G, the old lady asked me to pick you up for a blind date. What's the match?" Fellowship with the funeral parlor's daughter. Zhang Yishan got into the passenger side and grabbed the steering wheel. Drive. I'll take you to the cemetery to dance. Ji Shangnan looked in the rearview mirror waving her birthday suit to chase after Gui's mother, and suddenly felt a little cold on his chest that was gripped bald. Zhang Yishang opened the car refrigerator. Drink what? 82 years of calcium gluconate? The phone popped up Gui Jiahua's message at that moment. Mr. G, Mom ordered a couple's joint grave for you. Chapter 101, the third piece. The third thing Ji Shangnan regretted in his life was being crammed inside a teddy bear doll's stomach with Zhang Yishang. At the moment, the tip of his nose was pressed against the padded cotton wool, and Zhang Yishang's mascara was poking his eyelids at a frequency of 3 strokes per second. Are your eyelashes fitted with electric motors? It's caught crocodile hair. 500 apiece, she said and winked again, and Ji Shangnan felt his eyeballs being swept by a feather duster. The sound of security guards' footsteps came from outside the doll, and flashlight beams leaked in through the stitching. Zhang Yishang suddenly covered Ji Shangnan's mouth and shoved a quacking rubber duck into his hand. Squeeze, she said in an airy voice. Ji Shangnan subconsciously complied. The sound of GA exploded in the doll's abdominal cavity, shaking both of them at the same time. The security guard's footsteps instantly approached. What's that noise? Zhang Yishang snatched the duck and pinched it 3 times. Quack, quack, quack. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, Donald Duck is on sale for a limited time. Buy 3 get 1 free. The footsteps hesitantly moved away. Ji Shangnan had just breathed a sigh of relief when his cell phone vibrated frantically in his pants pocket. Gui Jiahua's video invitation lit up like a hypnotic charm, reflecting the blue light in the doll's abdominal cavity. Mr. G, Mom hooked up oxygen tubing to a blow-up balloon. In the video, the old lady is blowing up a blue balloon with her cheeks puffed out, and the oxygen tube stretches and shrinks as she breathes. Zhang Yishang came over and exclaimed, Auntie, this lung capacity can participate in the Winter Olympics. Ji Shangnan's forehead veins popped. That's medical oxygen. She said she wanted to give her grandson a birthday present. Before Gui Jiahua's words fell, the balloon popped exploded, and the old lady's dentures followed into the nurse's coffee cup. Zhang Yishan was shaking with laughter, and Ji Shangnan clearly felt the padded cotton wool falling down. Suddenly the entire doll began to tilt, and the two of them rolled into a ball like socks in a roller washing machine. It's going to collapse, Ji Shangnan had just shouted. When the teddy bear's stitching cracked, they rolled out in a bone-crunching heap, knocking over the entire row of Lego displays. Colorful blocks rained down, and Zhang Yishang shouted with her Iron Man helmet on her head, Avengers assemble! In passing, she slipped Captain America's shield over Ji Shangnan's arm. Chasers came from all directions. Ji Shangnan yelled into his cell phone as he ran. Changed the oxygen tube to a childlock one. Suddenly dragged into the carousel by Zhang Yishang. Neon lights reflecting rainbows all over his face. Coin drop, coin it up. She kicked the console and shouted. Ji Shangnan felt all over his body and found only 1 coin, and the moment he stuffed it in, the wooden horse began to spin faster. The security guards were like being thrown into a centrifuge, and a fat man was directly thrown into the ocean ball pool. Zhang Yishan grabbed the unicorn's neck and screamed, This is the real carousel. Gui Jiahua is still live on her cell phone. Mom cooks eggs with thermometer. That's mercury. It'll explode. Ji Shangnan held Rainbow Pony's neck in a death grip. Have the nurse put a cooking game on her phone. The merry-go-round suddenly stalled, and the two of them flew out due to inertia. falling right into the bouncy castle. Zheng Qianxiang was trapped in the pile of ocean balls, holding up a plastic sword and shouting, "Protect me!" Ji Shangnan just climbed up and was hit by a child rushing down the inflatable slide. The cell phone came off and flew into the bubble pool. And in the video the old lady was listening to the microwave oven with a stethoscope. Xiao Ji is this crab cooked? That's a microwave. It's not. Ji Shangnan swooped over to retrieve the cell phone, and his foot slipped and fell into the pile of bubbles. Zhang Yishan took the opportunity to snap a princess crown on his head. Take the throne. Bubble Kingdom no king. The security guards waddled on the inflatable cushions and approached like a group of drunken penguins. Zhang Qianxiang suddenly unscrews the bubble machine to create a blizzard and pulls Ji Shangnan into the inflatable tunnel. Crawl! She kicked away the stuffed animal that was in the way. I came in first place in all the school fire drills back in the day. Ji Shangnan's suit pants wore 2 large holes in the knees, revealing torn socks printed with SpongeBob SquarePants. The cell phone was still tenaciously video calling. Mr. G. Mom converted the wheelchair into a go-kart. The old lady on the screen was drifting past the nurse's station, the 4 stand drawing a perfect arc behind her. Zhang Yishang whistled. Anti-Akamason car god. A bright light appeared in front of him, and Ji Shangnan froze just as he poked his head out. 20 netizens were setting up their cell phones to broadcast live. Old-timers. This is the mall where Ji's crown prince is hiding. Zhang Yishang suddenly ripped open his shirt buttons and smeared gold dust on his pecs. Quick! Styling. The moment the flash came on, she pressed against his ear and said, "I want 70% of the share of the hot search." Ji Shangnan reflexively revealed a commercial fake smile, his finger behind his back, then the middle finger. The live broadcast instantly exploded with pop-ups. Hashtag Mansion Escape turned into a Vimi show. Hashtag which color is the gold dust on the pectoral muscles? Wei Jiahua's scream exploded out of her cell phone. Mr. G. Mommy's going to race someone in a car race. In the video, the old lady is racing wheelchairs with orthopedic patients, and the two of them make S-shaped curves in the corridor. Zhang Yishan grabbed her cell phone and shouted, "Auntie, remember to pull the handbrake when drifting." Suddenly there was a loud bang. The inflatable tunnel began to leak. Ji Shangnan dragged Zhang Yishan rolled into the toy train track. The train clang 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 over their heads. Next stop, Social Death Station. Zhang Yishan lay on the track reading the voiceover. Passengers who want to be cheeky are asked to jump off the train early. Ji Shangnan felt a remote control and pressed it furiously, and the lights of the entire toy city suddenly went out. When the emergency lights came on, they had already slipped into the staff passageway in the blind spot of the surveillance. Now inserting the evening news. Zhang Qianxiang used a mineral water bottle as a microphone. Today a shopping mall shocked the naked tycoon, suspected to be crazy for love. "You're the one running around naked." Ji Shangnan yanked off the Barbie dress hanging over his ears. "It's the latest cutout suit." A message from Gui Jiahua popped up on her cell phone frowny face image. The photo shows the old lady holding up a CT slice as a frisbee, with healthcare workers chasing after her in a marathon procession. Zhang Yishang zoomed in on the picture. "Auntie, this CT is clearly photographed. It is recommended that it be printed as a t-shirt to be sold as a trendy brand." They climbed down the pipe into the vent, and underneath was a food court. Ji Shangnan's stomach suddenly growled, and Zhang Yishang took out her gum. 50% rent. "You're robbing me. It's a market economy." She shook her phone. "Just got you up 70,000 followers against your debt." The aroma of takoyaki wafted from below the vents, and Gui Jiahua's call killed again. "Mr. G. Mom uses sleeping pills as jumping jacks. Gouge her throat." Just as Ji Shangnan's words fell, Zhang Yishang suddenly lifted the ventilation panel. Jump! The two fell into the inflatable pool with precision, and the splash drenched the entire table of Japanese food. The sushi chef froze in place with his knife raised, and the salmon slice slipped from the tip of the knife right onto Ji Shangnan's face. "New style sashimi mask." Zhang Yishang applauded. "Mr. G's face is now worth $180,000. The pursuers knock over the rotating sushi table and the tuna rolls all over the floor like a bowling ball. Ji Shangnan slides towards the exit on his eel rice and is suddenly surrounded by Amazons holding selfie sticks. "Young man, take a picture." Auntie squeezed him in the middle. "My daughter says you're that. The prince of underwear." Zhang Qianxiang took the opportunity to sneak over to the dessert table and poured buckets of honey at the feet of the pursuing security guards. The security guards, like flies trapped by flypaper, tap danced to the music of Swan Lake. In the cell phone video, the old lady is painting the face of a comatose patient. Gui Jiahua with a sobbing voice, "Mr. G. Mom said she wants to set up a Peking opera club. Buy her watercolors." Ji Shangnan was breathing hard as the older women squeezed him. "Buy 300 boxes." Zhang Yishang suddenly rushed over on her motorized balance bike, waving a cream framing bag in her hand. Get out of the way. The humanoid cake is coming. The squeezed orange cream accurately shot the security guard in the eye, and Ji Shangnan took the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. The moment they rushed into the fire elevator, Wei Jiahua sent a new message: Mom is asleep. The accompanying picture was of the old woman hugging an EKG machine as a teddy bear, with sleeping pill powder on the corner of her mouth. Ji Shangnan sat paralyzed in the corner of the elevator. His tie became a rag, and his suit became a beggar's suit. Zhang Yishan to the elevator mirror: fill lipstick. The next group building still come here? Next time I'll buy you an island. He gritted his teeth and pressed the next floor, and exile you in Antigua there. The moment the elevator doors opened, 20 cameras disliked the front. The reporters held up their microphones and shouted, "How does Mr. Ji feel about running naked today?" Zhang Yishang suddenly stood on her tiptoes to kiss Ji Shangnan, and the flashbulbs lit up into a galaxy. 3 seconds later she turned around and smiled. That's the sentiment. Taking advantage of the crowd's stupor, she dragged him and rushed into the waiting Rolls-Royce. Inside the car, Wei Jiahua's last message popped up. Transfer notification: you have paid the hospital compensation, 1 yen, 234, 567, 89. Zhang Yishang came over and whistled. Mr. Ji, this is enough money to exile me to Mars. Ji Shangnan looked at the mall that was getting farther away in the rearview mirror and suddenly burst out laughing. Tomorrow's headline will say Magnificent Couple Mall Carnival. 7 for you and 3 for me. Deal. She held out her cream-stained hand. Happy working together. As the car drove into the twilight, Ji Shangnan finally received a message from his family doctor. His mother was fine, and the diagnosis had been corrected. He looked out the window as the neon sign flashed the words Victoria's Last Stubbornness. Chapter 102, Escape. The fourth thing Ji Shangnan regretted in his life was getting into this Rolls-Royce labeled wedding special. At the moment, his suit was covered with cream and sequins, and Zhang Yishang in the passenger seat was using makeup remover pads to wipe the lipstick marks on his face. Lighten up, it's meat. He grimaced and ducked. Knowing that it's meat, why do you still go in front of the reporter's camera? Zhang Yishang broke his face squarely. Now the whole internet is saying that you are the little wolf dog that I have adopted. The cell phone suddenly rang with the Great Compassion mantra, and Wei Jiahua's avatar jumped into an urging charm. Ji Shangnan had just picked up the phone when he heard the old lady's mid-air shout. Xiao Ji Ah. The hospital said that you don't have to go to jail if you pay up. Jailed for what? I knocked over the dean with my wheelchair. Wei Jiahua wailed in the background audio. Mom, that's your attending. Zhang Yishan grabbed the phone. Auntie is awesome. I give you brush rocket. Said she really transferred 5,200 to the hospital account. Right, hit and run fund in the memo. Ji Shangnan snatched back his cell phone. Have the dean come to my office to talk. After saying that, he realized that the car was heading towards the Cross-Sea Bridge. This is not the way back to the office. The chauffeur handed over a note with trepidation. Your mother has requested that the wedding be broadcast live. 3 black SUVs suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, with cameras mounted on the roof. Zhang Yishan probed and looked. Yo, the paparazzi have upgraded to an armored car fleet? Ji Shangnan touched the champagne under the seat, and the bottle was engraved with 100 years of happiness. Zhang Yishang had already pried open the cap. Here's a toast. Bubbles sprayed all over the car. It's a wedding car. That's why it's important to make the best use of what you've got. She shook the bottle at her pursuers. Come on, drink the wedding wine. The SUV suddenly accelerated and approached, a drone rising from the roof. Ji Shangnan pressed the car window to throw out the high heels. When did Zhang Yishang take off her shoes? That's Jimmy Choo. She squealed in a needy voice. Turn around and pay you back for 10 pairs. Ji Shangnan pulled off his bow tie as a slingshot and used the pearl necklace as a bullet. The moment the pearls hit the drone's propeller, the live broadcast screen suddenly turned skyward. The phone rang with Gui Jiahua's scream. Mr. G. Mom pulled out the ICU patient's oxygen tube. What's she up to again? Said to show you how to hold your breath underwater. Zhang Yishan gave the camera a thumbs up. Auntie is challenging the Guinness Book of Records. The Rolls-Royce rushed into the tunnel, and suddenly there was a muffled thud from the roof. Ji Shangnan looked up and saw the drone stuck in the sunroof, the camera flashing red. Friends of the audience, Zhang Yishang suddenly broadcasts her accent, now inserting the wedding live. She pressed Ji Shangnan's head on her shoulder. The groom is shy. Ji Shangnan's hand felt for the fire extinguisher under the seat, pulled the safety off and sprayed the skylight. The drone crashed into the tunnel wall like a drunk in the dry powder fumes. Wei Jiahua sends a new message. Video, old lady wearing an oxygen mask dances in a square, and patients twist rice planting songs following the most dazzling national wind. Tell the nurse, Ji Shangnan said as he coughed, to change the BGM to the Great Compassion mantra. The moment the car rushed out of the tunnel, they saw a 100-meter red carpet spread on the Cross-Sea Bridge. Old Lady G stopped in the middle of the road with a 50-member symphony orchestra, and with a wave of her baton, the wedding march shook the seagulls. Mom! Ji Shangnan almost crashed through the windshield. Get married when the live stream breaks 100 million likes. The old lady held up her cell phone and shouted. Netizens say they want to see helicopters scattering flower petals. Zhang Xinshan has already flipped to the roof of the car. I want pink roses. She pulled off the advertising cloth of the wedding dress store in the car and wrapped it around her body. The camera pulls in close. My collarbone is worth $1 billion. As Ji Shangnan was dragged onto the red carpet, Wei Jiao's video invitation popped up again. The camera showed the old lady holding up an 4 stand as a selfie stick. Save me a piece of the wedding cake. The helicopter propeller kicked up a fierce wind, and rose petals mixed with fish scales from the seafood market flew all over the sky. Ji Shangnan's tie was pasted on Zhang Yishan's face, like a struggling salted fish. Cut! The old lady suddenly shouted. The pop-up said to watch the tongue kiss. Zhang Yishan fiercely wrapped her arms around Ji Shangnan's neck. Extra money. She bit her ear and said, tongue kisses have to add money. I'll burn you a plutonium. Deal. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and wiped a trail of blood on the corner of Ji Shangnan's mouth. Audience lords, this is battle damage makeup. The live broadcast room was instantly swiped by rockets. Ji Shangnan was just about to speak when a mint candy was stuffed in his mouth. Zhang Yishan pressed against his lips and said, fresh breath, you and I are closer. The bridge suddenly shakes as the pursuing doggy caravan crashes into the symphony orchestra's cello case. The old lady held up her megaphone and shouted, Act 2, elopement scene. Before Ji Shangnan could react, he was pushed into the speedboat. Zhang Yishan shouted as she started the engine. Auntie, remember to vote for me. The moment the speedboat crashed into the amusement park, the Ferris wheel lit up with a happy wedding sign. The old lady on the merry-go-round, holding a CT film, waved at them. Illusion. Ji Shangnan rubbed his eyes vigorously. This must be an illusion. The cell phone rang with Gui Jiao was sobbing. Mr. Ji, Mom stole the ambulance. I'll pay for her to get her driver's license. The speedboat is stuck in a rapids track, and Zhang Yishan holds up a water nuisance gun to fight off the paparazzi. Ji Shangnan's cell phone kept popping up messages. Hospital bill, ambulance repair costs 365 yen, 247. 11. Share of live streaming rewards 8 yen, 765. 432. 10. Message from the old lady, reward the yacht with a grandchild. The old lady crashed over in her bumper car with an oxygen tank strapped to the front. Gee, Mom will open the way for you. The moment she knocked over the 3 paparazzi, Zhang Yishan pressed the sluice button. 10-meter-high waves engulfed everyone. When Ji Shangnan surfaced, he saw Zhang Yishan sitting on the swan boat to fix her makeup. This wedding was worth the price of admission, right? It's a funeral. He fished out the koi that had floated by. Have you ever seen a wedding where the groom gets slapped by a koi? The sun was setting into sea level when Gui Jiao's last message popped up. Mom is asleep. Hugging your equilibrium humanoid stand-up. Zhang Qinshan rode closer. Seriously, let's split the bill 50-50. Share your ass. Ji Shangnan overturned the swan boat. You first explain where this wedding dress came from. Bouncy castle shuns. She flopped in the water. Waterproof. The old lady was blowing bubbles on a respirator when the sirens came from the coastline. Ji Shangnan looked at the sky full of drone light show and suddenly burst into tears of laughter. The live broadcast frames the scene, the couple in the water, the patients bouncing, and the symphony orchestra playing A Night to Remember in the bubbles. The top 10 hot searches were all contracted by #Hoo 24 Hours Wedding.